Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Jembe TV tonight, even as we start out our open forum political discussion show, where we give you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot is happening. It's 45 days to elections. IEBC says now the agents, the media houses, and every other interested party are free to air the result for elections right from the polling station. I believe that's a move in the right direction. Probably it will help out into ensuring that there is no monkey business. I don't know what you feel and think about the same. Tononoka grounds. DP Ruto show refuses to take off, even as it is drummed up to see to it that they stamp the authority on the coastal region. Things did not just work the way they were hoped. What is happening with Kenya Kwanza and their bid to convince the coast region to come on board and support their bid for presidency and leadership in this great country? We are here inviting you to come and let us have a serious discussion on the same. And of course, Raila in Mandera. Now, we have had instances on Raila's campaign trail that is making us begin to question what's up with the security of Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga. It was in Kisii, and now it is Marsabit, and now Mandera. What's happening? We need to get to the bottom of this. We don't want anything unthinkable to come to happen to our presidential candidate. So we will want to dive into this and probably get proper guidance on the same. But we trust and believe that everything will work out well. Well, the link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. You click on it, allows StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. I'm happy for everyone that is coming in, and if you're able to get us, please make sure that you help somebody else get us by inviting them into the discourse. The show is on, and tonight is tonight. Let's make sure that we are here and chart the way forward for this great country by reason of God's enabling us to see what we need to be seen and give direction as it ought to be given. Thank you, everyone, and I want to salute all of you that are already here. Kuna Akisa Thomas, thank you so much. Kuna Patel Sabok Manyi, karibu kwa show. Mam Tony Shicks, thank you so much. Okay, then Fatma Nasimiyu, thank you so much. Kuna Faruk Gawat Kangeli, thank you so much. Sarah Serange, karibu kwa show. Smith Craft, thank you so much. Albert Haemba, karibu kwa show. Manu Emanueli, asante sana. Hailin Ongera, you're welcome. David Bonuke, karibu kwa show. Kuna Fabiano Adriano, asante sana. Bro Jose, karibu kwa show. GFHGG, hi to you, thank you so much. Karibu kwa show. Akengo Omwango, asante sana. Maureen Adega, karibu kwa show. Daktari GK, you're welcome. David, we have saluted you, thank you so much. Charles Gondwe, you're welcome. Eric Sila, Muhammad Manyi, karibu kwa show. Kuna Masete Morris, mnakuja kwa njia haraka sana, fujo kweli. Eunice Ombogo, karibu kwa show. Kuna Riva, asante sana. Ama Raiva, whichever is your name. Nyambusu Fred, karibu kwa show. Jackson Kasaki, karibu. Kuna Sakari Oyoa, Hesbon Kaunda, Vincent Otieno, nani huyu mwingine? Abdullahi Ali, karibu kwa show. Nyabuti Sydney, karibu. Alafu Kihara wa Mdhoni, kuna Ken Mureithi, kuna daktari, huyo daktari tumekuwa naye. Moses Chege, We salute you. Eric Rono, karibu Wycliffe Otieno, alafu kuna Guy Akama Dominic. We salute you. Thank you so much, everyone. Let us get talking. And if you're able to get us, I keep to urging you, please make sure that you invite somebody to watch with you. This is one great show that helps you understand and make sense of our politics and have an informed decision come come on the 9th of August 2022, even as we get set for the general elections. Well, today we are looking at Tononoka, the show that refused to take off. What is your take on the same? And then, of course, Raila in Mandera. And we also need to discuss Raila Odinga's security details on the campaign trail, because those threats are coming too close to him, and we need to begin to ask questions very urgently. Of course, IEBC is now clearing everybody to be free to air the result for the elections, whether you are an agent, whether you are a media house, and everybody that is interested will be free to air the result as they come from the polling station. A move that I would love to know what you feel about the same. Mama Selina, vipi leo?
45 days. Wow.
Yes.
Penat.
Yes, ma'am.
Tononoka.
Ndio hiyo.
Mambo imebadilika. Sasa inaitwa half time, last lap. Wenye unajua ukianza kukimbia Penat, wenye wanajua kukimbia wanakuacha utumie nguvu yako yote. Alafu ukikimbia unaona watu wanakupita, unashangaa na watu wanasema na si alikuwa naongoza. So tuko last lap ya mpira. Wenye walikuwa wamekimbia 4 years wamechoka, wamerudi nyuma. Hakuna nani atakuja. Tononoka. Naona huyu kipofu mnaitwanga pofu chefu ama mnaitanga nini, Mohamed Ali alitaka kuongea hapo, anaongea sijui nini Uhuru sijui nani. Wapi hii watu wanapiga nduru? Umesahau Amason Kingi was not there, is coming back. But Kabogo ameambia watu pigia Raila kura na munipigie Kabogo. Mambo bato. Penat, nataka kusema kitu moja. Sijui kama Uhuru ni alichukua maneno ya Moi ama ni Raila. Mi naona kama hii deep state ilitumia watu Ruto, imetumia ya kukula na wakatumia watu ya kusimama. Now they are going back. Penat, hii watu wakukua UDA, nafikiri UDA itakuwa ni genuine na ni wachache. Most of them mission fail. Kama na ni ukweli walikuwa nasema wameplandiwa watu. Ukiwin unaenda kuruka hiyo UDA, unaenda Azimio ukiwa parliament. Na ndio nafikiri huyu mtu, hii watu yote mnaona maneno inaharibika. Nakumbuka Hassan Joe alikuwa naita Amason Kingi brother, na anasema siasa haiwezi kutuachanisha. Na sasa ona Amason Kingi in 2 days, Kabogo ndio huyo, Balala ndio yule aliimba jana mpaka anaimba vizuri, anaimba kushinda wenye nyimbo. Sasa tutasema nini? Nafikiria na hata kama niwe Penat, kama watu wamekimbia na number 1, number 2, number 3 wao huko hapo, unaendelea kukimbia kutafuta nini? So mi najua haya mambo ya Baba Mandera. Penat, wafukaji saa zingine wakiamini mtu warudi nyuma, lakini ile mambo tunaona Karisa na tuliona Moyale, tunaona Marsabit, ni kwamba mambo ya jamii na clanship patu iko strong, lakini usuri wanapigania, lakini wanapigania kwa UDA. So kiti ya baba chua haina shida. Again, security ya baba, yeye mwenyewe ataki watu wafukuse. Unajua saa zingine baba si muoga. He associate with the people. He's a fighter himself. Kama alipika, kama akuokopa tear gas na akuokopa punduki, yeye ya raia tu, sunaona anasimama asongi, anawaangalia tu mpaka wenyeje wanaona hapana baba asongi. So yes, wameamua na wote watakuwa Azimio. Security sasa baba hataki kufuatwa na police penalty. Ati mkutano ya baba utaona 1,000 ni askari, alafu UDA watasema anachungwa. Wacha wa Kenya wachunge president yao. Najua vijana wako na euphoria sana ya kukaribia baba yao, lakini pia wachunge wasiumise baba na viongozi. Otherwise, hiyo wa mama na batu ninasema, mkutano ya UDA ni vijana, mkutano ya baba ni wa baba na wa mama, and especially wa mama. Sasa this is the first time naona mkutano inakuwa wa mama ni wingi kushinda wa baba. So ongera kwa kina mama wamejitokezea, nafasi ni yao. Vijana ongera, mmekuja kuona mama yenu na baba. So Bernard, nafikiria tuko sawa. Chebukati ndio tulisema Bernard, Chebukati hataki shida. Na siku ile niliwaambia jana, hizo nini ya kupiga kura si ati ilikuwa imeharibika Bernard. Walikuwa nataka kuipa, mungetaka Chebukati afanye nini? Sasa Chebukati amesema kuja polling station. Baba Raila Amolo amepata 700. William Ruto amepata 5. Mimi Eche naweka, Muti Akaseti naweka, inafika Nairobi the same. This is the first time tutakuwa na election free and fair. Baba anataka free and fair, hataki kuipiwa kura, ako na kura zake. Bani January. Anamalizana na kutangaza baba na kuretire. Nani anataka kufuatwa? Hana election nyingine anataka favor. Amemaliza 10 years kama Uhuru. Ukimaliza 10 years nyumbani ulikuwa mzuri, sawa. Ulikuwa mbaya, umemaliza. So Chebukati hana chance. Atupatie free and fair election. Kucha hesabu kura yako Bernard. Kama umepata 0 inaandikwa 0. Hakuna ile ya kubeba kwa magari alafu inaongezewa njiani boxes. Afikiri Kenyans, let us believe in Chebukati for the last time. Yeye ni yake, life or death. Committee ama kunyongwa. Chebukati hana chance. Ni maneno mbili tunataka kwake. Unfair na kwenda committee, ama free and fair na kwenda kunyongwa. Hiyo tutangaza, kwani Matakarua Sinila alitangaza Kibaki saa 12. Kwani yeye yake, kama tuliweka Kibaki kwa kiti na mlikuwa wakali, kwani yake hata mimi yangu. Bena, yani kiti yako hiyo unakalia hapo. Ulisaidia mwingine achukue yake. Alafu sasa inafika ni yako na tumekaa nje miaka 10, no way. Hiyo kiti ni yetu. Mtatuchua mchui. Wacha leo niongee. Kwani mama awachie nani kiti? Kama Kibaki alipatiwa karibu anasema nina hapa na sitaki kusema juu mimi sikio nilikuwa Jubilee. Tuna hapa tuliapa na uhalifu. Bana tuliapa na uhalifu siku hiyo usiku. Leo
itakuwa mwaminifu kwa kazi ya uhalifu. Mama Selina, ni kama neti yako imekataa. Your network has issues. Like, I think we'll get back to you later. Thank you for that great start. We appreciate it, and we look forward to interacting further as the show continues. Thank you, those of you in the comment section. Keep it up, please. Let's ensure that we do what is valid. No need of insulting anybody. Political difference is not enmity. Let us all pull together. This is our country, and we have full responsibility in ensuring that the leadership of this country goes to right hands and the future is secured by that very leadership. So please, let's keep it clean. Let's ensure that we are fighting for what is valid and what is necessary. Asante sana, Mama Selina. Innocent, namna gani?
Salama sana Mr. Bernard, habari ya jioni.
Tuko salama, tashukuru. Namna gani huko?
Tuko salama zaidi. I think we have started in the best way. Mama Selina, kama kawaida lazima tufanye tucheke. She recounts history in the best way. And what more can we say? It's now 45 days remaining to the elections. And basically at the home stretch, things are heating up. Leo tuliona Mombasa, Tononoka. The attendance was not that huge. And then the guy tried to read an open letter. And sometimes I'm like, these are moments when now these politicians are trying to build a case. And I know I saw the deputy president cheering Mohammed, like he was saying something that was emphatic, something that was true. But when you look at what they are trying to do, honestly, kwa wale ambao wanaelewa siasa za Mombasa, they tried it against Joe, that he did not go to school properly, wakaanguka. I think they should change that one. It's a tune that is misplaced. Because so people understand who is their friend and who is their enemy. Hawa ni majamaa ambao from the longest time that Raila has tried to be the president of this nation, they have been giving him support. They won't actually leave him at this moment. So the young boys will not be the de facto factor in Mombasa. So basically, the last kicks at Tononoka, at first the media highlighted it so well, how the event started, and how the DP had to wait for long. At least now the leaders mobilize their people to come. And always as it is, any political event, the grassroots leaders have a responsibility to marshal numbers. So that tells you that it was hard for such leaders to find people who could attend the event. But at long last, it happened, and they still gave us a chance to know that these are tricksters. We can't trust them. Talking about the Mandera issue, you know, a very beautiful lady always has several suitors. Anybody who has a ticket and his party is an affiliate or her party is an affiliate of Azimio, has to try and build his political career when the prime minister is around. Now, a president to be. So basically now local leaders are trying to settle their scores. They organize their guys to heckle, to do all those man of things. It's an ugly picture, of course, but that is why you saw the Azimio leadership was trying to sit down and try to maybe settle on some leaders. So there are people who are trying to build the case. Maybe they understand that this is what is supposed to happen, and that is why they are now trying to mobilize some guys to come to the meetings and maybe disrupt. It's an ugly moment, but what I also say, such moments also show you the might and the type of strength that Azimio has. So that is why those grassroots leaders are trying to impress the electorate so that they can be elected. Nothing much to worry. It is the locals who are trying to settle their scores. It started from Kisii, Mandera, Marsabit. It's going to continue. I applaud the Kajiado presidential caravan that Raila had there, how the strong gubernatorial candidates organized themselves. We have to give them a pat on their back. They did something that was wonderful. How they controlled their several supporters and made the trips a success. That is something we have to applaud them. Think other places where now Baba has a huge following and people who are affiliate parties of Azimio have tickets. They have to learn from what happened at Kajiado. At least that was a moment to show you that politics is not enmity, it's maturity, and it's all about selling your policies. So basically that is something that they can be able to deal with, the local leadership, whenever they are going to organize for the presidential campaigns, not to settle scores on the podium. Now, Chebukati has said that his job is an accountable job. He has allowed transparency to prevail, and there are some questions which can be asked, but still, I think this is the best way to go, because we don't want to have a situation where some people will say that things were done in an opaque manner. I have seen the other guys, and since some of us were known to be Azimio followers, the other side now they are very happy. You know, they have all along taken the ideas they had that the deep state is with Raila. So they thought that the deep state is going to run some mischief in the elections. Basically, like what I used to say, it's a game of numbers. The numbers are on our side. They were published. There were some people who were very happy when they saw the 5.3 million from the larger Rift Valley, and they believe that those are the votes for a particular candidate, which is not the case. So a clear process, a transparent process, the media to report what basically has been accounted for, and what the IEBC officials have given out, running counter-tallying centers, as we can say, as we await the national presiding officer, who is Chebukati, to announce, the returning officer actually, to announce the presidential elections, is something we have to applaud them. I know at this point there are people who are interpreting it that this is a shoot at Raila's presidents, but it's not. Nobody is ready to steal this election. We want the process to be clear, verifiable, fair, so that when you lose, just like the other day when someone said hata mtoto mdogo anakuambia umepoteza, enda nyumbani. So basically that is what we want, and we look forward to hear much as now the elections day is drawing closer. Thank you so much.
Okay, asante sana Innocent kwa huo utangulizi. Tunashukuru kila mmoja. Asante kwa wale ambao mnakaribishana. Thank you so much. Please keep sharing in all your Facebook groups, all your WhatsApp groups. Let the whole world tune in, and let us all learn one or two things concerning these elections. And what we continue urging you, wherever you are, is don't go into these elections ignorantly. Don't ride on hot air. Make sure that you're making a decision that you have thought through, and you're electing somebody that is going to safeguard your welfare and the welfare of this entire country in the 5 years period that they are mandated to be in office. So don't give your vote to an MCA who will go sleeping and doing nothing at all levels. Just a moment, sorry about that. Thank you. Now we can bring in nani huyu? Omar vipi?
Niambie Bernard.
Niko salama.
Niko poa. Jana ulikuwa karaka ukaingia katoka.
Umekuwa Tononoka?
Tononoka nimeangalia kwa TV tu, kwa sababu hiyo Tononoka yenyewe. Nashangaa watu wameenda wapi? Si alikuwa na watu wengi, nashangaa watu wameenda wapi, ama wameshaanza kugive up kwa Ruto.
Haya, wewe tupatie habari, wewe ndio mwenyewe.
Tononoka nimeona rally yake, amezungumza ile amezungumza, lakini ukitaka kujua Ruto ameishiwa na maneno, anakuja kusema maneno ile yanarudia kila saa, kusema ati handshake ndio ilipeleka port Naivasha. Asifanye wa Kenya ni washenzi, tunajua. Hata I think ule mtoto mdogo anajua. Hiyo mambo ya port hiyo ni nani alisign? Sini ule mtu alisign hiyo mpangilio ni Rotich, former Minister of Finance. Tunajua hiyo kitu. Sasa ile kusema ati
TV nyuma yako inaleta feedback. TV ama nini?
Sasa
mute.
Asituambie ati handshake ndio imeleta hiyo matatizo. Yeye ndio ameleta hiyo matatizo yote. Kenya sasa hii uchumi kuharibika, hii shida yote imeletwa na William Ruto. Asikuje kujiweka yeye ni mzuri sana. Yote ati anamrushia rais. Kama mambo imeharibika, akubali yeye ndio ameharibu hii mpangilio yote. Hii shida yote iko Kenya, yeye ndio ameleta. Na kitu ingine nashangaa kama mtu Hassan Omar, sijui kuna watu walirukwa na akili ama ni nini. Ukiangalia Hassan Omar zile mavitu alikuwa anazungumza, unamwangalia na unacheka tu. Na sitaki niende huko sana. Nikikuja kwa baba, Northeastern rally yake sio mbaya. Juzi ndio kidogo ilitukasirisha kuhusu huko upande ya Waborana huko. Hiyo mambo ya kinyumbani, hiyo hawakufanya vizuri. Wangegojea mzee atoke kwanza ndio wachapane makofi manini wenyewe. Hiyo ni mambo ya kinyumbani, wanaelewana. Na kitu ingine leo nimeona huyu anaitwa yuko Western, anaitwa nani huyu? Jina huyu presidential candidate.
Wajakoya.
Wajakoya amenifurahisha leo sana. Amemvamia William Ruto, alikuwa Busia County. Akasema hii ufisadi yote ni William Ruto ameleta. Hii shida yote hii mambo nimetoka kuzungumza saa hii shida yote ni William Ruto ameleta Kenya. Hakuna vile atatorokea. Na kuna clip pia nimeangalia upande ya Jakoya. Jakoya ana complain, anasema kuna watu walikuja kwake ni kama walitumwa na William Ruto wampatie milioni 200 a step down. Ni kama William Ruto anaona wanamnyang'anya wa vijana wote. Hiyo pia William Ruto ameingia baridi. Anaona Wajakoya anamnyang'anya wa vijana. Hiyo tu kwa sasa. Bernard, sina mambo ya kusema mengi leo, sina mengi, lakini mambo ni mazuri. Tugojee August.
Sawa, asante sana Bwana Omar. Mambo ni kama hayo. The things are falling apart, others are falling in place, but this is our country. Let us all take full responsibility. Like I always encourage us, every leader must be checked. Reverting back to the Bible, the Bible says that we should test every spirit. Test every spirit, meaning no person should come and speak, and after they speak, there is no questioning. The Bible says that even when there are 3 prophecies or 4 prophecies, say let the 2 prophesy and the 2 sit down and judge that particular prophecy. So no leader should be taken on the surface, especially when he's charged with the responsibility of 13 trillion budget. We cannot allow everybody to preside over that. We must weigh everybody in the balance. And if you are found wanting, kubali kwenda nyumbani. Only those that are credible should be given responsibility to to lead. Why? Leadership is responsibility. It's not occupying position. It is taking responsibility. And that responsibility requires that we have sober people who are committed to the welfare of this country, who are ready to multiply the cake of this country to feed every Kenyan. Not those who want to complain about who has eaten what, who has not eaten where. It is time for us to make history by electing leaders who are credible. We need a powerful parliament, a powerful senate, a powerful whatever county assemblies, so that kukiwa na debate in Muranga, we are able to stream that debate, because the MCAs there have not gone there to sing chorus. They have gone there to hold the governor until the governor delivers. Hiyo ndio uongozi tunatafuta. Hii masuala mengine ya kuja kuimba chorus hatutaki na tukubali sasa hivi. Asante, naomba tumsikilize mzee Jakindu Bey, alafu baadaye tuende kwa Wangira. Tukienda hivyo hivyo mbio mbio, tuokoe muda ili kila mmoja apata nafasi ya kusema, Wakenya wamsikize. Karibu mzee Jakindu Bey. Vipi leo? Jakindu Bey, upo? Okay, inaonekana Jakindu Bey network yake imekataa kuanzisha maneno. Okay, bwana Wangira, vipi?
Bernard, habari ya leo?
Salama, nashukuru. Namna gani?
Mzuri sana, habari ya kila mtu. Na wasalimu mama Selina, bwana Omar, ndugu yangu Steve, na wasalimu. Bernard, I think
Yes,
I think I've changed my perspective in regard to the sibling rivalry in the northern Kenya. Me, as far as I'm concerned, I think it's a good thing, and this is my reasons. Because that sibling rivalry just tells us that the Raila Odinga's vote in northern Kenya is consolidated, because as they fight among themselves, but the presidential vote at the top there remains, intact. And I believe that's a good thing. If we allow them to continue fighting up to the ballot, that means that on the 9th of August, Raila Odinga will get more votes in northern Kenya. And perhaps that could be the same thing in Kisilat, where we are also seeing the same sibling rivalry. As Ongeri and Simba Arati continue fighting, at the apex, Raila Odinga's vote remains intact. And come the 9th of August, we are likely to have more Kisis and more people from northern Kenya voting for Raila Odinga. So, just like the Bible says that everything works for good, perhaps this sibling rivalry also works for good for Raila Amolo Odinga. I've just watched Chebukati, where he now says that he's going to allow for the parallel tallying of the election results by the agents of various political parties, by candidates of various by various candidates, by the media, and by everybody, including myself here. Bernard, you remember in 2017 we had our tallying centers, NASA, and that tallying center, which was under the then Dr. David Ndii, was invaded by the police, and the rest, is history. No, this is my perspective in regard to this thing of parallel tallying, where you want to allow everybody to tally his numbers. Bernard, this to me is a recipe for disaster. This is a serious recipe for disaster, Bernard. Imagine now we are at Bomas of Kenya on 11th August 2022, and now William Samoei Ruto steam. And I'm speaking from history, Bernard. You remember we have had several by-elections in this country since between 2017, 2018 and last year. And we all know how Wakina Dennis Itumbi have always played around with numbers, the number that they kept on throwing on Facebook and on other social media platforms, portraying themselves as winning, even when they were not winning. And now imagine now, Chebukati has now given them an open check that they can tally their numbers, which means tallying to other people means coming with what suits your situation in that particular moment. So I'm looking at I'm looking at a situation on the 11th of August 2022. We are seated at the Bomas of Kenya, and William Samoei Ruto has discovered that he is losing this election. Then the guy comes up with some manipulated numbers, and he now claims that those are the real numbers as regards this election. I don't know how Chebukati will deal with such a situation. I know he has said that he will be the final guy to announce what are the correct numbers. But so long as you give people a leeway to announce whatever they want, you create a conflict. So I don't know how Chebukati will handle that conflict, because I see it coming, and I see it very clearly coming on around 10th or 11th of August, where William Samoei Ruto, having discovered that he's losing this election, could end up manipulating numbers in form of in the name of his own telling. And that will be a very, very, very that will be a very, very, very difficult situation to handle. I just don't know how
Yeah,
Chebukati
but
will handle it.
hold on, Bangira. On that same note, being an open door policy with the IEBC results, in my opinion, it is safeguarding the validity of the elections. When it is held in secrecy, that is when it will be disastrous. Everybody can come up with numbers. If, for example, all media houses or major media houses have agents in all polling stations, and they are getting results as they are coming from the polling stations. For instance, the result on Citizen TV, the result on KTN, the result on Nation Media are the same. Okay, then the Itumbi Secretariat come with a different result. There will be no problem, because you have many witnesses who are agreeing with the result from the polling station. So the result from Itumbi's polling station will hold no water. I don't think will cause any problem. The worst part is when only Chebukati knows the results, and only Chebukati can announce the result. He can be called by anybody and told to announce anything. That thing done in secrecy is worse than when it's done in the open. If every agent is in the polling station and whatever forwards the result as they are announced by the clerks in the polling station, we will have accurate tallying on all media houses and every other person who is tallying. But if we hold it in secrecy, that is the recipe for disaster, in my opinion.
Bernard, you are assuming many, many things, Bernard. And assumptions are good, but at times they are not very, very good, my brother. You are assuming that the editorial policy on this election, perhaps from Citizen, is the same editorial policy for the CAS FM, for the CAS TV. You are assuming that the editorial policy in regard to this election will be the same. Let me just finish. Allow me.
Editorial, Mr. Wangira. We are talking about rallying out results as they are announced, the way they were done in 2017, the way they were done in 2013.
Allow me to interrogate my case, my brother. Allow me to interrogate. So we are assuming that the editorial policy on this election will be same, when we know that some of these media houses have also their own bias. Secondly, we know that at the polling stations, there are always disagreement on what actually are the numbers, even among the agents. That is something that is known. Among the agents, they never at times agree on what the numbers are really. What the numbers are really.
Misleading. If there is a disagreement on the result, that matter must be sorted first before the results are announced. IBC does not work in a dictatorial manner that wherever the presiding clerk will come up and announce anything. The agents in the room are all called and they agree before they append a signature on the result. Those results cannot be announced. So I think, Mr. Wangira, you want to cast as far where there is it.
you know, Bernard, you assume that every result where there's a
It's not
dispute, agent
assumption,
side.
Mr. Wangira. That is the norm of the law of IEBC. It's the norm of the practice, not an assumption. Don't call it an assumption when it is the order, how things work, Mr. Wangira.
Bernard, haven't you seen a situation where from 34 A's have never had an agent signature?
The result from the polling station, which can only hold 700 people according to IEBC law, okay, will not announce until the agent's present. If the agent is absent, how do you want him to give a signature if it's not there? Like, for example, in Mount Kenya, most of the ODM agents were not there. So how do you expect their signature when they were not there? But if the agents are present, all of them are called so that the result that will be announced, they have all agreed. Then they will append a signature that is the valid result according to the counting. Now, when that has been done, the result after they announced, they are hanged, okay, or they are snapped. Now, when they are snapped and then they are sent to media houses, they will be announced the way they are. Nobody will doctor them. But if it's left for Chebukati to look at them and massage the figures the way they were doing in Bomas and KICC, when secrecy prevails, sin is inevitable. Anything that is done in secrecy will always open room for sin. I put to you that if everything is done before the eyes of Kenyans, it will be free and fair. But if it is done in secrecy that only one person sees it, only one person announces, that is when the recipe for disaster will begin, because everybody, including Jakoya and Nyaga, will declare themselves president the way we did in 2007. Musalia Mudavadi is the one who announced Raila Odinga as the winner of the elections. Let's not deny what is historically factual and try to create a hypothesis that is not valid.
I want to move away from this matter, Bernard. And you know, my position remains we are only 44 days to the general election. Let us wait for the 11th of August 2022 and we can revisit the same talk. Let me move to my final my final topic my final topic of the day. Bernard, Wajakoyo is the most interesting comedian in this general election, and you know he's making the elections look very lively. You know, we are seeing him dance in clubs, and you know, I saw a video of him on top of a car somewhere in Bunyore where he was saying something about the Luya community versus other communities that I don't want to name here for obvious reasons, Bernard. And you know, at the end of that thing, he said something in vernacular, which I also don't want to say. You know, he's coming out as a very, very interesting person in this particular election and he's making it look very, very lively. I've also read his story, and I think it was just another joke where he claimed that people were offering him 200 million shillings. I just think it was also part of his comedy as he live events this election as we move towards the 9th of August 2022. Finally, Rigathi is telling us that he is likely to be the future of Mount Kenya. Whether he will be the future of Mount Kenya at his age of almost 60 years, it's for us to wait and see. Thank you, Bernard. Asante.
Okay, thank you. Rigathi is free to declare himself as the leader of Mount Kenya, but the elders have not said anything. That one is neither here or there. Wajakoya's claim may be comedy, but it may be valid. You see the way elections are done in this country. Buying of people is part and parcel of our elections, so I don't think it's far-fetched. Kutumiwa agent kama baba alitumiwa agent kwamba wafanye vile wanapaswa kufanya, hiyo mambo is possible. Tusichukulie hivi hivi. Now, in the meantime, let's get a video so that we get a little break, and then we come back to continue with Mzee Jakindube. I think I see is now stable. Nani huyu? Livingstone Kobilo. If you're able to get me, Livingstone Kobilo, your device is not well configured. So we can't add you to the screen, because even if we do, you will not be able to communicate. Please follow these instructions if you're able to get me. If you're using the phone, switch it off, let it restart completely. Then after that, when you click on StreamYard link, allow StreamYard to control your phone as far as camera and audio is concerned. If you don't, you will not be able to configure rightly and you won't be able to communicate. So please, if you're able to get me Livingston Kobilo, adhere to that. It will help you a great deal and help Kenyans hear what you feel you would want to share with them. The people in the comment section, keep it clean, keep it clean. Kama huna point, tafuta point. Kutusi mtu sio point, na kusema Raila anaenda Bondo, hiyo pia si point. Na Sugoi, hakuna mtu anapelekanga Raila Bondo. Raila ako na farm huko Bondo na ako na wanyama huko, anafanya ukulima. So wewe umpelekangi Bondo. Yeye akienda Bondo kwanza anaenda na chopa. Wewe unaendanga na mkokoteni ama wheelbarrow. So please relax. Wacha hiyo story ya kujitolea kwamba wewe ndio utapeleka Raila Bondo. Anaendaga kivyake, anarudi kivyake. They get some space. Raila will never be president. You're saying that as who? Based on what? So please, let's debate. Not play this usual tired record that you're trying to play around. Wacha tupate hii video alafu tusonge mbele. I think is this one.
Yeah, I think the first question on sensitizing the public is an ongoing exercise. We have, I don't know whether you attended some of the sessions, but we have a voter education directorate, and we have a committee on voter education headed by the Vice Chair. I think she touched on that in her remarks, that we have 2 voter educators per ward, and we also reach out to the public through pressers, through media appearances, the commissioners to a lot of the stations, to the TV stations, and also we have other platforms of engaging. We've been trying to have regular Monday briefings, although there have been other activities which have interfered. But we, from this engagement, I think we are going to increase that to, did we say daily, or and then during elections we shall also have hourly briefing. So that's ongoing. Your second question was on just report XYS polling station 600 votes for so and so. Report the results, but don't declare. That's my work. That's the work of the commission.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I just want to give you on something. There was a red campaign.
Yeah. And I know the media owners will be backing you up. I'm informed that the media owners are also for the idea. So together, you are senior editors and reporters who are here, we can move this country and have a peaceful and transparent election come the 9th of August. So mine just to thank the team for being here the last 2 days, and we hope that in the next 10 days we shall actualize the framework and also hear from you as to how you are going to run this exercise as a media program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Any questions?
I have 2 questions.
Yes. Just speak up.
Okay, business.
Elections are at the polling station. Each polling station has a maximum of 700 voters. They'll be counted, those who will vote. The results will be tabulated, and for presidential elections we have that 4A, which after results have been tabulated, the form is signed by the presiding officer and the agents of the candidates. A copy of that result is pasted on the door of the polling station. A copy is given to the agent each, and we are saying the agents and the candidates, they also need to tally their own results. The media should also tally the results. They have we shall have a media platform where the forms, when they are transmitted, will be collected, and those on the ground, then you can have access to those results. So let everybody have the results, and we are not limiting the media only. Even the candidates will have copies. So together, when we go to the National Tallying Center, we shall be comparing the results which all of us have. So everybody can tally, have their own PVT, but the final announcement, declaration, is the commission. That's what we are saying. The results are not private; they are for public consumption, and we have an entitlement to those results.
Okay, thank you. Because my next question, the court has said that we don't have the authority. It's the work of the IBC to decide.
Actually, I've not read the judgment of the court, so I don't know in what context. You know, as a lawyer, I would not want to comment on the judgment I've not read. But what we do know is that we received a list of 241 individuals from ESCC. We looked at the list and we gave a report on that list. The commission from that list, we barred how many individuals? 5? Yes. Were they 5? Yes, 5 individuals from running, and the rest we made comments as to why we cannot stop them from participating in elections. I know the matter was filed in court, and I have not read the judgment, but from what you are saying, if the court has referred it back to us, then it's now functioned as official, because we have moved on. We have finished the nominations. We are now preparing print ballot papers, and so we shall not revisit those issues.
One small question, Chairman. I don't know whether you addressed this one sometime back. I don't know. What is the lifetime of an impeachment? Is it a lifelong sentence, or it has some
lifetime of
impeachment?
Okay.
How long
Yeah.
will it last?
I think that's a very good question. In most countries, they have. We don't have that, and I think that's a good question which Parliament needs to consider and come up with legislation, so that impeachment is not a life sentence. And I believe, for me, if I was to make recommendations to Parliament, I would say let an impeached person be impeached, say, for 10 years. I think we need to. The challenge should then go to Parliament to come up with legislation.
Could you probably comment about Sonko's the case now that the court has
No,
said?
I will not. I know part of it is still in the Supreme Court, and I know this DRC handled the matter, and I will not comment on it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Attorney.
Okay, that is Chebukati himself, and responding to questions from journalists. I believe we've heard him clearly. Let me set the record clear on the comment sections. We seem to have a clique of 2, 3, 4 guys here who want to mess up this platform by using an welcome language. I have said before, I will say it again. You are free to support Baba, you're free to support Ruto, but you're not free to insult anybody on this particular platform. There is Kowech, there is Jikip Watt, there is some. Now, I have said here that you should feel ashamed to be from the same community fighting the rest of the nation in the pretext of defending your own son. It should be something you should be ashamed of, especially on a public platform like this. So kama mmekubaliana mkuja hapa watu watano kutukana wengine kwa sababu ninyi ni Kowech, ninyi ni Kipchirchir, ninyi ni Kemei, sijui nani na nani, why can't you also recruit other Kenyans to come and support your son? If that is the case. And are you going to support him by vilifying every other community in this country? Or you want to begin 42 against 1? campaign on this platform. Please grow up or we'll lock you out of here. We can do without you. In fact, there is no invitation we send to you to be on this particular platform. If you think what we are doing at Mtembe TV is not good for you, go and do UDA TV. We will come there and still debate you out because you have no points. All you have are insults. So shape up or shape out. That's the last warning. Mzee Jakindu Bendi kama ametipuliwa na internet. Tumsikilize Steven tukiendelea mbele.
Yes, Bernard, jambo.
Si jambo, vipi huko?
Poa, nashukuru. Wenzangu nyote leo amjambo. Okay, nataka kuanza na mambo ya Tononoka. I was in Mombasa today, yeah? But I didn't go near that place, eh? But unfortunately, when I was back, I was back to Kilifi. I went into a cafe. I wanted to buy some things. Now, the moment I was getting in, nikapata wanaongea maneno yao kwa news. Normally, I switch off my TV when they talk. But sikuweza kuzima hiyo hoteli, so ikabidi nikasikiza tu. Then I realized that what we keep saying here, that if you join that camp, you become a zombie. It's true. Because the Jichopevu is now Jichopesa. The other guy, Hassan Omar, was a very brilliant guy, a human rights activist. Akili litoka ikaenda bottom up, amwangalie venye amefurafura sasa hivi. It's just another walking zombie. So these people have no agenda. They are talking about the port, returning back the port. Yani ni kitu inasikitisha kusema ukweli. Hiyo kitu, hiyo rally yao, okay, ilikuwa na watu, we know how they mobilize, but what they were talking there, any sane Kenyan should be worried about these people. If you are in the same government that implemented the same policies, how are you going to reverse those policies? It's shocking, it's disturbing, and we don't need such leaders at the helm of the presidency. Okay, the other thing is about Raila Odinga security. I think there's this guy who told us if Corona touches Baba, we are going to disband this country. Let's not hope for that, please. Let's hope that Raila, Mungu mwenyewe tu ndo atamuondoa kwa hii dunia. Otherwise, it's not going to be a smooth ride. If anything bad happens to that old man, you see, hii nchi itaharibika vibaya sana. Na ndo ni ukweli, si ati tunatishia watu, lakini ndo ukweli ambao uko hapa. You see, the other day when he was stoned, the helicopter was stoned, the president stood up and said, unafikiri mawe ingegonga huyo mzee ingekuwa aje? These other guys were trying to compare him kina Mdavadi. Kwani mawe ingegonga Mdavadi? Kwani Mdavadi ni nani? Mawe inaweza mgonga na hakuna kitu itafanyika, tutakula ugali na tutalala vizuri. It's not like they can't compare to that old man. So let the security detail come and take the task. They must protect this old man. We need him safe despite what is going to happen on the 9th of August. He must be safe, he must be secured. His life is not to be taken simple. Lazima wamlinde huyo mzee. Okay, the other thing is about hiyo mambo ya Mandera. Just I want to say what Wangira was saying about it's positive. If people are all in Azimio and the hiyo friendly fire hiyo si mbaya, because at the end of the day kitu ya kwanza turnout itakuwa mzuri. If the turnout is going to be good, and they're going to vote against the same people who are in Azimio, I think the beneficiary of this all is going to be Raila Odinga. So I think we should encourage that, though the verbal attacks and the physical confrontations should be discouraged. But I think the rivalry yao inafaa iwe encouraged because it's positive to Raila Odinga. The turnout is going to be high, and many people are going to vote for him at the top of the helm. Okay, the other thing is about the Chebukati issue. You know, when Chebukati is speaking, I think he's starting to make sense, and I concur with you, Bernard, what you are saying, that hii kitu ikiwa open, kila mtu akiona, how are you going to steal this thing? Nation TV is saying this, the same result. The Citizen is saying the same result. K24 is saying the same result. All televisions are saying. So I think it's good. This is going to be the most transparent election in the history of Kenya. Hakuna election itakuwa transparent kama hii. If IBC and Chebukati are going to allow what they are saying, let not them be, they're just entertaining us and making us feel secure, but when the material day comes, watabadilisha. But if it's going to be like that, I'm very sure this is going to be the best election Kenya has ever had. So I think it should be encouraged. and the mobilization of agents also should be there. Yani hakuna station ya polling station ya yoyote ikose agent wa Azimio. In Central first should be a big priority, and I think if it goes that way, the real votes Raila Odinga gets tutaziona kwa ground and people will be shocked. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. I appreciate that. Let's all keep it civil. The people in the comment sections, you are letting me down. Instead of debating the debate at hand, you are going for trivialities. Don't allow yourself to be dragged into unnecessary debates. It is evil for anybody to come here and begin to use this platform to do their own, to perpetuate their own madness. I don't take that lightly. I think we are all on this platform because we are mature and we seek the welfare of this great country. We are not here to do what somebody has hired us to do. We're here to do what is good for Kenya. And we believe, in our opinion, that if we question most of what is posed by politicians, will help us get to the bottom of what is the intentions and their motive behind them. And therefore, we help Kenyans make an informed decision. So if you're here to score on insults and to score on pulling in your own direction, you are in a wrong place. I will advise you that you're in the wrong place. Please get another place where you can do that. For you to make it on either YouTube or Facebook, it means you have an account in your name. Please use that your account to do whatever you want to do. Call Raila any name you want on that account. Call any name to Ruto on that your account in your personal name, so that when the cybercrime people look for somebody, they will find you. Don't come and hide behind Mtembei TV and begin to do your nasty things from there. Please, let's respect each other. This is a public platform. Let's use it to do what is right. And the right debaters, veteran debaters we have had on this platform, on the comment section, avoid to be dragged into cheap debates over nothing. Just ignore. If somebody has come here to insult, let them do their insult. We will block them. We will delete their insult, but don't allow yourself to be dragged into it by inviting yourself into unnecessary exchanges that are not helping Kenya, and they are not helping any person except the ego of those that they want to massage. Coming here to massage somebody's ego is not helping Kenya. Let's do what is good. It says useless Mtembei TV. Nobody's on this platform by force. If it's useless, go and do your useful one elsewhere. So please respect everyone. If you don't, we get rid of you and we will not miss you. Thank you. Orishe, tufuate tubo mkururo mbio mbio tafadhali, dakika mbili, dakika tatu ili tumalize mkururo tuanze upya. Thank you.
I just want to start with the issue of Mombasa. Actually, I thought maybe today the rally for Ruto is going to have a huge number of people. But it was the worst rally I've ever seen. Even for Sonko could manage to rally the mass than what I saw yesterday. I mean, what I saw today in Ruto's rally. And when you hear everybody who was standing and talking, there was this issue of propaganda. And this started yesterday. You remember yesterday, Mohamed Ali called a press conference about the issue of port. And he was trying to bring propaganda that there are 3-4 individuals who are the one who are in charge of the issue of port. He called he said Joe, he said Raila, Uhuru, and another person said there. So I'm seeing Ruto has already lost ground in Mombasa. And I want to tell you, believe me, that all constituency, all wabunge wote kutoka Mombasa will come from Azimio. Mvita, Nyali, Kisauni, Changamwe, and Likoni. Then I want to tell you that it's all from Azimio, Senator and everything. The only place that I'm expecting Ruto to get something maybe is in Kwale and probably Kilifi, but I'm not sure. But cost is gone with Azimio. So today I thought maybe today is going to pull a mass, but what I saw today, that's useless. And then I want to talk about the issue of Gashagwa and Martha. I'm also expecting to see, like I've been seeing learned friend for Martha. I'm also expecting to see learned friend for Gashagwa because I've not seen, sometimes even if you don't have a supporter, at least if those hustlers will endorse you. But I'm seeing different groups are endorsing Raila candidate and Martha. I've never seen any group endorsing Ruto and Gashagwa. So I'm not worried. This thing has gone with Martha and Raila. And then on the issue of Chebukati today, to me that's a plus to Azimio because if you look at the previous election, 2007, 2013, and 2017, the media were not allowed to do their tally. But now you see Chebukati saying that you can do your own tally, but don't announce. And I don't think that there's going to be something fishy because as long as they have allowed, you remember last election, the NASA guy tried to brought somebody from people from German, and when they arrived, they were deported back. But now, as long as they can allow to do, let us do our private tallying, but don't announce. That is very plus because I'm sure we're going to have NTV, we're going to have Nation, we're going to have a Citizen, we're going to have KTN. They're going to do their tally. I'm sure if they allow all media to do their tally, unless something happen, I don't think that all media can collude and they doctor their result. Even if the Kenya Kwisha, I'm sorry to say that, decided to do their own tally and add more result to them, but I don't think that all this media can collude. So Chebukati allowing the private tally to take place, that is a plus. That has in the previous election we have always been denied. So to me, I'm seeing this election, Raila is going to win by 70%, not even 60%. The ground is already gone with Azimio. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Orisha. We appreciate that. Thank you for keeping time. Let's move on. MC Jazz, where are you?
Okay, thank you, Bernard. Good evening.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm good. Hope the rest of us are also good and in good health. To the business now. First, I'm going to at least give a point in each and every case. A failed rally in Tononoka. I don't know. What else did you expect? Do you expect Ruto's rally to be successful if it's not a matter of transporting people and doing all the monkey business he has been doing every time? In fact, it's true, it's been confirmed with even their own allies that they've been transporting people from one point to another. So we never expected much. It happened even the last rally in the same place in Tononoka. It happened today. That's all. That is what Ruto is expecting. But the only thing that he should be prepared for, whichever way he does his rallies, the ballot speaks differently in each and every case. Remember, you transport somebody, the same will not reflect during the voting day. About IBC, okay, mostly I could appreciate for the statement. It's a positive one, provided, Kenyans are always Kenyans. You say this, do the coverage, do your own telling. You find a two means of this nation will go out there and with their channels, they'll start announcing the results. The same way they did during the by-election, the recent by-election, that is in Kiama and Mamuga ward. So if we get strict to the rules, do your tallying, make sure it's the right thing. Keep it for yourself. Do not announce it. The moment you announce it is like you are inciting other people, right? Because obviously you'll pull towards yourself. You say, for example, in a polling station A, Raila got 10 votes, Ruto got 80 votes. Always people will try to manipulate the figures, right? We have also all sorts of photo editing and everything. People will try to edit everything and make sure it seems like it's the fact. But actually, if it's done correctly, that's a good. In fact, that's what we needed: free, fair, and verifiable. That is where verifiability comes from. If we do it you do it in each and every constituency, every polling station, constituency, and even to the national national tallying center. That's the best way to go. About Raila in Mandera, I'm not going to talk too much on that, but I'm just going to mention on the issue of sibling rivalry. Sibling rivalry has got a both positive and negative impact. Positive in that it somehow shows that there's some competition and there's some can we say a competition actually in any outfit. Provided there's a competition in an outfit, there's a positive feedback, especially for this case. Expect the votes for the presidential candidate to shoot higher. Maybe they could be having problems within the seats they're aspiring for, but on the national candidacy, expect turnout to be higher. On a negative way, it shows a bad picture actually, because the opponent will take this advantage. You know, Kenya is just Kenyan police is a matter of propaganda. Somebody, as we know, is a sibling rivalry, but the opponent will take it as a violence. Then they'll start referring to a candidate or a given political affiliation as violent. They've been using it ever since. So it shows a bad picture on that basis. But I think it should be handled in a very professional way. It's now upon the candidates to agree upon themselves, let them campaign peacefully, and let's not engage each other in such manner, because it's not otherwise, because the political rallies are being attended by different kind of people. We have the elderly, mothers, and the people living with a disability. Whenever such crashes happen, those are the people who get mostly affected. We just need very clean politics, peaceful politics, politics ya kuuza sera, right? I like how other candidates have been doing it. For example, Kajiado County, most recently, okay, there were just some small sibling rivalry, but they were not being portrayed publicly. I like that. Just even if you share the same podium, each and every person should sell his or her manifesto to the people. And then there's a point. I think enhancing peace during that campaign period, especially when there's two opponents on the same side, I think it's upon the political class, especially the candidates, to enhance the peace. Let them control their supporters. If they control their supporters, they will embrace each other, because we are not here to break, we are here to build. Finally, we'll have only one person who will win. So I think that one is the point is taken home. On the security for Raila, I think this one is just being is resulting due to the same, just the clashes and such clashes. I think to some extent it's giving a threat to the security for Raila Amolo Odinga, because whenever the conflict or the violence erupts in a political rally, people move here and there, right? And Mzee is getting old. The guy cannot have that energy to escape, right? Then it depends on which place or which place, especially like I saw yesterday. I saw like Master Beat. It don't give a good picture actually. When you see some people throwing stones at the podium, is not good for our leaders, is not good for anybody. I'll stop at that point. Bernard, I'll come back later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, MC Jesse. We appreciate that. And on the same note, on matter security, I believe the security details of VIPs needs to, especially for Raila Odinga, needs to be proactive. What I see happening on the podium, that he gets surrounded by security details when things begin to get out of hand, is not the way security is done, in my opinion. They need to have prior information about these things and be able to take safety precautions before things begin to get out of hand. That is what my thought on the same is. I believe for them to be ahead of everyone, as far as security is concerned, they need to have prior information. They need to study the crowds and be able to safeguard the candidates that may be at risk. We are having a very desperate competitor here, and it is risky, because it's in those chaos that there is what is called mob justice. Mob justice is something you can't take to court, because it is the mob that did whatever that happened. It will be very difficult to tell what happened. So when we have a desperate competitor, it is not proper for security details to be to show any kind of laxity the way it is appearing. Anybody can take advantage of that particular situation and do his worst, and that will not go well with the rest of Kenyans. So I would give as my counsel to all the people in charge of the security details for Baba to see to it that they have they take precaution in good time. In good time, you cannot allow let things begin to fly up in the air. Then you go there, you begin to use your body to protect the candidate. That to me is not looking good. It's not looking good. Security is first and foremost done by intelligence. It is not done by physical appearance. It has to have some level of intelligence, some proactive information. Some rallies can be delayed until the security situation is arrested. Things must be done in order and decent, like the Bible says. So, in my opinion, the security details for Baba are not doing what is required in terms of arresting the situation in good time. We should be able to arrest the situation in anticipation, not when the real action is on. To me, that is behaving like Baraza chief. We cannot let a presidential candidate be handled like chief kwa baraza. Wazee wameamka wameanza kubeba viti, ndio ama speaker wa nini, speaker wa county council manini wanaitwa nani, madiwani wameanza kubeba viti, ndio mnachukua speaker mnapeleka kwa chambers. No, that need not to be the case. We are in an open situation. We have a desperate or whatever candidate that we are rallying against. We can't allow things to be done the way they are being done. In my opinion, that is leaving a lot to be desired as far as the security detail of a presidential candidate is concerned. I don't know what others feel, but in my opinion, hawajafanya kazi poa to react. They are not supposed to react. They're supposed to be proactive so that before anything begins to happen, they have arrested the situation. If it cannot be controlled, let the person that is targeted in this particular situation be taken to safety. Not until things begin to fly and then sasa mnaanza kushika mawe hivi. How are you going to do? If it's a bullet, what will you do? Niachia hapo. And this is not incitement. It's just pointing out things so that the required people can do what is needed. Everybody deserves proper security, especially our presidential candidates must be well guarded, whoever they are. We can't allow things to go the way they are going. If this situation is not done in good time, bad people can take advantage of that. And we are talking of Northeastern. Northeastern is not like Nyamira. It's not like Kisii. It's not like Nairobi. So we already have an enemy just across the border. And then we have porous borders. So anything can happen. And somebody will say it was a Somalia coming from Somalia. No, we need to arrest the situation. The security details for Baba when he's going to Northeastern needs to be done thoroughly, including the people coming for the rally. We can't leave anything to chance, in my opinion. I don't know what others feel. Let's listen to Boniface Were. Karibu. Just before you come in, let's play this. Just before you come in, Boniface.
Candidate in the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition has been endorsed by a section of senior council, including former Attorney General Amos Wako. The experienced lawyers who hosted Raila Odinga's running mate to a dinner in Nairobi stated that Karua's immense involvement in justice, human rights and constitutional affairs matters during her tenure as former minister will be key in solving legal issues and fighting for equal representation for women and youth in policy matters.
We know you're committed to certain principles and you stick to them, irrespective of how the ground around you shifts. And that's why we celebrate you today.
Every time I see Martha in the corridor, I jump into an empty courtroom and I hide somewhere waiting for her to pass because she always has a petition or other. That is the person who I pray is going to become the deputy president, because this place will never be the same again.
We don't want to be judged not to have lived, so we will hear the cry call and we will take part in the passions of our time, which are very, very critical.
It was Mandela who, when he was asked why he was opposing apartheid, he said, not only do we feel the injustice, but I felt that it was important for the dignity of my profession.
If you read the history of Sir Winston Churchill, he was a rebel. To the extent when Neville Chamberlain came and saw Hitler and announced peace in our time, Churchill said, no, there's no peace so long as the Nazi people are there.
Lawyers have been in the forefront of making Kenya, of trying to make Kenya progress. I don't think we have completely, entirely dropped the baton. Let's do what we can.
Okay, thank you. Boniface, you're welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bernard and the entire team. Good evening.
How are you?
I'm fine. Today I have no much. Asante sana. Leo sina mambo mengi, lakini nina mawazo sana. Actually, mwezi wa tatu, this June, the month of June actually, Azimio started very well. very well. But towards the end of this month, as we are approaching the last week of this month, I'm seeing something different. And this one really matters me as a supporter of Azimio. Because when Martha Karua took the battle, and actually wakati alipokezwa kile kijiti ya kuwa running mate, vitu vili change, things zili turn upside down. But mama alifanya campaign nzuri, akainua Azimio to the another level. But pahali nimeona imeenda ikileta shida kidogo ni pahali mama anafanya campaign. Last time Bwana Bernard ulini correct kwamba saa zingine ni vyema campaign wanafanya kwa pamoja, lakini mimi nilikuwa na opinion tofauti kwamba mama afanye campaign peke yake. Na ukiangalia mama anapofanya campaign peke yake, anafanya campaign ya kuelimisha Wakenya. Sasa hizi hatutaki campaign ya kupiga watu vita yenye kina Jichopevu wamefanya leo. We don't want that. Azimio ikitaka igrow, Azimio ikitaka ikuwe na iongeze numbers, tusipige campaign ya kupiga watu vita. Tupige campaign ya kuuza sera na kuelimisha watu, ambaye mama Martha Karua anafanya campaign ya aina hiyo ambaye inavutia. Sababu His Excellency Raila Odinga yeye ako na kura zake. Yeye anakuanga na kura zake. Either afanye campaign ama asipige campaign, anako na wao. Sasa hivi tunataka campaign ambayo itaongezwa na mama wetu mama Martha Karua. Na mama wetu mama Martha Karua ni kutubadilishia watu ambao walikuwa wameingia kwenye kwanza warudi upande wetu. Na anafanya kazi nzuri anapokuwa peke yake. So personally nikiulizwa, ninaona mama awache apige campaign peke yake. Mama awache apige campaign peke yake. Mama ana nguvu. Mama anaweza piga campaign nyingi sana. Kwa upande wa security ya Mheshimiwa Raila, ningependa kupongeza pia wa maaskari, wanafanya kazi ngumu. Haswa kulinda hawa ma VIPs and also politicians. Unaenda na politician sehemu haujui the mood of the ground, you as a security man. Saa zingine na change, saa zingine inakuwa sawa. Ingawaji wamelegea kidogo, lakini bado ningependa kuwapongeza sababu wakati huu wa campaign wana kazi mgumu. Wanasiasa anaenda campaign karibu 10, hawapumziki, lakini wanajaribu. So personally ningependa kuwashukuru hao wenye wanalinda wote, wanasiasa wote, ma VIPs wote kwa kazi ambayo wanafanya, lakini pale wamelegea wakaze kamba. Lakini mimi Bernard ninaangalia hapa mbele. Tumebakisha siku kama 44. Hizi siku ni nyingi sana kwa siasa. Siasa inaweza ikabadilika wakati wowote. Na I said it here last time. Kasema kuna watu wameficha kadi yao. The last card ile yenye unafichanga chini ya meza. Na hiyo kadi itabaki in the next 30 days itakuwa imebaki. Some people watatoa cards zao. And now inategemea nani ata play smart. Who will play smart? Nani atakuwa na kadi ambaye ni king ya kuwin. So every coalition is high time kuangalia calendar, how days are going, na kuwa smart na kuficha kadi zao. So that wakati itafika the last lap, vile Mheshimiwa Rais anasema ni marathon, kila mtu atoe the last kick yake. The last kick will be the last card, na hapo ndio game itakuwa inaishia. Na ningependa kupongeza sana wote walio hapa, Mr. Bernard, kwa uongozi wako. Na mimi nipo kama mwanafunzi wako, nitaendelea kupokea. Na mama Ann hapa, Brimot Ann, huyu madam ninamheshimu sana. Ingawaji kwa lugha yao ya nyumbani huwa sisikii, lakini napata maelezo kutoka kwake na wote viongozi ambao wanakuwa hapa. Nitaendelea kuwa pamoja nanyi, tuungane ili niweze kuelimika zaidi. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you, Boniface. We appreciate it, and your concern, I believe, will be addressed. Only that politics are dynamic and they cannot be static. Changes will happen based on how the game plays out. Like in a football match, you don't get in and change every player. They will play 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Then you say, this one needs to be changed. So if you change tack too early, you may change it to your disadvantage. On the other hand, there are politics also play differently in different places. Kuna vile unapiga siasa Nairobi na itaingia moja kwa moja, ukibeba hiyo upeleke Mandera haitaingia. So different places, different approaches, but I believe every candidate is doing their best to drum support from their direction. Shida tu ni wale ambao wakishaanza kulemewa, they now turn the tide around and begin to do incitement. What I'm seeing from Kenya Kwanza is not helping much in terms of consolidating the country and helping the country pull together. There's a lot of incitement, a lot of propaganda, a lot of sharing unnecessary information and trying to pull to win the sympathy of people. I have said here, you cannot win election on sympathy only, on propaganda only. Watu hawezi kuhurumia milele. Nilipeana mfano hapa, hata kama wewe ni mke wa mbunge, alafu mbunge akafa, alafu wewe ukachaguliwa kwa sababu walikuwa wanakuhurumia kwa sababu mmewe alikufa. Hawezi kutumia hiyo that same tactic in the next election, kwamba wataendelea kunihurumia kwa sababu ya mume wangu aliyekufa, waendelee kunihurumia wanipatie kura. Wanaweza kupigia kura this time on sympathy, but next time they want to have some serious reason why they should vote for you. So let us be keen on this, and then putting the interests of the country as priority needs to be the governing post of every person who is doing campaign. Don't get so desperate that you want to spoil everything because it feels like you umelemewa. Kama umelaliwa na lori, pasa sauti, utasaidiwa wainue, alafu utoke kama utatoka mzima. Lakini usiseme kwamba we ban all the lorries because lori moja ilikulemea ama ilifanya nini. It is time for us to put the interests of the country ahead, even as we campaign, understanding that you can lose an election, but losing the country is worse. Losing the country will not help much. We cannot sacrifice the country for one person and one person's ego. So let's watch out for all these and see who has the interest of this country, who wants to safeguard this country, not who is looking for a position to milk this country and use it to prove a point. Any person running for any seat to prove a point is the wrong person to be given that leadership responsibility. So let's all be keen and scrutinize everybody. Kila mtu aweke kwa mizani, apimwe, ikipatikana hafai atupwe nje, kama anafaa apewe hiyo jukumu la kuongoza. Lakini tusikubali tu mtu kwa sababu huyu ni wetu. Eshenyu na eshenyu is not an acceptable standard of choosing anybody in leadership position. That needs to be cross-board, from MCA to women rep to senator to governor to MP, everyone. Kila mtu aweke kwa mizani. The president hivyo hivyo. Usiende kupiga kura yako kwa sababu unapigia mtu wa kwenu. This country needs to weigh heavier on you than mtu wa kwenu na your relationship with that particular person. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa tumpatie Mama Ann kwanza, alafu tutachukua Kiprono tukisonga hivyo. Mama Ann, karibu, vipi?
Nzuri sana Bernard, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Habari ya wote?
Wanakaa wazima, karibu mami.
Thank you. Nimepotea siku kadhaa but nilikuwa pande ile ingine ya Kinashiko. Ni Boniface, I think ni Boniface bali ameongea mambo ya mother kufanya campaign peke yake. Hata sisi on the ground ndivyo tunasema, because tumeona wakati anafanya mikutano yake peke yake iko na matunda, na vile tumeendelea umeona amekuwa akiitwa dinner from this one to dinner kwa dinner, kwa sababu watu wamekaa chini na wameona kwa serikali ya Azimio Martha Karua akiweko na wakiwa na baba, Kenya is changing. I think sijui ni nani mwenye ameachwa bila kuona Kenya tuko level ingine sasa. Na kulingana na uongozi wetu, there is somebody trying to hack my phone. Kulingana na uongozi yenye watatuongoza in Kenya, I think kuna watu watakuwa wakisikia politics ama uongozi wa Kenya kwa fiu sasa. Tunamaliza ile kikozi ilikuwa inasumbua Kenya. I don't know kama mmeweza kuona hivyo. Tunaleta new people kwa government na wale wamefanya kazi hapo area, kazi ikaonekana wako there because of mwananchi wa Kenya. Otherwise wenye wanatukanana kina jichopevu hao ni wale Mungu alisema walianzia na ina spirit wakamalizia na mwili. Because kitambo alifanya kazi mzuri yenye ilitufanya tumrespect Kenya mzima. Lakini saa hii I think hata akirudi kwa hiyo field alikuwa yenyu David Bernard. Huyo mtu anaweza akapata mtu wa kumsikiza. That is how I can say. Because sasa alianza na matunda mazuri, anamalizia na matunda mabaya. Number 2 ni mambo ya security ya our candidate. Wacha hiyo tu tuliona alikuwa anatupiwa mawe. Sidhani mnakumbuka sijui ni Kitui ama ni Machakos. Vile mtu aliingia hapo tu kwa jukwaa. Amejificha alikuwa amebakisha mtu mmoja akaribie our candidate. Sio mchezo iko hapa. They must think twice. Because watu wameona already serikali imeshaenda. We are waiting for the day. Na kama kuna mtu ako kwa hapa kwa studio ako na doubt, you better uende ukalale. Usisikie tukisema hivyo because ukweli wa mambo ni hivyo. We are waiting just on the siku ya kuapisha. Na hiyo hakuna kuomba msamaha. Sisi tuko on the ground na tumejionea. Ruto ni kupiga tu wanapiga mdomo. Kama mmesikia Kavogo leo kuko na clip inaenda na ukweli hivyo ndivyo. Me I tried kuongea na wale watu wako karibu na Kavogo na hivyo ni ukweli. Yeye ameanza sasa kukampenia baba na sisi tunajaribu kufikiria vile tunaweza hata yeye kumleta karibu na sisi. Kwa hivyo kama mtu anajidanganya hapa ati bado tunang'ang'ana tuko kwa Yuda, watu wako kwa Yuda Kiambu. Ngojeeni. Hiyo siku ndivyo Ruto atajua Kiambu walikuwa tu wanakula kenye yako nayo. Because na turnout yenye itatokea ya kura za baba itamfukuza nyumbani na sidhani kama atarudi kwa siasa. I'm telling you. Hii sio ile siasa politics za Kenya za kitambo. No. Hii tunakuja tumemaliza hao kateo zote wenye wanaibanga nchi ya Kenya through corruption na mambo ya matusi. Hiyo matusi wanatoa wajue wanajiweka kwa gate. Hatutaleta mtu hatutarudisha mtu kwa serikali yetu hata ijayo. Wacha hii yetu ya baba. Yenye hiyo ingine itakuja. Kama ni ya mother, hatutaleta mtu mwenye hana integrity. Watoto wetu wanawaangalia kwa TV. Wakitaja majina ingine hata uwezi ukataka kusikia. Wanawaonyesha aje? Mtu kama wajakwao aambiwe hivi. Ni saa hii tu tumenyamaza because we are ready. Na tuko busy tukikampenia baba na kuleta kura zake kwa chondo moja. But ajaribu tu after 9th kuleta hiyo mambo ataleta ya bangi. Ndivyo atajua Kenya kuko na wanawake. On the ground tumejua vile tunaongea. Hatutaki kumtarget saa hii. But after 9 baba akichukua uongozi, I think next week itafuata ya kufukuza waja kwao. Aende kwao kwanza UK sijui Amerika afanye hiyo biashara ya bangi huko. Akishamaliza akitajirika na hiyo bangi huko, sasa akuja atuombe msamaha wa market bangi hivyo ameimarket. Hapa ninaona tuko na lawyers, tuko na civil society. We are just keeping quiet and we have pain in our heart. Mtu akisimama kusema bangi ni mzuri. Kwa mtoto ako form 4 hajawahi sikia grow akisikia tukisema bangi ni mbaya. Na saa hii kuna mtu ako na degrees anamwambia bangi ni mzuri. Hata ninashindwa. Ni nini wamemkubalia a market bangi if I cannot market cigarette? What is going on, Bernard? Hakuna mtu ameshavika kupeleka hiyo mambo kotini. Kama ajenda zake ni kumarket tabia mbaya. Sijui ni wangapi wameona hao wasichana wakiiba kwa lori yake. Hawana nguo. Ni vizuri hivyo wanasemanga my dress my choice. but wako kwa msafara wakiwa hawana nguo. Mambo ya kuleta akiwa dance, ana dance na watoto, anawaonyesha aje? Huyo ndiye president mnasema ati watoto wanakimbia, youth wamekimbia kumchagua. But for now we are keeping quiet. Agoje tarehe 9 akuje tu kwa sasa aanze kusema uzuri wa bangi. Ndivyo atajua Kenya iko na wenyewe kama yeye sio mwenyewe. Kwa sababu anaharibu watoto wetu akijiita ni Mkenya, lakini yeye ni mtu wa kwingine. Nimetoka hapo. Hiyo kitu ingine on the ground hatuja change. Bernard, leo nimeshinda mkutano na wamama. I think tutaarrange vile watakuwa hata wao wakiingia. Niko na strong ladies wametoka some counties na wanataka kuwa wanaingia hapa kuchangia, ili wale wako na doubt wajue sasa wamama wameamua. Tuko ngangani behind Mother Karua na professionals wanamuitia Dina, muendelee hivyo hivyo. Asanti kwa Waislamu, tumeona wanamuitia Dina na wameongea. Asanti kwa professional lawyers wa councils because wametupatia mwelekeo, hatujapotea njia. Hata wao wameona kuna matunda anaweza letea Kenya. Again, Bernard, wewe ndio unaongea na hao wakubwa na uko behind the curtain. Hebu waambie waache kucheza na security ya president wetu. Wenye wanataka kummeza ni wengi. Wajaribu wa improve the security. Hivyo nani Boniface anasema mawe ilikuwa inatupwa. Hata wewe Bernard unaweza simama hapa unashika mawe. Kama ni risasi ungeinua mkono ushike. Akina Junet sababu wao ndio wanapanga. Sio lazima warilai na intelligence ya Kenya. Why can't they wakuwa na private intelligence? Hii sio mchezo. Kama hakuna pesa tuambiwe tu contribute hapa 5 bob 10 ifike ya kuweka private security kama hawezi, because hao watu ujue, mliona kuna mabuduki ilitolewa Nairobi. Kwani ilikuwa imeletwa ya kufanya nini? Kama sio serikali ilikuwa imeleta Bernard. Hizo buduki zilikuwa zinaenda wapi? Ziliingia aje Kenya? That man amekuwa license. If me common mwananchi, they can't give me a license to kuimport guns. Yeah, alikuwa ametoa wapi? These people ni wajanja kuna zingine zilipatikana zikielekea Nakuru kitambo. I think it was 2016 or 2017. I mean 2018 hapo. Zilikuwa zimeingia aje? Zilikuwa zinaenda Nakuru kufanya nini? Na hiyo mambo yote wanatuwekea kwa public. Security yetu ya Kenya ikiongozwa na mheshimiwa wetu Bwana Matiang'i, waangalie hapo. Ili wakati wa uchaguzi tutisikuwe na watu wengine watakuwa wakitumia silaha kunyanyasa wala watu tuna support Azimio. Na sasa ni abuduki kama hizo zilipatikana ni ya kuonyeshana ukweli wa mambo. Kuna watu wanajipanga somewhere. Na watu, kuna watu wanasemanga, I don't know whether ni watu wa Coast wanasemanga ama Mswahili alisema lisemaro lipo. Kuna kitu kingine tuliambiwa tu hapo tu kwa huku kwa habari zetu na kwa online huku watu wanasema there is somewhere kikosi inatrainiwa au vijana wanatrainiwa wafanye nini? Saa hii angalia huko kwa Kimani Ngojiri Bahati, wamama wameuawa aje? Nimeangalia hapa kwa TV 5 women wameuawa na daylight. Mtu anaingia kwa nyumba na anakuua na wanachomwa. Wanagojea tu wasikie location mzima ama wadi mzima imeuawa watu. They have to work very hard usiku na mchana to protect Kenyans, because you can't know whether that lady is targeted, labda alitaja Azimiwa. You can't know. Saa hii sio mchezo iko, na nimeongea somewhere else. Security lazima iprovidewe kwa watu wote. Wa mama, mliona siku ile ingine mama alisema Kenya kuisha, alihumiliwa mpaka kwa gate. Huyo mama saa hii bali yako hata labda amedharau kuchaguana. Lazima na hiyo nimeambia Matiang'i. Bernard, ukikutana na wao huko, sisi tukikutana na wako mashinani kwenye tuko tutawaambia security iprovidewe kulingana na, kuna wale watu wanaona kama sababu watashindwa before itangazwe waanze kutoa vita. Na ndio unaona hata baba kama kule nini kwenye kulikuwa kutatumbaniwa mawe, you can't know ni akina nani, kunaambiwa ati tulipigana sisi wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Wanakuja tu watu wawili watatu wa huko kwa Yuda, wanaanza vita hapo hapo. Nasema Jacaranda simuliona timu yake ndio wanapigana, alafu wanarudi wanamuescort. Hizo ni signs za kina Matiang'i Kibicho, waangalie waone. Tusikuwe humiliated kwa sababu sasa tunachagua baba. No way. What if our president kama angekuwa pande yao, ungekuwa aje? Si security ingekuwa kubwa, hata hizi mavita tunasikia hatungesikia. Lakini wazoe sasa, president wetu anakuja, honorable Raila na Martha waanze kuzoea mapema. Lakini vita hatutakubali. Na kwanza candidate wetu apatiwe security. Hiyo ni sasa attempting bili. Hiyo ya sijui ni Machakos au Kitui. Hiyo kilipu utaitafuta Bernard. Huyo mtu niliangalia vile alikuwa anapelekwa na aro, vile alikuja mpaka akafikia karibu afikie baba. Security ndivyo ilimsukuma. Na ikakuwa na commotion hapo katikati sasa. Sasa tumeona tena akiwa tu anaenda anakuta kuko na vita. Why did you walimkubali Aradi kwa nini kwa kiwanja iko na vita? Hiyo sio mchezo iko hapo. Lazima tuangalie sababu mashinani imeonekana imekuwa poa. Every corner where they are going, wacha hata hiyo Mombasa wanaenda kutukanana huko. Angalia watu wenye walikuwa on the ground. Sio vile alikuwa kitambo. Saa hii watu wamepungua, hata unaambiwa unapigiwa na watu wako Mombasa. Wanawaambia wacheni wakuje tu, lakini watashangaa kuna sababu zenye zitatoka huko na Martha. Martha anafanya kazi mzuri sana na wampatie security ya kutosha because Ruto anaona na watu wake hiyo ndio threat. Kwa hata ukiangalia Ares Waome kwenye alikuwa na wamama, angalia alikuwa na 30 women. Wati nataka Martha akuje Kiambu, muone wamama wenye watasimama na yeye kwa mkutano yake, wamama bila wanaume. So wakiona hivyo wamama hawawafuati, wanaanza kutarget our candidate, our deputy. Lazima wote wawili wapatiwe ile security inatakikana. Niyo tu Bernard, sina maneno mingi.
Asante Mama Ann, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Ni muhimu kila mmoja amakinike na kila mmoja awajibike. Every decision you make or every action you undertake, it has consequences, including in securing somebody's life. The security incident in Nakuru, there is a gang that is terrorizing people. Please let us all take responsibility. Every Kenyan life matters and counts. Let's not get into the so-called campaign mode until we lose the guard of safeguarding what we have. It is only when we safeguard what we have that we can add something new to it. But if we lose what we have, getting another thing new will not help much because we will still be starting from the same place we were. So let every person be vigilant and give out information to the degree of what you have and know about the security situation. Don't keep quiet on a matter that can save somebody's life or can safeguard the welfare of Kenya. Hawa watu wanatekeleza maovu wako miongoni mwetu na wengine wetu tunawajua ni kina nani. Kwa hivyo ukipeana hiyo information mapema inasaidia kuokoa nchi na kuokoa maisha ya watu. Hatuhitaji kupoteza maisha ya Mkenya yeyote kwa sababu ya uchaguzi na kwa sababu ya kampeni. Kama kampeni imekulemea, jipange mwaka ile kura nyingine ikikuja. Uanze mapema na ujitahidi kwamba your narrative is going to carry the day. But resorting to terrorizing people and making their security be threatened is not called for at this point in time. Let everybody be alert. And we have also warned you people here that we have people on this platform who are keen on hacking people's systems, hacking people's phones and all that. Wako hapa na wengine wao wako hapa hata tunawaona. So please let everybody be keen and keep, who is our IT expert said, suggested that you should use a pseudonym, jina lisilokuwa la kwako, ama kama unatumia jina utumia moja, ili mtu asitumie hiyo kuhack. They hacked my Facebook account. Thank God I got it back. They hacked my YouTube channel. I've not been able to recover it. My channel I've been building from 2011. It had over 30,000 subscribers. It's gone. I don't think I'll get it back. But all that is because somebody is angry of what we are doing here. No, that channel was for preaching. It had only preachings and Bible teachings. So hacking it, I'm sure somebody has taken it over. They want to turn it into maybe a political platform or its personal business. All in all, let everybody beware. Also understand that Mtembei TV is a public platform. Everybody is on this platform, so don't share your personal information with strangers, people you don't know. Kuna watu hapa watakupatia business proposal, usipeane pesa yako kwa mtu useme ati mlikutana Mtembei TV. Mtembei TV will not be responsible for any business transaction you enter, because you enter in as an adult and you'll be able to answer for it. Usiseme ni huyu ni mtu wa Mtembei TV, nilimuona kwa Mtembei TV, nikamwamini, nikamtumia pesa ninunulie shamba, sasa amepotea mitini, achukui simu. Kama watu wanatoroka na pesa ya M-Pesa ile imeingia wrong number, wewe ukawatumia pesa wewe mwenyewe, alafu wakatoroka. So what do you expect? So please, let's watch out and be vigilant everywhere. Everybody's security is necessary, and let us beware of everybody's, ensuring the safety of everyone around us. Don't entertain people around you you don't know. And if there is questionable movements around you, please report to authorities in good time. Let's save lives. Everybody's vote count and everybody's life count. Let's do our very best to do that. We'll listen to this video and then we bring in Kiprono. Na Kiprono, kumekuwa na tetesi kwamba kwako ni stima hakuna ama ni nini kinaendelea? Mbona huko gizani mnaficha sura ama shida ni nini? So utatuambia wakati unaanza kupeana submission yako, kwa sababu tungependa quality ya video ikuwe poa, ili wale ambao wanatazama wasifanye nini, wasikereke kwa sababu video inakaa vibaya.
The Ipsos polling organization asked Kenyans which politicians in your country they believe to be corrupt. People were asked, and this is the question, of all the current and past but alive political leaders you can think of, which one do you think is the most corrupt? Guess who came out on top?
Your guess is as good as mine.
You. 33% chose you.
Absolutely.
William Ruto.
Yes.
Kiprono, Welsi. Unmute and speak.
Okay. Yes, umenipata?
Unapatikana, sura ndio imepotea. Kuna nini? Hakuna stima huko?
Okay, mimi niko nje.
Yeah.
Sijaingia ndani ya nyumba.
Oh, basi toa maoni yako mbio tusonge mbele.
Okay, nashukuru kwa muda ambao umenipatia. Na kitu ya kwanza kabisa ningetaka kuanzia ni kwamba kuhusu security. Security si kitu ambayo inaomba mtu. So tungeomba kwanza Matiang'i angalie hapo sana. Siachukulie hii election ni kama election ya award ama hao candidates wenye wako kwa field hizi ni wale watu ambao wanatafuta chief ama village elder. Hii ni kitu ambayo ita affect si Kenya peke yake mbali hata nchi za nje. So tunaomba sana Matiang'i the head of security angalia hapo sana. Si mara ya kwanza, si mara ya pili na si mara ya tatu. Leo tumeangalia kitu ambacho chafurahia hata kidogo. Hata kama kuna shida mahali na security ya our candidates, si poa sana, si mzuri. Nilishangaa siku moja naona mtu ana vile umeongea, mtu ana anatoa mkono wake juu, anataka kuzuia mambo. Kama angekuwa bomu, kama angekuwa risasi, tungesema nini saizi? So tusicheze na maisha ya binadamu. Maisha saizi si kitu ambaye inaenda alafu irudi. Tunapoongea about election, tukiangalia election ya last election, tulipoteza watu wa maana sana kutoka kwa Mzendo. Kuna jamaa mwingine alikuwa anaitwa Paraza. Kuna watu wengi mpaka saa hizi wanalia wakisikia kwamba tumekaribia mambo na election, wanaona hata hakuna haja, wana hata umuhimu wa election yote ama uchaguzi ni ya nini? Kama uchaguzi kama inaweza toa mtu wangu wa maana, kuna haja gani tukue na uchaguzi? So tusiweke security ya mtu kwa mchezo. Nilisikia Matiang'i akiwa pale Nakuru leo, na sijafurahia sana vile alikuwa anaongea. Ni kama anatoa kitu kanaitwanga PR, yani ni kuonyeshana tu security yako, lakini si vile wanaongea. Wanasema kwamba tumesikia kwamba hao wamama wameuliwa, na pole kwa familia zao wanapolia kwa sasa. Ni kwamba hao watu wanaua watu mchana na si wageni kwa hiyo kijiji. Iwe ni ndugu yangu, iwe ni jirani yangu, iwe ni kabila yangu, iwe si kabila yangu, mambo na security iwe paramount kwa kila binadamu Kenya mzima. Kitu ya pili, mahali Raila na viongozi wale walikuwa pale ni mpaka mwisho wa Kenya, na tunajua kwamba tuseme ya kwamba kwa ubaya, lakini ninasema tu kwamba pale huwezi tambua mtu kwa haraka, wanafaa kanzu. So ujui ni kani ameleta bomb, suicide bombs na kwanga mingi pale. So security ya baba iangaliwe tena zaidi. Kinachonet kazi yao ni nini? Wanasema kwamba wako mstari wa mbele. Kazi yao ni nini ambao wanaangalia kwamba security itakaa aje? Si mzuri sana. Tunataka election ambayo tutafika kila mtu tuchakuane, wenye watashindwa akubali ya kwamba ameshindwa, wenye atashinda tu wao ni viongozi wetu. Kenya itakuwa after tarehe 9. Kuwe na uchaguzi, isiwe na uchaguzi, Kenya itaendelea. So kitu wa kwanza tufike hiyo uchaguzi kwa njia ya amani. Mzee amechoka. Tukiona mzee si ule mzee tulikuwa tunajua 207. So tunataka tuangalie sana, tukaribie, kwa sababu yeye ni kama sasa ukombozi kutoka kwa nyororo ya uslave. Unajua kuna watu saa hizi Bernard, tuko slave kwa nchi ambayo tulipigania. Kuna watu saa hizi ukiambia kwamba kuna mtu alitupa ugali nje, atashangaa kwa sababu hajawahi kujivunia nchi ambayo tumepigania for more than 56 years. Lakini kwa saa hizi tunasema kwamba tunaelekea sasa ukombozi. Devolution nani alitoa? Ni yeye. Tukisema kwamba mambo na katiba ni yeye. Malipatis ni yeye. Kwa nini kwa sasa imekaribia kwa hii election tunaona security ya Kenya? Tunasema kwamba Raila akona serikali, akona handshake. Uhuru aangalie hizi vitu ambayo inaendelea na hajawahi ongelelea. So tunaomba sana, kama Matiang'i amekosa kazi ambayo anafanya saa hizi, wanapiga PR pale, ajitoe, tuweke mtu ambaye ataangalia security security ni ya nini, si kwa sababu ya wao viongozi peke yao. Pale Nakuru saa hizi watu wanalia, na ni vijana ambao tunajua vijana ambao saa hizi wakitokezea tunajua ni ya nani na nani, lakini watu wameanza kuokopa kutembea. So tafadhali, hii si kitu ya kawaida. Tunataka tuweke hii kitu, tusema kwa lazima, si tafadhali, atuombi. Hii ni kitu ambayo tumelipia na payers wetu kama wa Kenya tunalipa ili tupate security ya kutosha. Kama ameshindwa control mambo na food price, wa control security, waangalia kwamba security iko sawa. Kitu ingine ni upande wa IEBC. Kulingana na ile kitu amesema kwamba itakuwa mzuri ile result yenye itatoka kwa polling station ya kwanza, iwe results itatoka pale paka tallying center pale Nairobi, itakuwa mzuri. But kitu ambayo inaniwari ni hivi, kama unaweza ndugu yangu wakiwe saa hizi na pesa itoke kwa akaunti yako. Nakumbuka siku moja kuna polisi moja hapa Kasarani, kuna watu ambao wanaishi hapo Mulot. Nimeshangaa na hao watu, sijui wanatumia shetani ama nini. Anatoa pesa yako kwa account, anafunga line yako na tena anakurudishia line yako. Ni security gani? Huyu jamaa anaitwa nani, Chapukati, atatuambia kwamba ni ukweli kabisa, haitakuwa itachenjiwa pale katikati before ifike pale. Unajua ikisemekana saa hizi Raila akona kura 700,000 hapa Nairobi, na ale atatutangazia ule Chapukati pale ni 600 ama 400, tutaamini ya nani? Na tumetupatiwa kwamba ruhusa ya kwamba tuwe tunapiga tunachapa nini, tunaweka tallying zetu pale kwa crown. So kwa njia moja nasema kwamba ni mzuri, lakini kwa njia nyingine ni security gani atatuwekea? Ni gani ambayo tutaambia kwamba hii si yenye tumeweka kwa picha zetu ama simu zetu itakuwa accurate na yale ambayo itatoka pale Bomas. So tafadhali Bwana Chebukati, tusicheze na maisha ya binadamu na tucheze na hii election ambayo tunaelekea saa hizi. So hii si election ya primary, hii si election ya village elder. So tunaomba Chebukati, kwanza kabla usitufurahishe, tunaona sura yako unatufurahisha, unajaribu kujitoa kwa ile shida ambayo ulikuwa nayo 2017. Tunajaribu sasa kusema kila kitu sasa itakuwa transparent. Transparent gani? Transparent gani unataka kutuambia? Yenye kesho tutaona kwamba mpaka saa hizi tunapoongea saa hizi Chebukati hajawahi toa servers yenye alituambia kwamba kuna servers, sijui kama hiyo inji bado watu wanalala ama waliamuka, kwa sababu kuna siku alituambia kwamba watu wanalala. So tunaomba kwamba wasilale tena kwa hii si ile tulikuwa naye siku ile. Hii ni baina ya Raila na Ruto. Hii si hello.
Anasema hao walikuwa wamelala waamuke mapema.
So ndio maana nasema kwa sijui kama hiyo inji bado analala mpaka wale hajawahi amuka, kwa sababu tukiongelelea mambo na servers nani ule mwanamke anaitwa Wimereb wa Murang'a, Savina Jege alijaribu kuongea hiyo kitu ikatishiwa sana, ni kama anatolea uhai. Ni lini hao watu tutakuwa transparent ya kutosha tujua kwamba ni servers ilikuwa na nini pale ndani. Wakati Musando aliuliwa, ni nani ashafuatilia ni nini ilikuwa kuuliwa kwao ilikuwa na maanisha nini? So hatutaki PR, hatutaki picha ya kutufurahisha. Hii si urembo, hii si mambo na kura za kupiga kura ya nini ya kiwanja hapa ya kutafuta supervisors. Hii ni kura ambayo itapeleka maisha yetu mabaya ama mazuri. So sitaki kucomment upande ingine ya Tononoka pale, kwa sababu ya kwamba mimi ni mbali na pale, lakini kila mtu auze sera zake. Kuna jamaa moja hapa ameongea vizuri akisema kwamba tuuze sera na another one matusi.
Mind time, conclude.
Bernard?
I'm saying mind time, conclude.
Okay, singe kutaka kuongeza zaidi, lakini nasema kwamba election ambayo tunakuja iwe election ya fair, iwe election yenye haitatoa damu tena. Tukiongea mambo na election, tunakumbuka msichana anaitwa msichana mwenye aliuliwa pale Matare. Tunakumbuka watu wengi walikufa kwa sababu ya election. Hatutaki tena election ambayo itakuja yenye inatotoa maisha ama ananitoa kwa kazi mahali nafanya kazi nielekee nyumbani. Ni hayo tu.
Okay, thank you very much, Kiprono. I want us to have a look at this video and then we continue debating, but please let's restrict ourselves to 2 to 3 minutes. Kikwetu Ventures ana advise kila mtu tafadhali safeguard your identity while you're on public platform. The issue of hacking is serious and there are people who are losing their fortune through that. We have people who are looking for the other day I got a phone call from somebody who says ako kwa Safaricom na niuliza kwa nini nimeregister line mbili, and then my phone is able to tell whether you're calling from Safaricom or you're calling from which line. So nikamuuliza kwa nini atuwe uko Safaricom. Safaricom tangu lini ikaanza kunipigia simu ikitumia Airtel line? So he began to insult me because I have noticed that he's playing games with me. So our brothers in committee are still on business and they are looking for how to make money without working. So please be on the lookout. Safeguard your hard-earned money and your security, even your family and all that. Don't expose your details in public. Take that as a warning. Just understand that there's an enemy among us and you can't tell who is who. We can be talking here like this, smiling, and somebody's looking on how to hack your account and mess up your life. Matter security is a serious matter. Just want you to watch up this video, and this one of the people affected here is my close relative. And That's why I'm saying lazima to watch out. You never know, you are the one being targeted, or you're the one who will be a victim of the insecurity. You may feel so secure and so safe at your home, then your home is invaded, and before you know it, you are no more. So let's be keen on the same, even as we look at it. Tusicheze na masuala ya security, hata kama tunatofautiana kisiasa, ni muhimu tuwe na umoja kwa masuala ambayo yanaguza kila Mkenya.
Insecurity cases have been on the rise in Nakuru County, especially Nakuru North constituency, that is Mawanga, All Nations, Workers, and Eshima areas. There have been increased cases of murder, and mostly women, in those areas. Since last week, 5 women have been killed by this gang that comprises of young men. It is reported that they raped their victims before killing them and burning them. All the murders happened at around 1 to 2 p.m. Allegedly, the killers posed as KPLC workers or hawkers, and once you let them into the compound, they rape, kill, and set their victims on fire. Yesterday, that is on Friday 24th June 2022, a 25-year-old lady, identified as Diana Tasha Opicho, was killed while at Bishop Opicho's house in Mawanga at around 2:30 p.m. The victim was the niece of Bishop Opicho, the Bishop of All Nations Church in Mawanga. Her death comes just days after the murder of another lady who was murdered in front of her 2-year-old child and set on fire. The gang is suspected to be one of the confirmed gangs in Mawanga Estate area. No one has been arrested yet since the murder started. Thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, comment, or share.
Okay, everybody mute your mic if it's not your turn to speak. Wesley, your mic is still on. Thank you. Let's now listen from Bernard.
Oh, yes, Bernard.
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Okay. Nashukuru sana kupata nafasi tena. I want to put some points. To begin with, I begin with the issue of security. For real, the security matter is one thing. Tumeona there's a lot of insecurity, leave alone hata tuseme pengine from our presidential candidate peke yake, but security entirely, Wakenya wadogo na pamoja na viongozi wetu, we all need to be secure. Tukianza na issue yenye umetoka tu saizi kuoneshana about Nakuru, it is not something good. It is really something that inavunja moyo, kwa sababu we are also still wanting to know what is the cause of that. Na tena kitu kingine, unajua when things go that way, kama Nakuru County saizi kuna hofu, biashara haziendi vizuri, other activities ambazo ziko related na maisha ya binadamu ziko affected due to poor security. So our government should put a lot of concern on the matter of security. Another issue is about our presidential contender, Honorable Raila Odinga, his security is also very much wanting. I think the issue of insecurity upande wa Raila inakwanga, especially when it comes to election time. Tunaona even during last election, you can some of you can remember it. Raila was somebody went up to the platform, akaenda akampiga kiboko, if you recall that. So, and with him there were police officers. He also had some private security officers, but still mtu alipenya akaenda paka akampiga kiboko. So if just imagine if that wasn't kiboko ile tu kiboko, kama ingekuwa pengine mtu ameenda na bunduki ama ameenda na kisu, ingekuwa something yenye ingeleta shida mingi sana. So with the current situation, vile tumeona imefanyika Mandera leo, vile ilifanyika juzi another place, we are kindly requesting the government to protect not only Raila, also Ruto should also be protected. Karua also must be protected. Gachagua, let all those people be protected. We want to have an election that will be won on issues. Tunataka wale watashindwa washindwe kwa haki na wale watashinda washinde kwa haki. It should not be kwamba kuna mtu security yake ilikuwa compromised kwa sababu ya hii na hii ndio sababu haikufanyika vile ilipaswa ifanyike. So it is my sincere request to our government apparatus to do something about that. Another issue, I just want to talk about maneno ya kuna propaganda mingi sana zinatumika kwa siasa, na hizi propaganda ndio zinatumika ili to lure the Kenyans into electing wrong leaders. I'm still insisting that we continue talking to our fellow Kenyans, talking to them, explaining to them, and trying to shed more light about some issues we understand, so that they can also come to understand what is going around. Because as we go to election, we have some people who only are sycophants of some candidates. A person can tell you is in Azimio, but when you question him to give you a reason as to why he's supporting Azimio, he will not tell you why. So we need our people also to understand that we are going to elect leaders basing on some issues which are very important, and they should also be aware of those issues, so that we don't have an election that was won on with no solid issues that will come to change, to transform our lives. So mimi kitu najaribu kusema ni kwamba let's continue talking to our people time to time, so that they can also come up with be people who can make a right decision. Alafu lingine ni issue la about this, hiyo ni maneno sasa ya chama ya Azimio. Kuna hii issue sasa hizi tunaona vyama vidogo vidogo vinaleta vurugu ndani ya mikutano, na unajua hivi vyama vyote ni vyama muhimu katika muungano, lakini sasa they need to embrace a way of solving the issues without causing a lot of damage to the umbrella Azimio. I think consensus is one way which I think can be adopted in resolving the differences. And our leaders, I think the leaders wale wako juu katika Azimio should be the people to talk to their people at junior levels concerning the same, so that kuwe na amani tunapoelekea towards election. Alafu la mwisho nilitaka kuguzia maneno ya IEBC. We don't want a situation whereby tutapiga kura, baada ya kupiga kura kuwe na dosari ambayo imetokana na IEBC. We want Mr. Chebukati and the team to be very serious. They should set the scores. Warekebishe kila kitu ambacho wanaona kwamba kitaleta shida. Hatutaki twende kupiga kura wengine wakuwe na akili kwamba kutakuweko na wizi, na wengine wakuwe na akili kwamba kutakuweko na mambo fulani ambayo itazuia matokeo baada ya kura kukubalika. So we are kindly requesting Mr. Chebukati and the team to speedily sit down and sort out the issues which are bringing some doubts kwa process yao ya kusimamia election. With those few remarks, nawashukuru sana.
Thank you, Bernard, for that submission. But please, I'm requesting let everybody observe time limit so that people don't stay on the queue for a very long time before they make their submission. Also, I would want also to say something about what Kiprono said. The transmission of the results. The returning officers are not going to be sending figures to Chebukati, or the agent are not going to be sending figures they have written down as an SMS to the media house. According to the law, they send a picture of Form 34A. That picture that cannot be erased, cannot be altered. So that picture is what will reach the where it is being sent to. Then it will be read as it has been handwritten and snapped by either by scanning or by whatever gadget that they are using. So it is not you typing a figure, then sending that figure that somebody can or alter or adjust and then make alterations on the same. If there are any changes, those changes happen. And then according to the Kim's kit, if everything will work out according to plan, when that information is sent, it cannot be taken back, it cannot be retrieved. And so you can't follow it and edit. It is permanent until it is used to announce the final results, especially for the presidential whatever ticket. So let not any Kenyan be afraid that probably things will go wrong if it is transmitted. It's different from just sending figures. Those figures need to be substantiated. And then, of course, the Form 36A and the other forms will be physically also delivered to compare with the picture that has been sent to verify whether they are accurate or not. I want to appreciate everybody for their patience and continued followership. Please, let's not tire. Let's keep inviting guys to continue watching and follow the program. We are now in the 3rd hour. We're going to the 8th hour, so let everybody be alert. Let's keep moving. Let's educate Kenyans and ensure that the information we are sharing is really adding value to the program and adding value to the listeners and the people watching around the world. Let's not just debate for the sake of debating. Ensure that what you're doing is helpful. Kikwetu Ventures advises that you could use a VPN to block your, what is it called? IP address. Okay, that IP address is what gives access to the hackers to monitor your movements. So when you use a VPN, it will be able to report that you are in a place that you are not, and therefore it will be very difficult for those who want to hack to catch up with you. We have some free VPN available. Those of you using phones, there are apps that provide VPN. If you use the VPN, you'll be more safer. We want you to be safe so that when you are participating in our debate, nobody will be looking on how to hack your system and mess up your communication. Earlier in the month, we had a lot of issues with our contributors. Mama Selina's phone was under surveillance. My system here was under surveillance. We had a lot of hiccups by those people who are attempting to hack our systems. So please take safety precautions so that you remain safe and we are all safe as we continue building the nation together and ensuring that these elections will be peaceful and every Kenyan will be happy with the results. So let's not be part of the problem. Ensure that you're part of the solution everywhere you find yourself. Joshua Gwanda, it's your time now. Go ahead and make your submission. Thank you. Bwana Joshua, yes. Good evening to you. Your audio is very low. Increase volume.
Okay, am I clear now?
That's better. That's better. Go ahead. Move closer to the mic and make your submission.
I'm going to be a bit brief, but I have three key agenda points I need to discuss.
Hatukusikii Joshua.
Bwana Joshua, songa karibu na microphone, ongeza volume ya gadget yako ili usikike vizuri bila shida.
I think you're now getting me clearly.
That is okay. Go ahead now.
Yeah, I was all about. I have three major points to raise out. Actually, Mr. Bernard, I've been always so keen looking on the campaign trail, how things happens. These aspirants of Azimio, how they carry on their campaign. I think today I was tuned to the rally of somebody called Bashir, this guy of governorship of Mombasa. Even I was even tuned with the rally which was going on in the part of Kakamega for Fernandez. And actually, these guys are doing their best. They are actually doing their best, and we can just easily inform them to be extra hard. They should not wait until the time you find that when Raila has visited their areas, when they light up the fire, their fire should always be keeping burning. When Raila comes, just to add up some points on top of whatever they've already achieved. You see, always when a teacher is teaching you, he'll always be giving you 70%, and 30%, you have to look for 70. So let them, I will, if Mr. Bernard, you are able to reach to these people, tell them when there are various places, the governorship, women rep, MCAs, Mbunge, actually they need to be extra active more than how they can be active when they are in the same trail with Raila. You see, when we check the rally strategies of Azimio, I heard some people were talking about that Martha Karua should be given a chance to move alone. But as I've been looking the previous rally trail, how they have organized themselves, you find most of cases, you find Martha Karua and Mr. Kalonzo Musyoka, they always just join together with Raila if they are going to hold what is called a mega rally. But when Raila is in a road show, you find Martha Karua is on its own, on her own, Kalonzo Musyoka is on her own, Raila also is on her own. But if there's a place where they're going to hold a mega rally, is when a mega rally, I think, is where these guys are always joined together. But to it all, still, I will support the point which was raised before, Iron Lady should be given a chance to run on her own. Actually, we should give her time to move on various parts of Central. Even last time you saw when she went to Rift Valley, she pulled a very big crowd, and the people were supporting. It was overwhelming. People appreciated. Comments were too much. Actually, their strategy for politics is not that bad as I can see, but still they need to re-energize it more. You see, like now when I saw what was happening in Tononoka, agenda which was being sold there. In fact, when I was getting that, I was just pissed off. I was just like, now these guys, they have pulled people. In fact, the Tononoka was just a half full or at around 2. I don't know, it was around 3. I think there was some issues there. This just shows that these guys actually, their crowd is not a crowd which is being pulled by something which makes people feel to get some information from them. Because 3/4 of the agenda they are selling is to talk about Raila, to talk about Oba. There's something now they are now raising up called, I don't know, Pwani, I don't know this thing to do with the shipping, whatever, I think. Bandari. I think everybody who was given a chance to talk was all about it. This one in UDA vying for the governorship of Mombasa, or was even not given a chance to talk. Crowd was people were making noise from everywhere. So these ones, we are just happy for what is happening. When I tuned to myself with the rally of Al-Bashir, the governor, the guy vying for governorship Mombasa with the Azimio, the guy had a very big crowd. They were at this market written, they were at Kongowea. The crowd was more than expected. In fact, if you compare it with the mega rally which was organized in Tononoka, then we had overpowered them even. So me, what I can tell you, Bernard, let's guys try to be extra and push things very hard. Time is running out of us, and we need to make more. I think if you checked the statistic which they analyzed about how many times Raila has gone to this given place, has gone to given, we are behind. But that doesn't matter. What matters is what are we selling. Actually, Raila, however much he's trying his best, he's not always messing on his speech when he's selling his agenda, his manifesto. He always repeats his statement from one joint to other joint. He doesn't add anything. He doesn't remove anything. The same thing he has spoken when he was in Marsabit is what he will speak where he was. And this is what we like. So why don't we look the best way we can make this thing done more? I thought last time when they were holding this committee, they were going to meet, I think Raila was supposed to meet key people at KICC. I think that's what they were supposed to discuss, and I was expecting something extra being raised to a given extent. Then another thing, let's talk about issue of security. Actually, about issue of security, guys, we need to talk about it. We need to talk to a given extent. We need to talk. Bernard, here, we don't want to lie you. We have to raise this thing. In fact, I think you are the best person we need to tell this information. We don't need to say that I tell Matiang'i. I know you have a capacity in whatever it costs to ensure this message reaches the people on top. The issue of security should be checked well. If you saw what happened in, we were in Mandera today. You saw what happened before officials came in, before our president Mtarajiwa reaches. The field was messy. The field was smelling. So I was like, what if this thing could have happened when Raila was already in? And what could have caused that? These are the points we need to pick. Then we put them into consideration. We debate about them. Then we look at the solution. You cannot solve the problem from where it is caused. You'll have to solve this problem from a given point. I heard that they were saying that it's the wrangle between the interim parties vying for governorship or senatorial part or whatever. Why don't Raila, why don't Martha Karua, whoever is responsible, they look the best way they can harmonize this thing outside the coverage of the media.
It is messing us up. It happened last time, it happened today, we even expect that maybe it will happen tomorrow. It's not good. And you see, this is the point you find. These people of Kenya Kwanza picks the point of what they are, because them, they always don't have agenda. They are waiting what has trend today, then they carry it tomorrow. They always don't have any agenda which is structured, which they can sell. That's why you find wherever they are going for a rally, it's just noise from morning to if there's nothing organized. So let's try to avoid these messy issues we are doing petty. Give these people a chance to pick another point to go with it somewhere. I think this point, when I'm talking about it, you understand it. Then the person running the who is the MC of rallies, this guy called it's called who runs who organizes the rallies. Actually, sometimes when he's giving chance for a talk, he needs to be a bit fair. I've been following how he's carrying on. He can give you a microphone, but before even you cough, he has started touching back at your back. You find somebody, some people are in a rally, and they have a very good point to raise. But within no minute, you will find now he has started touching at your back, meaning that he's telling you that you need to hand over the microphone. At least let him have a formal period of time somebody need to talk. If you said everybody will be talking for 1 minute, let it mean 1 minute. When he said the talk will be within 2 minutes or 3 minutes, let it to be everybody. Let him try to be, let him be fair when he is organizing with the campaign and speeches. And another point I needed to raise, Mr. Bernard, which again we need to put into account. I had actually, when I got the information about the speech which Mr. Kabogo raised, by the time I think it was today, because I looked at it where it was, maybe it was posted, it was not there. I went to YouTube, I found it there, but I think and if I checked the analysis for in what that one was Minzani. I think they were saying that Kabogo, I don't know how they were coming up with the figures, but I think Kabogo drumming up for the support for Raila, even if he's not with us, that is another advantage for us, because you see what we are now looking for is numbers. What we are looking for is numbers, and numbers we already have. So what we do, definitely we know very well, Ruto already knows that he's going to lose this election with a very big margin. He's going to lose it. But it's just that he's now looking how bitter it's going to look on his face when he's losing it. So that's why you find he cannot give up. But he's running towards making issues to even everybody has seen it. I know even Chebukati, where he is, Chebukati is aware that even he's aware where is that the person called Ruto will not accept defeat. And is running towards the point to deny the defeat. So what will help us here, Mr. Bernard, is one, let us push numbers. If you have somebody who can help us to push numbers, actually, we need more numbers just in Central. We need numbers in Central, because now if you check Western, there's nothing. Western, we have captured everywhere. In fact, all the governance is going to come from Azimio. So if Kabogo is in a capacity to give us numbers.
Conclude, please. Time bad. Conclude.
Yes, I'm winding up. You see, you know, when you are in a talk, you find things that are becoming so sweet and trending up. It's okay. Now, Mr. Bernard, just for few I had for you, I think tomorrow I'll get time. You'll give me more time than what you have given me today, and things will be fine.
Nataka kuingilia vile umeingilia Junet, lakini mimi nimekupatia dakika mpaka zimepita 5.
Junet anafanya makosa bwana.
Hapana, shida yenyewe wanasiasa, wewe umepewa dakika moja uongee. Wewe badala utumie dakika moja kutengeneza kuweka point yako, wewe unakuja na TPM na tianala na kusaiki hapo watu na yes, you are spending your time on no point. Go straight to the point. ili utumie hiyo
We
dakika
want
yako
we
vizuri.
want tight security to our president. We want tight security.
Sawa, it's noted. Please, let's make progress.
It's okay.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Joshua. We appreciate it. And
Better security comes from God, Bernard. Security ya muhimu ni ya Mungu. Hiyo ingine tunaweka tu kama binadamu.
Asante Mama Selina. And
Mama alikuwa wapi?
Subiri kwanza tafadhali, naomba hivi. I will not dispute that, but we will not also leave we will not also fold our hands when the people charged with the responsibility to safeguard the welfare of our candidates behaving as if they are not up to the job they have been assigned. God is taking care of all of us. That one, no question about it. But kama umepewa jukumu la kuhakikisha kwamba a candidate wako analindwa ama candidate wetu analindwa, awe Wajakoya, awe deputy president, awe ni yule Nyaga ama awe Raila Odinga, lazima uchukue hiyo kazi kama ni muhimu na tuone hiyo kazi inatekelezwa, si wewe ukireact. Reacting is not the way to do security. Security must always be proactive. Information gotten in good time, situation arrested. Either you will delay the candidate from arriving or keep him to safety until the matter is settled and the crowds are calmed. During the Madaraka, was it Madaraka Day or Jamhuri Day that was in Kisumu? That was at the peak of Corona. And what happened? Everybody that got into the stadium was assessed, okay? And they had to have their mask on before they get into the stadium. That is still possible. Kila mtu apekuliwe vizuri kabla aingie kwa mkutano, if there is issues of security in the place. Hivyo ndio security inafanywa. Tusikuwe na hii security at mawe imeanza kufly and then the security guys are doing like this, trying to protect the stone from hitting our candidate. Hiyo hairuhusiwi. Hii sio bunge ya madiwani huko City Hall. This is an open public place. Anything is possible and we can't take that kind of chance. So kama umepewa jukumu la kulinda candidate yeyote, hakikisha huyo candidate analindwa vizuri. Make use of the intelligence on the ground. Quell the matter before you bring the candidate. Don't expose our candidate to situations that are compromised in some degree. And there are people who would want to take advantage of such chaos and do their worst. We will not also allow that. So let's be sober as Kenyans. We are not accusing anybody for anything, but we will also not rule out the probability of evil people carrying out their evil plans, taking advantage of the situation. We have had the issues about the president's itinerary delayed when he was leaving Kisumu coming back to Nairobi because there was a security issue on his plane. So tusichukulie hii kitu kama ni mzaha. There are people who are capable of anything and they should be treated so when it comes to matters security everywhere and all the time. Kuna mtu anaitwa mining hapa. You are behind the curtain. We are not allowing anybody behind the curtain on the platform. I mean on the screen. So if you want to be on the screen and make a contribution, put on your camera. We want to see your face. That's the only way we'll add you to the screen. But ukiamua kujificha, basi na sisi tunafanya nini? Tunakuacha hapo, tunakupatia muda kama urekebiki, tunakutupa nje. Hiyo ndio sheria mpya. Okay, thank you very much. And all of the people on the screen, you keep your camera on. The moment you go behind, tunakutupa nje. Kwa nini? We have to retain the quality of the video for the people who come to view. We have about 2,000 people who view this show after it is over. And so we must also ensure that they get quality from what has been shared while they are away. It is that way. People in the comment section, please, let's keep it clean. What else should I address? Yeah, let's do that. No exchanges. Kina Kosigei na hiyo story ya kutumia lugha mbaya, tafadhali watch yourselves. Hakuna haja. And I don't know whether these are the 36 bloggers, because we may not even verify that it's a particular community that is doing this. Kuna watu ambao wanatengeneza majina ya kabila fulani, alafu wanajificha nyuma ya majina ku-implicate a particular community. So this Cheis, this Koech, Kipkoech, they may not be those people. They are just the 36 bloggers, manifesting under hidden names. Please take your games elsewhere. We are not here to entertain some of those things you are trying to bring up. Let's debate soberly for the sake of the great Kenya and make Kenya better by reason of you contributing your cents on the debate. Asante sana. So naomba tumsikilize nani? Mama Selina ndio tumsikilize mining. Mama Selina vipi?
Oh, wow. Yes, Bernard.
Network ilikataa that time. Hebu malizia kile ulikuwa unasema alafu tusonge.
Oh, wow. Am I in? Ama
Yes.
bado niko na
Uko
shida.
sawa?
Uko sawa, endelea, alafu nani utaongelesha Kip akusaidie jinsi utatumia
meaning
vile utatumia
is
VPN.
it meaning the Kalenjin
USA.
meaning or meaning something?
Sorry? Samahani Mama Selina, we can't get you. Pole, network yako inaonekana bado iko na shida. Kama unatumia simu tafadhali restart, Mama Selina. Restart your phone so that you are able to have a smooth contribution. Bwana Mining, vipi?
Thank you so much, Bernard. Mama Selina, sorry, naona nini yako imekuwa na hitilafu. Anyway, itarekebisha. Bernard, thank you so much, and the rest of the panelists. Mi naanza kwanza na security. Security is more paramount. Nikisema paramount, namaanisha paramount in several ways. Mimi mwenyewe I have been one of those people in the security. Kabla sijatoka. Security of a country, security of a presidential candidate is more paramount than anything else. Whether alikuwa naenda kujoke kama presidential candidate, ni lazima security yake iwe kata tu according to the constitution. Jana ama juzi niliangalia kwa mtandao kuwa Wajakoya, Professor George Wajakoya, sorry, hana security. Mwairie Kaiga, Mwairie Kaiga, hana security. This is really absurd. It's very saddening to the nation. In case anything, God forbid, I say God forbid, nothing is going to happen, because I know the country is more, as per now, people are more eloquent, they know what they are doing. Hakuna mtu anaweza fanya vitu kama sababu wanajua the consequences ile itapatikana baadaye, the repercussion of that consequences itakuwa mbaya. Ndio nasema God forbid. But nevertheless, the government should not relax or take that thing as for fun. Say, wachana Wajakoya ama Mwaire, Waiga. No. They have to be protected. They have to be given security because we don't know. I say, we don't know. Tunaweza kuwa nalilia Raila na Ruto watakuwa president. Ujui vile watu watakuwa wameamua, wananchi vile watakuwa wameamua. Wanasema kuwa Wajakoya. You know, when it comes to presidential election, either presidential candidates, they have to be protected, they have to be provided by the security, and they have to have intelligence, security intelligence of the country to a certain maximum. Ni lazima waona to a certain maximum, sio maximum ile the president, deputy president wanapata, wanakuwa na ile intelligence, the intelligence briefing to a certain maximum, ile ambayo wanakuwa provided. To me, nasema isije ikafanyika kitu ambayo ilifanyika jana na leo. Jana ilifanyika Moyale ama ilikuwa Marsabit, leo imefanyika Mandera. Msichukua kila kitu ni rahisi. In case kama hiyo mawe ingeangukia mzee, hiyo mawe ingeangukia mzee pale Moyale jana ama Marsabit jana, leo imekuwa mzee hakuwa ameingia pale. Come on, gentlemen. Are we really serious? Is the real government of Kenya serious about it? Ama mnataka kitu ifanyike ndio mwanze kureact baada ya imefanyika? That is stupidity. I can say I'm sorry. Ikiwa kama nimeoffend mtu yeyote, whether in the government, whether not in the government, I don't care it. In case anything happened here to that near Raila yesterday or today, to any, not even Raila alone, any presidential candidate, such a thing happened to that person, would you think that we are going to be in a good way? We are going back to 2007 simply because of our stupidity. Simply because of our stupidity. Our stupidity included me, myself, included you who were watching me, included you were talking together, simply because of our stupidity. In case of any such a thing
Undermining. You have made your point. Move to the next point, please. Thank you.
No, I'm talking, it's a serious thing. It's a serious thing. I may skip other things because security is more important than anything else. I can skip other things. But the security of a country, security of any citizen of a country is more paramount. Forget about anything else. That one is more worrying than anything else. I'm sorry to say. I don't care whoever was going to listen to me, whether you hate me, whether you like me. Security for any presidential candidate, either whoever is going to be, it has to be taken into consideration as a paramount. More than that, I'm not going to talk. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Mining. We appreciate it. It's good and necessary. It's good hearing from the person who has taken part in security. I trust that the information has reached all the people that are involved, where every Kenyan is involved in this matter. And so let's all take responsibility, like we've been saying, and nothing should be left to chance, and let's behave maturely and ensure that everything plays out according to book, not according to the sentiments or the preference of individuals at the expense of national good. Let's safeguard the welfare of the greater good for the greater Kenya than pursuing individual preference and mess up what needs to be taken care of. Naomba tuende moja kwa moja kwa Patez leader. Make your submission, please. Bwana Patez, you unmute. You unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
Yeah, I've already. Thank you, Bwana Bernard. I've already unmuted my mic. Yes, I'm having a lot of challenges. Yeah, I'm having a lot of challenges. That's the reason as to why at the moment you are unable to see my face, but I believe you have seen me. My name is Batez Leader from Murang'a County. Hapa tuko Azimio United. I have been following and I have listened to so many people wenye wame-make submissions zao. Mi nitakuwa kidogo, nitajaribu kuongea kwa kifupi. Niseme it is good that we are concerned with the state of security and especially that of our candidates, the right Honorable Raila Odinga. But from my opinion is this, Bwana Bernard and also washikadau hapa, I think that is something that we should note that it has been well taken care of. What we saw at Mandera and other places, when it comes to offering security of such a VIP or a leader, for sure, Bernard, I don't know whether you people will agree with me. It is something that is always well taken care of. Unlike what you saw, that there was a team that was standing on top of somewhere trying to shield the stone. Actually, when it comes to security, there are rings, there are categories. So those people that muliona pale wakijaribu kugard mawe, they are not even in the ring ya security ya baba. It is always categorized very well. Unapata kuna wale wana control crowd, kuna wale wa just in case baba akuwe kwa hatari, kuna wale wa kumuondoa. And that's the reason as to why ilikuwa ngumu kwanza kuona baba pale, kwa sababu kuna wale wa kumshield, na sasa hawa mlikuwa mnaona wakiwa na zile nguo za kaki. For them, they know what they normally do. So when it comes to the security kama ya baba, I don't think tunafaa kucomplain sana. Na furthermore, kama ulikuwa unaangalia ule mkutano, ulikuwa na all type of security agencies, the GSU, the AP, the National Police was well represented by almost all the units, including the anti-terror. If you are keen following the meeting, you could have seen some of the unit members in their gear. So that is number one. But also on the same, security ni kitu ya maana hadi kwangu na hadi kwako wewe. Kama mkaazi ama kama citizen wa nchi hii ya Kenya, security unafaa kuwa nayo. Na I agree, away from now politician, nimeona hii wakati kwanza wa siasa unapata kuna ile lawlessness imekuwa. And I remember there was a time Ruto alikuwa pale mahali inaitwa Mwiki. Niliona vijana wamejigang na ni mchana, na to make the matter worse, ulikuwa unaona mbele ya police station vijana kama 20 wameenda pamoja, wakipatana tu na mtu yeyote wanamchapa, wanamnyang'anya simu. So that is very sad to see that that kind of a shameful thing can even happen even outside at the gate of the police station. So I was wondering, what about other areas where we don't have police? For sure, hiyo ni jambo ambalo linafaa kutiliwa mkazo. Nikiguza tu mambo ya siasa ambayo imekuwa leo Tononoka, on that deputy president wing, in fact mi hata nakuanga less concerned siku hizi juu yao, hata siwafuatangi, kwa sababu mi najua hao watu wote wakienda mkutano wanapitianga mahali na kuna venye wanaandikiwangu, hata sio kuambiwa, wanaandikiwa wewe ukienda uanze kutusiana hivi, na the more unapata ile siku unapata wametusiana sana, hiyo inakuanga ikiashiria they are more frustrated. Na if you understand very well, wakati ambapo unaona hauna defense, unajaribigi kushikilia ama kushika anything. So anytime wao wakienda kwa mkutano, unapatanga wao wako frustrated kulingana na ile matusi ambayo watarusha. But for me, nikimalizia ndio nisichukue muda wenyu sana, niseme even if hakukuwa Azimio, siwezi support Ruto, and I'm saying that as a young leader from Murang'a County. One, Ruto as a person, mi nimemsikiza vizuri. Now forget about whatever hiyo ingine inaambiwango na nini. Unapatanga akiwa kiongozi ni jamaa ambaye ni riski sana, kwa sababu ya hiyo double speaking yake. Unaweza msikiza vizuri, wakati mwingine unaweza msikiza usikie amesema hakuna kazi imefanywa kwa serikali. Wakati mwingine akienda apate barabara imejengwa mahali, anaanza kusema kazi ya kuweka stima, kazi ya kuweka mabarabara, kazi ya hiyo yote tumefanya tukiwa serikali. Sasa swali letu tunauliza, si alisema kwa serikali hakuna kazi inaendelea ama hakuna kazi imefanywa na viongozi? Kwa nini anataka kuchukua credit? So for me personally, siwezi support Ruto nikiwa kama mtu ya Murang'a ama nikiwa mimi kama mimi. So for us, I believe mimi sasa nikimalizia niseme msimamo wangu wa saa hii, mimi niko upande wa Azimio and I'm supporting Raila to be the president. Na msijali, nimesikia watu wako concerned that numbers zimepungua ama hakuna wafuasi hapa Murang'a. Tuko wengi, ni vile unapatanga harakati ya kuandika kule social media ni wachache tu ufanye hiyo. There are so many silent, but there are so many people, the silent majority ambao tunajua saa hii wataelect the right honorable Raila Odinga. Na nikitaka kudhihirisha hayo, wakati uliopita kama miaka miwili mitatu, ilikuwa ni vita kubwa sana kukuja kutaja Raila hapa Murang'a ama kutaja Raila anywhere in Mount Kenya. But right now unapata kuna the equal, the ground hapa ni kama imegawanyika mara mbili. So that shows a lot and it shows Baba is gaining. Otherwise, wacha kwanza nishikia hapo ili mwingine pia apate nafasi. Asante sana Bwana Bernard kwa huo wakati.
Okay, thank you, Batez. We appreciate your giving. We appreciate it so much. Let's keep the conversation going. I think we go back. Mama Selina, you would ulikuwa sign in with 2 gadgets. That is a problem. It will always backfire. Naomba sasa uchangie.
Okay, niko sawa sasa.
Yeah, hapo sawa, endelea.
Okay, thanks. Nataka kushukuru Mining for the first time. Alikuwa anaongeanga mambo ya security na ametuambia, and sometimes when somebody says the truth, we believe it. Yeye kama mmoja ya security anajua, and Kenyans tumechukua mambo ya security rahisi, but wacha tuone vile ndugu yangu amesema saa hii kuna mambo inatendeka ama kuna mpango. Wacha hiyo mpango ifanyike. 45 days, 44 days to election, it's not easy, kwa sababu mtu anajua is going to lose. So tunataka kuomba Mungu atusaidie, na pamoja na security ya nchi yetu ikuwe alert, na pia wananchi, sisi ndiye the security penalty. We want to tell our people ya kwamba mkiwa kwa hiyo kiwanja, chochote ikifanyika, hata wewe mwenye umeenda kiwanja unaumia. you know, mkicheza and security take the, wakichukua nafasi hawatajua who was good and who was bad. I wish wa Kenya wangeona mambo ya Uganda vile election ya Uganda ilikuwa inafanyika. Na hiyo ilikuwa ni security. It was the police, the army plus wananchi. Na walikuwa na fiatua risasi. Presidential candidate ya Uganda alikuwa nafaa hiyo nini inaitwa nini ya kuzuia risasi.
Bulletproof.
Yeah, bulletproof. So Kenya hatujafika hiyo, but tunataka security na tena nilikuwa nafikiria baada ya presidential candidate kutangazwa na Chebukati, nilikuwa naona everywhere siku hiyo ndio wanapatiwa official security, wanakuwa mpaka na hiyo magari na security, but hii ya leo wenyewe hatuoni, but maybe they are there ama wamefaa raia. Nilikuwa naona kwa Kajiado, nilikuwa naona askari moja anaimba na watu na anasukuma watu sana sana, na anaimba, walikuwa naimba chini chini, and he did a lot of work. Raia naye sisi tuko wabaya. And again the candidates, wewe ukikuja kama hiyo watu ya Moyale, hiyo watu ya Karisa, utakuwa governor, utaongoza nani kama watu yako wameumia? You know, you cannot be a governor, mnakuja pigana ndume mbili, nyasi inaumia, then after umekuwa elected as a governor na umefanya watu wauawe, what will happen? So I think wacha sisi tukue na tuweke security, serikali iweke security, everybody akue security of each other. Pena nimeshangaa, hata kama hamkubaliani na mambo ya Moi watu wengi, but Moi alikuwa anauliza wanaume, saa ile mnaenda kupigana na wamama iko na watoto, where will you take them? I want to ask these people. Kwa saa hii siasa wamama ni wengi, mnataka kupigana mbele ya wamama, alafu nini ifanyike? Watoto na wamama ndio wanalindwa. Yes, wanaume wanaweza enda vita, lakini jameni, tumewacha kimila yetu, tumekuwa watumwa. Vijana hawajui hata heshima, hata hawana mpaka. Watu wote wamefanana, kama ni mama, kama ni mtoto, kama ni mzee. Penat, tunaomba Mungu serikali ya baba ikichukua, we need to go back and sit down after election na tujaribu kupeana direction kwa mashule, kwa makanisa, because hapo ndio mali mambo imeharibika. Penat, things have gone wrong. Tunalaumu wananchi, but failure ni leaders. Waliwacha, wasasi wamewacha. Mnatuambia kondoo, watu ya kanisa mumewachilia makondo yenu, siko nje huko wajui njia. So this is not the right time. It is the time for, mimi nilisema hii muda kidogo tumepakisha ni mobilization. Jana ama juzi tulikuwa tumejitoa, tulikuwa tunasema tafadhali sisi wale tuko kwa hii kipindi tuweze kuchanga ili tufanye mobilization, ama watu yenye Mtembei TV, we know penalty you have guys, na tunasema siku hiyo tunakuomba usiku na mchana. I hope watu wenye wanapenda amani na tungetaka kujua what is happening, tuanze kutoa. Kuna mtu alitoa Orara, alitoa 100 na mimi pia nikasema nitatoa 100. Jameni, hebu tuchange, at least ikifika election tuko na kitu kama 1000 ama zaidi. Kama kuna watu yetu agents wanataka maji, kama kuna magari wanahitaji mafuta, 1000 is not even anything. Sisi watu tuko diaspora, tumechangia nini Azimio? Tumechangia nini baba? Why can't we surprise na kusema hii Mtembei vile tulifanya kununua mahindi ya kwenda Karisa, Hatukujua hawa. This is our time. Wapate SIM cards, niliwaambia vile Uganda wanafanya. Like now here, hiyo August tarehe 12 tutakuwa California kwa mambo ya Bobby Wine. It will be coming to California. Ujue California kutoka all over. Wamelipa mandege, wamelipa mahoteli. They are spending their money. Wanasponsor watu yao. Kenyans, please. Wacha tukue, tuchange. Nilikuwa nafikiria Penat, saa hii tungesikia kuna watu wengine pia wamejitokezea. Ndio siku hiyo nyinyi msilale na agent na vijana yetu wenye wanawapigia mapicha, na tuko na mahali sensitive. Tunajua kura sinesa ipiwa. Mnaweza tuma watu yetu ya Mtembei TV wakue pale, alafu wanatupatia report na sisi tunatangaza. Please, please Kenyans, kwa mrengo yeyote, ukue Azimio, ukue UDA, ukue Kenya Kwanza, wacha tusimamie hii kipindi yenye imetusaidia sana. Tutoe pesa tafadhali. Hatukutolea baba, lakini tutoe kwa hii Mtembei TV. I think Penat, hakuna haja hata tuseme mambo mingi because tutakusumbua siku hiyo na tunataka results. Lakini pia kasi ya bure. Jameni tuchange. Yeah, meaning I want you to say something, but I want you to say you are giving out $100. Yes, hii ni yetu. Tuchange tafadhali. Nimemaliza Penat. Sina maneno 45.
Okay. Thank you, Mama Selina. And I believe we'll roll out that plan as soon as possible. Bwana Mining, what are you saying?
Thank you so much. I think and I suppose Mama Selina said something which is more appalling, that I think and I suppose we need to do something. But before that we do that something, I can see a problem here. If we are not going to be very careful, and I mean it, I can see it, somebody somewhere is manipulating something in order to make the country goes in chaos. I'm sorry to say, I know some of you may not like it the way I see it, the way I say it. But, ladies and gentlemen, 2 consecutive days, I'm really afraid. I'm really afraid and worried about the security of all presidential aspirants, not even aspirants, competitors. If we are not going to do that fast, we are going to be doomed. We are doomed as a nation. We are going to make ourselves fools of ourselves in the whole world. Normally, the day IEBC pronounced that so and so are presidential competitors, they are being provided security from the same day, maybe 6, 8 of them, to the president aspirant, to the deputy, to their whatever. But this one, I'm really afraid. Whatever happened in Mandera, in Moyale, and today in Mandera, it makes me more worried. It makes me more worried.
Bwana Mining, you have made your point, please.
No, Bernard.
Thank you. Please, revisiting and replaying it over and over.
Okay.
Much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If you don't want me to talk,
we have already talked that the concerned people have gotten the information. Whining about it will not help much. Let's allow the security people to do their job.
And then again, what is the
Where
way
we need to
forward?
advise, we will advise, but not seeing it over and over. Thank you.
Okay, meaning toa 100 tuchange for our security na kupata news. Toa 100, baba.
Okay, I think mining is still taking tea. We believe it is tea. Bwana mining, Mama Selina anasema upledge pesa ya security na pesa ya Korail to get people to be in every polling station to give us accurate results of election on election day. You will need to say something about that.
Okay, giving the money is not a problem. But the thing is, whoever we're going to give them, are they going to account it? Whoever
Yes,
we're going to give them, are they going to account
tukitoa
it?
pesa yetu, meaning tukitoa
Yeah.
pesa yetu,
Yeah, ma'am.
tunajua kama kama ni kaso. Ongicheru chepkondok sikotoretech kenai tuguk chetesetai eng emet. Ngo acheru 100 icheru 100 kochereke 100 koek 500 ketebe Bernard kele koyokte biik koba ano ak ano komwawech Bernard kole kitinye chito nekakisponsor mi Mombasa, mi Kisumu, mi Eldoret, mi Naikuru, kimeche kenai kele places chekingen kele koromen ako mi biik chok. So promisen kityo amu kakimeche ketou sahi ngo kekonech 100 anan ikonech 50 and it will be written.
Oh, okay. Kongoi, Selina. Ajeru bogol. Mitangot bogol ajeru bogol yang konom. Amu jajer bogol yang konom.
Okay, thank you. I think let
Selina,
bring us up to speed, Mama Selina. What happened?
Sorry, I think she is new. And
Okay,
Bernard.
you say what? Tell Bernard, because we want everybody to know. We have agreed. I say 100, you say you are giving out 150. When they,
I'll do
when,
it.
when?
I will do it if and when. I will do it if and when, because I'm a person of my own. If and when I'm a person of my own integrity, dignity, and principles. I'm a person of integrity, dignity, and principles. If and when it's going to be accounted for.
We say yes. Where do you want your money to go? Tunasema tunasimamia hapa na hapa na Pena atatuambia tuko na vijana na wanafanya hivi na hivi na hivi. Tulituma pesa Marsabit. Si chakula
Okay, no, I trust Bernard. I trust Bernard than anybody else.
Yeah,
Bernard
we are sending to
Mutembe.
Bernard. We are not sending to anybody else.
I trust Bernard and Mutembe. These two people. Yeah.
Bernard.
Okay, so.
No, but let's do this. Order, please. Let's do this. The proposal is good, and we appreciate everybody and their willingness to do something about our welfare as we go around the country to relay the results. But let us also ensure that we will bring everybody on board. We will need to ensure that there is a special kitty for that, and then everything will be done in order and in decency. That we can give a guarantee. But in the meantime, we'll work towards that as we drum up that support, and as siku zinaendelea kuyoyoma. So tusifanye kana kwamba we begin to account on what is not yet there. We now want to put conditions here and there in the process, we may end up messing up people who would want to do something, a noble work for what should be done. So in the meantime, tuendelee kupledge. Sahi hakuna pesa yote imetumwa in terms of that facilitation towards the election day. When that happens, we will work towards that and we'll give you an elaborate breakdown. I suggest that we'll have we should have a specific treasurer for that specific assignment, and then the treasurer will be in charge of dispatching the cash as it is needed. And when everything is said and done, we'll give our accountability. Like we gave you the videos of when we went to Marsabit, the people we distributed the food that we distributed, and submitted the other records to the Mtembei Foundation and Mtembei TV, so that everybody is satisfied that what has been the money that has been contributed has been used for that particular purpose. We wouldn't want to get into much of counting what is not yet there. We will get in, we will cross that bridge when we get to the river. Sahi naomba turudi kwa debate yetu, tuendelee kupeana mchango. Kuna alo savior. Are you, is that called savior? Are you the savior or what happened?
Hey. Hello, everyone.
Hello to you. How are you?
I'm very fine, thank you. How are you? How are you doing, Mr. Bernard?
We are good. We are good. We appreciate that we are alive today.
Yeah, first and foremost, we have to thank God for the so far we have reached. Yeah, it has not been easy for the Matimbei TV and the rest of us. You see, spending sometimes, yeah, in internet, you see, it's also eating ups and down. So we have to appreciate everyone for the effort, actually. Even though sometimes we fight for those who don't know us, but in the morning, we wake up earlier, give them, each of them, a car to drive. Then later on, they forget us. So painful, but this is our Kenya. It is our democratic right. We have to fight and move on. Now, I want to talk of three things. Number one, rally in Northeastern is very challenging to everyone, but in Azimio team, in fact, we are really trying. And what I can say, let us pray for the leaders who conduct these events in those kind of areas. Number two, tomorrow in Kilifi here, we have two rallies. One for UDA. They're saying that Bwana Asifiwe atakuwa around, and Azimio team also will be in. Hello?
We are good. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm saying tomorrow here in Kilifi we'll be having two rallies. Ruto will be in Mtwapa, and Governor Mungaro here under Azimio will be in Majengo. Majengo, in fact, is just near Mtwapa, on your way to Kilifi, Kambala area. So maybe tomorrow I'll give updates on what is going on. Number three, I want to say that despite of the popularity of the Azimio, the opinion poll, Mr. Bernard, as you know, you can be taken anywhere, either in a strong area, and the opinion can be used as something that everybody believe that be so. It be so. So regardless of the opinion poll of both presidential candidates, we should actually not buy that, but encouraging each one of us who is still behind from the truth that Azimio is winning to actually accept that. The last and but not least, this is the time we must make sure that we are very careful with our votes. In fact, we must be very careful with our votes simply because even if whoever wins presidency, on the ground here we need development. And if we fail to elect leaders who will stand with us, then we'll be as a failure, because these are the people we'll see on the ground. After election, we'll never see a presidential candidate coming on the ground and telling you this area must be this and that. No, it is the MCA, it is the governor is the women representative, it is the member of the parliament that we will select or we will elect come August 9th. So we would encourage each of us who listen on the ground to actually preach the gospel. We select those leaders who will support us in life and let us live a different life. Like now, we are suffering. So many things are happening. The Wonga is now running up to 250, so many problems. So that is my stake. Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Lo, we appreciate that, and this is our Kenya, and we must take responsibility of the same.
Yes.
The display of might with our political rallies is only beginning. We need to arm ourselves and be prepared for the same. The only thing I urge everyone is that as you participate in the rallies, let us observe the security necessary. Let us understand that this is just an election. After that, we are all getting back to Kenya, and Kenya will be one for all Kenyans. So Kenya for all Kenyans is the only safe Kenya, and so everybody needs to put that in consideration. So having rallies in the same location, it should be done harmoniously. Even if the two groups will cross path with each other, let it be peaceful. Let's wave at each other as we drum up support for our preferred candidate. No throwing of stones, no harsh exchanges. Kama uko na point unatoa, kama huna point unaachana. So tusikuwe na ile hali ya kusema mimi ni mtu wa Kenya Kwanza, sitaki kusalimiana na watu wa Azimio, na mimi ni mtu wa Azimio, sitaki kuona watu wa Kenya Kwanza. Kenya ni moja, alafu siasa tuna mirengo tofauti na kuna vyama tofauti. Hiyo yote ni mojawapo inayofanya Kenya inakuwa nchi ya kupendeza. Kwa hivyo our differences should not be a disadvantage, but let it be an advantage whereby we have variety. When you have variety, you will always have a choice over what you want. So let everybody play in the field, but we choose who to give leadership to. So mikutano itaendelea kuzidi, na kuna uwezekano kutakuwa na mikutano ya vyama na mirengo tofauti sehemu moja. Bora tu tulinde amani na kila mmoja apewe nafasi ya kusema yale amekuja kusema. Usiende kwa mkutano wenyewe kuleta kelele huko ili kuharibu. Hakuna haja ya kuharibu mkutano na mtu yeyote. Mtu amelipia mkutano, amekuja kuufanya, wacha ufanye, amalize aende, mwingine atakuja apeane sera zake na maoni yake aende, na mwingine pia atakuja vivyo hivyo. Kwa hivyo kama Wakenya tulinde amani, tuhakikishe kwamba hakuna mtu yeyote ambaye will be disadvantaged by reason of coming to campaign in a particular place. Bwana Lo, what I say? Unmute.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry to ask. I was forgetting a certain question I have, which is really very important. Now, recently we heard Sipokati say that he will be only allowing the voters using the biometric, which means manual amweka kando. But I heard so many people tend to argue that he's supposed to allow the two ways, so that in case of any failure, one can actually do better. Now, my question is this just a game to fall in a trap, or is just the right thing between you and Mkenya mwenzangu actually to be allowed to vote in case of any failure? You see, I'm just curious, Mr. Bernard.
That matter, I think it has been agreed upon that there will be a physical register available. That is the same register that is digitally available will be printed on hard copy, so that in case your biometric information is not coming up through the gadgets, we'll check out your name on the register, and if your name is there, you'll be allowed to vote. And then there are two ways of checking, either by your fingerprints. If your fingerprints don't work, we put the details of your ID, and if the gadget produces your identification, you'll be allowed to vote. It's just a matter of identification. So hakuna mtu atafungiwa nje. The most important aspect is if you registered using passport, go to vote using passport. If you registered using national ID, go to vote using national ID. Don't vice versa these documents in the pretext that ni wewe na tunakujua ni wewe. Ni muhimu tufuate sheria ilivyo ili tusilete shida. Kwa hivyo Bwana Lo, kulingana na ujumbe ambao IEBC imepeana, kumekubaliana kwamba kutakuwa na nini, na physical register itakuwa printed out, na kila Mkenya atapewa nafasi ya kupiga kura hata kama biometric zake zitakataa kusomwa na machine. Kutakuwa na hiyo physical register. Will that cause about abuse? I don't think so, because both the physical register and the digital register is the same thing. So kama tuseme ni 700 people voting in Makadara, and then wewe unaleta results za watu 1000, utatuambia 3000 umetoa wapi? I mean hawa 300 umetoa wapi? So kama ya digital ni 700 na physical ni 700, naona tuletea results za 1000, utuambie hawa 300 umezalia wapi ukaongezea. So ni hivyo. That is it. So
Okay,
I think
thank you.
that's it all. Okay. Asante sana. Bwana Kasuti, mahali
Bernard, you are muted. Bernard.
Sorry. Nilikuwa naita Fred Kasuti. Amejificha mahali fulani. Najaribu kumstua aje atetee wazee kwa kipindi hiki. Bwana Mining, what is it? Your finger is always up. What is happening?
Oh, thank you Bernard. Kuna kitu leo asubuhi kitu kama saa 4 ya mahali naishi, nilipata kwa mtandao picha ya rally, World Safari Rally ambayo ilikuwa na stage na Naivasha. I was really ashamed I can say in front of people, I was really ashamed when one of the spectators was filming a rally driver, Greenwich, from England. When he rolled, he was trying to rescue his colleague. The one who was filming the driver was behind the security personnel. The security personnel of Kenya. The security personnel of Kenya was just dancing, looking. What a shame to our own country. I can say what a shame to their own security personnel. This security personnel show to the whole world. Anaona driver anajaribu kusaidia driver mwenzake amuokoe. Security personnel anashika kiuno na bunduki. Come on. Do we really value human life in Kenya? I don't think so. Ikiwa kama tungekuwa na value, hawa watu ambao huyu security personnel alikuwa hapo angeweza kusaidia, angeweza kukimbia ndani pale, asaidie kijana ama yule mwanamume kuokoa maisha ya mtu kwanza. Wakati hiyo driver Greenwich ni alimuonyesha ya security kidole akaambia, you didn't want to help us, which means you are not a human being. It's a very shameful. Hiyo nilikuwa nataka kuongea. So, mimi, how do you call it? My colleague walijaribu kunieleza, Sam, what is this in your country? Nikamwambia what? Wakanionyesha. I was really ashamed. I always take my country very, very, very in deep depths. I was really ashamed. Really, really ashamed. In front of that picture, yule mtu alitake picture with security personnel. Akiwa naangalia ni driver. I was really ashamed. Singeweza kujificha. Yeah, I was ashamed. Nikaambia sorry. Maybe they didn't see it. But it happened and I was really ashamed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's a new phenomenon in the country where we are drifting away from our culture as a people, where we valued lives than our prestige and our positions. But there could be an explanation to that. But all in all, when somebody's life is in danger, nobody should be filming in the first place. We have come up with this phenomenon of smartphones that is running us into madness. When somebody's drowning, instead of people jumping to save their life, you see everybody reaching out for their phone and they begin to take the picture to see how the person is disappearing and dying. That is not how to go about life. Let us value life. Let's do what is right in every situation, not to give ourselves to, if you can't do anything, call for help. Calling for help is better off than you reaching for phone to take a video to share in your YouTube channel. That's not the purpose of the phone and the purpose of our existence. I believe God places us in different places for good reasons, and those reasons are all about saving lives, not endangering those lives. So let's grow up. Let's do the right thing. And the police officers and the security officers understand your role in the society. We were warned when we were coming to Nairobi as kids, and we would always say, we were told, in case you get lost, don't ask everybody. It's ask a security officer or ask a police officer for direction or for safety. we knew that if you are picked by a police, or if you are stranded and you sought direction from a police or a security officer, you will always get accurate information. But today, everybody wants to keep away from a police officer. By far, you feel more endangered being around a security officer than any other person. Things ought not to be like that. So please, as a people, let's wake up to the reality of what is required of us, and that is watching out for everybody's safety in our vicinity. Tusikue wanyama. Ni Mwalimu Nyerere described us as man eat man society. Let us not be that. Let's not live up to that. There are better things to live up to other than those kind of expressions in describing us as Kenyans and as people. Let us be a people who can stick their lives for one another, safeguard each other. And it doesn't have to be our tribesman, it doesn't have to be our relative, it doesn't have to be from our family. We can safeguard people for the sake of people, save lives. That's the whole purpose for our existence. So let's do it rightly. Nani huyu anasema what's up? Okay. Let's keep the conversation going. Mama Selina, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Nilikuwa nimemaliza nikasema hii mambo imefika ya election, bado nilikuwa nikamaliza, so wacha nisikie. Naona tuko waine, so nataka kuambia Wakenya tujaribu sana. This is sijui watu wameenda leo wapi na ni weekend, lakini ni sawa. Wengine wameenda makanisa, wengine wameenda kukunywa soda machai kama meaning, so wangekunyia karibu ndio at least tuweze kuongea penalty. Wasiende kukunywa chai huko mbali, otherwise nataka
wako jiano wanakuja, usijali, wako jiano wanakuja.
Wacha wakuja watufurahisha na wajue siku imeisha. Tukianza kucelebrate ni kumaliza siku ya kuhesabu kura, watu hawatakuwa. But we need to be active. So otherwise penalty election imekaribia. Ukweli sasa tuache siasa, it is reality. Kenya kwanza uko Tononoka, unajua sasa hakuna kuferi watu. Ile mkutano ilikuwa inajaa chupia, tulikuwa tunatoa pesa na haki mumekula pesa, mpaka ma insurance inafungwa na wapati tena kuinsure magari ya serikali. You people, yani 4 years haki penalty kabisa, amukuhurumia kijana yetu. Sometimes even though I'm Azimio, my blood still runs in Kalenjin. I feel so frustrated because tuliambia huyu mtoto yetu na kusikia, alituambia anajua. So now meaning kujua ni hiyo imeharibika. You cannot just, wanasema usikubali mtoto ya wenyewe, hata ule wasasi wake hawako. Siku atajua yeye hakukuwa mtoto yako na umemsomesha, anakuambia sikukwambia unisomeshe, I need my parents, I want to know. Hata mtoto ya mwenda simu anasema unipeleke mahali uliniokota. Si unakumbuka ile mama alikuwa nalala hapo Kapsabet kwa miti? Nakumbuka what happened. So ukweli ni kwamba Kenyans, lakini pia ukienda kupeana, hakuna mtu alitoa kwa mfuko yako, ilikuwa ni zawadi. But I think 2027 people will learn a lesson. Na mambo ya wasee, ingawa mutaki maneno ya wasee, walisema kutangulia sio kufika. Ingine Uhuru akawaambia hii mkutano wasee watakuja, atawapita. So I'm seeing Kapoko, I'm seeing nasikia hata huyu Erika Bogochu ajatusi baba sana. Nasikia kweli hakuwa ten. Anyway, kasikia tena Alex wapi ile ndeto. Nasikia tena wanasema ati hata Mutua anarudi. Yaani nimeokopa. Kwani mlienda kuchukua hiyo pesa ya mwisho mngewaachia hawa? I think Bernard watu wenye watatoka ni friends. The rest naona wakitoroka wote. Wamama wamekuwa weusi. Wale wamama walikuwa natutingisia kiuno imeisha. Sijui simeenda wapi. Mambo imekuwa ngumu anyway. Yani ukweli kabisa.
Mama Selina. Hapa Nairobi.
Yes,
kuna watu wanadai kwamba kama una license na unafanya biashara, alafu watu wakajua wanakuja, unawasort na kitu kidogo ili wakuache. Wanachukuanga hiyo kitu kidogo, alafu wakifika kwa ofisi wanasema unaona ile duka hiyo ni nzuri, so wanatuma wakipitia hapo wakichukua kitu kidogo. So kuna vile watu walienda dukani wakaona kuna duka nzuri ukienda unapewa kitu kidogo, so wakapaka foleni waende kupokea. Sasa na wamepokea, sasa tufanyeje?
Sasa Penat, ukweli yake Kaboko alikuwa naruka kwa gari. Amason Kingi alifanya somersault. Sasa yani mulituma mimi nimeokopa tip state. Nimeokopa kitu inaitwa serikali. Oi my. Wanakupandia, wanaletea watu kabisa, hata utafikiria umeoa na kumbe ni bibi ya wenyewe alitolewa mali. This thing ni ngumu Penat. I think it will be a lesson for many people. Na kabisa vijana yetu mkubali maneno ya wasee. Kama uko kwenyu, kama wangekaa na wasee wangeambiwa, kwa sababu wasee wamejua. Lakini sasa hata wenye walikuwa naomba kura wamenyamaza. Kina Chen Kiara hakuna, Ngonjiri alitusiana. Hii watu yote walikuwa na akipena aki kabisa. Musalia na Wetawa Kibaki mpaka the last minute. Mi nitaomba Azimio kwa sababu wanachukua wasiwatupe, kwa sababu sasa earthquake, baba ya wenyewe mnono aliimba akatuambia earthquake. Sasa hata earthquake hakuna tena. Yani kweli nyinyi wa Kenya, please wacha naona watu wamekuja, na ninawakumbusha ya kwamba Papa Duke Mike, nafikiria tunasema tafadhali wacha tujaribu kuona siku ya kutangasiwa. Mimi kama mama sitaki kukosa, nataka tuangalie, wacha tukue na vijana yetu ya kutuonea kura vile inaenda. So kama Penat wanaweza pata 50 vijana watakuwa na cameras, wanatupatia report, na sisi wacha tuchange, tuone at least tutakuwa tukisemekana mahali fulani, kwa sababu naona tumekuwa wengi. 45 days si mbaya. Kuna mtu anaitwa Orara ama anaitwa nani pledge 100. Mi pia pledge 100, meaning pledge 150. Nataka kulete mi yangu kwa sababu ni mama. Nitatangulia nikisema next week Penat nitatoa yangu ili wenzangu waweze kunifuata. Otherwise hiyo ndiyo
Okay. Asante sana Mama Selina. Network yako ni kama inapimwa, lakini you made your point. Thank you very much. I want us to go to Papa Azimio, make his submission, na tufuate mkururo, tukihakikisha kwamba kila mmoja anatoa maoni yake. Both, go ahead.
Mjambo nyote, asante Bernard. Mjambo nyote. Mining, kuna Mama Selina, kuna Alo. Hiyo jina ingine ya Alo ni kama imetoka mbinguni, sijawahi kuisikia. Henry, mzee Henry pale namuona, Mike namuona, na ndugu yetu Duke Omariba. Asanteni sana. Nataka niangalie menu hapa nione nitakula nini kwanza. Ninaona mumeongelea hapa, nimesikia kutoka kwa background kuhusu security ya presidential candidates and particularly our presidential candidate Raila Odinga. Yeah, security is a bit wanting, but there is one thing I don't know. I always have faith in Raila's security, because his security normally comes from the people. What comes in from the official forces is normally an additional thing to his security, but it should be stepped up. We don't want surprises, because all in all, in as much as we want everybody to be safe, we also don't want to offset the balance of peace in the country. So it is paramount that they step up security for all presidential candidates for the sake of peaceful coexistence. And also, while on that, we also must point out that the presidential candidates themselves should stick to protocol, as well as take advice from their security ring, because we can see the way Wajakoya is behaving, and Wajakoya is behaving like somebody who is looking for student leadership. He is on top of the cars, bare feet. He can't even run in case of a commotion. He's in the clubs here and there, anaweza pigwa chupa na kazirai, na hiyo ndio hivyo tu ndio hiyo election itaharibika yote. So he needs to also grow up and behave like presidential material. Regarding IEBC seems to be having a challenge. They are trying to endear themselves to the people. They know they have a deficit in terms of image towards the people of Kenya, and they're doing a little bit too much, in my opinion. Because if you look at what the press conference that was held while they were saying that, body language always speaks a lot. You know, the content of the statement could be 70%, but 30% is body language tells you a lot. And Chebukati does not seem to be having any confidence even in what was being said in that press conference. You know, he looks so beaten, so rained on. He should come out strongly and behave like a leader, so that even the statements that they are making have some weight and can convince Kenyans that he's on the right track. I want to mention one or two things regarding the KK or UDA campaigns in Mombasa, because I'm basically reside within the coast. There's one thing that has really upset me, and it is because the people who attended that rally are clapping for lies, and that is so painful. And the lies revolve around the port. They revolve around land issues, and we all know land issues. We have a land commission that is working on land issues in the country. All they need to do is to do more of their work, and not rhetoric. So when somebody comes to the podium and says that he's going to buy 500 million acres, where is he going to get the money? And why is he lying to Kenyans that he's going to buy land for the Kenyan people? Are Kenyan people foreigners? You know, it is very sad that a national leader can come and lie to people on the ground here that he will buy them land. And secondly, he talks of returning the port services to the coast on 10th of August. Now, I wonder, when will we have received these results? When will he have been sworn in? And do you sign executive orders huko kwa mikahawa? Or, you know, there are some things you can lie to people, but you cannot keep on lying to them all the time. So that kind of rubbish we should never entertain. I know my brother Duke does not like hearing such things being pointed out, and it might be very uncomfortable with the truth. But Duke, this is the truth. You should pass the message to your leaders, not to lie to people regarding you know, issues that are very serious, like our resources, like the port. Then coming to there is one gentleman called Gachagua. Gachagua, he was in Nakuru, and it is sad that he denies that he has ever worked in Rift Valley, and even attempts to give his personal number. That is the number which normally you are given when you are employed. And we all know this special, in any government, people who are assigned special duties, their record is always erased. So that whatever bad things they do for the government of the day is never traced back to them. So when he tries to even give us his number, and yet he was working with the internal security at that time, we know how the governments work. So he should not try to lie to us. His name was all over the newspapers as he collected bribes from bars in Molo and oppressing the people. So his record is permanently tainted. And luckily we have technology, and the internet never lies. And finally coming to Martha Karua, I want to laud the League of Fraternity for standing behind Martha's candidature as deputy president. And it was all praises, and these praises are particularly, they are genuine, because you know, there is no struggle in any country that has come without the input of the League of Fraternity. All over the world, be it Venezuela, Cuba, South Africa, anywhere, India. So that is they recognize her role as an advocate of the law, and that was very welcoming. And for Kenyans, if you look at the two deputy running mates of the two presidential candidates, that is Raila and William Ruto, you can see which side of history you want to belong. You cannot gamble your life with somebody who has no record absolutely for defending human rights, has no record of he's a tainted man against a lady who is clean. Let me say clean kama pamba. So let us all direct our energies towards campaigning and fronting for the Azimio government. Thank you very much, Bernard. I'll be joining you later as we proceed. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Bob, we appreciate it. Ni muhimu kila mmoja awajibike, na kuna wale watu ambao Bwana Mining amesema jokers on the presidential ballot. I think everybody should be taken serious, and Like I'm told that on the day when one is sworn in as a president, their personal phones are taken by the security details there, and then they are no longer their own. They are now the property for the state. I think those measures needs to be taken now a notch higher, so that these presidential candidates can be well safeguarded. Because left on their own, they seem not to have any idea of how much they are risking in terms of something bad happening to them at this critical time. So as the people who are charged with the responsibility of taking care of the security of those candidates need to get a nerve to begin to secure these people even against their own will. I know at times it becomes very difficult to manage people, especially the old timers on the campaign trail. At times it becomes very difficult to tell Baba where to go or where not to go, and especially when it is a threat by the opposition, he will always go there. He has always done that, and so when you're charged with that responsibility, it becomes a huge challenge. That he's been warned not to go to Muranga. That is where he will want to go, and that's where he will go to go and refute that point from the very ground. So that's part and parcel of our politics, but the people charged with the responsibility for security, let's not relent. And let's not say, tulimwambia na hakusikia. That is not how to go about security. You safeguard people, including against their own will, because you're doing your job. That is just my job. And you let them know, hiyo ni kazi yangu na mimi nafanya kazi yangu. Kwa hivyo tafadhali, wewe utafanya siasa, lakini mimi nafanya kazi yangu, na kazi yangu ni kupeana security. Kwa hivyo kama masuala yako hivi, ni lazima tuende hivi, sio wewe unaambia una feel kwenda hivi. It is that way. We need to have that diligence in ensuring the security of everyone. Tusicheze na maisha ya watu na tusicheze na inji. Right now, it is not just the presidential candidate that are on the ballot. The whole country of Kenya is on the ballot. And whatever goes wrong, it will affect the entire country. And for that purpose, let everybody who is charged with that responsibility stamp their authority. Tusicheze na masuala ambayo yanahusu maisha ya Wakenya. Let nobody sleep on the job. Na wale wanataka kulala kazini watimuliwe. Tunapigania Kenya mpya, na wakati tunahitaji kuona Kenya mpya, hiyo Kenya mpya itatokana tu na sisi kuwajibika mahala popote tumepewa nafasi ya kuwajibika. Kama ni hapa, tuwajibike katika debate zetu. Kama ni kazini, tuwajibike huko kazini. Kama wewe ni watchman, kuwa makini. This is the time to be extra vigilant. Whether you are guarding a property, you are guarding somebody's life, you are guarding somebody's homestead, this is the time to be vigilant, because there is laxity of law every time it is campaign season. I traveled to a particular country, I will not give the name for security purpose, and I went there during the campaign season, and they were about to get their elections. And when we go to the border, we crossed from the Kenyan side and went to the other side. And on the other side, we got this police officer who was asking for us a bribe, a specific amount, if we want to go where we are going. And it was shocking, because I have been going to that country almost twice, 3 times a year. I never met such madness. And so went back and now called our host, the person who we are going to go, and say, what is happening? How come this police officer is asking for us a specific amount if he's going to stamp for us, the immigration officer, to stamp for us to get there? And I was told that when it's election time, almost all laws in the land are suspended, and the police officers behave anyhow they want, because the new president is yet to come in. Now, it goes that when there is election time, people tend to think that the law will not catch up with them or the law is not in effect. Tusicheze wakati muhimu kama huu. Tafadhali kila moja. We will play a few videos before Mike comes in and then Duke. Mike has been here and has been on and off. Would want him to make his submission. I hope his net will be stable enough to carry that on. Okay, now we'll play a few videos before we proceed further. We start here.
Inawezekana tuzalishe uchumi wa Kenya kwa 10% na kwenda mbele. Kama kwanza tutawapa vijana wetu ujuzi wa kiteknolojia wa kisasa, kwa sababu tunaelekea katika karne ya 21 ambayo uchumi inaendeshwa na teknolojia. We are moving to a knowledge-based, technology-driven economy, and we must arm our youth, young men and women, with the necessary technology to contribute their talent, their energy, their expertise in transforming our economy so that we can grow it by double digits and eliminate poverty in our country.
You said you're going to create 1 million jobs every year. Every year, 1 million jobs. Now, the 8th year, there should be 8 million jobs. The rate of unemployment has gone up from where we left it in Grand Coalition government. Where are those 8 million jobs? You've forgotten that you promised 8 million jobs. Now you're saying you want to mama mboga, mtu wa mkokoteni, mtu wa wheelbarrow. Where wheelbarrow? You say modern jobs. Where are these personal jobs? It's a 6 months. So you're going to build modern stadia, each and every county, 47 counties. Each and of them will have modern sports complex where the youths are going to be able to train. Where are them, Mr. 6 months?
From Nairobi is the Deputy President of Kenya, William Ruto. Mr. Ruto, welcome to Al Jazeera. How can you and Uhuru Kenyatta possibly believe that this election was actually free and fair?
For the record, we have defeated Raila Odinga 3 times in 5 years. Every time we defeated him with a bigger margin. And he has been trying to use extra constitutional means to get into government, and that we have refused.
Mr. Ruto, let me interrupt you there for a second, sir. Allow me to interrupt you just for 1 minute. That is not quite an answer to my question. I was asking you, how can you say this election was free and fair? 12 million people chose to or felt they could not vote. Election officials, election observers, stayed in their hotels. We saw riots, looting, arson. We saw civilians being killed.
For the record again, contrary to what you have said, on the 8th of August, 15 million, 78% of Kenyans stand up to vote. In this election, 40% of Kenyans have turned up to vote. It was the intention of the opposition that no Kenyan showed up to vote. To their dismay, 7.6 million Kenyans woke up early and went to vote.
But even if all those people, had decided to vote, allow me to interrupt you again, sir. Even if all those people had decided to vote and they had gone to the polling booths, they could not have voted because election officials put in place by the Electoral Commission were not there. The materials to vote were not on location.
I am talking to you, if you have the correct information about this location, of 7.6 million people who actually voted. I am not talking about those who did not manage to vote. There is 9% of Kenyans, about 1.8 million, who did not vote. And those people who did not vote, they didn't manage to vote because of violence. Violence that is sponsored by Mr. Odinga in his region. In fact, he organized militia that stopped citizens from accessing polling stations. He organized militia to stop IEBC officials, electoral material from getting to polling stations, except for two constituencies where election material got to the polling stations and citizens voted.
Okay.
In about 3,000
in a country where the population is 19.6 million. Let me finish. In a country where the population is 19.6 million, should you not, can I suggest to you, be actually talking about the 12 million people who did not vote as opposed to the 7.2 million people who did vote?
The correct statistic is when all the candidates were there on the 8th of August, 15 million Kenyans voted. In this election, 7.6 million Kenyans voted. Those who did not vote were asked to boycott the election by the opposition. It is a choice that citizens make. In Kenya, it is not mandatory for anybody to vote. It is a choice that you make. You choose to vote or you choose not to vote. What we are against is Mr. Odinga's use of militia and violence to stop citizens from exercising their democratic constitutional right. And he succeeded in a very small section of Kenya. That is only 9% of Kenya. He managed to stop citizens from voting.
12 million people, sir, not casting a vote is not a small percentage of the country. And you also have a bigger problem here, surely. Before this rerun of the presidential election, the chief of your electoral commission said he was unsure in his heart whether the rerun would be free and fair. And he could not possibly have predicted the scenes of near riots that we saw on the streets. We carried those pictures live on this channel.
For your information, the same gentleman you're talking about, as I talk to you in this studio now, is presiding over the conclusion of the election results at the Bomas at the National Tallying Center. He subsequently had a meeting with the opposition leader. He subsequently had a meeting with the president and myself, and he subsequently satisfied himself that all security arrangements were in place in 90% of the country. In fact, in the whole country, except in the areas that Mr. Odinga managed to sponsor militia that stopped election officials from accessing polling stations and allowing citizens to vote.
Arguably, Mr. Odinga simply doesn't have the resources to pull off what you're talking about, but I do want to move our discussion on to another couple of points. You have a bigger issue here, or you have two bigger issues, can I suggest to you? One, you cannot possibly sustain, Mr. Kenyatta cannot possibly sustain something that may yet be to come, that may chime with what happened in the aftermath of 2008, point number one. Point number two is this. You have a bigger issue here, which is identity politics within Kenya. You have a sizable percentage of your population who feel disadvantaged. Why? Because they are disadvantaged, and no politician is getting to them.
For your information, the Kenyan Constitution ensures, makes it mandatory for every part of Kenya to be included in the management of the affairs of the country. Our Constitution provides for a devolved system of government. It is no longer possible to marginalize any part of Kenya anymore. By constitution, resources, decision making gets to every corner of Kenya, every region of Kenya. It is no longer possible for anybody to say that any part of Kenya can be marginalized, number one. Number two, we have learned our lessons. The events of 2008, 2007, where we almost lost the country. We are not fools. It is only fools who learn from their mistakes. The events of 2008, 2007, 2008 will never happen again in Kenya.
Okay, one last point. You seem to basically be saying that Kenya and Kenyans have to lean into the discomfort of this. Arguably that will never work, but we'll go with that as a central assumption. Off the back of that, we've got on tape Raila Odinga saying he is prepared to talk, presumably within a parameter of another election happening within 3 months, 90 days-ish. What is Mr. Kenyatta's central message to Raila Odinga? Will they come together and talk to each other or negotiate through something like the Supreme Court again or the Electoral Commission again?
Our statement and our position to our friend Mr. Odinga is that Kenya is a constitutional democracy. And every imaginable situation has been provided for by the Constitution. Whatever he is alleging about an election, I don't know, in 90 days, he's nowhere in the Constitution. And no one person, however important they think they are, however popular they think they are, can change the provisions of the Constitution. Kenya is not the animal farm where there are some that are more equal than others. All of us, the president included, are subject to the Constitution. The Constitution provides that there will be a rerun within 60 days. That is what happened on the 26th, Thursday last week. And Kenya will move on from there. There will be no election in 90 days. There will be no discussion on matters to do with election. We will have dialogue with Mr. Odinga on other matters, not matters that have been settled by the people of Kenya in their supreme will in a ballot.
We'll have to wait and see what those other matters might be. William Ruto, Deputy President of Kenya, many thanks.
Bwana Mike, karibu.
Thank you, Bernard. Good evening or good morning, panelists. You've done me a disservice, Bernard, but I'll let it pass. Giving me time to talk after getting very, very discomforting messages from this leader of ours is very, very discouraging. You know, when you lie through your mouth and you are looking straight in the face of people, and you're a grown up and you're a leader, it really puts me off, Bernard. I feel very, very, very discouraged. But however, I'll make effort to make my submissions. As I delve on the matter, just to still talk about the clip you've played, Ruto has this very, very, very conniving trend or character of whenever he faces an interview, he asks his own questions and attempts to answer them. This has happened locally and internationally. Whenever he's asked a question, he will pose his own question and attempt to answer it. And I could see the gentleman asking him that that's not the question I asked you. So that is how very cunning our leader is. But those are the cost of us making wrong choices. Bernard, I want to talk about the countdown and the security of leaders and the number of days remaining and our preparedness. For Raila particularly, and I would want to talk about his security. Bernard, I might not be very worried about Raila's security arrangement, and however much we are concerned, we need to appreciate that security can never be 100%. There's enough security provided in every arrangement, but it is always planned based on the threat, on the environment, and on other parameters. And I think Raila, having been in this country and in very active politics for quite long, he understands the environment, the threat, and the circumstances in which he is operating in. Bernard, I would be very worried in 2007, in 2013, because of the position and the circumstances in which Raila was. Raila was not in a very good position to get guaranteed security from the state, and yet he has survived all these periods. This time round, he's not an enemy of the state. He has a brother who is watching over his back, and I think for me this gives me a little comfort, not 100% comfort, but little more comfort. Remember, Raila has had intelligence that even some of us thought he was lying. Remember when we had Armenian brothers sneak into the country. Raila had that information, and he came and shook the country when he produced even the photocopies of the passports of foreigners who are mercenary like that had sneaked into the country, to the amazement of Kenyans. So I don't think Raila is very naive and ignorant on matter of security. He has his intel, and together with government's intel, I think his back is well watched. We shouldn't be very worried. But there is no harm in us being extra cautious. Uh, as days narrow down, Bernard, we are entering into a season of desperation, and propaganda is going to be played full blast. And we need not to be so naive to ignore that propaganda will not sell. There are very many people who are very ignorant, especially the youth, about the history and the affairs of this country. So much that with somebody packaging propaganda, he can easily lie or hoodwink them to thinking that somebody is a messiah or a savior when he's actually the wolf coming to devour them. We need to be alert to that and counter every propaganda that is put through either in social media, in our circles, so that we neutralize this, because politics is also about perception. When somebody of the stature of the deputy president goes to court and tells the poor people that they are poor because or their businesses have gone down because Raila and Uhuru shook hands and took the port and literally carried the port on their back to Nairobi or to Naivasha. There are some people who will think it is true because they don't have the facts about exactly the dynamics or exactly what happened around the events. So we need to come out at every instance to counter such misinformation by stating the facts. And we thank God that we are living in an information age where, Bernard, you can play clips like the ones you played. Everything is well documented. There are times in the 80s where somebody would say something and deny. But now, at a click of a button, we can trace back what you said even 10 years ago and remind you that you are not as truthful as you claim to be. So for me, that one is very, very comforting that we have information to counter any propaganda, but it is our responsibility to use that information to bring to the fore what is truthful. There is going to be a lot of misinformation, Bernard, I can tell you for sure, especially from the Kenya Kwanza side, which is, by the way, uh, almost giving up, but they'll not show it on their face. They'll put on a brave face, but as they do that, they'll be throwing a lot of propaganda to salvage whatever little they can hold on. I've just been informed, Bernard, by people from the inner circle, because some of us also have friends, that Raila has been given enough intelligence to show that he's actually winning with a comfortable margin. And he has been asked to start preparing his cabinet, and immediately sworn in, we are not going to see the gymnastics we were seeing of people going to hotels to prepare cabinet and interview people. Raila, I'm told, immediately sworn in, the following day he'll name his cabinet. You can keep this. You can keep this script, Bernard, for review, because this one is confirmed. Raila's cabinet will be read the following day after being sworn in, because the issues at hand, the issues to address in this country are very dire. We don't have the luxury of time to deal with corruption. We don't have the luxury of time to address the issue of the cost of living. We don't have the luxury of time to reconstruct our industries that are dying. So I think Raila is aware of what is up the task, and he will be hitting the road together with his able deputy Martha. As Martha arrests thieves, Raila will be managing the economy back to track. So I'm a very happy person. I'm proud to be Kenyan, and I'm happy to be alive at this time to see the country move back to its original glory. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Mike. We appreciate that, and we look forward to a better Kenya by every Kenyan taking responsibility and seeing to it that everything works out. The pursuit for leadership, and national leadership for that matter, in my opinion, calls upon a person to be burdened by the issues that bedevil the country, and have a clear roadmap and a vision that will be able to salvage the situation and put the country back on track and secure that future that we may lose if we don't take good care. And so when we play around with such matters, in my opinion, it just shows how unserious we are. And if that sense of responsibility is not what driving you, then you are the wrong person for that office. A pilot who is carrying people behind him, and he's piloting in the air, and he's not careful to follow the roadmap, he doesn't care about the passengers he's carrying, that is a wrong pilot. The same goes to the bus driver and whoever that is driving any motor vehicle. As long as you have a passenger or you are the only passenger, the sense of responsibility that you are carrying human life and you're supposed to safely deliver it to right destination is what makes you a competent driver, what makes you a competent pilot, and what makes you a right wherever captain for the ship. We seem to be playing around with political leadership as if political leadership is just about party, wherever political party and their slogans. These are institutions that are supposed to safeguard the welfare of the 50 plus millions Kenyans. So if those 50 million Kenyans are not precious in your eyes, and you still want to preside over their welfare, then there is something wrong with you. There is something wrong with your quest for leadership. There is something wrong with your attempt even to get that leadership. A mother who cooks for 20 children and doesn't care what he puts in the pot, doesn't care whether the food is enough for the 20 children, and whether the food is right for the 20 children, is the wrong person in the kitchen. So when it comes to leadership, let's look at these things literally, the way we are looking at this. not this aspect of being carried by the euphoria that things will just work. Kama mtu ni muongo, haizi kubadilika kuwa mkweli kwa sababu amepewa Biblia akasema na hapa ya kwamba kuapa akubadilishi muongo akakuwa mkweli. Na kama mtu ni mjanja ni hivyo hivyo. Kama mtu ni hajali maisha ya watu atakuwa hivyo hivyo. Kwa hivyo lazima kila mmoja awekwe kwa mizani. Akianguka aanguke, akipita asaidiwe asimame, lakini tusikubali chochote kwa sababu kiko kwa ballot. Let everybody be put on task to deliver right leadership to this country. We have taken in garbage for too long. We have been tolerant as Kenyans for too long. We have put up with bad leadership for too long. It's about time we began to use our capacity as voters and vote in people that are right for this country, because this country has been mark timing for too long. It's about time we advanced and moved very fast, because we have got many years we have lost that we must recover. Then we have great future that we must safeguard for the children and our children's children. So kazi ni mara mbili, to salvage the years we have lost and safeguard the future for our children's children. All of that has to be done within this span of time. That is the weight that should be on the shoulder of anybody asking for leadership. If he doesn't see it that way, wafagiliwe wote. Operation fagia wote. It is that bad. So ni muhimu, nashukuru wote ambao mnachangia. Alafu kuna wale watu wa comment section wanasema sisi ni we are decampaigning one William Ruto. We don't need to. William Ruto is his own enemy. We never asked him to say those things. We never even sent him. Somebody said, why was he speaking? He wasn't the president. That's the same question we are asking. Who asked for the interview with Al Jazeera? Why was Al Jazeera calling the deputy president's office when he's supposed to call the president's office? Haya ni maswala ambayo wewe unapaswa kutuambia, sio utuulize sisi. Kama mtu ako tayari kutumia mdomo wake haraka, hata Biblia iko kinyume na hiyo. Inasema be quick to hear but slow to speak. Ongelea tu ile swala ambalo unaliona na umelifahamu, sio wewe kuongea tu kwa sababu una uwezo wa kuongea. It is that important. For that matter, tutamsikiliza Jakindu Bey kwanza. Amekuwa hapa akatimuliwa, naomba aongee kwanza, alafu tutaenda kwa Duke ndio turudi kwa chairman. Please, let's keep it within the time limit. Bwana Mining is breaking the law. For that matter, tutamtimua sasa hivi. Jakindu Bey, karibu papa. Namna gani?
Salama sana Bernard. Nimemwagwa nje, nimerudi, nikamwagwa nje. So leo nimekuwa na matatizo kidogo, lakini nafurahi kuwaona Duke, Kip, wote na wasalimia wote.
So,
hamjambo?
Hatujambo dadi, hatujambo. Asante sana. Na baada ya kipindi uonane na Kip akusaidie na wale hackers. Itabidi kila mmoja aweke VPN na Kip ndio mkurugenzi wetu atawasaidia. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana. Mimi nataka kuanza na security. Mimi kuna kitu moja inanishangaza sana kwamba security ya Bwana Odinga inakuwa ni hafifu. Jambo ambalo mimi nilikuwa nafikiri kwamba vile walishateuliwa kwamba wao ndio wanagombania uchaguzi, wangepewa ulinzi wa kutosha. Hiyo kwa kweli inanitia wasiwasi sana. Na nashangaa kwa nini ulinzi security yake inakuwa hafifu, au security ya hao wanne inakuwa hafifu. Inatakiwa iwe nafikiri ni vizuri serikali kutilia mkazo na kufanya na kuchukua hatua thabiti kuliko vile ilivyo. Hivyo jambo la pili nataka kuzungumzia, nataka kusema kuna vitu vingine ambavyo nasema sisi kama wa Kenya tunafanya ambayo sijui kama watu wenyewe huwa wanaenda nyumbani anajiangalia, kwa sababu hawa watu ambao wanaleta fujo katika mikutano ya campaign, wanaleta mfujo kama hawa wote wawili wanataka ugavana, na hawa watu ambao wanaleta fujo, kwani huyo mtu ambaye hawa watu ambao wanataka gavana wanatoka wapi? Kwani wakiwa gavana mmoja wao akifeli kuwa gavana watakufa, au ambao wako wale wanatupiana mawe watakufa? Hii ndio kusema wakati mwingine sisi tunabugia tu vitu kusema demokrasi bila kujua maana ya demokrasia ni nini. Hatujui, inatakiwa watu wajue ukisema demokrasia maana yake nini, kwa sababu naona hata hapa saa zingine mtu anazungumza alafu tayari mnaanza kujibiana. Wacha mtu aseme kile anachosema, mpatie nafasi, akimaliza umjibu, kwa sababu mkianza kujibiana kuzururusha, ndio hao mwisho wanatupiana mawe. Mnatupiana mawe, na hawa watu ambao wanafanya mpigane ni watu wa hapo hapo kwenu wote, ninyi wote ni watu wa hapo hapo. Sasa mnauana kwa nini? Hii ni jambo la kusikitisha sana wananchi, kwa sababu sio hao viongozi wanaambia watu kutupa mawe, ni watu wenyewe wanakuwa wapumbavu. Kama hao viongozi wanakunywa chai pamoja, wanaketi pamoja, ninyi mnatupiana mawe ya nini? Hii ni jambo ambalo linatakiwa sisi wa Kenya tujue, maana hii mambo ya kurukiana, mambo ya demokrasia. Ndio maana mimi, kama ingekuwa ni mimi saa zingine nasema Wakenya saa zingine wataka kuchapwa tu viboko. Manake upuzi, unaenda kutupa jiwe ujui linaenda kuangukia juu ya nani? Inaweza kuangukia juu ya dada yako au ndugu yako. For what? Uchaguzi itakuja na itapita, na bado kama we mzima bado mtakaa tu hapo. Huyo au watu ni wale. Ninyi ni wale kutoka kwa hiyo sehemu hiyo. Mnapigania nini? Ni jambo watu hawajui maana ya demokrasia. Na hata hawa viongozi, mimi ninashindwa, hawa viongozi ni viongozi wa namna gani ambao ni lazima iwe ni kufa na kupona? Kufa na kupona gani? Haifanyiki hivyo. Tunataka uchaguzi wenye amani. Wote hawa vyama vidogo hivi vinaleta fujo ambapo hazina maana hata kidogo. Ni jambo ambalo linatakiwa sisi wote tukemee kitu kama hiyo. Fujo ambazo tunaona tukemee. Hiyo fujo haina manufaa. Hiyo fujo ndio watu wengine bado wanaweka hapa kwa mambo ya ukabila. Na tumejaribu miaka 58 hatujafaulu, bado tunazunguka the same place. Kitu tunataka tushirikiane. Ndio maana ni muhimu sisi wote wa Kenya tujenge taifa letu. Kujenga taifa, wachana na kujenga nchi, tujenge taifa. Tukijenga taifa ndio kila kitu inakuwa sawa. Na vile tunavyozungumza hapa, hata hii platform inatupatia nafasi ya kujenga taifa. Tunazungumza sisi kwa njia ya ustaarabu, tunaelewana, tunakosoana. Hii ndio inatakikana. Alafu tunatokana na suluhu. Tunatakiwa tuwe watu wenye suluhu. Jambo langu labda la mwisho mimi naweza kusema ni kwamba uongo huwa ina expire. Uongo, na muende muangalie, kila mtu afanye utafiti wake, angalie uongo huwa ina expire. Ndio maana mimi kwa maoni yangu sipendi mtu kusema ati siasa ni lazima useme uongo. Siasa ni uongozi. Kwa hiyo mimi kwa maoni yangu mimi natumia hasa uongozi. Sitaki mambo ya kusema ati siasa, kwa sababu ukisema siasa watu wanachukua mambo ambayo huwa inaangalia maisha yetu kuwa ni mchezo. Ndio maana mtu anaweza kuja mbele yetu na kusema uongo. Uongozi hautaki uongo. Hiyo ndio maana namrumia sana kijana wangu Diu kwamba anaamini uongo, mtu ambaye anaweza kumwambia uongo ambayo hawezi kuthibitisha. Kwa sababu wakati mwingine tukisema mtu tabia ya mtu sio nzuri, ni kwa sababu yale mambo ambayo anayo. Kwa sababu kuna watu wengine wako na mali ambayo ukimuuliza, je, hii mali wewe kama kiongozi wetu umepataje? Hawezi kukuelezea vile amepata. Hiyo ni tabia mbaya, na tutakapokubali kukataa vitu kama hizo, ndizo maisha yetu yatakavyoanza kuwa mazuri. Lakini kama tunakubali mtu ana vitu ambavyo hawezi kusema ametoa wapi na amepataje, unamkubali tu, huyo mtu atakulagai kwa kila kitu. Manake kama ana vitu ambavyo hawezi kuambia amezitoa wapi na amezipataje, huyo ni mtu ambaye hafai kuongoza nchi. Jambo lingine mimi nataka kuambia watu wengine, unajua saa zingine ni lazima tuwe na viongozi ambao wana nidhamu, ni viongozi ambao wana tabia nzuri na rekodi nzuri. Hatuwezi kuwa na viongozi tu kwa sababu ni wetu, kwa sababu ni mtu wetu. Hiyo haifai. Na kwa nchi ya Kenya ambapo tuko na makabila mengi, hatuwezi kuwa na tunadandia kabila yetu. Nataka niwaambie mfano mzuri saa hizi. Mnaona wilaya ya kati, ndio kusema Central Province, hawana mgombeaji wa rais ambao wametoa wao wenyewe. Unaona kuna wamerelax, hakuna tension, hakuna. Hivyo ndivyo tunataka katika chaguzi zijazo. Ndio maana kubadilisha kiongozi kutoka sehemu tofauti ni nzuri, inaleta kurelax, inaleta watu kuaminiana. Kwa sababu mkisema ni mtu wetu, watu wanaanza kukosa hiyo kutuaminiana. Ndio maana sisi wa Kenya hatuaminiani. Hiyo uaminifu inatakiwa tuirudishe by kujenga azimio la umoja. Nchi yetu tuijenge. Jambo la mwisho naweza kusema kwamba hii mambo ya Tononoka inafanyika kwa sababu mimi niliwaambia uongo mwishowe inaisha, ina expire. Uongo, mtu ukizoea kusema uongo, mwishowe mambo wale wote wanasema uongo. Angalia vile walivyo. Mimi nafurahi sana kwa azimio vile wanavyoendesha namna ya kutafuta uongozi wao. Jambo la mwisho ambalo nasikitika, sijui nilimsikia Igade akizungumzia juu ya wale MCA vile alitaja. Sielewi ilitokeaje ikawa ina matatizo namna hiyo, ambapo Waislamu wameichukulia kama alitamka neno mbaya. Labda kama kuna mtu ana uzito zaidi vile alivyozungumza, anaweza nitasikiliza kama mtu ana ujumbe zaidi ya hiyo. Lakini nasikitika, na ningelipenda kama Igadi anaweza kuelezea aliyemaanisha nini, ndio hiyo ghadhabu ambayo nimeona na Waislamu waweze kuzungumza na kupata maafaka, kufikiana suluhu. Nafikiri ni hayo tu kwa saa hizi. Asanteni sana.
Okay. Thank you, Jakindube. Just one moment. Thank you, Jakindube, for your submission. We appreciate it. Duke, hold on. You are coming next. Just hold your horses, kidogo. Want to play one video, and then it's my time to sign out. The daybreak is Sunday morning service, so I'm even late. It's because Wekesa did not show up today. Usually releases me at midnight, and now nimekaa nikapitisha. But all in all, it's good. Richie, Makiadi, the video is this one for YouTube?
I think that is from Kip. I think you're the one who requested that video, right?
The one with Mijungu.
Yeah, I think that's the one.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
One-on-one interview.
That one's ready. That one's ready. Let's play it and then we are done.
By your political opponent, who you have labeled also names, right? And the findings of an opinion poll that Ipsos in 2018 ranked you as the most corrupt politicians in the country at 33%, followed by Anne Waiguru at 31%, and former President Daniel Toroitich arap Moi, and of course President Kenyatta was also ranked in this survey. So I want to ask you this question.
And why don't you mention that also Raila was ranked?
Raila Odinga was ranked. I'm looking at the top three. I'm looking at the top three. This question you've been asked several times, and I want to quote an interview you did with the BBC in 2019 about your wealth.
You've done some homework, my friend.
Yeah, and you told the BBC that when you asked about your net worth, you said the information is available, and you even advised that if you did some research prior, who would have not asked the question, he would know, and it's in the public domain. You asked them to Google it and referred them to Parliament's website. Well, we have looked for that information. We don't seem to be able to get it. So my question to you tonight is, would you state, this question you've been asked several times, would you state your net worth to the public?
First, I think, Ken, the same way I've seen you are very good at doing homework. You know, you've done a really good job with homework. But I don't know why you failed on the one of looking for William Ruto's net worth.
I have.
That you have come to.
I have.
So, yes. Let me tell you the following. Number one, I am the only politician who, when I come to, in fact, I was expecting this question. Yeah, I am the only politician who gets asked this question. No other politician is asked this question. That's number one. Number two, when I supported Raila Odinga, I was never asked about my net worth. When I supported Uhuru Kenyatta, I was never asked about my net worth.
And now we are asking.
Now you are asking.
Yes.
Are you telling me, is your question that, Mr. William Ruto, why are you daring to run for president when you are the son of a peasant? Is that your question?
No, that's not my question.
That's your question?
No, my question is...
Because why isn't anybody else asked this question? Why I have never been asked this question until people realized that
you're running for president.
That William Ruto could possibly run for president. And let me tell you, my friend, I am sure that there are many people, and I want to tell you for the record, there are many people I went to school with, both in primary, in secondary, in university. There are thousands of people of my age, people who share the same background as me, children of the nobodies, right? But today, after 20, 30, 40 years, they own a property in Karen, or they own a property in some estate, or they own something in this town. Are you telling me, because that's what you're saying, because you build this around corruption, are you telling me all these thousands of young people, and there are many, yeah, who today live in Karen, they live in Lavington, they live in Kileleshwa, who had a humble background the way I did, are you telling all those people are corrupt?
No.
That They are where they are because they are corrupt.
They're not running for public office.
Correct.
Yes.
So, are you telling me my crime, you would not bother with me? My crime, and that's why you want to say I'm corrupt, is because I am daring to run for public office? Is that
It's
what
a
you're
greater
saying?
calling.
And for your
It's a
information,
greater calling than they have.
are you telling me, Ken, that it is okay to be corrupt as long as you're not running for public office? Is that what you're saying?
You told Citizen once that corruption cannot stop a leader from delivering their mandate.
Let me tell you. Let me finish this story. What you are, the way the more I listen to you, the more you're telling me that if you are a son of a peasant like William Ruto, you should never run for public office.
That's not
and
what
you
I'm
should
saying.
never run for president.
That's what, Your
Because
Excellency, what I'm asking.
Nobody bothered me. And for your information,
before you ran for president.
I want to tell you
Yes.
that maybe Jomo Kenyatta is lucky that he didn't run for president in our times, because he would have been asked, you, a meter reader in City Hall, how did you get yourself here? Or for that record, Moi would have been asked, you a
as a
primary
teacher.
school teacher.
From
Sacho, how did you get yourself here? You know, you must be corrupt. You must be this, you must be this. My friend, let me tell you, please let us accept that there are children of people from humble background who, through hard work, through doing diligently what they are doing, they have gotten themselves somewhere. Please,
okay,
let me beg you.
I'll take you
it
back
is-
there, Your
It is so
Excellency.
unfair,
Yes.
yeah, to run a narrative that you can only have money if your father was something.
Okay.
And if your father was nothing, you should be poor, you should have no money, and if you have money, you must have stolen.
Okay.
That is not a gospel that is taking us anywhere.
You're on record as having supported BBI 1.
Yes.
And BBI 1 has one of the recommendations. And you have supported as it is, and you actually think it's going to be mutilated by what's happening on the podium. If you support BBI 1, one of the recommendations is to declare wealth. If you support it like you state,
yes,
would you want to be an example? Because when you asked me why I haven't been diligent to check for this information, one, no one is willing to share this information because it's private. People have gone to court to stop people from accessing private information. It's for the use of the agencies that are clearing these politicians. But no one is willing to share this information about the wealth of William Ruto. So now, in the spirit of supporting the BBI 1, do you think you will be the first politician to publicly declare what you have in the spirit of supporting BBI 1, the way you've stated? Do you think you will be the first politician to do it? Just a simple answer. Would you be that person?
Ken, surely. You know, surely. You know, why is this issue of wealth
It's a requirement.
A very big issue when you have William Ruto? You never ask anybody else.
No, we asked.
The president said that there will be law that will be passed for a lifestyle audit. The president himself said he will be number 1, and this man, William Ruto, will be number 2. So, what is the problem? I have absolutely no issue. I declare wealth every 2 years as required by law. When the requirement to make it public will be passed, I mean, it's not for me to choose whether to obey the law or not. Every Kenyan will know what William Ruto owns.
You have mentioned the son of a peasant and all, and perhaps that's the reason why we're asking. So I'll take you back to your journey. 1992 is the first time William Ruto was introduced to the public light with YK92 when you're youth. You were barely 26 years, so you're 26 years then. Presumably, you were a teacher at some point, a preacher, and then you became a chicken seller. In 1997, you became MP for Eldoret North, all the way to when you went 2012, when you ran for a joint ticket with President Uhuru Kenyatta. You served in the cabinet also, right, before then. In the 28 years of your active politics, having enumerated your journey from 1992, where you have admitted yourself, preacher, chicken seller, sometimes a teacher, then politics, YK92, you think this period of 28 years, you're capable to have done what you have done today, with the little we know that has not been made public by you, that you cannot tell us how much you're worth. Because if you told us I'm worth $1 billion shillings, I'll ask you, in the 28 years, you think it's possible to have amassed 1 billion shillings, but we don't know how much you have.
How did you have $1 billion shillings?
Now I'm asking, for example, if you told me,
Okay.
if you told me you're worth $1 billion shillings, I would ask you a direct question.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
How old is Sugabaga on Facebook? How old is he?
Just getting out of teenage, getting out of youth.
How much is he worth?
Billions of shillings, but Your Excellency, we're talking about your journey.
You cannot tell me that a teenager can possibly be the richest man on earth, and a 53-year-old man should own nothing. I mean, surely, give me some credit.
Okay.
I am a businessman.
You're a businessman.
I work hard. I have been a public servant, for member of parliament for close to 25 years. I have been deputy president now for 8 years. Surely.
Why is it not so easy for you just to state this position the same way you're stating these other positions?
Which other position? Which other
just
position?
How much is William Ruto? Why is it so difficult? Why is it information that is held too close to your chest?
My friend, it is because of the deceit that is around this question. And it is because nobody gets asked this question except William Ruto. The day you ask these other people and they answer, then
we come back and answer you.
Yeah.
Wembe ni ule ule. We'll keep playing those videos, my friends.
It is very interesting that the deputy president says that Jomo Kenyatta was a meter reader, Moi was a primary school teacher. Both of them are sons of peasants, okay? And they got where they are when they were, let's say, 70 years and above. But he has gotten where he is before he's 50, and he doesn't want to be questioned how he made it, or until other people have been asked. How do you want to be equal to Raila Odinga when Raila Odinga has been in politics all his life, and he's squarely 20 years older than you? That means he lived 20 years before you came into existence, and you want to catch up with him, be equal to him, so that he must declare his wealth first before you declare yours. I think we are dealing with somebody here who doesn't want to accept that he is who he is. He wants to be someone else. And I believe one of the unmaking of one William Ruto is trying to play to the Raila, who he is not. And that is why everything is falling apart for him. On that note, I leave you with Richie to navigate you. Naona mikono miwili imeinuliwa. Hiyo mikono si kinyume na mimi na si kwa ajili yangu.
Before you go, Bernard.
Yes, Mike, what is it?
Just a quick one. You know, you've started something that I wouldn't want you to leave before I close with it. You know, as you have just said, Jomo Kenyatta was a meter reader. Daniel Arap Moi was a primary school teacher. And yet we have been told that these people are dynasties from the same person, calling people who started from poverty to where they are. So that when Uhuru's father from meter reading got wealth, it is supposed to have been a crime, because Uhuru is not supposed to have been a beneficiary of his father's hard-earned money, because Ruto has also worked very hard to get what he has. Shall we call his son a dynasty because of that? So I think this double speak is now just getting irritable, and I thank God for the information age where we can trace back anything you say and call you for who you are, just a fake liar. Thank you, Ben.
Okay, Bob.
Ngoja Bernard, mimi nataka kukurelease uende ulale. Wachia mimi hawa wazee tupambane nao.
Okay. Asante
ama kuna mtu ako na message ya Bernard before aondoke.
Ya haraka tu ya
Bernard.
Bernard, unajua sasa nilikuwa nataka kusema kutoka hapo, unajua uko Webuye kuja hivi Malava Tarbo, alafu tunaingia hapa Sugoi. Tumefanya extension kidogo. Kuna mtu ana paso sasa. Tumenunua paso. Sasa tu bado tunakata hiyo miti.
Good. Miti kati.
Sasa
mkuje mpaka Tongoreni.
Uko juu kabisa. Na nilikuwa nataka kusema yani on behalf of Bernard. Musiwatch hii kitu peke yenu hii Mtembei. Subscribe, share, and there's a large percentage of you who are watching it without subscribing. Hata nyinyi watu wa Facebook, tafadhali like the page. We need to promote this thing before the election comes in to the road of 400. So 400,000. So could you do that? That would be great. Yeah, this is your show as much as it's Mtembei's. Asante sana Bernard. We always appreciate you. Asante sana. And yeah. Alafu Duke naambia Duke smile bana.
Ngoja. Iko mtu ako na swali na Bernard. Iko mtu ako na swali na Bernard kwanza. Bernard anataka kwenda kesho, ako na very tight schedule. Duke, 1 minute.
Duke, is it me?
Yes.
Hey.
You're the one who brought the video.
Yeah, smile bana.
I want you to tell us your net worth before you go.
Brother Duke, you are my net.
And ulale. You are not running for any public office.
It is this shirt that is giving you problems. It is this shirt. Now, for your information, this shirt is 3 years old. Okay, in my wardrobe. 3 years old. So, but this is what I want to say. The deputy president he wants to use the belonging to a son of a peasant as a right to a presidential ticket. That doesn't work. We are all sons of peasants. We went to school without shoes. We are speaking English that was learned through our mothers preparing changa and selling for us to be in school. He's not the only son of a peasant in this country. And being a son of a peasant, if that is a qualification for one to run for president, every Kenyan in this country is qualified to, from Jomo Kenyatta to Jaramogi Oginga Odinga to Daniel Arap Moi and every other person, even Mike Kibaki. None of us were born with silver spoon in our mouths. The only person you can claim that he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, that will be Uhuru Kenyatta. But Uhuru Kenyatta, trace his roots. He's also coming from a peasant. So, usitulete tafadhali, prove if you have a capacity to lead this country by showing us your capability, not the inability of the poverty of your community or your family. Thank you very much. See you when you see me.
Asante Bernard, usiku mwema. Hata ni asubuhi. Good morning. Tutaonana jioni. Now hapa hii video imechezwa imenifurahisha sana. Ruto amesema ati kwa nini anaitwa Mark Zuckerberg ambaye ni kijana mdogo sana kwa 30 something years anaweza kuwa probably the richest man in the world na yeye mtu wa 53. Watu wanamuonea wivu wakiuliza yeye ametoa utajiri wake. Bob Papa, tueleze, hata wewe uliniambia juzi imegonga 5th floor, tueleze mali yako umetoa wapi?
Kitu ya kwanza, mimi hata sitaki kuongea juu ya hiyo video kwa sababu ni mimi kwanza mali yangu ni yangu ni mbuzi kadhaa na jengo fulani ndogo ndogo hapa na pale. Mimi sina hiyo utajiri ambaye mnaongea huko, kwa hivyo mimi hata niweke mbali na hiyo maneno. Ile kitu mimi nilikuwa nataka kuongelea kidogo ni mambo Jakendube aliongea a few minutes ago ambaye imenikasirisha sana, na ni mambo imefanyika jana, tuseme jana. William Ruto alikuwa Mombasa. William Ruto went to a school which I can say barely 2-3 kilometers from where I am, and he flagged off 4 buses. These 4 buses, he is purporting to have donated them to, he was flagging them at Nyali Primary School, which is a government, it's kind of turned into almost a government private school. But these buses were funded by the CDF kitty. Sasa wakiwa pamoja na huyo mkora ambaye anaitwa Jichopevu, siku hizi tunamuita Jichopesa hapa. He has flagged off 4 buses and purporting that he has donated them, ambaye tunajua ni ukora, na hizo basi zimenunuliwa na pesa ya serikali. And I was wondering whether this is it going to be the same scenario kama ile ya shule moja kule Meru inaitwa Kianjai, ambaye basi alienda akadonate basi, usiku basi ikapotea. Wakati nation media walifuatilia, basi yenyewe resurfaced the next day in Kiambu, being unveiled to the Kiambu people. When the administration in Kianjai kule Meru wanaulizwa, wanasema ati basi haijaibiwa, imeenda kuwa fitted with the gadgets. Sasa hizi siasa za ukora na kudanganya watu, I don't know what will happen tomorrow to the kids of Mombasa when they realize probably those buses may have even come from another county and they were being duped, because this man has a record of not saying the truth, and it is a very sad affair. I just hope that those buses shall be truly be used for by the children in the county of Mombasa. And as a matter of fact, I will engage a friend who is a journalist with one of the media stations to follow up on these buses, because I am doubtful of what this man is doing in this county, spreading his lies. Thank you. Na mimi sita declare mali yangu, kwa hivyo muende mfanye ile mnataka. Wachana na mimi Makiadi bwana.
No.
Okay, hold on. Ngoja. Niko na list mrefu hapa. Papa ni sawa. Thank you.
Papa running
I have
for
just
office.
filed my returns.
No, but Papa, are you running for office? Papa, are you running for office?
No, he's not. Okay, let's
So why
go
do we need to know about how
let's
much
go to
he's earning?
Jakendube. Comment Jakendube, dakika moja ndio tuende kwa mkururo, ile Bernard ameniachia hapa ni mrefu. So Jakendube, dakika moja hivi.
Unaona haya mambo ambayo mimi ninasema, mtu ambaye hana si mwaminifu, unawezaje kuulizwa uko na wewe una mali ngapi na usiwezi kusema? Usemi una mali kiasi gani, unasema watu wengine. Ukiulizwa swali kama wewe unataka kuwa kiongozi, ni lazima ujibu. Huwezi kusema kwa sababu wewe baba yako mnasema ni pesa. Baba wote ni the same. Hakuna baba, hata kama mwingine ni king, mwingine ni mtu wa shamba. Baba ni baba, mtoto ni mtoto. Hata ukisema Uhuru kwani amejiweka hapo kwa uongozi kwa sababu yeye mtoto wa Kenyatta? Sivyo. Watu wamemchagua, watu wenyewe walimpigia kura. Hakuja pale kujiwekelea na nguvu. So hii mambo ya excuse, hii mambo ya kuja kusema ati mimi baba yangu ni pesa. Baba yako, it doesn't matter. Hata kama wewe ni kutoka kwa nani, wewe ndio unataka kuongoza Kenya. Kama unataka uongozi, lazima ujielezee hizi vitu ambavyo unazo umetoa wapi. Hatuulizi baba yako, ni wewe unaulizwa umetoa wapi. Sema nimetoa mali fulani, nina company fulani, hii ndio ninayo, ndio maana nimepata hivi vitu. Huwezi kusema ati huyo kijana mwingine eti ni ako na mali. Huyo kijana hataki kuwa president tena, yeye si mfanyikazi wa serikali, yeye ni mfanyabiashara au ni mwimbaji. Huwezi kumlinganisha na mtu. Lazima tuangalie mali yako, na vile Ruto amekuwa akifanyia serikali maisha yake yote amefanya kwa serikali. So hivi yeye ana biashara, kama ana biashara yoyote aseme, lakini asije kutuambia ati oh, mimi baba yangu ni maskini. Hatutaki baba yako atumulizi, tunauliza wewe. Kwa hiyo hata Uhuru tunamuuliza Uhuru, atuulizi babake. Hata kama ni Raila tunamuuliza Raila, atumulizi babake. Mambo ya kuleta baba ya mtu hapa hatutaki. Tunataka mtu binafsi, kwa sababu kila mtu anahesabiwa wewe, si eti baba. Hiyo ni excuse.
Haya, asante sana Jakendu Bay. Duke, naona wewe ndio ulikuwa the next one kwa list. Karibu.
I want to react to that video and then I give my submission. You know, the reason why I asked Bernard the question is not that I wanted him.
Duke, microphone yako iko mbali sana. Tunakusikia kwa umbali sana. Sijui uta adjust ama namna gani. Hebu jaribu kuendelea.
Yes, are you getting me now? I was saying the reason why I asked Bernard that question is not that I expected him to give the answer. It's because actually most people don't know their net worth. If maybe you ask any person, even you yourself right now, you think about your net worth, you may find that you don't know it. And the right way we should know the net worth of individuals is from the institutions, especially from the tax collection agencies.
Let me ask you, Duke, before you go on, because this is just a comment I think you are making before you go to your submission. Do you want to tell me you don't know how much you own or what you own?
I know, but I cannot give the exact value.
No, thank you.
What is about the exact value of your wealth?
No, you can at least you can approximate how much you have, because if you ask me, I can tell you I know I have niko na deni kiasi fulani, na ile pesa niko nayo kwa account ama kwa mfuko ndio hii, na niko na ng'ombe moja na baiskeli na maybe stool mbili kwa nyumba, and that's what I mean. I can tell you, I can approximate what I have, unless ile kitu uko nayo ujui mahali ilitoka, then you cannot declare it. So that's not even something that you can even tell us here. It has to come from agencies. What agencies will come there to actually audit what you have, unless you give them that leeway to do that?
And furthermore, Bernard is not running for office. Bernard is not a politician, and Bernard is also a person that is a man of the cloth. So his net worth is actually tax free. So uliza swali. Try again.
Endelea, Duke.
No, the deputy president was asked the exact figure of his net worth. He was not asked which property you own. He was asked what's your net worth. He was expected to give the exact figure. But I'm saying
hold on, Duke. I don't know if it's only me who can't hear you properly ama hebu nisaidieni, labda mimi ndio niko na shida. Mnamsikia Duke vizuri kweli?
Duke asikiki vizuri. Kuna kitu fulani mbaya na
sauti inapanda ikiteremka. Sijui ni kwa nini. Leo mitambo yako umesete namna gani?
As he sets it, please, Richie, as he sets his microphone, a deputy president and a public servant is asked in advance to prepare stock of his assets and liabilities. It's not like they are ambushed to provide that information. So when somebody like the president or the deputy is asked, it's not like he was called today and told, go and bring it. The deputy president himself said, I prepare my returns every 2 years. So it's not like he's being asked something he doesn't know, because it's a requirement by law to take stock of what you own. So it cannot be like you have been ambushed, you are going to the toilet and somebody stopped you and asked you a question. It is something that is required by law, and you are supposed to get your auditors, get your people to get stock of what you own. Yeah, however enormous it is, even the richest people in the world can account for their wealth. If Ruto is not one of the wealthiest in the world, then he should also not have a problem accounting for his little wealth that he has.
All right, I want to give Duke the opportunity to finish his submission. Bob, I'll give you a minute later. Just Duke, hebu jaribu tena tuone kama imekuwa sawa.
Are you getting me now?
Ilikuwa ni kuhusu Duke.
I want Duke to finish his submission first before we can at least respond to what he says, so that the queue is getting longer. Duke, go ahead.
Okay, you know, putting across that statement because we should not depend on the information which individuals tells us. Sometimes, if I'm asked how much I own, I can just give a tentative figure. So it's not about what individuals say, it's about what institutions say, what the tax returns reflect. Even in the US, some people were questioning the tax returns of Donald Trump. And it all stops about politics and fairness. For instance, if people want to know your net worth and then they can use it to maybe to fight you politically, it's politically right for you not to give that information. As it was in the US, even Donald Trump never gave his tax returns. And a question, it should be fair. For instance, if we have maybe a presidential debate, I hope that question should be asked to every person who's contesting for office. Obviously, even now, we don't know the exact net worth of most of politicians. If I ask individuals like you, what's the net worth of Raila Odinga, Uhuru Kenyatta, all these people, nobody knows the exact figures. All those people have not explained their net worth in person. So that's what it says. And then regarding there was another video where Ruto was interviewed by Al Jazeera, I think. And to a large extent, he was actually stating facts. For instance, if the IEBC has indicated that the election must be repeated within 60 days, even the government have to obey that. So the fact that most people did not vote or not turn up, it's not to a large extent their fault. But I was actually disappointed by the way Raila Odinga handled the 2017 victory. He actually did not honor, he did not work hard to retain his 2017 victory. For instance, after the court overturned the ruling, Miguna asked the NASA lawyers to go to court and to ask for the server to be opened. But they started to celebrate. I never wanted us to start celebrating across Kenya. We should actually started to demonstrate until the IEBC will open the server. And maybe Raila was to be announced the president. But now when you don't do that and then you celebrate a short-lived victory, then it becomes very difficult for you for a fight like that to yield results. Regarding my submission today, I want to start by the first heading, which says that DP Ruto failed show in the Tononoka grounds. You know, when I was logging, I think 2 days ago, when I logged into Metembei TV, I was asked to take, it was an opinion polls, whether I support Ruto or Raila Odinga. And to a large extent, I found that the percentage for Raila Odinga was 98%. You see, that means this platform may be doing a disservice to Raila Odinga. If maybe you purport to campaign for him, it may be a mistake, because when you expel individuals who have different opinions, you can find that all your audience are then the supporters of Raila. And that means you are not increasing the basket of Raila in any way. So it's good for this platform to have people, maybe like me, people with different opinions. Maybe by engagement, you can convert some. So when it is like headings like this, which makes some people to move away, because which criteria do you use that to say that the show was failed? Do we have a metric of measuring that? Was there chaos? Did people throw stones? Was there a fight? And how many people should turn up in a rally so that it can be a successful rally? Did you take the statistics of the number of people? So those are the questions which we should always ask. Then regarding the media and the agents being allowed to broadcast the IEBC result, I think that's a positive progress. If more if you see in the UK, in the US, you don't see even the IEBC chairman announcing results or an electoral body doing that. We just get them from the media, because what is announced at polling stations, it's final and it's shared to everybody, and nobody can change that. But this exclusiveness we have, that it must be only announced by the chairman. That's why you find we have forms which are doctored, changed on the way, and then different results are announced. Actually, one of the electoral reforms I was proposing is that we have video cameras in every polling station, so that when the returning officer announces the results, it's taped, and we can see the person and we can see what that person announced. But when we are dealing with these forms, which the government even can produce a fake and then or an original, and then produce the same original, and then you may find even if the fault is not the returning officer. The returning officer may do its own duty properly, but when he sends that form, we have individuals on their way who changes all that. So I think that will be it's a positive development. And in my conclusion, what I can do is this: the problem we have in Kenya, the corruption, the poor healthcare, poverty, it's because of the systems and the ideas which we have today, which we embrace today. In fact, the problem may be it is because we are what we know it's right is wrong, and what we know it's wrong is right. That may be the cause of the problems we have here in Kenya. And that's why I support Wajakoya to some extent. You know, a lot of people are demonizing him to a large extent, but he has an idea, because if maybe we can grow that plant and we have a lot of money. Actually, when I heard, when I read one of his proposals about raising marijuana, he was stating about the price of 1 kg of bag, the price of one bag. And I went ahead to look to find the actual figures, and I found it's true. It's actually an expensive crop. So you see a lot of people suffering. Maybe you are planting coffee, tea, you wait for 10 years before you harvest it, but this is a crop which you can plant for like 4 months, and we have millions. If it's about misuse, the government can maybe have large tracts of land where there is a security systems in a way, so that we can actually have profits from that. So I think that's my submission for today, because I see the queue is wrong. I don't want to take much time.
Okay, so what we'll do right now is I'll give, if you want to speak, just a minute. Do kandika hiyo maswali utaulizwa dakika moja moja. Wacha nianze na Alex juu ako kwa barabara. Tafadhali. 1 minute, Alex.
Yeah, I'm glad, Duke, my younger brother, it's always nice to see you here complaining that to a large extent, 88% of people in this platform are doing injustice to Raila Odinga. That is not our view. Secondly, the reforms that you are advocating for, or video recording, by the way, they were in BBI, and you are vehemently refusing to support BBI. You've come here several times advocating for BBI after its fall. I do not know where you stand by BBI. It is coming in 100 days after election, but it will be too late for you. Hii wakati tuibe tusipoiba tunashinda, but you have to come into your terms that when something progressive like BBI is proposed, it's not political. So when you thought you guys were winning, you did not need BBI. Now that you hear that you are not even getting 25%, now you want electoral reforms. 42 days to election, maybe less than 50 days to election. What are you talking about? You are proposing BBI right now? That's a hogwash.
Aya, Wangira, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Makiadi. How are you, everybody? You know, every time I listen to you, you know, I wonder why you keep on mixing issues. You know, you have just cited Miguna and quoting him on something that cannot be verified. And you said something that made me wonder whether you really read. Because if you're a good reader, then you could be understanding better. Because you have revived this issue of the servers. And you claim that Miguna told Wakina Orengo to go back to the Supreme Court so that they could demand for the reopening of the server, and on that basis that Raila Odinga could have been declared president. You know, I've read that presidential petition #1 of 2017 on, and is one of the documents that are on my laptop. And I understand when you read that particular petition, you understand that the main reason why, in fact, this particular election of 2017 was nullified was because IBC was not in a position to open the servers, because that was the major reason why it was nullified, because IBC was not in a position to open the servers. So by Wakina Orengo going back to court to demand for the opening of the server, make me understand within the meaning of the judgment how it could have made Raila Odinga become president. You know, those are the simple things that I just want to understand. You know, we don't just want to argue from the point of ignorance here. Make some of us also understand what you really mean. And again, perhaps the only thing that you could have said, because the Supreme Court almost found the Chebukatian team to be almost in contempt of court. Perhaps that could have been the only issue that Wakina Orengo could have pushed for. But saying that Orengo to go back to court and demand for the opening of the servers so that whatever comes out of the servers make Raila president, when already the court had declared the election null and void, I actually don't understand what you mean. Ni hayo tu.
Jakendu Bey, 1 minute.
Mimi nashangaa sana na Duke kwa vile anasema yale maneno anasema eti kumfanya Raila kwa president. Unajua kama Raila, mimi naweza kusema Raila naweza kusema ni mtu mwenye busara, mtu ambaye anaangalia Kenya in a long term. Kama angechukua mkondo ambao kina Duke wanataka na huyu Miguna, saa hii hatungekuwa, Kenya ingekuwa in pieces. So Kenya sio adui, na wale ambao Raila anashindana nao ni ndugu zake, ni Wakenya wenzake. Kwa hiyo kuna wakati mwingine lazima retreat. Ukiona wenzako hawasikilizi kitu wanataka, ni lazima mpigane. Hiyo ni mtu ambaye hana busara, hana wisdom kwa nchi yake. Kwa hiyo hatua ambazo Raila amechukua, ambazo mlikuwa mnataka wengi wale wenye mrengo wa kina Miguna na kina Duke walikuwa wanataka Raila achukue, ingevunja nchi yetu into pieces. Hiyo hatutaki. Asante.
Aya, Bob Papa, 1 minute.
Duke, I just wanted to mention something. I don't know whether you are self-employed, whether you are in Kenya, or whether you are wherever you are. But I just wanted to mention that Duke, do you file returns to the KRA?
I'm self-employed and I'm in Kenya, and yes, I file my tax returns every year.
Okay, yeah, fine. Then if I hope you realize that 30th of June is the deadline. I just filed my returns on Wednesday, and from by filing returns, you roughly can tell how much your worth is. And the deputy president, I'm sure the government gives him something called a P9 form. That P9 form is just a form from the employers detailing how much you have earned. And there is a section where if you have additional income, you can also fill up. So I am not so sure why you are trying to shield the deputy president from giving us his net worth. But anyway, that's for another day. You can answer that later. Let's move on because we have many other panelists waiting. Thank you.
Okay, Duke, you'll answer that later. Let me move on to Kip now. And I think we'll have to be at least considerate with the other panelists so that at least somebody gets an opportunity to speak. So make it short and sweet. Kip.
Hello. It's someone's mic is on. Yeah. For me, I just think Duke used to be ODM. It's my younger brother. Sometimes I occasionally see him smile, lakini anakataa leo sijui kwa nini. Duke used to be ODM, but I think why he's talking about the servers, I think he was very disappointed with how IEBC did all this stuff, and he's moved to the other side. So yeah, just bear with him. And you know, he's very intelligent. He's not abusive. So guys on the comment, wachana na Duke, he brings some insight sometimes. So some of his opinions, like for example, what he said about us having cameras, it's something from the BBA, but you can see he sees value in that. So it's not like we need to overlook that. As for Ruto now, Ruto's corruption questions, you can see how he evades questions. He asks the interviewer questions when he's asked questions. I mean, we've done like 3 videos of him today, and anytime he's asked a direct question, he answers it with another question, or he takes time by telling us a story that is not relevant to the question. The Al Jazeera reporter was quite good with him. That is how you're supposed to ask politicians questions. You never let them leave the question you originally asked them. But Ruto somehow managed to snake out of it, but it made him look down. It made him look bad, because you see, he was in NTV. You can see that he was asked. He was given evidence. Number one, he had already told the BBC that the information about his net worth would be present in what do you call it, on the internet. You could Google it and find it. You know, I'd Google it. I mean, one of the commenters over there said that one of the commenters in the channel right now already knows what Raila's net worth is. I mean, you can Google it and find out. Yeah, he's a billionaire. Yeah, we know that, but he's never hidden that. He says that it's going to be in our what do you call it, in our parliamentary website. When I say our, that is our house. All of you, that is your house. So he says that information will be there, but he's never answered it. Because for me, I've always asked, if Ruto is being rich by selling chicken, I want to see a factory in Kenya that has Ruto's branding. I want to see chicken factories. I want to see somebody here that says, I'm not talking about 2 or 3 people in Sugoi. I want to see that Kiambu has a factory for kukus Ruto. I want to see that in Mombasa there's a factory for Ruto. I want to see restaurants for the kukus. The only billionaire I know that sells chicken is KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken, and the Colonel died many decades ago, and he got his billions after he died. So if Ruto is a billionaire because of chicken, tell me. If he's a billionaire because of his insurance company, tell me how he started the insurance company and where he got his capital for those insurance companies. He says he's a businessman. I haven't seen him go for meetings for these businesses that he has. Tell me about it. If he's a billionaire because of his petrol company, Starbucks, tell me how he got the wealth, the initial wealth. Tell me the first Starbucks that he built that made him several around Kenya and even in Uganda. So those are the things that I was asking about wealth. As for you mentioning Trump, that is still in contestation. Every presidential aspirant in America has shown his wealth in the past, and actually willingly. But Trump refused because there's question about how he evades tax in the US. So you cannot compare apples to oranges there, because we are having the same questions about Ruto with Trump. So that's an own goal for you there, Duke. Then I have one more question. I forwarded you a video of Osoro. So you tell me, is that a formidable leader? That is a vehicle that nearly killed several people there. I think some people might have died in that vehicle, that campaign video. So Duke, is that somebody you want to follow in Kisii? That Osoro is a pest and a disease in Kisii, and if UDA is proud of a leader like that, I think we need to send Simbarati again to have a word with him. Asante, I'll come back later. There's more. There's more I want to hear from Valentino later on. So Valentino Slim, bado nitataka kusikia a bit from you. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, Keep. I think the next person on the queue is Julius.
Thank you, Makiadi, and all the panelists of Jambo. Kwanza Makiadi, niko na kesi, nataka kufile kesi kabla ni submit. Najua kuna mzee ameiba jina yangu hapa, na najua kuna mama mmoja na baba mmoja. Mama ni Martha Karua na baba ni Raila Odinga na mimi ni papa, hakuna mtu mwingine. So I want to file that case. My lawyer yuko ni Mise, na sasa sijui hiyo kesi nataka tuongee vizuri kwanza kabla ni
Bob, utajitetea ukiwa wapi bana?
Tulia, wakati raundi yangu ikija nitajitetea.
Wakati nini itakuja?
ati wakati yake ikikuja atajitetea.
Nafasi yangu. Ulisikia nini? Alex, you are evil. Enda safisha akili.
na ujue agent wangu atakuwa Julia na wakili atakuwa Mise. Anyway, nashukuru sana kwa wakati huu. Najua saa zingine hiyo video mmecheza Makiadi, it's a nice one. And I just wanted to start by telling my younger brother Duke that sometime unajua hatuwezi kufikiria kuhusu mambo ya zamani sana. We cannot keep all our mind in something that has just passed. Na unajua interest ya nchi ni ya muhimu sana, vile Jacintube amesema, because Raila angekeep hiyo maneno ya masaba nini, nchi ingekuwa imefika wapi? We at times kuna vitu hata kama umekosewa, you just let it go, ndio taifa endelee, because the country is more important than individual. So I think we should not think about what happened in 2017. Now we are in 2022, and the fact now is in the table. Tunajua nani ndio nani na nani ndiye alikuwa wapi na nani we know exactly who we are going to vote for. And unajua ubaya Duke ni ile ama njia yake ya kunini, anataka kwenda opposite kidogo, ndio I think that is his style of living, ndio to keep I don't know, to keep the conversation or to be I don't know, I don't understand. But Raila kuhusu Ruto hii aliulizwa wealth. Hata Raila aliulizwa, I remember there is a video on NTV, aliulizwa akaambiwa uko na offshore, akasema hana offshore account nje, akona pesa yake yote iko Kenya. Akaulizwa ako wealth yake ni approximately how much? Akasema it's about, I think, about 2 billion. Only 2 billion. So mbona DP Ruto hawezi kitu kama hawezi, you know, very simple question like that hataki kusema. Hataki kusema because hakuna mtu ajui ile kitu ako nayo. Utakosaje kujua mali ile uko nayo? Idiwezi kuwa ati ni mingi sana ujui amount ya ile mali uko nayo. Anyway, nina it's one way of hiding whatever they have because unajua kuitwa the most corrupt person in Kenya alafu nafuatwa na Waiguru. I mean, it was a nice one. It was a nice one. And I just want to talk a little bit about Governor. Kulikuwa na mjadala ya Governor Kajiado. UDA walitoroka pia hawakuingia. Governor contestant wa UDA hakuingia. It was crazy. I mean, watu wameamua kabisa wataki maneno ya mjadala. But all is the same because unajua kama if you are hiding, you don't want to be, because you don't have a plan for the people. Why do you hide yourself? For example, if you want to be a leader, unataka kuwa governor wa Kajiado County ama unataka kuwa governor wa Narok kama Nairobi, ukiitwa mjadala si unakuja unaambia Wakenya because vile uko na mpango, because at times sio kila mtu anaweza kuwa anakuja mikutano zako kuona ukitoa manifesto yako ama nini. So these guys are cowards because ni watu sijui uoga ya nini na nataka uongozi. But anyway, I think watu wameona defeat kabisa, wameona hawana chao. But it's okay for us, we move forward and see this 2020 election tumeshinda. Sina mengi ya kusema Makiadi.
Makiadi, before it escapes me, I missed a point. Can I quickly say it?
Yeah, you're already unmuted, so go ahead.
30 seconds. It's about this election this time. I really appreciate how technology has really educated Kenya. There is a lot of WhatsApp videos that move around, a lot of Facebook shares, a lot of YouTube shares, and this time round, we don't even have any of this Cambridge Analytics giving us some fake news and fake information. Kenyans are remembering things. There are a lot of videos that are being shared about Ruto, and Ruto cannot hide from that. And I think Kenyans need to keep doing that, keep sharing this old information. My brothers and sisters from the Kikuyu side have been sharing 92 and other violent, other things that this government, other awful things that Ruto has done to them. And they've been sharing those videos, and those videos are spreading around. And that is the beauty about this election. The truth is coming out. There's nothing that can be hidden by digital technology. Right now, any lie that you've said in the past will haunt you for the rest of your life. And that is why I love what is happening nowadays in Kenya nowadays. This information is being shared everywhere, and I think we need to keep doing that. Whatever little information you receive from anybody, share it, because there's nothing that UDA has that is the truth. Anything that UDA says is actually refuted the next day, because these people have been lying to us, and I will not stop saying that. UDA is a cult. UDA is not even is a criminal enterprise or a cult, but mostly a cult, because the cult people, the brainwashing is beginning to wear off, and now we're just seeing it as a criminal enterprise. There's a lot of billions of Kenya shillings that these people have stolen from us. So Kenyans, keep sharing the videos, keep sharing the YouTube videos and Facebook shares, because this is important information, and Ruto can no longer lie to us. Thank you very much, Richie.
All right. Asante Kip. Wangira. Alex G. Wangira, utampatia dakika moja.
Okay, sawa.
Okay.
Yeah, that is
Umemute, Alex, umemute.
Yeah, for the record, I want to support William Samoei Ruto on something, whether he's doing it right or wrong, but I think I must defend him. The chicken industry, the way he set it up, when you go to Rainbow Roosters in Eldoret, and the way he set it up originally, whether he's doing it right or wrong, he copy-pasted what Olusegun Obasanjo of Nigeria had done. When you go to look at the chicken farm of Olusegun Obasanjo, especially the hard chicken, I'm in an area whereby kuku ya kienyeji moja kutoka in Mongoloid countries like Thailand, it goes for a whooping $40 to $80. So I am one person who believes that had Ruto done his business in the right way, not cutting deals, what is set up and the kind of species which is called rainbow roosters was to employ many Kenyans, the same way Obasanjo has employed many Nigerians. Go Google Olusegun Obasanjo chicken farm, especially the one that was burnt on February by the angry Nigerians. It's $1 billion business. All the high-class meat that you find in McChicken is coming from his farm. It is $1 billion industry. So Ruto messed up by trying to do business with the government and not employing people. But the chicken industry in itself, from Africa to other countries, it's $1 billion industry. Thank you for the record.
Yeah, yes, it is $1 billion industry, Alex. What you're not getting from my point is I need evidence of those factories that Ruto has and who is selling to. I'm not disputing the fact that it's $1 billion industry. I'm just saying that Ruto
So the
needs
mistake we said was we've never seen anybody sell chicken and become a billionaire. That's a mistake we do. We can do that. We can set up indigenous chicken. And by the way, we can be the world greatest indigenous chicken farmers in the world, especially kwenu nyinyi nani keep. Munauza na vitu zingine zinaitwa baskets hivi, mnaweka kuku karibu 200 na basket, you don't even say moja ni 20, mnaweka tu kwa basket na munauzia watu. We can do that. It's $1 billion industry. You can sell chicken and become a billionaire.
But has he done that? That is the question. He hasn't.
No.
I know. I said we should question that, but we should not say somebody has never become a billionaire by selling chicken.
All right. Let's go to the next person. I'll give you an opportunity, Alex, to do your submission. I think you'll have much to say then. So Wangira, karibu.
Thank you very much. You know, listening to one William Samoei Ruto is interesting at times, you know. I've just watched that clip and, you know, I've just picked a few things, you know. One, you discover that when he's being asked a question, he must go around. When he was told that he was mentioned as the most corrupt person in the country, he told me, Jungu, that don't you remember that also Raila Odinga was mentioned? So, you know, he must drag somebody along him in whatever mess he is in. Then you remember he even brought up the names of Mzee Jomo Kenyatta and the names of Daniel Arap Moi. And then he said that, you know, there are younger people than him. And he brought up the name of the founder of the Facebook, who have made a lot of money. Then you want are you expecting a 53-year-old guy to have nothing? You know, interestingly, for some of us who try to study Africa, you know, Africa is a country where the few become rich by exploiting the majority. These are cases that are painted all over Africa. If you if you go like in a country like Congo, DRC, you'll find the same case. If you go to a country that is poor like Burundi, you find that there are the few who are rich and the majority who are poor. And the reason why they are rich is not that they are any hardworking. It's just because they are just exploiting the majority. And that's the case with a guy like William Samoei Ruto. You know, William Samoei Ruto does not have any tangible business that you can call a tangible business that could give him money in returns of the billions we have been seeing him pouring around. My brother Alex would like to defend William Ruto as being a chicken seller and having copied a model of President Obasanjo in Nigeria. Perhaps some of us will ask, what is the worth of that chicken farm that William Samoei Ruto owns? You find that it's just a cover up. You know, it's not nothing much that you could value to even 20 million or 30 million. So William Samoei Ruto, you know, are people who are setting a very, very bad example. For example, I've been telling people that if you look at those people who fought for what we call the second liberation in this country, the like of Wakina Gitobu Imanyara, the like of Wakina James Orengo, there's a number of them, you know. Moi at that time had a lot of money, you know, and he was in a position to bribe them if they were ready to be bribed, but because they believed in a particular conviction. That's why they stood for what they believed in. Guys like William Samoei Ruto believe for nothing apart from their own stomachs. Apart from their stomach, no principle at all. No principle at all. And even if you look at how they have made their wealth, you know, it's taking what is public resources for their personal good. You know, look at his company, his insurance company that is now going under. You remember when William Samoei Ruto was in good books with the government, you know, getting all the contracts underwriting, all the insurance underwritings in this country because, you know, he was in the good books. And now today, because he's not in the good books, look at what is happening to his company. The company is going under. It was even being auctioned. Look at where he has even built his hotel in Langata. You know, look at where he built his hotel in Langata. Look at that farm called Mata Farm in Taita Taveta, the 2,500 acre farm that, you know, he claims he was given by the Muzungu called Criticals. You'll discover that this farm, you know, is a farm that squatters in Taveta have been fighting for many, many years. Look at the farm in Transmara. You know, we're told that farm used to belong to the former vice president in this country. So, you know, William Ruto cannot tell you that he wrote a book and it became the bestseller. You know, we know like in America, there are people who write books and those books become bestsellers and they make billions of shillings. You know, he cannot tell us that he has invented anything like the founder of Facebook that could make him the billionaire that he is today. You know, he cannot give us a pathway to his wealth. You know, there's no pathway at all, other than just having grabbed from what was public resources in this country. So, you know, it's very, very interesting to listen to him. And, you know, if that's the guy who wants to become the president of the Republic of Kenya, I don't know what type of example he will be to many young people in this country. No wonder you are seeing many young people in this country who don't want to follow the straight way of making wealth. You know, like the case of the four young people who are found dead somewhere. You know, and the story is revolving around them. You know, these are people who are now borrowing the bad examples that, you know, because they believe that there's a quick way to riches. My brother, there's no quick way to riches. Anybody who has made money in this world, there's no quick way to riches unless it's through what we call proceeds of crime. Unless it's through proceeds of crime, there's no quick way to riches. And that's why majority of people in the world are just middle class. You know, they can afford to eat. You know, they don't lack, but, you know, they are not rich and rich. As we are saying in Africa, where, you know, people grab what is public resources at the expense of the majority, and you know, the majority remain being poor. They remain being poor, as the few who are at the top remain being rich. Finally, I'm just concluding in a half a second, and that's why I want to buy this argument by Wajakoyom, or the Roots presidential candidate. Today, you know, there is this clip of him being on a top of a motor vehicle somewhere in Western Kenya, and he's telling the people of Western Kenya, but you people, you know, you go to school. After schooling, you get papers. When you get papers, you go to Nairobi. When you go to Nairobi, you're employed as as watchmen or cooks. Then you find people from another end of this country, because that end of the country is in good connection with the government of the day. They get employed into commissions and government parastatals. They grab and steal money, and after stealing money, they end up becoming millionaires. And when they become millionaire, they end up bribing you with 2 or 3 shillings, and at the end of the day, you go back to your villages singing about them. That is the total scenario. That is the pure scenario in this country. In this country, communities that have never had one of them in government will always become poor, because they lack the avenue to steal. Unlike those who have their people in government. It's unfortunate as it is. That is the true nature of this country. Asante.
Okay, Mr. Wangira, thank you for keeping it short. Wacha turuke haraka haraka kwa Valentino.
Habari zenyu huko?
Mzuri sana. Leo ni Kilifi Jana ilikuwa Kwale.
Jana ilikuwa Kwale, leo ni Mombasa. Tunaenda moja kwa moja. Leo ni Mombasa, kesho tuko Kilifi, alafu tutaenda Taita Taveta. So lazima tumalize Coast Region as a whole. But kwa sasa hii nitaongea kiufupi, lakini kwa urefu bado niko kwa panel hapa, nitaongea zaidi kwa sababu lazima nipeshe wengine. Ama vipi? Haya, mwanzo ninaanza na Duke. Duke, sisi tunakupenda sana kwa hii platform. Hatuna any chuki na mtu yoyote. Umesema kuwa hii media iko biased. I don't think kama hii media iko biased. Kwa sababu kitu ya kwanza yafaa ufikirie, kama hii media ingekuwa iko biased, hata wewe ungeruhusiwa kuingia hapa kwa sababu wewe una support Ruto. Hiyo ni kitu ya kwanza yafaa uweke kwa akili. Kitu ya pili, ile namba ilitolewa hapa ya 98% inamaanisha ya kuwa hawa watu hawakushikiliwa pistol. Hakuna mtu alishikiwa pistol akaambiwa sema Raila. No, it is because of the wave. The wave yenyewe inakubali tu. Watu walivote wenyewe, hakuna mtu alilazimishwa hapa kuvote. Watu walivote because sababu wave ndio inavyoenda hivyo. So you have to accept with the wave the way it is going. Hakuna mtu amefosiwa, unaona? Na hapa kwa hii platform tunakaribisha mtu yoyote, kwa chama yoyote. We are very openly. But because watu wa UDA, they don't have manifesto. They don't have anything to say. They cannot prove any point. That's why they can't come to this platform. We need them to come to this platform with the proof and evidence in regarding to their points. They don't have. So, hiyo kitu wafaa ukumbuke. I'm very sure very soon utachange. Tunakuombea utachange. Okay, wacha nisipoteze wakati mwingi, wacha niende direct kwa mada. Mada leo inasema DP Ruto fell short in Tononoka ground. Yeah, that was true. In Tononoka today, in Mombasa, the rally was delayed for almost an hour due to low turnout. Imagine from 2 p.m. kulikuwa hakuna watu. DP Ruto mwenyewe alikuja uwanjani, hakuna watu. There were almost I think 50 people if you can count them. Then by 3:30 p.m. no one showed up. They had to organize. As you know, vile wao wanafanya kawaida. Walichukua watu Mvita kidogo pale, wakachukua wengine Changamwe, wengine wakachukuliwa Nyali kwa sababu ya Mohamed Ali huyu. Alichukua watu wake wakalipwa 100 wakajazwa kwa mabasi, wakaletwa Tononoka. Ndio uwanja ukajaa, na hiyo tayari tunajua hiyo ndio tabia ya Ruto. Na hiyo ndio ukweli. Unaona? So, unaona sasa vile wanavyoongea nini? We know, wananchi wanajua what is on the ground. Unaona? Usisome vitu kwa ninyo tu ukasema ati we are on the ground, we understand what is going on. And the people washajua politics ya Ruto iko vipi. Sawa. Wacha naende direct sasa kwa mada. Kwa coast region as a whole, jana niliongea kuhusu Kwale. Katika coast nzima, we have to be very worried with the Kwale. As I said, Kwale kuna competition sana, kuna competition kubwa sana. Lakini kwa wala aspirants wale, from governor, senator, tuna competition kubwa sana. Kwa sababu ya influence ya wale watu ambao wanaishi hapo. Na nilisema jana kuwa Wakamba wana influence kubwa sana katika ile area. Same as also in Mombasa, Mombasa pia tuko na Wakamba wengi sana, pia wako na influence katika hiyo region, unaona. Sasa wacha tusirudi Kwale, twende Mombasa leo. Mombasa nilikuwa niko worried na Shabal before. Shabal alikuwa na sauti kubwa sana na alikuwa asumbue sana Abdul Swamad, unaona. Lakini Raila alipoenda pale, alienda kaongea nao watatu, ilikuwa ni meeting ya yeye ilikuwa Abdul Swamad, alafu na Shabal, Raila na Joho. Wakaelewana ya kuwa yeye atampatia kitu kwa government pale, amsaidie kazi kwa especially kwa mambo ya campaign. So Shabal anasaidia Raila kwa mambo na campaign, na hata yeye ndo advisor wa Raila, unaona, na aka-accept. Sasa mpaka leo yeye anasupport Abdul Swamad. Hiyo support ilikuwa kubwa, lakini kukaja wave nyingine ya kuwa kuna Sonko. Sonko pia ana ushawishi mkubwa sana Mombasa, na kama Sonko angekuwa kwa race, mimi hata nawisha siwe kwa race. Sonko ana ninio sana na support kubwa sana Mombasa, unaona. Lakini sasa vile hayuko na sijui kama atarudi sidani, lakini vile iko it's just open. Abdul Swamad atachukua hapo because support ya Shabal ni kubwa sana. Shabal ako na wafuasi wengi sana, so wote wana support Abdul Swamad, so hapo hakuna competition. Tukienda kwa upande wa senatorial, kuna Mohamed Faki. Mohamed Faki yuko ODM, alafu kuna Mwagaya Hamisi yuko UDA, na kuna Kasim Abdul Salam wa Wiper. So ukiangalia hapo obviously wave ya ODM iko juu sana because wanapata backup kutoka kwa wakina Joho, Abdul Swamad na Shabal, unaona. Kuna wave kubwa hapo sana, so hapo I don't see any competition. Obviously Mohamed Faki atapata. Tukiingia kwa MP, kuna Mohamed Ali katika Nyali. Mohamed Ali ako na competition na kazini yake Joho, anaitwa Saido Abdalla, ni kazini yake Joho, wako saidia Nyali. Hao ndo watu wawili ambao pale Nyali MP wako na, yani the race is very competitive, kwa sababu huwezi kumwandarate pia Mohamed Ali. Mohamed Ali in terms of CDA funds and nini amesaidia sana watu pale katika Nyali, unaona. Amefanya maendeleo makubwa, amejenga shule sekondari na primary, ameweka police stations kwa sababu ya insecurity katika Nyali area. Kulikuwa na police station moja peke yake, unaona, Nyali police station. Sasa hii ukiangalia Maweni kuna police station, ukienda VOK kuna police station, Bombolulu kuna police station. So amefanya kazi in terms of kazi amefanya. The main problem ya Mohamed Ali ni kuwa amesupport mtu mbaya, ameenda upande wa Ruto, chama pia kibaya. Hiyo ndio kitu imemharibia, kwa sababu before alitaka kuenda tiketi na ODM, lakini Raila alikataa. Raila hakumtaka, unaona. Na pia Joe in conjunction with Joe na Abdul Swamad, wale watu wote wajua wanashirikiana, walimkataa kwa sababu walimuona yeye ni kibaraka, unaona. Ndio maana akashikana na ninio, na yeye tiketi yake ya kuingia pale kwa MP ni kwa sababu wajua alipokuja mwanzo watu, kwa sababu watu walikuwa wanamjua kama jichopevu vile, anatoa habari KTN nini, watu walimuamini kwa sababu zile habari. Wajua watu wa Mombasa wanapenda mtu ambao ana expose government. People like in Mombasa, people like, they like such people. That's why unaona Joe wave yake ilikuwa very strong. Joe alikuwa akiongea story ya uhuru nini, alipata very big influence both Mombasa, Nairobi and other counties, unaona. So Mombasa people like such things. Na sasa hiyo kitu ya kumsupport Ruto ndio ilimharibia Mohamed Ali. People don't like that. And hata presidential, katika presidential votes in cost, I'm assuring you 85% and above Raila atapata in terms of presidential votes. Hapa chini hapa kwa senator nini ndio kuna vikwazo, lakini bado tena kote Raila atapata tu. Raila atapata wabunge hapo wa nini atapata. Hiyo hakuna wasiwasi. Unaona, hata Kilifi pia kuna little bit of competition, lakini rivalry ya Amason Kingi na Aisha Jumwa inasaidia mtu wa Azimio, inasaidia sana. So that one we look up tomorrow tutaangalia story ya Kilifi. Lakini hii upande wa leo ya mambo ya Mombasa nini Mombasa, Azimio people should not doubt anything. Ile ni baba stronghold, wanajua kujiplan. They knew how they can handle such area in terms of votes. So wamejipanga sana na katika Mombasa tuko na 6 sub county, tuko na Changamwe, Jomvu, Kisauni, Nyali, Likoni na Mvita. Changamwe tuko na Wakamba wengi sana, wako Changamwe hapo, na Jomvu kuna Wakamba pia wengi sana ambao wako na hii in conjunction of the Hakamba Handcraft Center ambao iko huko. Imesaidia sana Wakamba ku develop some more skills na kupeana kazi pia, imesaidia sana. Sasa unaona influence ya Wakamba katika Mombasa pale ina more weight pia, unaona. Alafu influence nyingine ni ya soko ya Kongowea. Soko Kongowea kuna initiative ya Wameru na other infinities ambao wameshikana, ambao wanashikilia ile soko la Kongowea, na liko na watu especially Merus, okay, Kikuyu, there are so many there, Kambas also live there, there are so many there, na wale wana influence, na wote wale kura zote pale Abdul Swamad ashawazuia wale, kwa sababu amewasaidia sana, amewashika. Unajua Kongowea ukitaka kupata votes pale, ukishikana wakubwa wa kuhandle soko ya Kongowea umesha succeed, na hiyo yote imesaidia. Another influence ambao mimi naweza sema Abdul Swamad atashinda pale ni kwa sababu ya running mate wake. Akona ninio na running mate Francis Toya. Francis Toya is from the Mijikenda. The population of Mombasa pale majority are Mijikendas, almost 35%. Alafu ndo kuje maybe Kambas hapo 30% hapo, unaona. So ukiangalia influence pia wa Mijikenda ni very important, na vile yuko na huyu Francis Toya atamsaidia sana kwa sababu Toya ni mobilizer. He's very good in that. He knows how to mobilize people. So you can see all those sections yeye ameshikilia vizuri, na kama ni kura atapata. Hiyo no doubt. Hiyo kiti ni ya Abdul Swamad. Hiyo hata we can write it here today, na hiyo atashinda. So we should not worry, Azimio it will carry all day. For all costs Azimio itapata kura hapo. So sioni kama kuna mengi zaidi upande wa hii Raila Odinga security on campaign trail working. Sisi wenyewe Raila mwenyewe akienda kila campaign anasema wangapi hapa ni wanajeshi wa baba, watu wengi unyosha mkono. Sisi wenyewe pia ni wanajeshi wa baba. If we can remember 2013 2017 it was worse. Tulikuwa tunafia mambo ya Raila kuwa atauliwa, sijui atafanya nini, kutoka rumors mingi sana, lakini baba alisurvive. What if now 2020 tutasema nini? Na sasa hata hakuna political wave kubwa zaidi ya hizo time, unaona. So we should not worry as Azimio, tusiwari kabisa. Safety ya baba iko poa, unaona, tuwe na imani na maombi pia. Tukimwombea zaidi pia inatusaidia, na tuwe kwa amani sote, tupendane, and that's how things go. Yeah. So mimi hayo tu, zaidi nitaongea baadaye. Wacha ni agizo wengine.
Asante sana Valentino. Wacha tusonge kwa upesi tuende kwa Oser.
Oh yes, good evening everyone. Keep, you are supposed to talk to me. Duke has gone where? Bob, your middle name I can't use it because I'm told a case has been filed. Richie, Nyumba, Valentino, and Wangera. Maybe I would start by talking about the issue of IEBC. I think one of the responsibilities of IEBC is this thing they call, is it civic education or is it public? Is there a difference? I think they are the same. Now, based on what was going on there, Chebukati was saying that this time round the media would be able to release results. The only thing that will be done by him is the declaration of I think the presidential results. That is what will be, well, that is what they can't do. But otherwise, all other results they can pass on. They can give the information to the public. Now, if that is done, I think personally, I think things would be fine. I don't want to overdwell again on the issue of the electronic advantages, which we covered quite a lot yesterday. But if all that go all well, personally, yes, Nyumba.
No, hold on. Nyumba, I have a queue. I'm trying to ensure at least everybody takes 3 minutes before we go to the, question or comment section, so that at least everybody has a chance to speak. So, Jose, just conclude your submission so that we go to the next person. We will have a time to actually interact.
Yes, basically what I want to say is that as I said yesterday, my frustration with the IEBC and even now with the Supreme Court is that they held the deliberations, they came to the conclusion who is on the wrong and who did what. But as we indicated yesterday, IEBC got away with almost everything. Now, as Duke had indicated, even personally, during that time, I was wondering why the NASA team did not go forward with the issues of contempt of court. Now, I remember there were also issues of the findings of that case, and everything pointed out that there are a lot of irregularities and illegalities were committed. And the Supreme Court ruling gave some strict guidelines on how the next election was supposed to be done. Now, we realize that by the time Baba was saying that he cannot participate, he did mention the reason why. He said that the irregularities and the illegalities, according to them, they had not been addressed. So by all means, there was yet another contempt there. But what did you see? Elections went on and were conducted. And when that happened, personally, I asked myself, does it mean if this were in this country, if for whatever reason the Supreme Court would get anything wrong, we die with it. We die with it, but those were glaring issues. I know somebody will say that one of us should have taken it to court to claim that look, your orders on illegalities and irregularities have not been addressed. There is no ground yet then to go forward with this election, be it 60 days or whatever it is. But nevertheless, again, those are the challenges for the future. And for me, these are some of the things which maybe even in the event that the BBIs come forward, there is a lot of eye-opening which will have to be looked at. Take the issues between now, the relationship between the president and the deputy. You realize today's meeting in Tononoka grounds, I realized, I think that meeting was being transmitted live, I think on one of the stations. I didn't know why. What they did is that for the entire day or almost half the day, what they did for the time during the time when the meeting was going on, they kept repeating the deputy president's talk or speech, for that matter, over and over again. Every 9 or so minutes, they restart it. 9, 11 minutes, they restart it. And then I realized that it was like it was live. So I was wondering, well, looks like I think the DPRs are TV stations from what I did see there. Now, the other issues I have with the DP is that he more or less gave, I think, a crackdown or a step-by-step of what happened, how they came to power, what they did, and all these things. And then they kept repeating that they are going to return the port. They are going to return the port. Then he went ahead to say that the port was taken there because of the handshake, according to him. The port was taken to Mombasa because of the handshake. He said on day 1, on 10th, he's going to sign an executive order I couldn't believe what I was hearing. He's going to sign an executive order on 10th. Maybe that was to entice the coastal voters. He was going to sign an executive order which was going to revert the port to the coast. Now, something else about the port. I remember there was a time, I think the president offered an interview with a group of journalists. And the issue of the Chinese, the country having mortgaged the port for the Chinese debt came up. To date, personally, I've never gotten to know what came out of that. Although I know the president had promised he was going to avail the arrangement, the contract documents. Now, he also talked about the issue of food security. Food security, how the handshake has killed, collapsed the big four, and right now the issue of the food security is bedeviling the country and the huge debt burden. Now, I remember that the Galana Kulalu project, which was, I think it was about 290 billion. Now, that project never saw the light of day. But nevertheless, today there is nothing to show for it at all. More or less like the SGR also was exaggerated in terms of cost. That is there. And then, of course, remember the other big scandal around the Eurobond. Of course, not to talk about the dams and the stadiums. Now, the meeting in Mandera. Well, Valentino, you're saying that we don't need to worry. Well, we will not be worried, but some of the things happening there leaves quite a lot to be desired. Something is not right somewhere. Something is not right somewhere. I don't know where the failures are, but personally, I'm just finding myself so confused. I don't know what's going on now in those rallies. I remember when Baba arrived, things went so smoothly. Now, these so-called sibling rivalries, which were being addressed yesterday, it's going to be quite a challenge. I remember one of the resolutions that came from that meeting is that they are going to use 4 pollsters to arrive at the best candidate. If in July we are still having people who are still rivaling each other, it's a wait and see. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jose. Let me play this video before I bring in Alex.
Mimi Makiadi.
Ngoja nicheze video.
OFN Igora Archery. OFN Igora Archery was established in the year 2005 to produce chicks for OFN Igora Limited. The hatchery commenced operation in November 2005 with tunnel incubators produced by Yanbai Group in China. The hatchery machines comprise of 12 setters of 90,720 egg setting capacity each and 12 hatchers of 15,120 egg capacity each. Total hatchery capacity was 1,088,642. With this, 360,000 hatchable eggs can be set weekly at full capacity. The trial run of this machine commenced on 23rd November 2005. Only 3 setters were used for the trial run, which translates to the setting of 90,000 hatchable eggs weekly. The first set of chicks produced from these tunnel incubators were hatched on 14th of December 2005. The capacity utilization increased gradually from 25% to about 90% a year later. With a view of serving our numerous customers better through quality products, a decision was taken to replace the existing tunnel incubators with Chickmaster machine in June 2013. The hatchery was thereafter shut down by April 2013 to give room for renovation work and installation of the new machines. The Chickmaster machine contains 12 setters of 95,040 egg setting capacity each and 6 hatchers of 31,680 egg capacity each. This will translate to the setting of 370,000 hatchable eggs weekly. Master machine arrived at the farm on the 31st December 2013. Installation commenced by January 9, 2014 and was completed within a month. Hatchery operation resumed on the 23rd February 2014 with a setting of 154,000 hatchable eggs, and the first set of chicks were produced on the 16th of March 2014.
Alex, that's your video.
Yeah, I had a different submission, but because Kip brought this, I thought it is necessary for some of us who are chicken farmers to speak out. Anybody who is in the business industry will tell you that the only business that remained thriving was the food industry and the toilet paper industry. And the fact that Ruto has used his business in a wrong way does not mean that we must castigate the chicken industry. The chicken industry is one of the biggest food industry in the world. If you go and Google Tyson Industry, Tyson Industries distributes foods all over the world, but the most prestigious and the most profitable unit remains to be the chicken industry. For those of us who are in the US will tell you, one Chick-fil-A makes more profit than 15 McDonald's, one Chick-fil-A outlet. If today, because tomorrow they are closed, they are Christian, so like Nyumba, they don't open. Our own in Buzizao Kesho, Nyumba is not going to see his goats tomorrow because he's a good Christian. So they don't open on Sunday. So on Saturday evening, if you go to Chick-fil-A, you won't even find a place to sit because that person has specialized in chicken. He does not even have enough chicken here in the US. He has to get that chicken from Nigeria to some people who have organized farms. So had Ruto stopped playing games and made the Rainbow Roosters a company that he had envisaged, today he will be employing 1 million youths the way he had promised us. The problem is that he started playing politics with chicken Rainbow Roosters and started selling one egg 1,000 shillings in Mo University. But the equipments and the manpower that he employed from the very beginning, I want to tell you the truth. I'm one of the few people who are buying Rainbow Roosters from Ruto because he used to bring them on Monday and Thursday when it is market day to Kisii, and you go somewhere called Daraja Moja there and you buy from them because that kind of species was growing faster. Normally it takes 4 months to see even one egg or 6 months from that like kienyeji and other, those Indian species. But for the Rainbow Rooster, I think it was better for some of us who are doing the chicken farming. So I envisage a person who will have originality of thought that will create a chicken industry in Kenya that we can be able to sell to other countries. Now, let me go a little bit further and tell you how the chicken industry works. It works in a very funny way. When you take one chicken, you either will sell the egg, but the egg does not give you as much money as the chicken. The value addition for chicken And I want you to take it seriously and understand how we should not castigate an industry, but castigate the person. That one chicken, when it's taken out, you will have a thigh, you will have a drumstick, you will have a drumlet, you will have the neck, you will have the breasts, you will have the wing, you will have the whole leg, you will have the back. But mostly here, if you go in the evening and you're going to watch your soccer or your football or your basketball, mostly we eat chicken wings. So somebody is specialized kukata kuku peke yake and sells chicken wings only. And chicken wings has a lot of money all over the world. What I'm saying is that we are sitting also in a gold mine. If you go to Sotik, which is very close to my home, and these people still keep their chicken in the bush, not in the home. The chicken go and come in the evening. After 2 months, you have like 800 chicken. And sometimes they don't even know how much chicken they have. But when you go to that market, Sotik, the kind of chicken that is there in the world market, it can be sold for more than $100 to $150. Because if you go to Asian market here in the US, African markets here in the US, they don't call it kienyeji as Kip is called kienyeji. No, they call it hard chicken. No, hard hen. Hard hen is like 4 to 7 times expensive than the raised chicken here, which are GMOs. So as we go to the government, because I think that is where we are headed to, there is no question that Duke is, accepting that, and that's why it's critical to Raila, and that is okay, because the incoming president must be criticized, put into task. 90 days of what he has said must be taken seriously. We want to give him also ideas that the areas that can really create employment is by taking advantage of already existing infrastructures and resources so that we can add value to it. In the food market today, when chicken is being sold by a World Food Organization at the organic one, not the GMO, not the chicken, a hen, it's going for an average of $120. Whereas in Kenya, we are selling it about $12. So I think we must get serious and start putting even the incoming government into task. This issue that he said about Nescaf was something that we should follow it up. Kenyan coffee, we shouldn't grow coffee and still go to the supermarket to buy Nescaf. It's very wrong, because it is gone from our country, it comes back in Mikebe, and we end up buying it for very, very much money. So what I'm saying is that this issue called value addition, we need to get experts, sit down with Baba and Mama and Oparanya, who is going to be our, National and Economic Development Minister, which is a department within the Treasury, so that we can ask within Kenya, before we start building the industries, because they will take an average of 6 months to 2 years. What do we have that we can take advantage so that our people are not taken advantage anymore? Because there are people who are buying those chicken and selling them out. Bwana ya Esther Passaris is a macadamia farmer. Macadamia is one of the most expensive nuts. In fact, there's so many Kenyans who doesn't know that macadamia is even grown in Kenya. Many Kenyans have never even eaten macadamia. And we are asking, why is only one person growing macadamia? Can't we have many other people growing macadamia so that in the world market we are getting more and more of that? Because that person is a billionaire from selling macadamia. So my urge is, as we go to election, I'm urging Jose, Jose is coming here telling us, oh, Ruto said this, Ruto said this. No, let us not say what Ruto said anymore. Ruto is gossiping. He has no agenda. Let us not deconstruct him anymore. The guy has no agenda. Let us teach him how to handle a government, because we cannot rebut into gossips za Ruto. The issues that alisema ati, oh, sisi ndio tulipeleka port in Naivasha. Is that even true? Why should we even go low to start discuss things that we know that they are lies? Ruto wants us to fall into his trap to talk about his gossip instead of us telling the people our agenda. And we should not fall into that trap. That is what he's doing everywhere. Everywhere he goes, he's lying. We can't be talking about his lies. We must be serious, because the government tumechukua Jose, unless the heaven turns around. But where we are headed to the government we are taking, the question is, are we going to give excuses? Our first 90 days, are we going to make a progress that is going to give us hope? 2002 was the most disappointing years for me. When Kibaki came to power, the faith and the goodwill that we had in Kibaki within 6 months went away, because when a police was trying to take a bribe, we will arrest him, take him into police, and people were ready to finish corruption. But what happened? Kibaki failed us because we could not take him into task. It is a high time, because they are listening to us, we must take these people to task. When Baba and Mama wins, we need, because we have castigated the wheelbarrow and the so-called bottom-up economics, we must start immediately. Where do we put our people? Maneno ya kuniambia kuwa we finance somebody anunue boda. We already have too much bodas. We don't need any boda in Kenya. Hiyo maneno baba anasema ati we will finance vijana wanunue boda, that should not even come from his mouth again. We need to ask ourselves, because Duke is here and is listening, and you know he's a businessman. He's going to get business from us, as he has said. He is filing his taxes the late hour, but still is a tax man. He's still a good man. He's filing his taxes. But we are saying is that we must discuss the issues called value addition to everything that we have and exists in Kenya. Kenya is a rich country. We have only been getting people who do not know how to manage our resources, and I want those resources. We are given a timeline. If it's the chicken industry, if it's the cattle industry, if it's the, viatu zetu za bata za kutoka Limuru, we want to know within 90 days the existing resources, what we are going to do with it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Alex. Somebody says here, Panda says it is not when they win, but when they come into office. So, Jose, I'll not give you a minute. I want to go to Nyumba, who is the last person here to actually. Oh, Njiru was coming. Okay, Nyumba, make it sweet, short and sweet.
Both or one of them?
Whichever you think is okay with you. I would prefer short, but actually I can't make you, as brief as I could have wished. But just go ahead.
Gentlemen, I salute you. So, since the short, I'm not mentioned by name. All of you, I salute you. Now, Alex, are you driving or being driven? Be careful. Now,
both.
DP Ruto failed in Tononoka. I applauded. In fact, I celebrated with a cup of chocolate. The one that Alex implies is something else. Can keep on implying. I don't care. Now, we move forward. Raila in Mandera, doing very well. Although there's some shortcomings, it's called what? This is a rivalry between the kids, sibling
something.
Library, yeah, library there. It is there. You can see how Somalia Nona. They are not even as different as we are in Kenya. We are 44, 45 now. Wao ni moja tu ni clan simu na hiyo inasumbua. So those things I expect in those areas, but finally
For the other posts, they may elect different people, but I know for topmost seat, it's Raila's. That's a closed chapter, and it has been that is zone. Raila security. It was my observation with a friend of mine how he was wearing a jacket, although it was over, not inner, that looked like a bulletproof jacket. And we said maybe something is not going right somewhere. There must be some security advice. You know, most of these jackets actually they're put inside, so you don't see them. But his was nearly injured. The jacket is normal too, but it looked like it's a bulletproof. So as you are saying, there's a man we should take care, full care. He's the most critical person now. We need him. So I agree that security should be enforced. Agents and media parties. About the RESULTS-IEBC, it's okay, but it's tricky because some media houses may be biased and announce their own results. Can cause a lot of chaos. So I hope some mechanism is put in position for that not to happen. They can just do it purposely to show the Uda guys they are winning. They can. It's possible. And then before you rectify that mistake, it can cause a lot of chaos. So I hope some sort of moderation is in position. Election countdown. I'm still looking for it. And let's not use the language if. There's nothing if here. We have won this thing. That uncertainty should not arise at all. We are home. We are done. Okay. Yeah, you can see, Duke, you are not even listening. I Duke or Duke? Duke, do I read it in Kiswahili? Duke, Oma. Hey, but I like your resilience, but I'm telling you point blank, I'm not hiding from you. We're not talking of if to go home. We are serious. Wacha kuwa na nini na what do you call it? Don't be unhappy, Duke. Haya, namaliza. Haya, sasa ya kumaliza kabisa, naona Njiro amenifuata. Njiro kuna pale tunakuwa naye na anaendesha vizuri sana. Sasa kwa kuja hapa sasa kitu kidogo, me am a train. I can see things that others are not seeing, and this one is addressed to Richie Makiadi. I know it has been delegated powers by Bernard. Bernard is your boss. Hebu angalia security on campaign trail Worring. How do you misspell Worring? Worring, and this thing is international. Mnaandika vizuri, si kuandika vitu kama hizo. It's being observed all over the world. How mnaandika Worring. Please. Mwambie Bernard nimesema hivyo. Ingine. We need not talk of big four, and I've said this one earlier. The only important thing is Kenya is to fight corruption. Once we are done with the corruption, everything else will fall in position. Even the big four agenda, Uhuru, okay, it's okay, but we can't move. How to Kenya to move forward, fight corruption, number one. Number two, fight corruption. Number three, fight corruption. And all the other issues will fall into position. I rest my case there. And I want to congratulate Alex. He is very informed about chicken rearing or whatever. I think he's a specialist. Even the language he's using, I'm mesmerized, by Alex and his language of chicken issues. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Thank you, Nyomba, and I will pass you a concern about the typo that was there. I think, unfortunately, it was not the only typo that I realized. I thought when I came in, the first topic was Raila in Mandela. So I don't know if you think was that a typo or what do you think? The first one. No, is it the second one? So the first one is DP Ruto failed show in Tononoka. Raila ni Mandela. Is it Raila ni Mandela or Raila in Mandera? Which one do you think it was?
Hata hiyo siku
We harmonize with our
I can see your
local.
name is nice,
But
yeah.
the first one is better. Raila ni Mandela.
So you support what you see. You support what you see, or you would have wished it to be Raila ni Mandela?
Both.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's
Mandela.
okay. Both. In or ni Mandela. They are right. Both
You know,
of them.
somebody was suggesting it's supposed to be Raila in Mandela. So I thought maybe we are looking at things differently. It depends with the angle that you're looking at it from.
Wacha kuanika laundry hapa wewe.
Makiadi, are you scrubbing? Are you scrubbing Makiadi?
I was just asking. You know, we are saying it is a Mandela moment.
Oh, okay.
Sawa, Njiru karibu.
Okay, asante sana. Thank you for this team. Mimi nafurahianga sana kukua hapa. This is one of the praise I cannot get tired. Unajua hiyo topic yetu hapo, maybe nichangie kidogo hiyo venye inasema Raila in Mandera.
Njiro ni addiction like me, he also addicted, so don't start
Yeah,
being happy.
so it looks like an idiom, eh? Unajua it has two meanings, eh? It can mean Raila inside the Mandera effect, eh? So ni vizuri, let somebody take what you want to take. So you can either describe Mandera the location or Mandera the man. Either the two, they will give you any meaning you want. So let me talk briefly about Ruto. Today, I want to make people understand this man called Ruto. I wanted to give Mr. William Ruto a shortcut to become a president in Kenya. I wanted to give him a path which has been used by some people and they have succeeded. I remember Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta at one time. He tried to become a president. The first time he came into the arena, he failed. He quickly conceded defeat. He worked as an official opposition leader. In 2007, he realized that he still didn't have the muscle to still become a president. He decided to support Kibaki. And in 2013, he was able to float his endeavors of 10 years path of wanting to become a president. So I also want to tell Mr. Ruto, if Mr. Ruto wants to become a president, the easiest path is in August 10, one day after election, he should concede very fast, become the official opposition. Then in 2027, God willing.
We don't have an official opposition. Where?
Okay, okay, no problem about that. Okay, maybe
block.
You are misleading us about Ruto being the president. We are not going to agree.
No.
I think.
Wait a little bit. There is a discussion I'm getting out. Then in 2027, he can either decide to support Mr. Raila Odinga if he chooses to go for a second term, or he can support the person who might be supported by Azimio again. And hoping that within those 5 years, he will have looked at his character, atakuwa ameturudishia ile pesa ametuibia na vitu zingine. So to me, that is the easiest path which Mr. William Ruto at the moment can take to become a president in Kenya, if circumstances and other issues allow. So far, I see him taking the wrong path. I have not seen any person taking that scathing path and being able to become a president. There are some other countries where people have tried to do the same path. In France, Marine Le Pen used the same path. She didn't succeed. So we know the scathing path which people try to use, and they don't succeed very much. So I don't think that in Kenya the same path can succeed. However, the French president, however unpopular the French president was, he was still able to marshal coalitions which were able to support his presidency. You cannot win presidency on scathing attack all the time and giving people names and abusing people. You have always to show a statesmanship and gender. You have to show that you are inclusive. You have to show you are not a one-man show. We need to see a thing in you. We don't want to see an individual in you. We want to see something else. So when I look at the deputy president, I see the individual. I don't see an institution in him. And it is quite dangerous when you are seeing an individual other than an institution. When I look at Raila Odinga, I see as an institution. I see the Kenyan constitution. I see the second liberation. I see the gaps which we are trying to break all the time. And our deputy president should stop misleading people that when he becomes the president, he is going to cut the cost of living. The cost of living in Kenya is dynamic. It has too many things which are happening, including even failure of crops and failure of some of the critical government projects which have refused to kick off, like the Garana Kukularu and the rest. So Mr. Ruto needs to be honest and tell the Kenyans the reason why food is expensive. It is because our food basket, we don't have food in Kenya and we have to do a lot of importation and other things. We have reached the level whereby we are even importing maize and everything. So even our millers are importing maize. So how do you expect that product to go down? We have to start having a lot of surplus. And for us to have that surplus, we have to make sure that we have good agricultural policies so that we can, and then we have to stop this jeopardy where people want to farm in foreign farms and then they want to import the same maize in their names using cartel. So we know how all these things are happening in Kenya. And I think Kenyans need to be worried because I don't think Mr. William Ruto has capacity to reduce lifestyle. If he still can't call his boss and tell him that Kenyans are dying without food, and maybe they discuss and they do something, the two of them. So personally, I always support people who shoulder the blame by themselves. I don't deny the Jubilee government has done some mischievous things to us. I don't deny that. But I always support people who own up mistakes. That one is usually very key to me. I do not say that Uhuru Kenyatta has been perfect. But William Ruto should not circumvent issues and say that he is an angel and all the problems have been brought by other people. I think there is much benefit by owning up to the issues and we collectively look for solutions. They can even call for Raila Odinga on the board and they discuss as people because I believe the cost of living is affecting everybody. It's affecting Ruto supporters, it's affecting Raila supporters, it is affecting Mr. Kenyatta supporters. So it's a cutting across issue. So they can sit down. So this idea of saying that I need to be voted so that I take the cost of living down and then using that issue to cause sympathy so that you get votes, it's something which needs to be taken with the seriousness it deserves. Lastly, Mr. William Ruto is a scavenger or somebody who is opportunistic in nature. Mr. Ruto, as early as 2005, he knew one day he will want to become a president of Kenya. But he had to cut his path very well so that he can be able to isolate himself as a man who will stand by people. But to do that, he had to first of all disguise himself with the people who had already built names. That is why in 2007, he had to support Raila Odinga, not because that he believed in his policies, but it is because he wanted name recognition. He wanted to build something from that. So through Raila Odinga, he built some force. Through Kenyatta, he also built up some force. And by 2016, when he thought he was ready and he had assembled some good cash and he had gotten some name recognition through association with with the ruling classes of Kenya. Then he had to look for a path to break away from those forces. And I know it, how he was able to do it. So, in other words, what I want to tell Kenyans is that Mr. William Ruto is not a representation of hustlers. In any case, the Gachagua, who is his deputy president, is a dynastic family in Kenya. His family has been within the ruling classes of Kenya and enjoying power as early as during the Kenyatta time. So when we are talking of beneficiaries of the system, Mr. William Ruto and Gachagua, they are part of people who have benefited from the system. And they can't isolate themselves by being saints or people who have been able to assemble money from handwork. We know very well Mr. William Ruto benefited from association with Moi by becoming a very loyal supporter of Moi as early as his young age when he was in 20s. And I was shocked a few days ago when he said that Kenya was, and him being among Kenyans, he was involved in fighting a autocracy in Kenya for 30 years. I couldn't believe. There is a video circulating which Mr. Ruto is saying that we fought together with him, that he was involved in fighting the autocracy government in Kenya for that years. So I don't know if it is a reincarnated Ruto who is talking, or it is which type of Ruto who is talking, because I'm lost on that. Lastly, as I finish, I want to just declare that the path to Baba is now wide open. The only thing which can separate Baba from not being the president is maybe postponement of this election. But from the look of the things, Baba seems not to commit blunders, which it maybe might had committed in previous elections. The flight to State House, I don't see any turbulence. Baba is very organized. He is going to use the least energy. And let me say, in this life, you realize that you are in the right direction when you are using the least energy to do something, because work is directly proportional to some of the efforts you apply. So I'm very happy for Baba. Baba is going to get votes everywhere across the country. He is going to unite Kenya. We want to get a president from another community. As a believer of our 42 communities in Kenya, I believe that every community in Kenya can produce a president, but we have to be tolerant and allow others also to lead us, because they are also equally potential. Also, every community has a potential of having a very corrupt leader. So when we are talking of Ruto being corrupt, we are not trying to profile Kalenjin. We are just trying to talk of one individual who has not represented the aspiration even of that community. So when at times when we are attacking Mr. Ruto, I think my fellow Kalenjins and the Kalenjins who are here, they need to know that we are not attacking the Kalenjin community. We are attacking one individual who has insatiable greed, or who has insatiable qualities of abusing people and want to use all the means to become a president. Ruto had the easiest path to become a president if he was serious. The only thing he needed was to become royal, and he could have gotten this thing in a silver platter. But he destroyed all his path, and he has revibrated Mr. Raila Odinga, and we are very happy because the Mandera moment is here. Kenya is going to change, and I think we might borrow some of the policies zile ambazo Wajakoya anatuletea. We might think of, I may not propose killing those corrupt guys, but at least if we can be able to jail them for life, it would be better. It will be a path in the right direction. Mother Karua has been supported by lawyers, by the lawyers fraternity. So I can say Mother Karua is building a very strong, formidable force, confidence in Raila Odinga. And I think Kenyans need to be very confident. You can see the contrast which Mother Karua has brought to this ticket compared to the other Gachagua, who is waiting for Ruto to become the president so that he can start buying Muchele and Nyama in Moya. so that he can take it to Sagana for people to eat. So you can see quotas. One guy wants to buy muchele, while another one is marshalling professionals and learned people to support their ticket. And I think Mr. William Ruto made a grave blunder, which is a blessing to us, by choosing Rigathi Gachagua, somebody who had no experience, a privileged kid, a kid who had no concept, and a kid who had a bland history. And once again, that history is destroying their ticket. Ruto might have had some momentum for the last 2 or 3 years, but since Gachagua came, ni kama amekuja na maji baridi akarushia moto, and their fire is going down, and I'm very happy because they are losing, and the Kenyans are going to reject them heavily in August 8, and we send them to the political oblivion for life, and those guys waende wakafuge kuku, Mr. Rigathi Gachagua aende akafanye biashara za matatu, ama aende akachome mutura, ama afanye vitu zingine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Njiru. I want to say here that I think everybody has spoken, and so we want to make the session open or crossfire. But before we do that, Njiru, you'll take over from here when I take a break. I want to play a video.
Can be able to transact, and then we can now compare.
I will definitely be sharing that. But it's just that it triggered my nerves when we are continuously being misinformed. We are totally being misinformed here.
Yes. What is it, Honorable? You don't see people who are very close to you. Honorable Gachagua, what is it?
Chair, with the due respect to the Chair, PIC, I'm totally opposed to this notion that since the port of Mombasa is at the coast, the leaders there are the authority on anything, and what they say must be and should be the actual thing, and anything else somebody says is not. I have brought a container myself through SGR. I paid 68,000 shillings. I brought through the road. I paid 110,000, and that is a fact. And we want to be very clear, Chair. The fact that this port is at the coast does not make it a property exclusively for the coast people. They must be able also to listen to other people. And when you give us a chance, we'll be able to demonstrate why. These people are opposing this new policy directive, which is a good policy, in my view, and I'll be able to give reasons. We know these are private interests by CFSs who are defending their businesses. These CFSs have been nominated by KPA. If KPA can nominate CFSs to operate business from the port, equally, KPA can nominate SGR as an agent to deal with cargo. And there must be good reasons. So I would be saying that it's good. The matter has been suspended. We are disappointed. These consultation CSs should be fast tracked. Should be fast tracked.
Chair, your member is actually. I agree with him on only one thing. I agree with him when he says that the port is in Mombasa and it doesn't belong to us. We're in agreement, and that is the reason why you're doing whatever it is that you're doing.
No, Chair, now.
Chair, no, it is the truth.
Listen,
you gave him that opportunity.
I will also give you, but for the members, do you want to proceed?
So when Rigathi Gachagua comes to the coast to tell you that he will return the port operations to the coast, that is the question you should be asking. Njiru, take over. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Richie. I can take the house. It's a privilege kuongoza. I think nimesikia ni kama kila mtu ameongea, so I don't know. We take the questions or we go round. Na mtu aulize swali as we go round again. But maybe wacha tu nipeane maswali. Nyumba, you can ask, and then we have Keep who is asking their question.
Asante Bwana Njiro. Now, here there is a problem. My question is to attack you, and now you are the moderator. This is very tricky now. I'm totally against your proper advice to Ruto. Why? You should be giving him misleading information and the way forward. Similarly, you remember I told Kip not to go and cut those trees. Why should you go and cut trees? To save who? For what? Let the trees stand, and somebody can do whatever one wants to do. And now Jiro comes here advising, very proper advice to Ruto. I totally differ with you. You like it, you are the moderator, but I am not fearing you being the moderator. I have to talk the truth. Thank you.
Aya, keep then, Jose.
Mine is a quick one. It's very late here. I need to go sleep. But I just wanted to say that I need to defend myself about the chicken farm. It's good information I found today. Yes, somebody can make a lot of wealth in making chicken. Good advice from good information from Alex, and it was good to hear about the Nigerian thing and stuff about Kenyaji. But I still need a confirmation as to how many factories Ruto has that are rearing chicken, and how many chickens have we exported abroad, like the Nigerian president or whoever it is that had these factories or this food crop that we have as chicken. We do not have that. Come many your neighbors in Kisii that have been receiving chicken from Ruto. That is not a big market. I want to hear that there's a chicken factory that is in Nairobi. There's a chicken factory elsewhere other than Sugoyo or Karen. Hiyo ndio shida niko nayo. How is this person acquiring wealth through chicken, and I'm not seeing any evidence in Kenya that his chicken is being sold to Kenyans? I'm not seeing. This could have been $1 billion. This would have been $1 billion industry. I would hear Ugandans talking about our chicken. Would hear about Tanzanians talking about our chicken. Would hear he would be on the stock market, to be honest. So hiyo ndio shida nasema. Now all these businesses that he has, like the insurance companies, the petrol station, how is he making wealth without the help of the government? Kama ni Moi University inanua chicken yake na 1,000 shillings. I'm not chicken, his eggs for 1,000 shillings. It means that all he's doing is wash. He's using the chicken, his chicken ideas to wash his money. Otherwise, if it was legitimate business, we wouldn't be hearing about eggs that are costing 1,000 shillings to Moi University, or wouldn't be hearing about most Kenyan parastatals having tenders to his insurance companies. We wouldn't have government vehicles fueling at Starbucks. Those are the things I'm questioning about his wealth. It just means that these companies are being used to wash government money. And that is something I'm not afraid to say. So, Alex, I don't dispute about chicken being a very, very important cash crop. It's just that I do not see evidence that Ruto has made wealth through the chicken. If it was, this thing would have been well known. We would have been seeing a lot of evidence, Alex. So you're Jakarta, and you're giving a lot of fuel to these UDA people. They think we're disagreeing, Alex. It's just that I've gotten new knowledge from you.
Okay.
Wananjiro, ambia Duke achie app na asome kwa nini hiyo private. Mwambie asome. Achukue somisa report Duke.
Okay, so keep I want to advance you a little bit vile umesema kabla ya Ozea kuje na then Wangira. Just 1 minute. You know, that's why in Kenya history a conflict of interest. It is one of the things which has caused a lot of unemployment in Kenya. For your information, let me tell you, it is not that in Kenya we cannot create even 2 million jobs. But if like Mr. Ruto is having those networks which zinasemekana hapa, and you are getting dubious money vile unafanya, how many conventional jobs are we blocking? If that form of business was conventional, people, because ujue pia hapo wanaruka tax as long as the government is not conventional, the business is not conventional, you cannot follow up on taxes, you cannot follow up on, there are so many things you cannot follow up, and or maybe they could even be reporting the wrong thing. So ile kitu nasema, this issue of conflict of interest has already been addressed in Baba's campaign agenda, kama umeisikia, na kina Martha Karua wenyewe nilisikia wakisema pahali, you have to choose between working with the government and working for the government. Those are two big things which we have to solve, because conflict of interest is the one which is bringing unemployment in Kenya. Jose, go ahead.
Thanks, Njiro, but do more of the moderation, because you have just taken that from my. I wanted to tell. I wanted to tell Alex that I appreciate the demonstration that you showed us, and it really shows what if opportunities are given, it shows how well certain things can be done. In fact, like some of us have argued, Kenya must be a very rich country and with a lot of opportunities. And if they could be exploited, of course, in the right way. But the reason why I was not so much for the suggestion of Alex is exactly what Njiro has said. There's too much conflict of interest. You remember the security issue around the DP. Most of the things that were on that, whatever it is, the security detail he enjoys, is all on private enterprises. Private enterprises, which, as Njiro has indicated, you can be rest assured, they'll all be tax waivers left, east, and right. So if these people could be disciplined, then maybe it would make sense. But I don't know the details of how the Obasanjo one is done. I'm sure it is done professionally. So if there could be that separation, this Ndegwa Commission of 19 whatever has put things in a very awkward way here for public servants and all that. And of course, as has been traced, it is the genesis of corruption and kickbacks and forwardbacks and all this manner of things. I wanted to ask something. I don't know whether Nyumba has left, but it is still to do with Wajokoya. Wajokoya, personally, he keeps talking more and more about this Bangi. And Bangi, the way he brings it up, as much as it has some medicinal values, it is an illegal thing. How he gets popular with it, I'm at a loss. Why he propagates that? I thought he would be questioned even by IEBC that, look, what you are promising Kenyans is basically an illegal thing. Now, the last thing is to do with the IEBC. Now, we have all welcomed the idea that the media should be allowed to relate to results. But let's not forget what happened in, I think, 2008. I think 3 media companies were actually relaying results. They all fizzled out one by one. By the time the elections were coming to an end, none of them could was still on. But I hope Chebukati will bring on board some good code of conduct, which must be signed so that they don't pass the lines. They do whatever they are doing within the authorized borderlines. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that one is quite okay, bwana Jose. So Duke, unataka kuongeza kitu unaweza sema? Tetea mtu yako.
So I wanted to respond to the video, but before that, I want to counter the argument from Kip that Ruto is selling, I think, the eggs at 1,000 at Moi University. That's not true. So I can say that is propaganda because I don't have information like that, and that is too much. It does not make any sense that you can sell an egg at 1,000 pop.
Duke, one question. Duke, one question. But do you think in Kenya it is possible to sell an egg at 1,000? Okay, you don't have information, but do you think, if I ask you, do you think it is possible in Kenya, if you have a contract, you can sell an egg at 1,000? Do you think it can happen? Noting that there was a time, I think there is somebody who sold us wheelbarrows at 110,000, something like that.
50,000. 50,000.
And a biro at NYS at how much? You remember?
So don't you think, is it not possible that an egg can be sold at 1,000?
You know, the fact that there is corruption cases across Kenya, across counties, does not mean that you should actually come with something that does not exist. That's what I'm trying to say. Do we have evidence of that? Have we heard of, have we gotten a scandal of that kind? So as much as it can happen, let us actually expose or give information of what has happened, not an imaginative scandal.
But what about the concrete poles, which is sold by the DP's company? Do you know at how much?
No, you know, that's a diversionary. Let me respond. I want to respond to the video, what Rigathi Gachagua was saying. You know, most of you don't understand the context of that. You know, when the STR was nominated by KPA to actually do transportation and the what from the port in Mombasa, the focus was more on transportation. It was nominated to transport containers from the port. However, what came later was that clearance and forwarding was forced. It was transferred from Mombasa to the dry port. But the fact that SGR should transport goods to Mombasa has no issue. But the fact when we have clearance and forwarding being taken to the dry port, that was what was causing the havoc, and that's what Rigathi was trying to say. So that's what. Also, Mwaura, you are trying to say that we have won. You are saying 100% we are winning, or we have won it. I don't know where you are arriving at that. And I'm happy because that is like you are trying to decrease your voting your votes, because if maybe some viewers see that you have already won, they may not see not see as the sense of going to queue and vote. Also, the question which I asked earlier is, when, for instance, your opinion polls were indicating that the viewers of this platform, 98% are supporting Raila Odinga, and you are giving information to those viewers, how is that increasing the Raila's votes? So it means you are actually speaking to your supporters. That's campaigning does not work like that. That's why you see even Raila does not make 2 main trips to Ruo Nyanza. So that's my question. I think most of you can answer it.
Okay, just in 1 minute, I just want to respond to you before I bring Bob. Just 1 minute, please. You know, let me tell you, before you go to campaign from others, you begin by campaigning from yourself for your information. And Mutembei TV is one of the platforms which is trying to do political analytics in Kenya. And I think you need to tell me which UDA platform I can join. It is not that I've refused to go and hear what UDA people are talking about, but I don't think UDA leaning communication TVs would have communication strategies which can last a day. Anyway, I'm not trying to judge them, but
so are you suggesting that each political party should have its own media platform? Or
at least Raila has the Raila station. I have seen the Raila station. I want you. Can you show me Ruto station? I also be going to watch him. You know, you see, there's ideas where people of Ruto are saying that they are being alienated from politics and they are being biased. Well, some of people have invested so highly on the airtime which is being used in their politics. It's not good. Mr. William Ruto himself, he has that. I think he has Media Mark. He can go there and propagate his name. But this idea, let him invest. Let him have platforms. No one. These platforms, you can invest. He has money. Ameuza kuku. Alex, before I bring Bob.
I've been on this platform for a long time. Even before I started coming to the panel, I used to listen to the platform from behind. We were with Wakinaulo. When Clinton started, I used to listen once in a while. But then Clinton and Wekesa were the first panelist moderators before Bernard and Demba came, and now Makiadi and Jiro. And there were so many UDA people here. So many. Including Stone PK. He was a UDA member. So what I'm trying to educate you, Mr. Duke, is that when we started here, 60% were UDA. They've been converted to eventually to ODM and now to Azimio. So I don't know what is your problem, but for us, if we have converted you guys until the 98% mark is scaring you. I think you're putting yourself in that 2% mark. You think you're larger than life and you're putting yourself into 2% that we add to make it 100%. But I can tell you for a fact, through comment section and other places, you can hear people say, and they've come here and they have confessed, I was supporting Ruto. But now, tell me one person that I've had in this pen. Tell me one person that I've come here and say, I used to support Raila when I started in this channel. Now I'm supporting Ruto. This channel has given many people political salvation. From 60% UDA, when we started this channel, we did not even have shoes to climb Mount Kenya. Now we have Mount Kenya channel. We have Mount Kenya channel, Duke. So you need to congratulate us the strides that we have made. Because of your optical lenses, you're trying to deny the nature of progress that we have made. You're not seeing beyond your arguments. There were people here who we knew that they will never be moved from UDA. But today, they are in Azimio. And they are quiet because they have seen the light. Probably they might be embarrassed or they are doing more work to campaign Baba. There was a young man who came here and even said, why would he used to be one of the ardent supporter of Ruto? And I think Njiru was here when he said, this analogy of an hyena, two hyenas that Sabina Chege is using is not right. I've been converted recently from UDA to here. I don't want anybody to abuse Baba. So, I mean, you need to open up your eyes and understand this channel has made many UDA people to open their eyes and come back to their reality that UDA and Ruto, these are criminal enterprises. It is not a political party. Whatever they are doing is not politics. They are in illegal business. So open up your eyes too and see the reality that it is not 98% of us talking to each other. We are in the business of talking to others, and we have converted many people. And you are soon to be converted by me.
Bob?
Yeah, I wanted to. Duke has just spoken about what you said about the elections being gone already. Duke, I want us to do one thing that will take about 3 minutes, and Ose can also contribute as we continue. Now, Duke, recently the IEBC released some figures, and yeah, I think UDA is having some imaginary, some imaginary thought that that Mount Kenya, how many votes were registered voters were there in Mount Kenya? I think is it 5 point something?
5.8.
And 5.8, and Rift Valley was 4.6. Not so. Who say?
Rift Valley, 5.3.
5.3. Now, Duke, let me tell you one thing. You know that is where I think some false hope is being given to UDA supporters. And it is like this, Duke. You know, that 5.3 was 5.3, I think, in Rift Valley. You are imagining. Ruto can only get, the maximum Ruto can get is 2.2 million votes. Take that to the bank. Why am I saying this? Because if you look at you just look at the voting patterns in 2017 of Rift Valley. And we are talking about Rift Valley having been Ruto and Uhuru together. Now you can imagine that in that Rift Valley there is a share of Uhuru there. And take for example where Pokot. In Pokot voted overwhelmingly for Raila. And still there was Jubilee votes there, which were pro Uhuru, not Ruto. So do you think these people would go to Ruto? No. That is a pipe dream. Turkana the same. Where we can share is Masai, and it is not going to be anything big. That is just in summary. And you can imagine Kajiado and Nakuru. There are so many voters there who are pro-Uhuru. At the same time, Raila got almost 1 million votes, I think, in Rift Valley. So if you look at what Uhuru is bringing to the basket silently in Rift Valley, is a lot of votes. So don't stop imagining and convincing yourself about the figure of 5 million you're seeing in Rift Valley. Ruto, the best he can do is 2.3 million. And while you're talking about 2.3 million, Raila also comes with 2.5 million at least in Nyanza. So that is already cancelled out. I don't know why you are shaking your head. Are you trying to imagine that Raila is not going to get 2.1 to 2.3 million in Nyanza? Have you looked at the statistics of Siaya, Kisumu, Migori, counties, and which other counties? There are four major counties.
Kisii, Nyamira.
Kisii, Nyamira. Are you trying to imagine that Raila will not come up with 2 million votes from there? Unless you are dreaming, Duke, because I can see you are shaking your head. So when we move to the Mount Kenya region, traditionally it has not been Raila's bedroom, but if you calculate anything between 30 and 40% only, that we are looking at the lowest, on the lower side of that Mount Kenya vote in total, you will realize that Ruto will have to extremely struggle, because all the other regions, especially northeastern, coast, Ruto is likely to get very little, because northeastern was predominantly Jubilee, and Jubilee in terms of Uhuru Kenyatta, not William Ruto. Where William Ruto has got a following is where Duale is. And you cannot expect, you look at the influence of Duale in northeastern, it is very minimal. So you'll find it very difficult to get votes from there. So I don't think, in my opinion, to be honest with you, Duke, Ruto will garner more than 6 million votes. And I've given him a lot. Because when you talk about Laikipia, it's like UDA is dying in Laikipia. And that is part of Rift Valley. And a part of Mount, it's considered a Mount Kenya vote. And you look at Samburu, is a place where Ruto will not get votes in Samburu. Majority, I'm talking about voting patterns. I don't even want to go to statistics. So when Samburu predominantly votes for Raila. Now, I don't know where you are convincing yourself with this, that Rift Valley ni yangu. There are some things that UDA has deluded itself. And then, to make matters worse, the UDA fraternity or UDA citizens, Udako citizens, Ruto and Gachagua have been transporting people so much that every time you look at their rally, it is full. From Buhungu Stadium to Nyeri, even in Mount Kenya, where ideally, if you're a kingpin, you should not even be feeling insecure. You don't need to transport. The crowd should be organic. You still have to line up 70 buses in one rally to convince people that you are popular. Duke, you are living in dreamland. You better leave that home. Those people are lying to the public, And on the 9th of August, it's going to be very frustrating. You can see what is happening in Meru. You can see what is happening in Meru. Traditionally, Meru used to get used to give Uhuru, and remember also Kibaki, but that is going to be a 50-50 place. Things that votes that Raila never used to get. So if you just in a nutshell, I want to try and tell you, Duke, that stop living in dreamland. You need to wake up. Unless you're going to get votes from Uganda, I'm not so sure, who are not in the register. But from what I see, and I've analyzed it, and if you want me to do a very good analysis, tomorrow I will do a very good analysis that will convince you on how Ruto does not have these numbers.
You know, the analysis you do is your opinion or perception, because it's not fact. Every person can come up with his own numbers. So
the
question on how you come with your numbers is what you should, we should ask, not what are the numbers.
Okay, Duke, I understand you. You know, there is something, I don't know if, I also like listening to others. I never like just giving my own opinion. I wish you may, there is a clip in a samba ya Mutaingonyi. Mutaingonyi anasema if all issues are held constant, Baba only needs 800k votes from Mount Kenya region. Umefuata hiyo? And do you agree with him? Let me tell you, I want to tell you something of Mount Kenya. I want to make you sound a little bit. In 2017, Meru people voted Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta close to 90%. Meru people, there are 3 counties. They have, I think they have maybe 2 counties. There are 2 counties have close to 1 million people, 1 million plus. And I can assure you, in Meru alone, Baba might get 50% and plus, for your information. Already that is over 500,000. We are only remaining with 300. That 300, Muranga can give around 200. I know Embu will give over 50,000. I know Kirinyaga will give close to 100. Now, we have not even mentioned other counties. We have not even mentioned Kiambu. And I know Kiambu will give Baba close to 500,000. So when we are saying, and we have not even talked of Nakuru, and Nakuru is also another place I know Baba will also get close to 1 million. So when people come here and say the path of Mr. Ruto becoming a president is very narrow, in fact, in my own analysis, I'm giving him 7%. The chances of Mr. William Ruto winning in 2022 is 70%. There is no path for him, unless if we want to blind our eyes and we start talking from things which are not real. But look at the voting patterns, look at the concept of voting, because we vote according to kingpin. Don't forget, even if Mr. Ruto has managed to a little bit with that concept of kingpin, I can tell you Mr. William Ruto will not basket 75% of the votes which Uhuru got. He will not take. He cannot get 75%. And any votes which are less than 80% of what Uhuru got is a killer shot, is game shot. So let's not talk lies here. And I don't want to come here and pamper you and I tell you that Ruto has a path. He can go to Western and the coast and try to dissolve a little bit. But I don't think Western and the coast and some other places can be able to subvert the damage which has happened in Mount Kenya, because already Mount Kenya is segregated. Mount Kenya is not your zone anymore. It's segregated, and I want you to get this reality. We are not with Ruto. I'm from Mount Kenya and I'm not with him. So what are we talking about? And now Ruto support in Mount Kenya is withering. And if we go by this time, and people never like, there is something we call momentum, siding with the winner. We call it siding with the winner. Because of this perception that Mr. Raila Odinga is winning, to the concept that even Kabogo today or the other day started even asking for votes of Raila supporters in Kiambu. Sijui kama umeona hiyo clip where Kabogo anasema mimi nataka supporters wa Raila Odinga hapa wapigie mimi kura. Raila Odinga has governors and MPs who are asking for votes in his name in the Central. My friend, just tell your presidential candidate to think of another business in Kenya. It is unattainable. It is only somebody who doesn't want to look clear. The lighting is clear. That's my take. Naona Julia amekuja. Maybe Duke, you can say one comment, then Wangila, you can contribute a little bit, then we bring Julia on board. I'll have to let, because we have new entrants.
You know, if there is a mistakes which people make, is to try to quantify accurately how many votes an individual will get from each region. That's a mistake, number one. Number two is measuring the popularity of an individual in a place based on the number of people who turn up in a rally. So if maybe I go to a place and an oppressed, many people appear on a screen, then it means that the tide has changed. So that's mistake number two. So, however, you can actually make your observation without actually giving specifics. For instance, if maybe what I can say is this: if maybe you take the original provinces, say Nyanza, Western, Eastern, you can actually give a trend. For instance, I can say that Ruto has gained ground in Coast. Ruto has gained ground in Western. Ruto has gained ground in Eastern. So maybe you talk about a small decrease in Mount Kenya, which is central. So that can make sense. But trying to give specifics that Raila will get 1 million from Nakuru, 2.5 million from somewhere, that's false. That is actually guesswork. So any person who tries to give specifics or how much a given person will get from a given region, even opinion polls who are specified, who are actually organizations which have profession in doing that, cannot tell. So trying to, that you are simply doing guesswork. So that's what I can comment.
Wangila, 1 minute before we bring Julia.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Njiru. You know, there's one thing that I now keep on asking, because this is an observation that I've made over the last 2 or 3 weeks. You know, I'm just wondering where the William Ruto fire has disappeared to. You know, William Ruto looks a very disoriented person today, and you know, most of his foot soldiers who are so hard campaigning for him seem scattered. So what is happening within the Kenya Kwanza Alliance camp? Because something is not actually adding up. Then finally, I tend to agree with Kuse on one thing, and you know, I raised that point here earlier, and people did not want to agree with me. And you know, funnily, I'm one person who will always defend my stand, even if I have to stand alone. You know, it is my thinking that this position Chebukati has taken of agents, media houses, candidates tallying up their own numbers, you know, to me, unless, just like Kusea said, there's some code of conduct on how such a matter will be handled, you know, to me, I see it as a recipe for disaster. This will be great recipe for disaster that, especially at the presidential level, I see bombers of Kenya, becoming chaotic on around 11th of August, where, perhaps William Ruto will be carrying his own numbers and purporting to have tallied them. And perhaps on the other end, people will also be carrying their own numbers. So unless there's some form of conduct there, the way just Kusea said, I see it as a great recipe for disaster. Because you have just given me 1 minute, let me just stop at that and we allow Julia perhaps to come in. Asante.
Judy, go ahead.
Asante Jiru. Hi Jiru. Hi Bob Papa in absence. And hi Duke. Duke, I like your resilience. You always. Hi Bob. Kwa nini unapenda kujificha? Siji watu wanasema wanaambia Alex akupeleke ukalale. I can read the comment section. Alex, someone is asking you peleke Bob akalale. Duke. Hi Duke. Hi Wangira. Hi Kuseo. Hi Alex. Hi Orishi.
Hiyo ni matusi sasa, hiyo ni matusi sasa. Nipeleke Bob akalale ama hiyo matusi ni
You know, it can only come from Black. Otherwise, Duke is even better. Black have relegated him to the dustbin of UDA.
Black unawasikia. Black ingia studio, watu wanakuingilia. Come here and give them a piece of your mind. Good to see everyone here. I don't know what happened in Tononoka. Jiru, I'm sorry. I don't like to see what the things Ruto does. I just block my mind, my eyes. So whatever happened, I don't care. Let
Okay,
him.
just in 20 seconds, ilibidi wa mkutano badala ya ilibidi mkutano iairishwe by 1 hour, sababu ni kama stadium iko imejaa, so hawakuwa na watu wa kuongelesha vizuri, so that's why that's the fail they had. Ni kama hawakuleta, ni kama basi hazikutosha, maybe wanatumianga 70 buses, leo walitumia 50. I guess
They were waiting for the transporter, the supporters to arrive.
Okay, Duke, do something. That is not good for your boss. So next time, I think unaweza ambia wale wa Mount Kenya waanze safari mapema so that they arrive in Tononoka early. Raila in Mandera, I don't like the shows, the little dramas in Northeastern. I don't know, Alex will explain that. I don't know, the little dramas in Northeastern, hizo za kuaibisha baba. And the security trail thing, I think that something needs to be done about it. Now, agents, media, parties, I saw that, Kuseo, maybe towards the end of the presentation, you can explain to us what exactly that means. I think you are following that keenly about that the parties can present this or that, because I agree with Wangira. If that's the case, that's a recipe for chaos. I mean, you know how Kenyans behave. Yeah, I think Kuseo and Wangira will tell us more. So I just want to wade into the debate about the number of votes. Why has Duke come back here? I don't like people walking out on me. Wangira, Jiru, can you... how did Duke just walk out on me? Can you tell him to come back here? Can you do what is in your powers to bring Duke back? Because I wanted to talk about these votes.
Where Duke, rudi. Wacha kumaliza Julia's team, eh? Ebu rudi haraka.
You know, he just walked out on me. You know, that's not fair. So I wanted to wade into the debates of the votes. I think I heard clearly from Bob and Kuseo that I think we have 5.3 registered voters in Rift Valley, and I think Mount Kenya region means you count in the central province counties, and you also count looking at the Laikipia. I mean, hi Captain, long time no see. At least I have someone to roast. Kama Duke ameenda. Sasa Captain, pay attention on behalf of Duke. So, and Mount Kenya region, including central province counties, includes the Laikipia. Laikipia, I think, is counted there, and I think someone was counting the upper eastern, that is Meru, Tharaka-Nithi, and Embu. So those are the Jubilee strongholds, former strongholds. And I really understand Ruto. In fact, I'm telling you, I understand his mathematics. I understand him very clearly that 5 years ago, Ruto saw himself as presidency, but he should have given me a call because I would have helped him to understand how he was going to become president. I had Jiru advising him, but he should have given me a call. First, now what is wrong with Captain again? Jiru, this one is unacceptable. I don't like people walking out on me. That's what the UDA people are doing here.
Don't worry, they are shaking. They will come back after the heat is...
The heat is gone. Yes, Captain, welcome back. So I think Ruto did his mathematics well, but he just didn't know how to behave. You know, I'm sorry, I'm a woman, and if you want a man to marry you, you respect them. Even if you don't know what the word respect means, you ask your mother to define the word respect for you. And if you understand what respect is, and if hata kama upendi kuambia mtu unampenda, una practice tu your maneno for a time, ndio at least propose. Yani Ruto didn't use his wisdom because he looked at the mathematics. That was good. That was good calculations. He looked at the votes that, assuming there was no ring. I'm saying assuming, because even now we don't trust Chebukati. We don't even know what he did with 2013 and 2017 elections. But if we make an assumption that there was no rigging and Ruto looked at the mathematics, then he did some good calculations because he looked at the strongholds. He looked at 5.3 votes. Maybe he looked at, let's say, 5 or 4.5, 4.5, and he saw 9 million votes in his basket. And he saw ataumauma kidogo huku na pale na atakuwa ameshinda, which was good calculations. But first and foremost, he began disrespecting our president na hiyo madharau yake ndogo ndogo. Na plus what the people like Jirongo say, if that is true or that something tried to happen like that. And those are the people who say that Ruto tried to do this. But openly, he tried to disrespect his boss. Openly, he tried to do that. He did that. He made himself a co-president. That was mistake number one. Mistake number one, he made himself a co-president. And I totally believe that Uhuru had intentions of leaving power to Ruto. I totally believe that in 2013, Uhuru saw Ruto as a teammate. I totally believe that. That is why they look like they had so much chemistry. And I totally believe that Uhuru, in his wildest dreams, he never thought he could go looking for Baba. I don't think so. But I think at some point, Uhuru needed rescue. And here comes Baba, rescue team. That is why I keep saying that this country, Kenyans owe Baba a lot for holding this country together several times. Because if what we hear Ruto planned to do, hadn't it been for the handshake, I think tungekuwa tunaongea maneno ingine hapa sasa. Now, Ruto disrespects Uhuru. And then we experience Things Fall Apart, like in Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achembe, that the center could no longer hold. Things fall apart. The center could no longer hold. And Ruto decides to take the mantle and pronounces himself as the kingpin of Mount Kenya region. And how does he do it? He gathers all the idiots like Kuria and the others who walk around insulting the president, thinking that akina Njiru na akina Julia watawapigia makofi wakiita Uhuru hii tunapiga makofi tunacheza. That is a stupid thing they assumed. They forgot that Uhuru has also people who call him our son or our brother. Maybe I should call him our brother. Sasa hiyo kitu inaudhi sana. Hiyo maneno ya kutusi our son, wacha tu maneno hata handshake. Wachanga tu hata maneno ya handshake. Wachanengi tu hata maneno ya handshake. Hata maneno ya handshake sio hoja. Hiyo kitu ya kutusi our son and our brother and our hero, that is so aggravating. Like what that stupid man was saying today in the Kenya Kwanza rallies. Mnamuita jicho what? What is jicho something? Jicho whatever. That jicho whatever was saying nonsense. Yes, he was talking nonsense. He was thinking he's exciting the Kikuyus. He was Captain.
It is not that Julia doesn't know Jijo Befu. He's pretending to ask us that Jijo what? He knows what Jijo Befu is.
Yes, Captain.
He's pretending to don't know that he doesn't know Muhammad Ali, that he is called Jijo Befu. Don't use other language that you pretend to don't know that Muhammad Ali is Jijo Befu. Continue with yourself.
Captain, shut up.
Captain, I heard you. But Hijicho something. I repeat, Hijicho anything. I don't like
It
such
is not Chicho anything or Chicho something. It is
Okay,
Chicho Pepu. Let me give you the full information
block
about that.
Captain?
What?
Can you ask Captain to stop disrupting me, Mr. Njiru? Can you protect me from?
Okay, fine. Captain Kiasi, Captain, please. When do you unakuja next? Relax. You will respond. Relax. People have si hata nyinyi mnaita mzee kitendawili. So ruhusu jamaa achambuliwe hapa
Hata
sawa
wacha
sawa.
kitendawili ni yule jamaa yule hata I'll come next.
Okay, Captain, if you disrupt me again, I'll not allow you. Pay attention. I will ask Njiru to kick you out. So can you have some
No. But I'm not disturbing you, Julia.
Thank you, Jiru. Don't allow him to disrupt me. He's very disrespectful. So, Jicho anything, I repeat. So that Jicho anything was talking matope. Mimi sisikizi watu wanaongea matope. And these foolish KKA people, they think they are exciting Kikuyus by attacking our son. This is what happened to this Ruto. After working out his mathematics on 4 point something, came the Karoarettes. Okay, first before we saw Karoa, we were already fed up with this rubbish ya Ruto na kinakuria. Tuko tumechoka. Watu wengine Captain tukiwashika hivi, tumechoka. Au wanatusi Ruto, Uhuru, tumechoka kabisa. If you ever meet Ruto, Captain, tell him one of his undoing neo matusi to our son. Don't talk. Don't. So, iyo matusi to our son is what has made us decide we are going to punish Ruto miserably by voting for Baba. So one of the most important reasons for voting for Baba, watch out a handshake, is to make sure William Samoei Ruto never gets close to power kwa sababu ya kutusi kijana wetu na working with warmongers, hate mongers, and then the other reasons we have is because we cannot trust our motherland into the hands of criminals, thugs, bank robbers, treasury robbers. Mtu mwenye atanyang'anya, hata anaweza kanyang'anya shamba yangu. If seriously, fellow Kenyans, if William Samoei Ruto alinyang'anya a common man like Mutes shamba, what do you think shamba yangu na Alex, chunga sana shamba yako iko uko nyumbani. Chunga kama iko karibu na kwa Ruto, chunga kabisa.
Mi yangu ya Eldoret ilienda bana. Na siwezi rudi huko.
I think Njiru.
Captain, can you tell Captain to shut up? Thank you, Njiru. So we're so afraid that someone might take our land. We're so afraid ata shule zetu zitanyang'anywa. I mean, somebody will come for the land that belongs to our schools. Fellow Kenyans, you can't jump from the frying pan into the fire. These people, you can't trust them with anything. You cannot trust them with anything. So Kenyans, that is reason number 2. Reason number 3, if we look at Baba and Mother, we ask ourselves, and that is now the most very important reasons, fellow Kenyans, in whose hands are you safe? If you analyze Baba, seriously, mwangalia hata kutoka 2002, 2007, I think Baba has used anything in his ability to make sure this country remains united. We don't want someone who goes around warmongering, calling watu ati mashetani. You know, somebody is calling watu mashetani and anajita bwana asifwe. The Bible says that there are 7 things that the Lord hates. Those that are an abomination to him. Haughty eyes. Mnajua ni nani? Ningekwambia, I'm describing somebody, you can tell me the answer after this. A man who sows discord among brethren, one whose feet rush to evil, one who devises wicked plans, and one who sheds innocent blood. Ni nani? Je, hilo ni fumbo. Msiniambie jawabu, mtaniambia jawabu baadaye. Jawabu ni nani? So this guy walks around says, Bwana asifiwe. This is irony. This is, in fact, it's blasphemy. Jiru, mute. Nasikia radio kwako. It is blasphemy. It is blasphemous. So when Ruto was making all this mathematics, he did not look at himself. He did not look at his character. He did not look at his behavior. He did not look at what he was saying to Kenyans. He did not think about it. he was so mistaken. So this is the point. This is my point about the numbers. The point is Mount Kenya people will not vote for Ruto the way they voted for Uhuru. They cannot. If I can boldly talk on TV and say I cannot, how many people from Mount Kenya region are saying that? Now, the most likely thing, Bob, you talked about 5.7. The most likely thing, the turnout in Mount Kenya region will be poor. I have been calling families. Now, some who are disagree with me before, they agree with me. Some who are now ashamed of their decision to support Ruto are mom. Those who are ashamed, they are mom, which means they will not come out to vote if they don't want to vote for Baba. Because they are ashamed. They can't even tell you. Unajua, me, when I call them, who are nawapiga, bado mnata support mwizi. That's my first call, Alex. Hello, kuhana atia. No muradhura mwizi. Nikiuliza hivyo, they are so ashamed. Unajua hawaniambiangi si mwizi. They can't say that because they are ashamed of defending him. What does that tell you? They are coming back to their senses. So the most likely thing, Mount Kenya region, either they are going to vote for Baba or they are not going to come out. So in your 5.7 haiko. In fact, Ruto will not get more than 2 million in Mount Kenya region. Because either people will not turn up or they will vote for Baba. That's what is going to happen. Now, Rift Valley region, we can give him North Rift religiously. But South Rift, kuna shida, kuna Wamasai. Then we have the Pokot and the Turkanas. Then we have the Kikuyu diaspora. The Kikuyu diaspora, bado iko huko. Now, then the final thing I want to say to Captain and all the other UDA supporters, the effect, the perception. Unajua, Kenyans have this thing that when Kikuyus come out, wanatoka kumira, and when Kikuyus back, you become president. But now there's a feeling Kikuyus are divided. That's a very good perception. Then there's a feeling that kuna mother Karoa. So there's a feeling, Kenyans are now feeling, kuna Wakikuyu wengi watatokea kupigia Baba kura. So Kenyans will be like, let's all come out and support the winning side. Nobody wants to support losers. So in other words, I'm trying to say that William Samoei Ruto on 9 p.m. Kenyan time, he's going to be the most miserable person on the face of the earth. And people have been saying that miti ikatwe, mimi staki miti yakatwe because that is deforestation, that is interfering with the environment. I think he should be arrested and put in the cell so that he doesn't kill himself. Asante Njiru.
I think your information is quite clear. Let's give Captain, you are welcome. Give your points.
Njiru, will you welcome my points really? Because for me, you know, I'm from UDA side. Will you welcome?
Why are you fearing? We are not fighting anyone. You are free to give your UDA policies as long as they are factual and you have well thought on them. Go ahead. We can't fear.
But it will not be factual as the way you might be wishing, because it might be factual on a different way.
But you know, I have to be honest with you. There is the amount of propaganda we cannot allow you. You can put a propaganda, but it has to be within acceptable age, because I know that's what you want to unleash here. Go ahead.
Hiro, wacha wakue ready kukata miti. Hiyo tu.
Okay, Captain.
Okay, Kuseo has finished. Talking of falling down trees. Amemaliza.
Captain, please speak for your man. Topic iko hapo. Hebu kwanza tuambie Tononoka, mbona amukupeleka watu? What happened? Wenyeji walikataa.
Listen to me very well, Njiru. Listen to me first. Will you mute me if I say anything in truth that might hurt you people?
We can't feel hurt. You are free to talk. Why should we get hurt? As long as you don't abuse us. I have to say, you have to be sane. Just package your information well. We have Duke here who is a supporter of UDA and he packages information well. At times I see Black here. So package your information. We are not fearing UDA people. Just package your information.
There is a difference between fearing and saying the truth. Anyway, no problem. I have no any issue at all. And What was the reason of you switching me off when I was asking Julia what she was talking? Answer me
Because
that.
I had to give you time, and I was not seeing you any need of engaging somebody when they are coherently giving their point. I knew I will give you even 10 minutes to speak because I want you to tell me what bottom up is.
Okay,
So,
can I go back to Julia what she was talking about?
if Julia want to be engaged, I can allow it. So, Julia, do you want to be engaged?
Yes, let him go ahead. We shall
Okay.
unleash on him.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Julia. Thank you very much. Who is Muteshi? Julia.
You can read in the press. Go to your Google and research. I don't answer
I
such
don't have.
questions.
I am not a press holder. I'm just a normal citizen. I'm a Kenyan citizen, as maybe like you. But I'm asking you because maybe you are one of
No,
the
Samoei
press.
Ruto knows.
I'm
Samoei
neither your
Ruto has
press.
got the
I'm neither
information.
your press. You can
But
ask Ruto.
she was not talking as Samoei Ruto. She was talking as Julia.
You can ask your Ruto research. I won't answer that question. Any more questions?
Were you talking as Samoei Ruto or were you talking as Julia?
Captain,
ask sensible
people are not
questions.
comfortable. Julia, 1 minute. People are not comfortable with what Captain is asking. Captain, I will just ask you, do your presentation. Let Julia be silent. Just do your ordinary presentation, please. People seem as if we are wasting time. Kindly, let's not waste people's time.
Okay, Njiru, there is this thing that Julia mentioned about Muteshi, and the land about Muteshi is a private issue between William Ruto and Muteshi, where Muteshi bought the land from William Ruto after William Ruto buying it from Dorothy Ator. Are you seeing? So shortly, the land after William Ruto buying it from Dorothy Ator, Muteshi took Ruto to court. Maybe let me call it kotini. After kumpeleka kotini, William Ruto akamwambia nilihusiwa na Dorothy Ator. Dorothy Ator kuitwa pale akasema ni sawa, nilimuhusia William Ruto, Muteshi alinihusia. So where is the issue there? Na wakamalizana na issue na ikaisha.
Okay,
So I'm
Captain,
wondering.
Follow the talk line, please. Please follow the talk line. Unaona hiyo kitu ina bring hapo kwa TV yako, ongea hiyo maneno. Story ya Muteshi tutaongea
Sawa Njiru. Haukumwambia Julia afollow talk line kwa ile ina blink pale. Mbona unaniambia mimi?
No, I told her sababu aliniuliza na nikamwambia story ya Tononoka. So hebu fuata laini. Unasoma hapo, unatuambia story ya Tononoka, unatuambia story ya Raila Mandera, unatuambia story ya campaign hiyo vitu yote. Hebu jaribu kufuata hiyo talk line.
Njiru. Now you are trying to tell me that you want me to tell you the way you want. You don't want me to tell you the way I know. That is very wrong.
I don't want you to tell us what I want. I want you to package your information.
I'm rebattling what Julia said, and then I come through the what is the bar?
Okay,
what is on the bar there?
You are rebutting too much. You are rebutting too much, please. You rebut 1 minute, then you go to the
Is there a limit? Is there a limit of rebuttaling?
Yeah, because
you have limit.
The people watching, they don't like a lot of rebutting. So you have to rebut in like a minute, then go to the comment.
Who is complaining that they don't like more rebuttaling?
We look at comment, please. I give you 1 minute. If you are not able, we will not be able to continue because I don't want to make people.
Give me time to speak because this captain is time.
Is it that UDA people when they come here, they keep you sleepless night that you are challenging them in a different way because I'm not supporting the so-called
no. In 1 minute,
Raila.
Captain, in 1 minute, follow the talk line. Follow the talk line and then we communicate. People in the studio are complaining, please.
No, it is very simple. If you want me to follow the talk line, why are you not telling your people, your Kusimianated people, you are not telling them to follow the talk line? Why me alone? Jiru, why me alone?
I think Captain is wasting time. Give me time to talk.
Jiro, you are muted. Jiro, you are mute.
Captain, I want just to address you. Please follow the talk line and you will talk. I give you 1 minute to relax. Bob, ask you a question. If you are ready to follow the talk line, I will bring you on board because I don't want to make the crown.
Okay,
Let
Njiru.
Bob ask his 1 minute. Let Bob ask his question. I will bring you on board if you are ready to follow the talk line. So I don't want to debate on that, please. You only
Okay,
come.
Njiru, let me answer you. Let me answer you about the talk line. I don't have anything about the talk line. So let's just the story. Let's rest it there. Let's leave that.
Okay, fine. It's okay.
Bye bye.
Okay. Captain, I don't want you to go away. Eh? I don't want you to go away. Jiru, I was suggesting we need, this gentleman has gone. No. Jiru, don't chase him away. We want to listen to him. I was suggesting you give him 1 or 2 minutes to air his views, because it is good to, sometimes it's good to listen to whatever Vitarol and Makasiriko, and then you can put them on a weighing
Bob,
scale.
we cannot listen to people if they are not following the talk line because they will get us out of the talking, and we can you can discuss a million things. The reason why we have a talk line is to be specific. So people have to agree. Even as you want to interject, you have to follow the talk line, and I think that one is clear. So we can't allow.
I get you. Now, I just, now that he has left, because he had just lied to us, I wanted to stop him from lying. He told us the issue of the land was a private affair and that it was concluded and it was between 2 individuals. No, it was the state had come in and the matter was in court. So I think he realized that he was not telling us the truth. So it was a futile exercise. Now, I think I will need to give Orishe time to air his sentiments, because he was to be next after a captain. Orishe, or back to Njiru and then Orishi.
Okay, no problem. So I just wanted to alert people, please, when we are talking, let us allow to talk on the talk line. Otherwise, it will become chaotic when we are talking here. And I think the people who package this show, they have a reason why they want us to see the thing which is passing there. So Olisa, you can talk, and I think Rich, you can welcome back. Olisa, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to talk about Tononoka, the failed show in Tononoka. I heard Duque say that the population or the crowd does not matter, but sometimes it matters in a rally. That's why they're going to rally. People normally go for a rally to see their mighty, how people have come to their campaign. That's also part of the strategy of why people are holding a rally. Assume you go to a rally and then you have only 2 people, and then you want to say that it doesn't matter the population. It's very important to have a population, to have a crowd in any rally. So what I saw yesterday in Tononoka, that one bring a mixed signal and a negative signal to UDA. I remember last 2 years when Ruto started the issue of Asla. At that time, he went to Tononoka. He had a very massive number of supporters in Tononoka. But we are left with almost for less than 50 days. He went the same ground, that's Tononoka. And what to say yesterday, that one shows that Ruto is totally losing on the ground. And the issue of wabunge kutoka Pwani, I'm a voter in Nyali, where Mohamed Ali come from. Mohamed Ali will not even be an MP of Nyali. I want to tell the truth. Mohamed Ali, remember 2017, he stood with an independent candidate. But what he was saying that mimi namsupport baba, lakini hapa kwa chini nipatieni. But now that narrative is not there because already he has messed up. So in Mombasa, all MPs, Nyali, Kisauni, Changamwe, Mvita, and Likoni. They are all going to Azimio. So in Mombasa, it's gone. That's why you saw the rally in Tononoka was poorly attended. I had a friend from Mombasa, because right now I'm not in Mombasa, and I was asking him yesterday that what really happened. They're also surprised because they thought maybe the population that has always been there going to Tononoka previous years will come. But what they were also shocked because they could imagine that Ruto could only guy. If you remember the rally that Sonko had a massive number of crowd, and he pulled a big number of crowd. So what we saw yesterday in Tononoka tells you that
Bob anataka kuongea Bob.
Ruto will not even get 20% in Mombasa County. 20%, let me tell you, 20% in Mombasa County as compared to what Uhuru got.
Orisha, can I add something to that Nyali issue?
Yes,
I wanted to inform you that in 2017 I was a volunteer of NASA and an agent, a roaming agent for NASA in the polling stations. And there is this notion that Muhammad Ali won the elections fairly. It is only that I lost my phone, but I'll try to get some videos. The election of Muhammad Ali actually was stolen, because I have a recording which I recorded in 2 polling stations, Freetown, within a place called Freetown, where he realized he was losing the election, and there were 3 vehicles that came and started shooting in the air, and people scampered for safety, and that is where the election was tilted towards his favor. Otherwise, he was losing to Joe's cousin, who's called Saidu. So this time round, I don't know where he'll Penya to get that seat. Thank you. Proceed.
Now on the issue of now let's leave the issue of Tononoka. Now let's go to the issue of reporting of result. To me, that I think is a plus to Azimio, because the previous years, 2007, 2013, 2017, the commission could not allow to have a parallel tallying center. And remember last time the state even had to invade the tallying center for Azimio. I mean, that time was NASA, and they ensure that they destroy everything. So allowing a parallel tallying center, what Chibgari says a day, I think that will be one of the best things so far this time, because we as supporters of Azimio will know how the results are coming in. So telling us that like what Mr. Wangira said, that it's going to be a chaotic. We are going to have different medias. We are going to have KTN during the tallying center. We are going to have Citizen doing the tallying center. We are going to have Nation Media doing the tallying center. We are going to have different radio stations doing the tallying center. Now, I don't think that this station can collude and bring the doctored results. However much UDA may try to doctor their result and announce, but the media, as I know the media of here in Kenya, they'll stand with the farm and say that these are the results. So having a parallel tallying center this time, you see, most of the years Raila has been denying having a parallel tallying center. But now if it's being allowed to do it, I'm telling you, so far we don't even have to worry. Raila is going to beat Ruto 70%, not even 60% the way they're saying. Ground has already shifted. So allowing doing of parallel tallying center, doing your own tallying, that is a plus to us, because now at the moment we are going to feel comfortable. Unlike the other years where we were all told that the only people who are allowed to do the tallying as only IBC. But now we are going to have different kinds of organization, different kinds of parties doing their tallying. The only thing that Chebukati said, which I'm sure they are not going to do, is only to declare the winner. But doing tallying, that is a plus, and I could want to encourage Chebukati that he should keep the same spirit. The issue of security of Raila, especially in Northeastern, we saw what happened in Marsabit. By the way, that is a worrying. Also, when he went to Shinigishu last time, until they stoned his chopper, it's a bit worry because we are left with roughly today is almost 44 days, and a presidential candidate should be given a maximum security, especially candidates like Ruto and Raila. This time, they need to be given a maximum security because if anything happened to Ruto or Raila this time, then I'm telling you, it will be a chaotic. So I think that the state will come in and give, not only two, both four presidential candidates. Because if anything happened to one of them right now, the election is going to be postponed. And the time election is being postponed, the Kenya will be in a chaotic mood. So I want to encourage that the security should be beefed up to both candidates, Raila, Ruto, Wajakoya, and Maura. So it's not only for Raila, and then it's both parties that are supposed to be there. So UDA is totally losing ground. That's why there are coming so many propagandas. If you hear of any rally for UDA right now, it's only propaganda. And that's why yesterday, when you listen to Rigathi, he was trying to attack Lee Kinyanjui by telling us the father of Lee Kinyanjui. That's not important to us. Whether Moi was the father of Lee Kinyanjui, that's not important. So most of campaign of UDA right now, it's a lot of propaganda, a lot of rumors, a lot of hatred. Even the supporters right now, they're very, very bitter. I'm also worried with Captain. Captain, why are you so bitter? We want to be sober, we want to laugh, we want to enjoy this talk, but don't be bitter. So Captain, just go down. And then we will resume to a normal life. So when you hear of campaigns UDA, they are very bitter. I don't know what's the problem. Ruto, he started well with the Asla narrative. And by that time, Ruto was very aggressive and he had numbers. But things are shifting. So Ruto is failing. And in the next 30 days, Ruto will only get 30% votes in Kenya. I'm telling the truth. Ruto will not even get 40. 30 at a struggle now. So the ground has shifted. That's why we see instead of them struggling in other regions, they're busy in Nakuru. What are they doing in Nakuru? What are they doing? If Nakuru is their stronghold, if Central is their stronghold, they don't even have to waste time. But now we see them busy in Nakuru, in Central. What's the problem with them? So UDA has already lost the ground, and that's why most of their campaign, we have everybody standing issue of port. Like yesterday, there was nothing they could tell people in Tononoka. It's only issue of port. I don't know what they should tell us the agenda, what they're planning to do to people of Kenya, instead of giving us rumors, propaganda, lies. So UDA is losing the ground. If you can just watch the rally for Azimio and compare with the rally for UDA right now. There's nothing I'm talking about. We expect Ruto right now. He should not be having he should not tackle Raila on a hard way. He should tell us what they're going to give. The same thing Raila has been doing. They come and tell us that this is what we're going to do, this and this and this. So I want to tell you, Captain, that UDA is going to lose miserably. If election could have taken place 3 years ago, then I'm telling you, Ruto could have beat Raila. But right now, I want to tell you, UDA will lose this election miserably. Thank you.
Okay. Captain Jambo, habari ya masiku mingi.
Salama sana.
So let me play a video before I give you an opportunity to respond.
I think that there's a
But let
problem
me ask
that's happening in
Fabrice.
Kenya Kwanza, which for me I find unfortunate, which I vowed never to engage in, whereby transport, we are having 9 meetings in 3 constituencies or 4 constituencies, and then somebody tags along their supporters, their fans. Yeah, I feel, because my position is, if I am going for a meeting in Limuru, I should go just alone, so that I can be able to see whether I have got legitimate support in Limuru, and that's what I do. But then what the competitors, what they do is that they have got tens and tens of buses and lorries and pickups, and they transport their fans from one place, then they release them, and then they go to the next and the next, so that they are cheered. And the problem is, first of all, one, that distorts what I would call in my other market dynamic.
Captain.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I didn't ask you to play any video for me.
No, I'm not playing for you. I'm playing for the viewers. You're just you're just a panelist like me and any other. So
Okay,
go
okay.
ahead.
So it's my time now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, is it my time that I should support as a Mio team, say that I cannot be thrown out in being panelist, or I should say what is in my mind? That's a question.
I'm giving you 2 minutes to do your submission.
Very good. Thank you very much. Now, what is it that somebody told me that to concentrate on the line that is running around, going across there, that like the security, fail worring, agents, media, CG parties, and report, IBC, whatever. Why somebody is restricting me on that line? Like the Biruta failed show in Tononoka.
That's for all panelists.
Yeah?
No,
For all panelists, not just.
Let me talk to the panelist who is running the show. Are you Kuseo running the show?
Ose, don't unmute to answer anything. I've given Captain 2 minutes. I'll give you another additional minute to give your submission. So go ahead. This is your time.
Thank you very much, Mikadi. I see you can go somewhere. And I see even if you will convince me to vote for Baba, I can vote for Baba because the respect you have. You have a big respect, Richie. All these people, like William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua, Raila Odinga and the mother there, Mother Karua, they are looking for what they have for the special Kenyans like me. But this thing of pushing me around there and there because I'm not supporting Raila Odinga to be together with Mother Karua, or I'm not supporting whoever to be, is very wrong. I've been unmuted here, Richie, for so long because I'm of a different view from these people. But I like you because you have come here to be Jesus of this forum. Not that I like what William Ruto is doing, or I dislike what Raila Odinga is doing with the running with Mother Karua. No, it's only because of a different view. But we want somebody who can run the country the way it is. I've never seen, even during Moi era, we've never buy fuel with more than 150 before. This is the first time. You've never seen our people complaining of cooking oil going more than 400 a liter like this before. Tononoka rally for William Ruto. So many people are complaining that the rally was postponed later on to come in with more people. I don't know that. Me, I just came in and I watched the rally, which was more than the people. I don't know. We didn't have the number of people. I don't know which number of people these people want us to have. Either we don't postpone or we not we run the rally. I don't know which number of people they want. The only thing I came to see when William Ruto was talking about is that deep state. William Ruto said deep state is aware of deep state and is waiting very much that they want them to show them that what deep state is. Na watasahau kujiapisha, hata watasahau kuinua reli. That is William Ruto saying. I don't know if we are overconfident of that, or William Ruto is overconfident of winning. I don't know that, but it was somehow so extraordinary. But that is what I saw of my boss William Ruto. I didn't see anything about Raila in Mandera. Maybe the other day I saw Raila in those sides of Mandera when there was war. Another thing, I didn't come in there. So I cannot talk much about that. See? And Julia was talking some things there. I don't remember what she was talking about, but I totally negate what she was talking about. But for Richie, hey, Richie, you are a man who can run this. You are that person who can balance the issue here. I don't have more to say for now. Maybe I can rebuttal for these guys who are remaining here and continue with the debate. I'm still around.
Okay, Jose.
Captain is saying that when he watched the rally, he saw that there were people. Yeah, there were some people there. And I remember one of the issues, the DP kept talking, blaming, you know, in the past, the DP would say something today, then tomorrow his turncoat, he says the same thing. A different thing, the opposite. These days, he has gone to a level whereby he calls the president his friend. Then before he even finishes his speech, he turns around and blames him. Now today he was blaming his friend. He calls him his friend and his boss. Then he starts blaming him for the which mashauri he took, which was a very bad one. Now he is the deputy president. He should play deputy to the president. He should play deputy to the president. He starts blaming people for not having land at the coast. And then he says that he's going to acquire, today he said he's going to acquire 1 million acres of land, which he wants to use to settle the squatters. Now, as far as I know that the DP is already having the pieces of land. Now, when he becomes president, he's going to sign the first executive order. The land that the government is to buy that land from him. You know, remember he got some 250,000 acres from criticals. Now you want to force the government to buy that at 100% inflated price. The money is going to who? The money is going to himself. Then he forces the government to pay. Then you want to pretend that you want to use that to settle the squatters. Captain, I don't think that is right. If you listen to his speech today, it is not right.
Captain, 1 minute. Go ahead, Captain.
Okay, Oaze or Kuzeo, let me ask you this. Can you substantiate where William Ruto is having 2,500 pieces of land? And then from there, we'll continue on the pieces of land and the issue of title deeds.
That is his latest acquisition from criticals. The latest
I don't talk of hearsay. For me, I don't talk. Let me not talk of hearsay.
He has others in Taita Taveta. He has other pieces of land. But the
What you
250,000 is the one he got from criticals, and he was
what
trying to mislead us that it is a gift.
what you know is what I don't know myself. I don't know that. Maybe if you can give us evidence, then we'll
Okay,
continue
now
from
you
there.
know. Richard, do you have that clip of the deputy president about the land he's owning now?
No,
250,000.
no, he said 2,500 acres, not 250,000.
Okay, put it on clip. Put it on clip, and then we'll talk from there.
But that's something we will do later. Julia, do you have something to say?
Yeah, about the Mutesh land. Yeah, I don't like Captain is pretending not to know anything about Ruto. We know about the Mutesh case until even Ruto was asked by the court to pay back Mutesh. It was not a negotiation between Ruto and Mutesh. It is the court that ruled and asked Ruto to pay back Mutesh. So I think me, Kuseo, and the others, I don't want to waste my time with Captain arguing about Ruto scandals. He's just here acting and pretending not to know of any of the Ruto scandals. And they are out even with the press, and some of the cases are in the court. And you even know the discussion that was there in Parliament about Ruto's corruption scandals. So that is something I don't want to engage with Captain. Unless another person wants to engage him here, I don't like ignorance. Thank you, Makiadi.
Okay.
Richard?
Yeah, I want us to close these back and forth so that we can move on to another topic. So I'll give you an opportunity, 1 minute, to finish what you wanted to say on that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Richard. For these people like Julia, let me quote Julia because she was the last person talking. And I tell her, don't force things from your mouth to be on my mouth. I cannot talk of Muteshi myself, but I talk of what is in the public domain about what happened in the court. That the main buyer from Muteshi land was Dorothy Ator, and then Dorothy Ator to William Ruto, whereby Muteshi took William Ruto to court instead of taking Dorothy Ator, and then Dorothy Ator to William Ruto. But later on, William Ruto honored what happened, and he paid Muteshi after jumping from Dorothy Ator, and he paid directly to Muteshi. That is what happened. I come from the region, and I know it. You don't come here with all your words to tint and tarnish William Ruto's name because of the votes that you are looking for in the name of William Ruto grab the land from Muteshi. It cannot work. I will stand with William Ruto on that to the bitter end. Whether or not, even if you go to where, even if Jesus will come down, I will stand by that until anything else happens. That is what I know. Thank you very much, Richard.
Any rebuttal? Okay. Bob Papa? No? Bob Papa? Yeah, it looks
Yes.
like. Go ahead, Bob Papa.
Yeah, I was on call. Sorry, and I was not. I don't know. But one thing I wanted to ask Captain, because Captain came back. I just wanted to ask Captain one question. Captain, you know we have a constitution that in place, the 2010 constitution, and I don't know whether your presidential candidate understands that constitution well, because yesterday he was talking about wanting to buy 500 million. I don't know whether it is 500. He talked about 500 million acres for the coastal people from absentee landlords, and to give to the people of the coast.
1 million.
1 million acres. Now, now I want to understand that. Does he understand that constitution? Does he know that we have a land commission? And secondly, we all the budget was read the other day, and there is no such budgetary allocation to buy land, kununua mashamba kiolela by the government. So where is he going to get this money from? Don't you think your candidate is simply lying to the people of the coast region? Unless he has his own money that he is going to use to buy this land.
Go ahead, Captain.
Richie, let me ask Bob Papa, are you still on Muteshi issue, or this is a different issue?
No, I don't think you are listening to me. I just told you that William Ruto yesterday told the people in Mombasa that he is going to buy 1 million acres of land from absentee landlords and redistribute the same land to the people of the coast region. And I am asking you, do you think he has the knowledge what the constitution, the Kenyan constitution entails? Because in that constitution there are several commissions that were formed through various laws, and one of them is the Land Commission, which deals with matters land as well as those ones of historical injustices, you know. And so is he aware that there's a land commission in place that deals with those issues?
Okay, Richie, I think here what I can say, there's a mix-up of issues here. I was answering Julia's issue about Muteshi land. Now you are coming up with the issue of the land, the cost, which is totally different with what the Muteshi issue is. You see, that is what I'm saying. Are you still on Muteshi issue, or we are in a different issue? Are you saying?
Okay,
Richie,
you can answer
when
that
you
later.
come up, I'll answer that later because I have finished with Julia's issue.
Okay.
Are you saying?
It's okay. You can mute now. I want to give Duke an opportunity to speak.
Actually, I can respond that to Bob. You know, there is this narrative that when Ruto says about what he's going to do, or his manifesto, most of you come up with how is he going to come up with the money? But we know how any government works. And the expenditure of the money from the treasury does not require any constitution amendment. The government can decide on how to spend that money. For instance, in previous years, even the construction of the SGR, there was no constitutional change or parliament to say that we are not going to build SGR or to build roads. So when a government comes in power, it can come up with a manifesto, policies which can be implemented. The only question you should ask may be if the proposals are more than what the budget entails. And in that case, it's in a scenario where the proposals exceeds the budget. And I asked you to do the math about the 6,000 transfers which people are going to be given. And Popo was trying to claim that when I stated that we have around 5 million people who qualify to receive that, he said that the manifesto specifies 2 million. So I'm challenging Pop to calculate, to do the math. If maybe you are giving 2 million, 2,000, 6,000 each, 2 million per month, per year, how much is that? That actually comes to almost 500 billion. So it's like more than the amount which is given to counties will be given to people, you see? That becomes unsustainable. So, but when Ruto says that I'm going to put 100 billion per year to specific wards where individuals can get capital to start their business, to improve their business, to to convert their ideas into something useful, which can create employment opportunity, and in terms of like loans, which can be returned, you say that's too much. So I think that's not fair. So that's what I can respond.
Julia.
I think the point Bob is trying to drive through, if I got him right, Duke, is that everything needs budgetary allocations. You cannot make street announcements and say hii mashamba tutawanunulia tuwarudishie. It has to do with structures. It has to do with budgetary allocations. And then when it comes to land, we need to involve the land commission. So what I think Bob that's an issue I have with Ruto. He has these roadside pronouncements that are not backed by structures or even the law. If you asked about the 6,000, it's something that has got to be done in budgetary allocation. And if you ask Baba, and even you, Duke, me and you know that your boss said when he was in the US that how many billions are budgeted for corruption. So according to Baba, he's going to save on the waste. He doesn't even have to increase the budgetary allocation on what Kenya is spending. But Ruto likes this thing of making roadside announcements, like saying nitanunulia hii mashamba. Si yeye atanunulia. He should have said, I will involve the land commission and we look at the land issues in this county. You see, that's the language he needs to use. I mean, his language is so local, Mr. Duke. It is not backed by any law. That's the challenge that you are presidential candidate. And I think it's because he believes with this in this handout economy. Unaona ile siku ingine alikuwa, did you see something, Duke, that your boss was announcing that they helped somebody, I don't know buy how many machines for tailoring and all that, and then wakaambia huyo mtu asimame ati amesaidiwa na Hastra mwenyewe. They were now promoting that Ruto gave that man that money. And then another time, I think he went somewhere and said he paid fee for somebody. So we are asking ourselves, do you think the 50 plus million Kenyans can depend on the handout economy? We need structures. We need somebody to sit down like Baba and say, okay, look here. We have about 2 or 5 million people who literally don't have food for the next day. So we can put down in our law that how do we take care of these people every month. You know, we're talking about structures here. That is what Baba, that's the difference between your boss and Ruto. Ruto has no structures. He likes roadside. He likes to make roadside pronouncements, which are not backed by any law. He doesn't talk about budgetary allocations. He doesn't even recognize we have a land commission. That is the challenge your boss is having, Duke.
Okay, before we proceed, Duke, I want to challenge you. Have you read the Azimio manifesto, first of all?
Yes, I've read it. Yes.
Okay.
Ask me a question.
Very good. I want to ask you, 6,000 times 2,000 needy, 2 million needy families. What is the total? What do you get from that?
Actually, the total per year comes around 360 billion Kenyan money.
I think you should do your math again.
No, do it right now. Do it right now.
What are you saying? What are you saying, Richie? 6,000
times
Hold on,
2
Captain.
million.
Don't unmute until we'll have an echo. So Duke, do your math again. I'll do my math again. Maybe you're doing the wrong math, but hold on. Jose.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to what Julia was saying. You see, Duke, when Ruto says that I'm going to give 100 billion to the Mama Mboga. Now, the other day you were here, I asked you a question, but somehow you went away before you could answer it. I asked you how many Mama Mbogas are there in Kenya, and if you have a fund for 100 billion, na unataka wapange queue. Sasa utakuwa unaenda Kerugoya, wapange queue hapo. Unaenda Nakuru, wapange queue hapo. What I'd asked, where is the data for these Mama Mbogas? So that and how are they going to share the 100 billion? Assuming that he miraculously manages to have it budgeted in treasury. So some money comes to the Kenyan public, the so-called border Mama Mbogas. And then secondly, be rest assured, all the Mama Mbogas are going to line up. for it. But from there, whether they are going to take it to the Mboga, you don't know. Whether they are going to take it to where, you have no idea. Then you want to do the same for the border borders. And another how much for the bottom up for the hustlers. Where is the database for the hustlers?
Bob. Bob, unmute.
I'm saying, Duke, I don't want to take much of your time, neither do I want you to take so much of my time. Here is what I'm talking about. When I'm talking about this land issue, I hope you know how government works and how money is withdrawn from the exchequer. Because that is where you miss the point. For money to be withdrawn out of the planned budget, there's something they call a supplementary budget. And that supplementary budget has to go to Parliament for approval. And once it goes to Parliament for approval is when funds can be found withdrawn from the consolidated fund. Now, I'm asking you, I don't know whether you followed what the budget was all about and what funds are available to the government for the whole year, financial year. I'm talking about the financial year. So this 100 billion that even Hussein is talking about, the land, the cash to buy the land, those are, it's like, I can equate them to big capital projects, which that money is not available. Number two, let us even forget the maths and talk logic. In a country where the standard of living is so high at the moment, what would be the priority of a government? Is it to buy land for people or to address the immediate challenges? Because that is logic now. Because he's talking about doing some of these things on the 10th. On the 10th, he wouldn't have been sworn in if at all he's going to win the elections. Now, when you look at even such logic and things that are straightforward, you still want to defend this kind of guy? Thank you.
Duke, hold on. You've made me take out my calculator again and do some math. You said 306. Did I hear you right? You said 360 billion a year. Let's do this math very, very simply. So we are giving 2 million families 6,000 shillings every month, right? So 6,000 has 3 zeros. 2 million has 6 zeros. If you do the math, then that's nine zeros. 6 times 2 is 12. So that's 12 billion every month. How many months do we have in a year? We have 12 months. So you multiply 12 billion times 12, that will be 144 billion. I don't know where you're getting your math, the 360 something billion. Captain.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I was asking you that when I see Kuseo Oase is from the assimilated side, the Kusimia side, and then you give again Bob Papa from also the other side, where they are simiaring, two of them, and me and Duke, we are from the other side of Kenya Kwanza. You are not balancing the issue. When you give Oase from Kusimia side, you should also balance with another person from Kenya Kwanza side. Don't give two of them and then one side is one. The other side is one. Kenya Kwanza is one. I think you have to balance that thing, Richie. I gave you the what do
No,
you call?
make
No,
yourself.
Listen first. Listen
No,
fast. Listen fast.
you know, I'm the
No, you
moderator.
Kenyans, that is the
Hold on,
problem with you Kenyans. That's the problem with you
Captain.
Kenyans.
Captain. Hold on. Cool down. I'm the moderator, right? So I've given you an opportunity to make your point, right? So
No,
don't
I'm not
tell.
making a point. I was giving a comment about the way you are giving the people that time of air.
Give him more time.
Yeah, I'll give you.
Yeah.
If you want 2 minutes, I'll give you 2 minutes. Go ahead.
No,
make
not
your
2 minutes. I need you. After me, you give Asimio. After Asimio, give UDA. After UDA, Asimio or NAC or whatever the party is.
Unfortunately, I don't look at you a panelist that way. I look at you as all panelists, all Kenyans. I don't look at you as Azimio.
Oh, I understand you now. No, okay.
And
I
if
understand
you
you now.
Hold on, Captain.
I understand you.
If you lift your hand and you have something to say before Julia or anybody else comes in, I'll just give you an opportunity to speak.
I get you now, sir. I get you now. I get you.
Okay.
That is a good way of communication, Richie. I see you understand things and I understand what you have said. Very good. Thank you very much. Let's go on.
Hey, Captain, wewe. Anyway, Julius Papa. Julius, unanisikia? Hebu unmute.
Nasema mnawasha moto saa hii asubuhi.
Haya, karibu kutane na Duke hapa na kapteni wamejitokelezea hapa kutetea UDA.
Julius, your lawyer has not come.
But lakini my agent ako Julia. Julia, unasikia hiyo kesi?
Julia yuko hapa.
Kama unategemea Julia, paka and go. Jaribu kwingine.
Hiyo maneno utawezana nayo, achana nayo hiyo, usiingilie hiyo ujui. Najua unaweza ingilia ingine mbaya. So achana na hiyo. Anyway, nawasalimia nyote, Julia, Omariba na kuona. Leo ninafanya mazoezi, natembea kidogo, kuna joto huku, wewe acha tu. Kwanza papa ameenda wapi? Bob. Sio papa, anaitwa Bob.
Bob papa yuko tu anakusikia, endelea.
Okay, najua saa zingine sometimes there is a lot of misinformation and people take things wrongly. And wengine wanaweza ona tukichata ama tukijoke wanafikiria labda this is something very serious. It's a real fight, but they don't understand it's just a joke or, you know. Anyway, nilikuwa nataka kuuliza nani alienda wapi mtu wa mabarua? Sijai msikia tena. Seneta wa mabarua.
Huyo namjua kweli. Julia, do you know what Julius is asking?
Nani anaitwa nani? Seneta anaitwa nani? Anatafuta gavana Murang'a. Kang'ata. Kang'ata alienda wapi?
I think he was cleared.
Kang'ata mwisho, sinakumbuka Kang'ata mwisho alikuwa chief whip ama alikuwa nini, sijui leader wa nini huko Senate baada ya watu wa UDA kutolewa.
Lakini siku hizi simuoni kwa kampeni ya UDA, sijui ama ni kubaya, nyumbani kuna nani Jamlek anampeleka mbio sana.
Kama huyu mzee anaitwa Orengo pia. Orengo aliendanga wapi? Sijai muona kwa ODM. Alipotea sana.
Orengo hako si amtafuta senator Siaya.
Bado anarudi senator kwani?
Anatafuta governor.
Governor sio senator, governor.
Na huyu ako na meno ya wakale, hii anaitwa Kaluma.
Sasa ni story tumeanza. Julius
Yes.
Papa, make your submission. Sasa
It's,
umeanza
it's, it's,
kuleta
it's part of
akina
life.
Captain Kos.
It's part of life. It's part of life.
Ni
That is
sawa
where we belong.
Captain,
That is where we belong.
tumesikizana mute your mic eh? Tumesikizana mute your mic. Ukitaka nafasi nitakupatia. Go ahead Julius.
Makedi, nashukuru hii wakati ilikuwa asubuhi, nafikiri uliniona asubuhi nikatoka nikaingia church, ndio nimetokelezea kwa nyumba. Anyway, unajua siasa ya watu wa UDA ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema ni kama wamesuzia nini inaitwaje, wamesuzia mijadala ya nashindwa, mbona wanaogopa live wanaogopa maswali, wametoroka karibu magavana wa UDA wataki hiyo stories, especially Narok walikataa, wa Kajiado naye alihepa. So I don't know, anyway nilion mambo ya Mombasa, I think if you try to see things are not going very well according to their plan, that's why they are flip-flopping. Leo wanaongea hivi, kesho wanasema hivi, but all in all I think mimi I just wanted to add that tuendelee ku advise our people to go and vote. That is very important, to go and vote. Asikuja kama ule msichana wa jana anatuambia ati she cannot, sijui ni msichana ama ni mama, aliingia akalete shida ati akauliza maswali kujaribu kupatiwa advice tena anaruka anasema she cannot vote. That is very wrong, because if you don't want to vote, then why did you come to ask for a question for suggestion? Mtu kama hataki kuvote sasa anakuja kuharibia, ni kama alikuja kuharibia watu wengine wakataka kuvote, which is very wrong. Ajui kwanza that is against the law, because voting is somebody's it's a right of every Kenyan. So mimi ile advice nilikuwa nasema nataka tu vote, watu waamuke asubuhi wa vote. Yeah, that's very important, Makiadi. Na wacha nimalizie hapo kwanza for now.
Yeah, Duke, there's something I wanted to ask you here, because we were talking about manifestos. Now, you know, as Azimio supporters, we have a problem with you people on the UDA side, because most of the time you're criticizing our manifesto. We have a manifesto, we have figures in there. You can go read the plan that Raila Odinga has for Kenyans. Our biggest issue is, like Julia was saying here, is the roadside declarations that the deputy president makes every day. Now, I want you to justify how the deputy president is going to buy 1 million acres at the cost from absentee landlords. I want you to justify where the deputy president is going to get the 1 million acres at the cost. Those two things.
One, where do you come from with 1 million is from where? Where is the 1 million acres from? You know, that's guesswork, because I've not gotten data. And actually, if, for instance, the land issue must be solved by the government having an alternative. You know, there is this narrative that we will return land from those who took it. And actually, the person who holds a lot of land masses in Mombasa is Uhuru Kenyatta. So it's not proper for somebody to say that we are going to take those lands away. You know, even our rural areas, you know, if you trace backwards, there was a time where land belonged to nobody. So there's those individuals who took large chunks of land, and as were there, they didn't take anything. So it will be very difficult for you to maybe try to recover land from those who have, maybe some of them have genuine title deeds, they have investments. But there is a narrative that some people took land from other, which is false. But the government can decide to do an alternative. It can actually buy and settle maybe some affected individuals. And if you go to Kirifi, Marindi, those areas, land is very cheap. You can even, there is somewhere where you can find even 1 acre at 50,000, you see? So I think if the government, maybe those individuals who are affected or who actually are like they don't have any piece of land, the government can actually come with a solution where it can buy a large piece of land and give them. So that can solve the problem. But trying to say that you will recover the land from those who have original title deeds, they have invested, it would be very difficult. And we have the judiciary, which is independent. However, we come to the manifesto of Asmio, which you have actually said that there are two actually points which I disagree. For instance, if you talk about water, it states we will ensure that there is water in every household. There is no budget figures are not there. You see, then come to Papa Care. It simply states every person will get free health care. You know, even in the US, how expensive is healthcare? Education, I can agree, we can afford that. It's very easy, there's a lot of resources. But when you talk about healthcare, and you're just giving a tentative statement, even in the US, imagine a presidential candidate saying that I will provide free healthcare to every person. Do you know how many questions that person can be asked? So the Papa Care is not clear about it. Is very expensive for you to provide free healthcare to all Kenyans. It would be actually, for instance, in our side, we are stating how we are going to increase the health insurance coverage, and we are increasing that fund. For instance, we ensure maybe the government can pay for those who totally do not have an income, and maybe those who earn more, they pay more. So that means the insurance fund is more, so it will cover more people and more expenses of treatment. So we can increase the healthcare coverage that way. But when saying that I'm going to provide free healthcare without specifics, I want somebody to tell me how Papa Care is going to work, the budget, and how it will be rolled out across Kenya. Then I can talk about it. Actually, they even forget that the healthcare is a devolved function. So maybe you try to support individuals in a way to pay insurance. So that's how I can do it. But trying to say that it will be free to everybody, that's what I can say, a roadside promise which cannot be implemented. Also, Julia asked a question about how will Ruto identify the Mamambogas, the 1 billion and the borders. You are misinterpreting that. He specifically stated that I will put aside 100 billion, which can be easily accessed by those individuals who are unable to afford going to banks. They don't have collateral securities, all the strong bank statement, which can make them have a loan from banks. So it's like a loan which will be available in every ward. So those with businesses can actually go easily and access credits. They can advance their business. So that will target like Mamambogas and there will be a form of application. So maybe something of that kind. And if you are considering that as an handout, I don't think what can you call about 6,000? And you're talking about budgeting. Is the 6,000 budgeted in the current constitution per month to millions of Kenyans who do not have decent income? So we have to question the budgeting issue, but we have to be fair across the divide. That's what I can say.
Okay, before I give Captain a minute or two to speak, let me, and I see Ndemba is here, Guru is here, they have to speak, Julia also. So Duke, you are confessing here that you did not hear the Deputy President today saying that he's going to buy 1 million acres at the cost from absentee landlords to settle the people who are, landless or squatters. You did not hear that?
No, I did not hear that. I did not.
All right. So I cannot even question you on that. Captain.
Yes, Rich. Do you think when someone is in government, is it very difficult to buy a piece of land from some people? Is it very hard for the government to allocate some funds to take land from somebody? Even from you yourself, Rich. We can take your land by force when we are in government. I don't mean that William Ruto, when he's in government, he can take your land by force. But any government even can tell you, this is the roadside, and move away from here. You want to make road here. You remember Nakumat, which was in Thika Road, somewhere there around Allsops or whatever, I don't know, Tome. It was moved away from there. So I don't think that one is the next question. If it cannot, you cannot ask the government what to do when they want to do what they want to do. That is self-explanation. Because our region.
Okay, Julia, hold on, Bob. I'll come to you.
Okay, I wanted to ask Duke, you talked about that he'll to put aside some billions to give Mama Mboga. How will that money be recovered? Again, I take you back to structures. When you want to lend people money, you go to the banking sector. You facilitate the banking sector on how they can lend small-scale business traders. You talk about how you can make sure we have enough cash in the banking system. You put down structures that will allow people who don't have a lot of money to access cash. You don't say, I'll put aside, this is what I'm talking about, roadside shows without structures. You don't say, I, William Samoei Ruto, will put aside some money to give Mama Mbogas. No, you said, we will revisit the banking structures and see how we can allow people, small-scale businessmen, to access capital. That is what you talk about. I'm still taking you back to what you are saying, Mr. Duke, that the problem with Kenya Kwanza is that is a handout economy they are promoting. It is not structures. But you said about the 6,000. 6,000 will be structured, and we don't expect that money back. It will be that every year, the government, the treasury, the government budgets for this. It's like budgeting to finance education. You know, when you budget finance education, you're not expecting to get that money back. So 6,000 will be under the budgetary allocation. But when you say we'll set aside some money to lend the Mama Mbogas, watarudisha hiyo pesa. Put down structures. That's the problem with your boss. He needs to ask for some consultancy from some of us.
Bob Papa.
I'll be just brief. Captain, I want to inform you that the government cannot come to my piece of land and evict me forcefully because they want to build a road. And I will give you an example. I don't know where you stay, but the Kenha, I hope you know what Kenha is. Kenha is the one that is charged with the maintenance and construction of the roads in Kenya. Now, Kenha has a project that stalled for several years along Langata Road on your way to Bomas, a place called Galleria. And it stalled behind Bomas. There is an individual who did not desire that road as was designed to pass through her land. And she went to court and it has been stuck there for almost 6 years. And the road had to be redesigned. So don't mislead the public or our viewers that the government can just come and take your land. Every landowner has got rights and privileges to that land. So don't mislead us that the government will just take it away. That is now what we are calling dictatorship, and it is what used to happen during the Moi days, and it's no longer there. We have a robust constitution that protects property of individuals. I hope you're aware. And if you are in doubt, go and Google that project. Google the projects that Kenha has, and you read about the Langata Road interchange at Bomas.
Okay, let me give Guru an opportunity first of all to speak. He has been here for long na hajaongea, tumekuwa tukizunguka tu na tunamwacha. Guru, karibu.
Habari yenu. It's a fine day today. It's good I hear young people like Duke, although with their misguided ideas borrowed from propaganda that has been shifting around our political environment, but we need to keep constantly enlightening them because we have been in this country for a much longer time. When you talk about utatenga pesa hii, utaweka hii, This is what we have been having over many years with Women Fund, Youth Enterprise Fund, and so on and so forth. So it's nothing new. Governments, by their nature, has not proved to be a good source of capital for small and medium enterprises. Emilio Mwai Kibaki, what he did was to make sure that the governments don't borrow locally, and therefore free the money in the banks for the local businessmen to walk in there and borrow. The reason is that naturally human beings wouldn't want to pay back. Quite a number of those who borrow would want to just walk away with the money. And one of the ways that of managing that human weakness is to have a structured banking system, because banks are prudent in recovery of the funds. That's why today, if you ask the government what effect the Women Enterprise Fund and the Youth Enterprise Fund, how far has it helped the SMEs, they will hardly tell you what it is. Why? Because once the money is borrowed, some of them is even never put in the businesses that these people say they are going to establish. We have cases of in the past when youth were told to go for the funds, youth enterprise. They would come together, 7 of them, they just a small thing, approach the government, get their million or millions, then some few meters away from where the money has been provided, they sit down and each gets his portion. Tunagawanya, and that's it. That is the end of the story. Why? Because there is this attitude that this is government money, hata wale wako huko ndani wanakula, kwa hivyo hata sisi wacha tukule hii pesa. So what I'm saying is when you want to grow an enterprise, you must deal with serious people. When somebody walks into the bank to borrow money to do business, that's a serious person. But when money is just made available for anybody who wishes to go and pick it, obviously you will not have any results. That's why today we cannot say any serious business that has been grown through Youth Enterprise Fund. And I'm not saying there are none. They may be there, but they are a drop in the ocean compared with the amounts of money that has been dished over the years by the government. Going to the rand issue, I think you are aware that this issue of buying rand came immediately after Raila Odinga indicated that he would give the Ministry of Rands to Joho. So it was not a well thought out program. It was a reactive statement to counter the count of Joho being given the Rands ministry, because immediately that the Kenya Kwisha, they knew that once that card has been put on the table, there is that temptation and inclination by the people of Coast Province to trust that one of their own, now that he's there, is going to make sure they get the rands that they have been yearning for many years. Now, first of all, on two fronts, where is this rand? We are told it will be bought from absentee, rand runs. How do you pay a phantom? Who is this absentee? Where is he? Is it not a way of encouraging cartels to eat from the treasury? We know how serious corruption is in Kenya, and we know the pendulums of corruption. Right now, I will not be surprised people running there to buy land so that they can offload it to the government program under the wish that it will be bought by the government for the settlement. I want to make Duke aware that there is something we put in our 2010 constitution called the National Land Commission. Among its mandates is to listen to historical land issues, where even now, if Duke, your father told you that so and so stole his land, if you have papers, you walk into that office and prove that that land initially belonged to you. And I can tell you for sure, many land issues have been solved through National Land Commission and reverted to their true owners. So we do not act in a vacuum. Land is a very sensitive issue in Kenya, and you cannot do what you are talking about now, where you are talking of using force. That is encouraging people to disrespect private property. It will not work. You are aware of what happened with the Waitiki farm. Waitiki farm, he under almost 900 acres. The unfortunate bit was that the politicians in the area incited people who went in and constructed structures. And because they did not have a way of protecting the land, they developed even building high-rise buildings, because a few bonyenyes wanted to find a way of getting that land, but incited also the very poor to enter and establish slums. That issue dragged on for so many years, and the court was always very firm that there is no way you can take away a private property, because Waitiki was able to prove that he had bought the land through even their own and so on and so forth. So what happened is that because it had reached a dimension where it involved very many people, the government went for out-of-court settlement with Waitiki. So it is Waitiki who actually accepted an out-of-court settlement. It was never a coercion. So what Azimio has said is true. You cannot just walk into somebody's property and tell him to walk away so that you settle other people. That will not happen in Kenya, not unless it's a way of inviting chaos in the country. Number two, I do not know where this budget to buy this land will come from. I have heard that somebody talking of land being 50,000. Where is that? I would also want to walk in there and buy that land. 50,000. That one, I think he lives in his own world. I have not heard of that. In fact, you can imagine the kind of investment that the government is putting in those areas. And then you talk of land being 50,000. Where does this young man live? Does he live in Kenya? And in case there is such a thing, then it means there are people taking advantage of the illiterates in that area who think that 50,000 is a lot of money. I don't think that land exists. The issue of 1 million acres, I think it is the deputy president himself who said you buy that quantity of land. I don't know where that also that exists, because I don't think there is any vacuum in that area. Of course, there are absent land runs of people who bought land many years ago and then went away to Yemen or wherever. And they have papers. They have papers to prove that that land belongs to them. Unless the government finds a way of luring these people to accept it to release their land, the government cannot just walk in there and take away that land. It is not going to be possible. Now, these people, they are also used to criticizing a manifesto, yet the manifesto that they have not given out their manifesto. What we have heard from them is a lot of roadside declarations. Even the money that they talk about dishing to the youth varies with the areas where there's being talked and with the time. I've heard of 100 billion, I've heard of 15 billion, I've heard of 30 billion. So you cannot even know what it is, even up to now. You heard the other day, they recanted their statement that they will do away with CBC. So basically what we are having here are just people who are trying to find a way to power without commitment or responsibility. For them, any road to power is justified. They don't care whether they are actually misinforming and confusing people so that they can get the votes. But I think I have a message for them. Kenyans are not stupid. In fact, what is now making them lose very fast is that message and information is easily verifiable these days. And the youths they think they have put in the pocket, people who have got, quite a number of them have gone to school. So I don't see them having the support that they initially wanted. Because you see, when you go promising a hungry man that you are going to pour food in his household, of course you expect that person to follow you. But with time, that hungry person is still having a brain to think outside the box. That is what is right now happening. And I can assure you that it is going to be a shock for some of these people, because apart from those youths that they ferry in rallies wearing yellow t-shirts, wale watu wamekomaa wanaona hawa tu ni watu ambao wanajitakia makuu, wanataka tu kupata uongozi, hawana agenda, hawana nini. They are ready to promise anybody anything. It's just like the way a young man who is just who has no responsibility will go and cheat a young girl and all that. And then,
how much time does Guru have?
Temba, I have a special slot here.
No, you can't talk for 30 minutes, Guru, and the people are also waiting.
Come on, go. Okay. I know where you are coming from.
Guru, wind up.
We under last time, but it's okay.
It's okay.
I'm finishing. So basically, let's say this, that August is coming. The days is drawing near. It will be a test of how knowledgeable Kenyans are and whether they are gullible. Thank you very much.
Now, Ndemba, I think you're the next one, but give me a minute. I worked so hard to find this video. Unfortunately, the person I was trying to show has disappeared.
Meanwhile, Deputy President William Ruto went back to the coast holding various rallies in a bid to win over Mombasa County voters. The DP pledged to purchase 1 million acres of idle land to settle squatters once he gets to State House. At the same time, issues of the Likoni Crossing Channel gained prominence, with the Kenya Kwanza leader promising to construct a bridge to connect Mombasa Island and the South Coast. Our reporter Tobias Chanji, who has been following Ruto's itinerary, has more from Mombasa.
Immediately he was done with the national breakfast prayers in Nairobi, Ruto jetted back to Mombasa through the Ukunda airstrip and made way to Likoni, where he held his first rally on day 3 of his coast tour. Matters of land continued to take prominence.
Mimi nimetangaza ya kwamba baada ya hii uchaguzi, vile tulifanya sehemu zingine za Kenya, tutachukua pesa za serikali. Vile tulifanya 1 million acre Rift Valley, tutafanya program ya 1 million acres hapa Pwani. Tulipe mashamba yote ile ya absentee landlords na wale wengine wote, ili tuwagawie watu wa pwani wawache kuishi kama maskota katika nchi yao miaka 55 baada ya uhuru.
Unfortunately, nimeng'ang'ana sana kutafuta hiyo video na naangalia kwa screen, these guys have already disappeared. They said they've never heard anything like that from the DP. Ni sawa, Ndemba, karibu.
Thank you. Mimi hata nimekuja kumaliza. Mimi hata hii vitu tunaongea tunaenda round and round. Mimi nimekuja tufunge show Makiadi. 9 hours mmejaribu convince and is not convincible. But just to say one thing so that at least the deputy president vile amesema hivyo, ako na 2500 acres of land iko pwani, anataka vile hiyo pesa itaingia kwa mfuko yake hivyo tu, kwa sababu akisema absentee landlord, yeye mwenyewe ni absentee landlord na ako na 2500 alipewa kama zawadi. Hiyo shamba ako nayo, the first thing angefanya ni kugawia watu wa pwani. Hiyo shamba ako nayo, how much land do you need? Na hiyo ni pwani. So if it is about kupatia watu land, that is the land should, hiyo kwenda kulipa absentee landlords ni kujaribu vile yeye mwenyewe atajirudishia ile pesa ametumia kwa campaign. Na hiyo pesa ya kujirudishia hiyo ile ametumia campaign 2500 acres ni kwanza kukuja kusema kwamba aende anunue hiyo mashamba yake yeye mwenyewe akuje agawie watu. So those are the gimmicks that the deputy president is playing. And definitely ana nia kwa watu wa pwani. So that's all I can say for today. I really don't have much on the other issues because I know they have been exhausted. I was listening at some point and nimekuja sasa tufunge. Nimeona leo Julia yuko hapa, Papa Bob yuko hapa, so show itakuwa mzuri. Back to you Bakiati.
Mimi sikuwa na mambo mengi. I think like you said, we've been here running up and down, trying to convince these guys. I had even to go and Google on YouTube to try and find that video because as of now, right now, Duke has said that the deputy president has never pronounced himself on the issue of 1 million acres at the coast. And so we were trying to show him this video so that he can prove to us where the deputy president will find 1 million acres of absentee landlords at the coast, so that we can interrogate them on this issue. Because from where I stand, I know that as much as they want to say that there are people who own land at the coast that are absentee landlords, I would have wanted somebody to prove to me where you can get the 1 million acres, where at the coast. Number two, how much would you pay? How much is the government going to spend on compensation of this said land that is being touted as the major savior of the people of Mombasa who are landless at the moment? I would have wanted somebody to explain to me that one, but I'll save the video. I know they'll be here. And Duke, kama unatuangalia kesho ukikuja hapa, I think the first question nitakuuliza ni kuhusiana na hiyo kitu, kwa sababu I don't think hata Bob Papa Azimio anaweza tuambia hapa hiyo shamba unasema 1 million acres. I don't think there's anything close to that land at the coast that doesn't have people on it. Yes, Bob. Bob.
Yes, I just want to mention that in Coast, the whole of Coast region, absentee landlords, the so-called absentee land, I don't know who gave them that definition or that description, are found in areas of Kisauni, which is a very, very, very small area, and areas of in Changamwe constituency. There is a Jomvu area there, where what happens is that there are these old wale wazee wa Arabu walikuwa wamenunua chunks of land, just like Waitiki in the area of Likoni bought some 900 acres, and the owners of that land are there. For instance, half of that Kisauni is owned by the descendants of those Warabus, who are Mombasa maize millers. And what they have done is that they have allocated pieces of land in terms of plots, maybe of 800 to different people, and the people are built there. So it's not like those. There are no landlords that are absent. So that term is misused. Is being misused. And apart from that, the other places in Coast Region have titles. It's just processing. They have allocation letters. If there is anywhere else that somebody can imagine can get 1 million acres, I just don't understand. So the main problem is just within Mombasa. In fact, all the way to Malindi is those farms or those pieces of land have their owners. So there's nothing like absentee landlord. It's all a hoax. And like Themba said, somebody wants to sell his own land, which he was gifted, and which is even holding illegally, because any gift of value, I think 20 or 30,000, you're supposed to forfeit it. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the civil society go to court to force him to relinquish that land back to government, because that is holding that gift illegally. Yeah, thank you. Back to you, Themba. We think today we shall close happily. I can see Julia is here. I hope no other intruder is going to come. And Julia's papa also tried to challenge me in terms of the name rights of my name. And I'm willing to challenge him. We are now going to produce birth certificates so that we see who came first. And then we see who has the right to own that name.
Okay. I will ask my lawyer to come. Julia, call Mise.
Oh, Mise is your lawyer. That is trouble. I came here in peace, Themba. I want to finish this show in peace. So don't call me.
Okay, Makiadi, allow me to take us through the closing part. I think we'll just go through the closing part because without much further ado, the most overused statement, without much further ado, Mwalimu Julia.
You speak so much, and then you say after making those few remarks, without much further ado.
There's this I say. Lastly, finally, as I finish, you'll start saying, lastly, finally, as I finish, now to the end. Now, I think you guys don't have closing remarks today. Simko sawa.
No, me, I have something. I don't know why Makiadi, why you couldn't tell Captain that nobody comes here announcing their Azimio or KKA, and therefore how you ask people to speak depends on who raises their hand. I mean, I think that's what Captain did to know. Another thing, I think he should be reminded that he needs to make his complete contribution, not pick on how the moderator is doing, I don't know why such kind of people come here. So I thought that should be clarified, but I just thought, may I say my remarks, Makiadi? That is the end. My emphasis is roadside shows that DP Ruto. Nimeona akisema ati he'll build a bridge on Makupa. Is it Makupa Causeway? The last time he was in the US, he said, he made a declaration, I'll have a ministry for the diaspora. You know, I think next time I meet DP Ruto, he'll say, Julia, I'll give you one of the ministries and call it a ministry for women something. You know, it depends on where he is. He doesn't even think twice. In fact, DP Ruto doesn't think before he says something. And he wants to run this nation like that. He wants to run this country with those roadside declarations. So Kenya, we cannot do that. We need structures. We need to decide, we need to help the meek, we need those who are struggling financially. What do we do about it? We need to think, what do we do about the health? We need to think about, what do we do about our education? We can't go on this roadside declarations. Next time ataenda Nyahururu atapata people don't have a place to sell their potatoes, and then you say, I'll have a ministry for Irish potatoes. That's what he's gonna say. Or I'll bring my buyers to buy these potatoes. Watu wa Nyahururu, mimi naenda ngambo kutafuta watu wakuje wanunue hii viazi yenyu. That is what he'll be saying. This road, KKA, nawaomba, hata kama mnataka consultation, I think me, Bob, Julius Papa, Kinavemba, Makedi, you can pay us and we can write for you some proposals and we can write for you what you can do for these Kenyans. Wacheni you my roadside handout declarations. Asante Demba.
Thank you so much, Julia. Unajua Captain ni jamaa wa kitambo sana hapa. Hao ni watu wa UDA. Na unajua kawaida ya watu wa UDA wakishaingia saizi, unajua wameanza kuishiwa. And this is what is likely you are likely to see here. Material imeisha. Hawana material, wamekuwa cornered. Sasa hata wakikuja hapa, they're just trying to stick, to find something that can stick. You throw hoping that it will stick.
And Themba, sorry for interrupting you. I think that is what I should have told Julia. You see, Julia, I gave Captain an opportunity to speak about 2 minutes. Even halfway through, he had nothing to say. I think you realize that. So
he
I
had
was
nothing to say.
Exactly.
He was just picking a fight with me because I called Ruto a thief. And then he doesn't say why Ruto is not a thief. But he's so aggravated that I called Ruto a thief. But he doesn't say why Ruto is not a thief. That's the problem with these guys.
So
I don't know.
I was trying to avoid a back and forth with Captain. And that is what Themba is saying here. If we try to have a back and forth, we'll never win. You'll never win. So what you do is give them time to speak what they have. And then 2 minutes, 1.5 minutes, he started even veering off, telling me, oh, wewe sasa ndio mtu unajua kumoderate. I mean, those things were not an issue here. He was supposed to give his points, then he failed halfway because he had nothing. So next time we bring them here, what we'll be doing is we'll give them, if it's 1 minute or 2 minutes, give them the 2 minutes to prosecute their issues. And then we can question them. That is how we should be doing. But this idea of having a back and forth, you'll never win that.
And I want to submit to the Azimio people. I want to submit to you. I don't know why you're not getting this thing. Now let me ask you, what new thing have you the people have come here to say, Duke and all the rest? What is the new thing that you guys are finding them wanting to give? Because their guy, Deputy President William Ruto, is not saying anything new. He's talking about promises that he cannot meet. He's repeating the same things. Now akitoka huko anakuja na the same things. So over time we are becoming redundant because we are actually just mark timing. So they know when they come, they will come here, tell you the same thing. Then you'll start telling them, wewe mbona hujui hii, mbona hujui. Then you start mark timing on that issue for a long time. And then you go on a tangent, just going around, and Makiadi understands mark timing. You are actually working hard, but you're not going anywhere. So you start going round and round and round in the same thing for hours and hours. What have they succeeded in doing? You are upset, and they are not here to be convinced, and they are not here to listen, and they are not even here to make their point. So they are not here to listen. They are not here to be heard. They are not here to convince you on anything because they don't have no points. So it becomes an exercise in futility. You, at the end of the day, you get out of this place looking more, like for them, they feel achieved, that at least they made you angry. So I would suggest, like Makiadi is saying, you don't even have to prosecute and even ask questions, because what answers will they give you? If you ask someone who at this point in time still thinks the Deputy President can pay people, can find land that is going to pay people, I mean, what kind of convincing can you give such a person? If you think someone coming here telling you that the Deputy President Ruto can fight corruption, yani mtu anakuja and amefungua macho na kuambia kwamba Deputy President ata-fight corruption. How do you argue with someone who tells you Deputy President is not in government? How do you tell that person? You will go back to the same thing. He takes you to square one. But unajua Raila alikuja akamtupa kutoka kwa government. So you go back to the debate we had like 3, 4, 5 months ago. So I would wish also us, I mean, as Azimio, I mean, over time, wacha wakuje waongee, meet need yake, atoke aende. Story ishe. Badala ya kushinda sasa tunaanza kwenda round, unaenda round, utaenda round. At the end of the day, yeye ametoka, amelive, hilo anaanza kuleta kitu yeye alishachomoka ameenda. Sasa unabaki ukisema sasa watu wa UDA, unaona sasa amekuja amekuchafulia maji, wewe unabaki ukikunywa maji. So acha akuje aseme ile kitu anasema, akishamaliza atoke aende. Hiyo story ishe, move on to more important thing. Wacha wakuje, let them come. Kama wanataka kuingia wakuje. But you don't have to prosecute. You don't have even to ask someone questions, because by now we have only like 44 days to go. I mean 43 days to go. So starting to ask them question is like, you know, it's not value for time. That is my submission. I think that's what I wanted to say. Just like for me, I've decided Sidani, it is value adding. Yes, Papa Julius, not Papa Bob.
Thank you, Bemba. Unajua, you know the problem with these people, they are they have a very narrow mind, because hata kama mimi sijafanya, I'm not expert in accounts or something or finance. You know, you cannot say that you will give money to boda boda and mama mboga. That means handout. Vile Julia alisema. What they could have told us is that they go to they lower the rates, the interest rates they are borrowing. So this boda boda and mama mboga can go to the bank to get money with the lower rates for them to, so that it will be easier for them to pay back the loan. You see, but if someone telling you that I will just get 100 million, 100, how can you, I mean, if you give someone money like that, they will just go and misuse it. If they cannot use it properly. But if someone goes to the bank and gets money, which they will pay back, definitely they know that if they waste that money, they cannot misuse the money. So these guys, they don't have any idea about life. I mean, they are just lying. Everything that they are talking about is a big lie. So at times, you know, mtu kama nani anaitwa nani Duke, I think it's time now we stop even. Don't even let him, give him 2 minutes aongea akimaliza, that is it. Yeah, no even asking a question, because there is no need. Because even if you tell him whatever you tell him, ni kama ukimwambia ati ile rangi ni ya red, unajua atakwambia ni blue. I mean, surely in Kenya, even a small kid knows that Ruto ni mwizi. That is the truth. But ukisikia kina Duke, what they are saying, it's very funny. Because, I mean, when they escape with Raila or Raila, I mean, just a merry-go-round, and we are tired of these issues. We have to move on, and like yesterday, there is, Makiadi, remember that lady? You know, I was very disappointed because she came and asked that she doesn't know who to vote for. So she asked someone to at least to advise her. I mean, then when she's being told, akaruka akaanza kusema ati no, I'm not even going to vote. Sasa akafanya mama Selina. Unajua mama Selina vile anakuwa na najua tu kuna mama wawili ambao wanakuwa wabaya. Mama Selina na mama mwingine anaitwa Maggie. They are very very wanaanza kupigia kelele. So I think it's high time that now we stop even dealing with them. Wakiingia, because of course this is a public forum. Everybody can enter, give your views. Let them give their views. Like in let us not even engage on them, because we are just wasting our power and knowledge for nothing. I mean, I don't see. Thank you, Bemba.
Yeah, I mean, it's time. Actually, for me, I have a very radical thinking. Ikifika jioni ile masaa yetu, hao watu sasa waende tuanze ku debate nini, I mean tuwe na some peace, kwa sababu wacha waingie huko mapema wakuje. Kuna watu wale wanakujanga mapema, wanaweza wauliza maswali chokore Makiadi, hii time yetu ya jioni nataka tuwe kidogo, I mean, if they come, mimi I would want to suggest msiwaulize maswali, wacha waongee, watoke waende, kwa sababu you see they have dropped off, wamewaacha hapa. Sasa zile unataka convince mtu yeye ame drop off ameenda, so what value does it add? It doesn't add any value. So I think we are more focused, and if you are believing Ruto's lies right now, I mean 100 billion imeshuka imeenda 50 billion, sasa imeenda sijui 30 billion. Kuna 100 sijui and what kilometers of sijui roads zinakuwa connected everywhere. Si hapa tumeconnect 100 sijui what kilometers of roads, sijui hapa tumeconnect electricity ya ngapi. I mean, you can't be lying every time. You can't be lying ukiamka unaona vile unaenda kudanganya. Kwani Wakenya wamekuwa wajinga namna gani? Yaani kwani tumekuwa, mtu ametuchukua sisi coast kule anasema tumekuwa mapimbi. Tumekuwa watu ambao yani we can take any BS, you know, just because we are tuko sijui tuko according to yeye tuko so needy. The same person ambaye alikuwa anasema ati port itoke imetoka coast, and Makiadi has played the videos here. Port inatoka coast inakuja Naivasha, and he gave an explanation. Then right now he's telling them I'm going to give an executive order for your port irudi hapa. What kind of nonsense is that? The same person, Mr. 6 months, in fact anafaa kumaliza aende. I don't think we need to, if someone has, they think Ruto is going to convince them to do whatever they need to do, that's okay. I mean, hata huku in the US, Trump aliconvince some people ya kwamba yeye ndiye ameshinda mpaka they stormed the nini. So if you feel like you have been radicalized to that extent, I think wewe sasa, wanasema sikio la kufa alisikii dawa. Mimi ningeomba tuache ku waste time. Kila wakati mtu akiongea sasa tunataka kumuuliza swali. Wewe Duke unafikiria nini? Wacha wakuje. It's open forum. Let them come, they talk, they wamaliza, they go. Because sasa nia yao ni moja. Nia yao ni moja. There's one nia wako nayo. Ni ya kwamba you guys get irritated. Unaona? Sasa mtu atakuja tu kuirritate. So you just need to treat them like this. So nafikiri tufunge at least tumalize, now that today Julia yuko hapa na Misi hayuko, so at least tumalize hii story na nini. Papa Bob, ni nini tena?
Si hata mimi nitafanya closing remarks tu kidogo tu. Nusu dakika basi. Mimi nataka nyinyi watu wa ugaibuni kule kina Richi, hata Julius Papa upande huu mwingine, kina Julian Themba, then this constitution of ours does not have the position of official opposition, but I realize that you have very good comedians. Kuna ule alipigwa kofi na Will Smith, Juma Mwitanani, Chris somebody. If you can get recruitment for Mudavadi, because I picked him yesterday as a good comedian, as well as the DP, wapate kazi huko wakati elections itaisha. Manake Mudavadi alisema watafanya national audit of all major projects. Now, one of the major projects is Roren Kimwarer. I don't know whether he will be investigating Mr. William Ruto. So if I found it comical. So muwatafutie kazi kule, na ile kitu imebaki sasa. If you realize the campaigns Baba for the last three days and Martha, they have now come down to asking the electorate and the kind of giving them some civic education on how you are going to secure the vote, and you know, the last minute preparations before the voting day, because the messages we have given them the messages, we have given them the manifesto, the people the manifesto, so they have gone through it, and they are still discussing it amongst the voters. So the only thing that is remaining is come out and vote. We want to send these people to oblivion. Hatutaki kufanya mchezo. Round hii lazima to save hii nchi kutoka kwa hawa matapeli wa mashamba, matapeli wa pesa za umma. We need to send them kwa store kabisa, cold room. We forget about them until the next 5 years when we can hold our elections. So come out and vote. Baba must win. Asante.
Thank you, thank you. And now for those people who are asking what's happening in Azimio, Azimio is, we need to let you know that every single day, there are several things taking place across the country. Like there's a caravan, Vijana Fire caravan. Vijana Fire is a youth presidential secretariat for Azimio. And today alone, they are in almost 7 parts of the country. They were in Western, they were in Kirinyaga, they were in Nakuru, somewhere. They were in Kwale, they were in Kilifi, and there was also some rally going on in Kajiado. There was a rallies going on around Nyanza area, the 16 teams. Baba was in Mandera. There was some function going on in Western. There was Eastern. There was Ukambani. There are things going on. So the idea is keep activations going every day across the country and across the 16 teams and the presidential campaign. And every day something is happening. So I would want us to, if you are Azimionated, also spend your time. Don't spend your time checking too much what the enemy is doing, because some of them are even blowing up pictures that are even sending you. Then, like today in Tononoka, there are no people. They had to wait for a very long time for people to come. So what you need to do is also check what Baba is doing, check what Azimio is doing with the teams, check go to some Azimio pages, go to some, if you have a friend in Azimio, if you need any improvement, don't come here and start saying we need Azimio to do this. We need no. Go to those pages, private pages. It's time for you. If you see something, go there, tell them if there's improvement that is needed. Let's not come here and start saying I've seen Azimio doing this, I've seen this, and this. This is not the time to come here and discourage people. This is the time you come and encourage Watu. If you have things that need to be done and you think there are private messages, there are SMSs that have been given by Azimio Forums platforms that you can send, and they are read and they are seen on a daily basis, and that feedback is taken in. So go there, go to Azimio website, you'll see where to give your feedback. Don't come here to give, oh, I'm seeing this, oh, I'm seeing this. Oh, don't come here to start lamenting. So let's now be positive katika kipindi cha lala salama. That's what we need. Go to Azimio pages, see what is happening. Ruto is a liar, so the more you see what he's doing, the more you'll see him lying. If I lie to you today, it's my problem. If I lie to you tomorrow, again, it's your problem, because you allowed me to lie to you. So if you allow Ruto to lie to you twice, then wewe ndio uko na shida, si yeye. Makiadi, tusome katiba.
Okay, so today we have a long one, but I'll try to split it into two so that we have one today and the other one tomorrow. It's part 2, Article 88. It talks about the IEBC and the elimination of electoral units. So Article 88 says that it talks about the IEBC, that is Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, and it says number 1, there is established the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Number 2, a person is not eligible for appointment as a member of the commission if the person A has at any time within the preceding 5 years held office or stood for election as a member of parliament or county assembly, a member of governing body of a political party, or holds any office or any state office. Number 3, a member of commission shall not hold another public office. So I'll let it rest there. Tomorrow we'll go to 4 and 5.
Thank you, Makiadi. I want to continue with what we read yesterday, and I also read Economic Revolution for Shared Prosperity. Kenya's wealth belongs to the people of Kenya and must therefore be grown and shared equitably among all the people of Kenya. The economy must work for the people. The Azimio commitment will be to pursue a revolutionary economic framework to deliver more jobs for the youths, create inclusive wealth, reduce over-reliance on imported products, ensure shared prosperity and poverty reduction, protect the environment, use natural resources sustainably, and mitigate effects of climate change. The Azimio movement considers manufacturing complemented by agriculture, livestock, the blue economy, and ICT as the key engines for the envisaged economic revolution and the apparatus for development. These sectors shall jumpstart and turn around the economy. Global manufacturing technologies are fast changing. For example, in the automotive industry, technology is shifting from manufacturing of combustion engine vehicles to electric engines. This provides an opportunity to invest in emerging technologies which will provide employment opportunities to Kenya's young population, such as microchips, which are already manufactured in Kenya. The manufacturing sector shall produce input materials like steel, aluminum, copper, and glass for further processing into finished products. Additionally, our commitment is to promote secondary production of goods like engineering, manufacturing machinery, transport and agricultural machinery, tools, and implements to be applied in the mechanization and automation of agriculture, livestock, blue economy, mining, and processing. Manufacturing shall also be the focal point for achieving efficiency and increased productivity by MSMEs, as well as the creative and sports industries. Likewise, manufacturing will be a user of MSME products. Manufacturing complemented by agriculture, livestock, and blue economy and ICT shall also spur and accelerate economic activities, including entrepreneurship, economic growth, and sustainable development to create decent and well-paying job opportunities. Manufacturing is thus the cornerstone for Kenya's economic liberation and for improving the people's living standards. The manufacturing sector will in turn be spurred by educational knowledge, ICT research, technological revolution, efficiency in resource allocation, availability of affordable fuel, energy, transportation, and raw materials, innovative financing and investment, along with revitalized foreign trade and economic diplomacy. So tomorrow we look at economic growth and commitments. So the key point there is manufacturing. Now manufacturing, the more you manufacture, the bigger you make the industry to grow, and the more you employ people in and within the economy that is growing. So those are some of the things that are coming out of the manifesto, Azimio manifesto. Now, I want us to go straight to our national anthem. And yesterday we did East Africa. Today we do the Kenya national anthem. Julius, stanza 1. Julius Papa, stanza 2. And Papa Bob, stanza 3. Papa Bob, uko wapi? What is happening? Why? Mbona na leo nimeona uko na light mingi kwa sababu Julia yuko hapa. That's nice. Julia, twende stanza 1.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Fanya stanza tu, naona Papa Julius amepotea.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayopenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Makiadi, fanya ya tatu.
Okay, stanza number 3 inasema na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Okay, sawa. Yupi tena anauliza kwani Mise alikuwa exchange na another papa? Mise amebadilishwa namna hiyo, just like that. Aya, Papa Makiadi, tupe wimbo wa leo.
Leo sasa nimebadilisha gears kidogo, sitaki kukimbiza watu na zile wimbo za kitambo. Leo nataka kuwapatia wimbo mmoja unajulikana kama Ndaya, umeimbwa na mwanadada ambaye anajulikana kama Mpongo Love. Wimbo wenyewe unaenda namna hii: nayebaki suka seko tingama yangai na mobali na ngai pantalo mokaba mama. Yani nayebaki, I just knew that suka seko tingama, at last our marriage will hold. Yangai na mobali na ngai, yangai ni my marriage with my husband. Yangai na mobali niliwaambia inamaanisha bwana. Pantalo mokaba mama inamaanisha we will stick together like a belt on a trouser, my dear rival. Tobalana kosu kisa bilobe ango ya bato o. Yani tobalana inamaanisha so tuliowana kosukisa. At the end watu walikuwa na gossip juu ya wedding yetu. Likwila nangai sheri suka lilita ma, yani this my marriage, hii harusi yangu with my sweetheart. It's only death that will do us apart, my dear rivals. Alafu narudi pale inaanza kusema nayebaki, yani I just knew it, suka seko tingama, at last my marriage will hold together. Yangai na mobali nangai, my marriage with my husband. Pantalo mokaba mama, we will stick together like a belt on a trouser. Tobalana kosuka kosuka kisa biloba ango ya bato. Yani we got married to the end people ambao walikuwa ni idol talkers, wakaendelea kugossip juu ya harusi yetu. Likwela nangai sheri suka lilita ma, yani this marriage of mine with my sweetheart, it's only death that will do us apart. Sasa sijui kama Bob Papa utajaribu kunisaidia kuimba namna gani?
Hiyo sauti ya huyo mrembo ambaye anaitwa hiyo sauti sina bwana, unajua yangu ni cropping.
Hiyo sauti inanishinda kukamata, lakini najua Julia ungekuwa unajua hii ungetuimbia sasa.
Hiyo sauti ni nyororo, ni nzuri, ni tamu. Yani there is everything about that voice that tells you that there is love in the air.
Unajua ikianza gitaa pale inaanza hapo sasa. Nayebaki suka seko tingamae yangai na mobali na ngai pantalo mokaba mama balana kosuka seko bilobe ya bato likwela nangai na sheri suka lilitama tintiri nayebaki suka seko tingamae yangai na mobali na ngai pantalo mokaba mama tobalana kosukisa bilobela yanga ya bato likwela nanga ina sheri chakalilita ma tetere tere 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 yeah tere 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 suka seko tindamai yangai na mobile nangai nandalo makaba mama balana kusukisa bilo belango ya bato nikwela nangai na shere chakalilitama tendele hapo sasa kabiti kanapiga kidogo alafu tunaenda kwa kola sasa tendele 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 oh ngai na ya na yemi kongo ya bandate oh ngai na yo libanda ya bandu ya bandate aye turudie pale tena oh ngai na yao ayemi kongo ya mbandate oh ngai na yao libala ya ndo ya bobandate aye alafu kanapiga tena alafu bala yanga ya mobali langa ya hiyo sauti bana dala polo poko ya piko ye patonganga mama patikela sonio bana bana ile sauti bana
wacha karibu wachia hapo utachafua hiyo nyimbo
we wacha nikuambie ndugu yangu kuna sauti pale inafinywa hata siwezi kamata lakini wimbo ndio huyo sasa yeah Julia ndio sikiza wimbo Julia
unajua historia ya Mpongo Love
kidogo sana si sana
unajua ndio alikuwa she was meant to be the wife to Tabule but wakakosana alikuwa ndio girlfriend wa kwanza wa Tabule Mpongo Love.
Nasikia kuna mtu anaitwa Yufin pale anashangati najaribu kuimba sijui ni soprano ama ndio nini na haitoki bana. Mimi nilikubali nina sauti mbovu kabisa. Hakuna mtu ana sauti mbovu kama mimi kwa kuimba. Ni nani? Ni Julia. Mimi nilikuwa nafikiria ni Yufin. Ati Julia, yani Julia tuko naye hapa studio na unanichomea kule nje. Anasema ati Makiadi is singing soprano. Nilikuwa nafikiria ni Yufin, kumbe ni Julia ananichomea mimi. Unaona Bob vile nimengangana kufinya sauti ndio sauti itoke, lakini wapi?
Hiyo wezi. Unajua the only other lady who has tried to come close to that voice ni yule ameimba kwa ile TPOK ile la ile, but she's not as good as Mpongo Love. Mpongo Love is exceptional.
Yani hapa unaona comment section bana, watu wameisha vile najaribu kufinya sauti, imekataa kurudi kabisa, imekataa. Najaribu kufinya lakini wapi? Angalia huko kwa comment section vile kumewaka moto.
Ati don't like anasema Makiadi I say there's no voice.
Nimekubali roho safi. Mimi sauti yangu ni mbovu, nasikizanga tu peke yake. Asante Bans, nimekubali. Hiyo siwezi bishana na wewe.
Hiyo hata ukakunywa ndimu iko na asali hauwezi toboa hiyo. Huwezi toboa.
Nakwambia nimejaribu kufinya sauti pale lakini wapi. Lakini Awino Rapemo nashukuru sana. Najua Awino Rapemo she acknowledges my efforts.
Black amekupiga, nasema ni hiyo kitu ninafanya.
Watu wanasema tumeingia mashabiki wa Jakoya sasa.
Black anasema kuna vitu nakunywa ndio inafanya sauti inapotea.
Julia nilikuwa natarajia atanisaidia kwa soprano, lakini yako kwa comment section anarusha mawe tu. Ako hapo.
Lazima Julia ni msaliti, anaweza kurusha under the bus.
Black amekuja kukuheta hapo.
Na unaona leo nimejaribu hata kupiga song mzima, lakini yenyewe
hiyo umejaribu. Ile tu uliharibu tune, sauti mbaya, yani ulikuwa kila kitu mbaya isipokuwa maneno.
Sauti ndio mbovu kabisa, hiyo ninakubaliana na hata nitaenda kusikiza hii video baadaye nisikie. Unajua
let me tell you something.
Yes, please.
Have you ever gone to, I was a parent in a girls' school, and the girls have very beautiful voices. Then one day I went to my son's school, and the boys said they had a presentation to make their parents. You know, I karibu ninafunga masikio. Yani nilikuwa nashangaa ni bana walimu na wanafunzi na
unajua hii sauti yangu wakati nilikuwa naimba, mimi nilikuwa naiko huko background. Kazi yangu ni kuweka bass, siku sengenyi we siku sengenyi we. Kazi yangu ilikuwa huko.
The male voice, if not coordinated, huwa inatoka mbaya mbovu. It has to be worked on for it now to so if the male voice is not worked on by somebody, but the women, I think they don't have really to struggle to come out with something even if they don't sing.
Kwanza Bans amenipiga red card hapo, amesema nisijaribu siku ingine. Unaona hiyo? Nimepigwa stop nyekundu, nisijaribu.
Huyu Linet wa Bomba sijui kwa nini anaambia huyu bwana Themba
atafute. Somebody wants me say, why didn't you call me say?
Inaonekana Linet wa Bomba yuko na agenda.
I hope
Linet wa Bomba, jana ulitoroka mise, alikuwa awe hapa umpokee vizuri kwa sababu amekuwa released. He was on free transfer yesterday. And kuna ile window ya free transfer, yani ama ni on loan.
Unaitangwa free agent, yani club haikutaki na hakuna mtu unakuwa free agent, unaweza enda mahali yote unataka. Sasa jana unajua kama huyu jamaa anaitwa Pogba, anachezea Manchester United, ni free agent, yani alinunuliwa sijui dola nini ngapi, alafu sasa saa hii Manchester haimtaki, anaambiwa wewe enda mahali unataka. So jana ilikuwa Messi alikuwa free agent,
Jana Messi alikuwa free agent. Tunangoja Linet at least ampokee. Linet, where were you yesterday?
No, Linet was here. She was commenting. She was very pleased. And she said she was happy. Lakini I think someone spoiled it. Makiadi akasema ati that Mise was being released and yani alikuwa extra. You said something that annoyed Mise.
No, I didn't say anything that annoyed Mise. I just spoke the truth.
Sasa sikia, Makiadi, ona Black bila nachomea Linet bana. Black, wacha kuchomea Linet.
Ati Linet ni multi-party. Hii story ya multi-party Themba, we need to make it a topic. Hii story ya multi-party ndio iliharibia Makiadi when he was doing multi-parties in here.
No, Julia, unajua Julia, ukiwa driver, acha nikwambie kitu. Hata wewe unaendesha gari, unajua ukiwa driver unaangalia vitu mingi. Wewe unaangalia side mirror ya kushoto, ya kulia, iko windscreen pale inaitwa windshield huko. Nyuma unaangalia kila kitu. So ukiona mimi ninafanya namna hiyo, nina coordinate vitu mingi sana. Wewe ulishika tu only a specific part, ulishika side mirror. Iko vitu mingi ilikuwa inaendelea kwa gari ambayo huwezi jua. So mimi sikumkosea mtu yeyote. Najaribu
nataka nimwambie Linet
focus. Kama ni windscreen
ukiwa driver ufocus na windshield peke yake. Iko vitu mingi Julia, unajua unaangalia side mirror, left, right, unaangalia.
I'm trying to advise Makiadi as a big sister. These things don't work like this. If you continue being multi-parties in here, utapoteza yote.
Lakini Julia, you are not being fair to Makiadi. Unajua Makiadi, makosa iko ya Makiadi. Juliet alikuja akataka running mate. Na akasema kwa sababu Makiadi alimuadvise vizuri atachukua Makiadi. Hiyo haikuwa shida ya Makiadi. Hiyo ilikuwa ni DA pia alikuwa anapaswa kujua ya kwamba wakati Makiadi yuko hapa na mtu akuja anataka running mate na Makiadi is a potential candidate, I mean that is possible. Sasa hii DA kukasirika.
Now Makiadi, Juliet hauna, DA hauna, Lynette hakutaki, nataka mise. What will happen to you, my brother? I'm very concerned.
But
unajua mchezaji mzuri.
Kitu ingine nimeona na Makiadi nimemwona kama wale tunaita gold digger. Unajua alikuwa ameona ni kama atakuwa deputy president. Na alikuwa alikuwa anaona kama atatutawala bwana. Ai. Na akaona akajaribu kutumia misuli.
Unajua
alijaribu
unajua Bob, wewe unaishi Mombasani, wacha nikwambie. Unajua ukisema kwa kizungu inakaa ni kama inakaa mbaya. Sasa kwa Kiswahili tunaitaga wachimba migodi. So
wachimba migodi.
So wewe unataka kumaanisha mimi ni mchimba migodi
Kabisa. Unajua vile nilimuona huyo Makiadi. Unajua kila mara Makiadi alikuwa tu anafuatilia mambo kwa comment, hata wakati sijui yuko kazini. Juliet akiwa hapa akijaribu kuuza sera yake, Makiadi anarusha mishale, lakini zina dodge, ana dodge. Juliet ni kama alikuwa na dodge. Nikaona bwana Makiadi kuna kitu amelenga hapa. Na hiyo ni kama
wewe Bob unachoma. Unajua
Bob akikuja kwa show baada atoe submission yake, yeye anashughulika na vitu vingine inaendelea sana.
Okay. So Makiadi, the only thing you saw was parent.
Mbilia Bella alikuuzia SEO wapi? Alikuuliza SEO wapi? Inakuashia wapi?
Haya, ngoja kidogo. Makiadi, andika hizi nyimbo. Kuna watu wanataka hizi nyimbo. Kuna nyimbo hapa inaitwa imepotea, Joski Kiambukuta.
Huyo Mosh Kiambukuta Bakulutu alikuwa anataka tulichambua Chandra.
Hiyo tulishachambua,
tulimalizana nayo, tulipita ndani tayari.
Kuna wengine hapa, kuna wengine amesema.
Okay, kuna message hapa Makiadi, pay attention to you Finn. Makiadi aanze kuimba nyimbo za mapenzi, si za kutengana. So hiyo maneno ya kutengana uache.
Yani Juliet nyinyi kutoka mpatane na papa jana, inakaa mmekuwa very strong team, baba na mama. Yani mamisa nikugonga tu Makiadi.
We vie for the next presidency. Nitakuwa running mate.
Na hii itakuwa mzuri sana. Unaona itakuwa imeshika nini
itakuwa na chemistry.
Kisi na Central. Hiyo imeshika, hiyo ni
naona hiyo combination. I have been telling you that's the next combination.
Geoffrey Ruto, najua wewe ni fan wangu na nakubali sauti ni mbaya, lakini wanasemanga sura ni mbaya lakini roho ni safi.
Kuna wimbo wengine imeitishwa na nani, nasema utafute wimbo ya Firetes.
Hiyo sasa tena labda tutaangalia.
Boule si tulisha
Boule tulimaliza. Testament ya Boule tulimalizana nayo.
Yani nyinyi mbona mfuati nyimbo bana? Tunafanya nyimbo tukishamaliza tumetoka.
Mpaka umepata sympathy kwa Geoffrey Ruto. Makiadi leo
niko na mafans. Watu tunapingana siasa, lakini mafans wanafurahia sana. Unaona kama wanasema nilihata Chandra. Pole sana. Tutarudia ukitaka.
Hapa tunakuletea your wish is our command. Ama ni my command your wish.
Hata Maya tulichapa, nadhani Maya mwana tulichapa hiyo kama sijakosea.
Unajua kuna
wacheze bila nangai ya respect.
Makiadi, ni vibaya sana kama unapenda Lingala na ama unapenda hizi nyimbo za Kongole na una kakitu. That is an abomination.
What do you mean kakitu ama una mtu? Can
you
be specific?
Hauna raso. Lazima uwe na raso kupenda nyimbo za polepole.
Unaona Julius Papa vile ameshangaa ni nini mnaongea. Julius amejipata kwa studio
Julius,
leo.
we are sorry. These people,
Amepatana
masaa ingine sijui wanakunywa nini. I'm the only sober person here.
na si
So
Julia
kama
tumekuwa na
unataka
Julia.
kuongea na mtu.
Julia tumekuwa na wewe hapa jameni.
Kitu kingine nataka kumuonya
kama una kakitu, kama hauna raso, wewe enda cheza zile nyimbo za haraka haraka, kwa sababu hizo ndio unachoka haraka, unaenda nyumbani.
Za kunguru kunguru.
Hizo za kunguru kunguru.
Na unajua mimi nataka nimuonye
na ebaki itachukua muda mrefu. Na hiyo time inaimbwa. Lazima kuwe na kitu watu anakunywa, so you cannot have to struggle.
Zemba si kitu nakunywa, uwe uko na mtu karibu. Wacha maneno ya kitu unakunywa. You should be.
Mimi kwanza nataka kumpatia Linet wa bomba ningetaka usichukue hiyo mkondo, unachukua mambo ya wachana na mambo ya mise. Unaona leo ni weekend. Na ukiona kama sasa leo ni weekend na bado yuko kazini, siku gani utapata
yani Bob unaonea mise hivi nikiwa tu hapa. Are you serious?
Hapana, si ati no. Unajua najaribu kumuonya Linet wa bomba asijaribu kuharibu wakati na struggle. Unaona yuko kazini mpaka saa hii.
Listen Papa. There's one rule of a good fighter. You don't hit someone who is already down. Sasa ulishamshinda, umeshachukua Julia. Why are you still hitting him?
And then he starts. Sasa you know why Yufin is on my side. Yufin, unasikia your story.
Unajua Bob ni timafisi.
Hapana bwana, unajua mimi ni mtu ambaye
sasa wewe unaanza kuangalia mwingine na uko na mwingine.
Yes, Julius Papa
Kiza. Julius Papa sikia. Themba amesema ni heri watu wacheze ile muziki ambaye wakati hawana ile rockla. Waindi wanasema rockla. Sasa ndio nimeona nikaangalia bana mise kama yuko kazi saa hii. Ameshindwa kuja studio. Si atatesa mtoto wa watu.
It is an abomination Bob. Yes. Kwa mtu kupenda Lingala na ana hela. That is wrong. You need to find another type of music. Zile unachoka haraka, unatoka kwa dance unaenda nyumbani. Hii ambayo Uwezi unajua kusikiza Lingala ina require patience. So you cannot suffer twice. Uko na patience ya kusikiza Lingala, alafu tena uko na patience ya kuvumilia mfuko haina kakitu. Those are two, choose one struggle.
Na lazima pia uwe na mwili wa kucheza Lingala. Uwezi kuwa ni sukuma wiki kila siku.
Na ninakuambia
mwili ya kucheza Lingala inakaa aje Bob? Inakaa, hebu tuonyeshe.
Lazima uwe umekula, unajua freshian. Lazima ukae kifreshian. Uwezi kaa kama ile ankole. Ile ya mstuni bwana.
Nimepata message hapo ya Yufin. Unaona vile Yufin really cares. She's the only one who cares here about me. That
hata mimi ninaungana na Yufin. Itabidi uchunge sana na huyu Papa simuonei pazuri. Naona ni kama bado macho yake inaangalia huku hizi.
No. Julia, unajua
vile Papa amesema huyu ni fisi.
Hata si fisi, pengine amezidi fisi.
Unajua sasa imefika pale. Nilikwambia fifth floor hakuna meno ya kuuma. Hii yetu ni ya kufurahia. Unataka tu starehe mzuri hivi kidogo. Hakuna meno ya kuuma. Ukidanganywa na kina Yufin bado damu moto. Usidanganywe bwana. Hata ukiuliza Julius Papa atakwambia. Sasa hakuna meno ya kuuma, ni ya kutulia.
Lakini unajua shida yako ni moja. Unasema kwa mdomo tu ati una meno. Na uko na Julia hapo karibu na yeye na ulifukuza nani? Alafu tena unataka kuharibia makiadi na sasa mbona uko hivyo? Wacha kucheza kama wewe. Najua ni timu mafisi, wacha kucheza kama wewe. Achana na hiyo. Achana na nini
Lakini
Makiadi
Julius,
ajaribu bahati.
swali Julius papa, nani hataki watu wako na meno?
Na sasa
Meno
kama ana meno ataika, unajua kama una meno hata unakaa unachunga mbuzi. Watu wana
sisi
meno
tunakula
wanachunga mbuzi.
ile mahindi mbichi. Hatutaki mambo ile ya kukula mahindi ngumu ngumu, so tunakula polepole tu lazima niwaeleze vile kuishi. Unajua fifth floor is challenging, lakini ni tamu kabisa.
Joseph Karaoke, Lingala hahitaji mtu ako na pesa ya Guinness moja. My friend, wimbo moja ni 15 minutes. How many songs will you listen to?
That is an insult. Kwanza ni nani anakuambia unaweza cheza dance ukiwa unakunywa Guinness? Hapana, ile itajaza tumbo yako, ni oil ile. Kitu mbaya sana ile.
Soma message ya Black.
Black anasemaje bwana? Kwamba mimi nimekuwa kibogoyo.
Ndemba nakueleza, records zimekuja hapa mingi, lakini nitajaribu kuziandika. Kuna moja nataka na Mishui Mishapi, kuna mwingine nataka FC Fonse FC, kuna mwingine nataka Boziana, Tokabola Sentiment, mwingine Boziana Zongela Ngai. Request ni mingi sana hapa, lakini tutazifanya
andika inakaa watu wazimio. Kwanza watu wazimio ni watu wako na hela. Ukiona watu wanapenda Lingala, hao ni watu wako na hela.
Awino Rapemo hata mimi naipenda sana, naipenda sana hiyo bendi ya Zaiko Dede juzi nilikuwa nataka kuchapa hapa Dede. Papa Boba kaniambia achana na hiyo kwa sababu alikuwa nataka ya kimapenzi na lingi mingi hiyo ziko request mingi, lakini Dede kwanza naona iko na watu wengi sana na kuna nyingine hapa, nyingine hapa pia ya double Niboma, unaijua hiyo Ndemba?
Yes.
Pesa ka motema ndenge nini yo mama double kumeleka ngaite mikolo na poso alafu inaenda tu mama double yani double kila kitu ni double.
Joseph Karaoke, link tulifunga mapema bwana. Tulifunga link mapema. In fact, siku hizi tutakuwa tunafunga link mapema sana ndio watu waanze kurelax sana. Si kukuja hapo tukiona watu wa UDA wakikuja tunawaacha wanaongea wanaenda. Tunabaki tukijifurahi.
Makiadi, wakati uko na trouser ambayo ulinunua ama umeshona ya hiyo Dede. Unajua Dede inachezonga na trouser ina fulani. Uliwahi nunua kama hiyo?
Nilikuambia mimi hii inafungiwa hapa.
Kabisa.
Hii hapa.
Yes.
Bahati mbaya hiyo mimi ilikuwa inanitisha sikuwahi. Nilivaa ile nyingine inafunguka huko chini inaitwa belly bottom. Hii ya juu hapana, hii ya juu ilinishinda hii. Hiyo labda Ndemba ndio anajuana naye. Piga trouser high waist mpaka hapa kwa
kifua. Mimi nilipiga tu ile ya kufunga. Nani huyo anasema ati Niboma mwana mpuku? I'm sure Makadi you don't know this one. Kuna Niboma mwana mpuku Makadi.
Hakuna mimi nikikwambia niko na archives, nikikwambia ninaenda kwa archives ndugu yangu. I wish siku moja ningekuletea playlist yangu uone. Na kwanza mimi sisikizangi ya kutoka kwa flash disk kama hii. Mimi nachezanga santuri. Unajua ngoma moja, santuri moja ngoma moja. Namna hiyo. Selija, Awino Rapemo naielewa pia hiyo.
Nilikwambia bana utafute ulete inaitwa nini tuchezee inaitwa nini muzi. Unajua umenikosea sana, kuna muzi nyimbo tamu kabisa ile hata Julia akisikia anasikia ni kama ameingia yani
lakini Bob Papa hii ya leo nimekuangusha pia. Hii ya leo nimekuangusha.
Makiadi.
Ndaya ni safi sana. Mali safi.
Makiadi sikia Dan Boss wana enjoy Miss ati Miss ana mwili ya Lingala. Ako na mwili ya gospel.
Sasa wamefurahisha Bob. Boba ametoa meno ya mwisho. Lakini mnaonea Mise jamani. Unajua Mise ni wakili wangu. Namngojea. Mkimwona mwambie akuje.
Huyo uko na mwili ya praise and worship.
Lakini msiingilie Mise sana. I may change my mind. Hata kama mlipiga kura jana.
Yako ilimalizwa.
Hakuna
rerun hapa. Hiyo ilikuwa clean.
Hata hivyo unajua kuna coalition agreement na huwezi toka kwa hiyo coalition mpaka 6 months imeisha. Kwa hivyo wewe tulia. Hata ukijaribu utaenda tu kama Kalonzo utarudi.
Kuna watu walikuwa na rigi ati Dani Dairas aligovote mara 2. Mlisikia hiyo story? Kulikuwa na rigi njana Zemba.
Wanamharibia Darius jina bana.
Wanaribia Darius jina bana. Vote ilikuwa free kabisa, free and fair. Na papa alishinda.
Kabisa. Yaani ile landslide, unasikianga landslide. Na Azimio unajua uwezi toka kwa hiyo arrangement 6 months. Lazima upeane tena notice. Hivyo ndio tulicheza kama Azimio kabisa. Azimio aro
hold Kalonzo hostage.
Ndemba, today where are we in Azimio today? Where are we going? Do you have kuna ratba? Do you have a schedule for today?
Ndemba amehanga ama namna gani? Naona ni kama amehanga. Ndemba una
sijui
mimi ratiba. Ratiba ya nini? Ya kesho. Sijapata ratiba ya kesho. But I know Vijana Fire is continuing tomorrow, the whole day. They'll be combing different parts of the country.
Hapa iko watu bado wanataka you feel enda tafuta rafiki yako DI. Mwambie anakaribishwa. Forum iko open.
Amekupea song yenye you need to sing for DA.
You know we are not singing for phantoms. Tuna mtu anakuja kwa show, tunamuimbia akiwa kwa show. Ama namna gani Julia?
Si mliniambia nikiwa absent.
No, wewe unajua wewe ni familia
kaka. Ndemba,
you are a familiar figure.
Ndemba, you have and Makiadi mmenifunga sana. Yaani sasa hata siwezi ongelea dada yote hapa. Sasa mmepanga ni kama mimi ni mabusi. Hata kusalimia hata comment peke yake. Manake mnaona kama mimi ni fisi na mimi si fisi.
Choices have consequences.
Choices have consequences.
Itabidi nichukue holiday kama wewe ndio turudi tukiwa fresh. Hii mambo ni ngumu bwana.
Choices have consequences. Unajua si nini? Yufimo tena huo wimbo wako ni mzuri sana. Nitakuimbia kesho.
Hiyo utaimbiwa na Ndemba.
Uta kuimbia kesho huyo wa Judy Buche huyo nitakuimbia. If this is my love, my dear, welcome to my world and let us share the good times together. Nitakuimbia kesho hii.
Black anataka Sam Thomas.
Sam Thomas.
Wachana na Black wewe muimbie Mzengala mwenyewe. Hiyo ndio anajua. Umejulia wapi?
Sam Thomas.
Ati Black is saying Black you are something else too. Na bona Black alipotea kwa show. Can we discuss that?
Black ana point.
Ana material.
Ni kawaida
Papa umeshaambiwa uachane na ofisi. Hata Joseph Karioke amekwambia wachana na ofisi. Tafadhali ushachaguliwa, ushavotiwa. Julia amekukubali, tafadhali focus.
Anarudi Kenya kwanza ama udaku.
Wacha kurudi udaku. Wewe kana msimamo.
Sasa vile
Kuanga na msimamo.
Nimeona mmepiga kelele, sasa nimetulia kabisa. Lakini lazima niruhusiwe angalau compliment.
Sasa unajua mtu akifanya compliment. Sasa hiyo mnajua mtaenda kuangalia kwa MOU nini nasema na ni wapi clause gani hiyo, na kama kuna moja mnataka ku amend mnaenda mnakaa kwa boardroom mna amend. Sasa mkikuja hapa sisi tunataka tu kuona implementation. Nataki sasa unatuletea, hautaki kuwe kama watu wengine walikuwa nakuja wakienda wakiongea wanaosha hiyo dirty linen kwa public. Sasa wewe nenda angalia MOU yako na Julia, muone ni nini ambayo iko achievable, ile ambayo haiko achievable you strike out, alafu mkuje. Otherwise sisi tumeshasema hapa usiwe fisi. Julius Papa ameshakataa hiyo maneno. Watu kwa comments pia amekwambia uache ofisi. Joseph Karioke amesema uache ofisi. Euphemo Tiena amesema uache ofisi. So moving forward, Julia awe hapa asiwe hapa, tusikuone. Hata ukicomment, hata ukisema, hata ukiona nani, usiseme kitu. Wewe focus.
Consequently, I have now called for a meeting. I have now called for a meeting. I'm called a meeting so that we can discuss pertinent issues. Their code of conduct. We need to review some clauses in the code of conduct.
lakini leo umepatikana because unajua vile alikuwa amepanga, ameanza kusema ati unajua mimi ati sisi hatuna meno. Yani
ati Julius Papa soma comment ya Black. Kuna Julius, hebu soma hiyo comment ya Black. Mandera na Bob.
Ati sasa vile tafanya
haya, umeona umefanya amepotea hiyo runoff, ameona akaona hapana.
Sasa vile tutafanya hivi, Papa Bob akiendelea kuwa na macho mengi kutangatanga, Julia atarudi kuoga, arudi soko.
Yes. Na soko ni kubwa. Imeanzia Mount Kenya Forum.
Alafu tutafanya another runoff hapa sasa hiyo. Papa asione ni kama sasa yeye ati kwa sababu alichaguliwa sasa he can just stroll like a colossus, anakuwa kama ni the bull of Auckland. Tumekataa hiyo.
You are forgetting that Azimio has got the best legal minds. Hii kitu vile nilikuwa nimeichora. Julia uwezi toka hivyo rahisi. Lazima hata mimi ndiye peane inaitwa recommendation letter. Ndio hata unaweza ruhusiwa ukirudi soko. Otherwise ukirudi soko unajua utachukuliwa kama Mudavadi. Mudavadi unajua hana value siku hizi.
Wacha vitisho Papa, wacha vitisho. Unajua tunaweza kurudisha Julia soko sasa.
Unajua Chebukati yako hapa.
Chebukati alicheza kama yeye jana, sio mchezo.
Joseph Karioki, kama Papa Bob analeta shida, kuja tuweke runoff na Papa Bob mara hiyo tumtoe aone. Anaongea ni kama sasa anaona kio.
Ndemba huyu Kizito huyu anasema Papa Azimio juu hata sisi tunamezea Julia. Huyu Kizito si anakujanga hapa anatuambia kwa mabibi 9. Ama umemsahau?
Kizito has a track record.
So, yeah, he has a track record. Huyu ako na track record. Anatuambia ako na 9. My 7 wives, sijui ni 9 ama ni 9. Bado.
Huyu Kizito bana is not digital. Hata digital kama mimi unaona ndio tumecheza hivi, atokee wapi? Sisi watu wa kungolewa nyama mdomoni ovyo ovyo.
Lakini ujue
unajua Makiadi Papa Bob anaimbia Julia wimbo huu. Siku gani dada utakuja nikungoje sitesheni, ingekuwa na uwezo ningekutumia nauli ya ndege ili ufike haraka.
Na unajua naye mwenye kutumiwa nauli ya ndege naye anashuka kama Stella. na mjamaa futi tano ama ni ngapi?
Can you sing that song? I really like that song.
Ilikuwa tarehe ngapi? Ndemba
17. 10 what?
Tarehe 17 mwezi wa 5.
17 mwezi wa
5
mwezi wa 5. Si ndio hiyo sasa?
I really used to like that song.
Ndio ilikuwa tarehe kamili ya Stella kurudi Kenya. Alafu sasa anaanza kutaja watu wenye alikuwa ameenda kumngojea kwa uwanja wa ndege nao. Akina Bob Papa Azimio walikuwa wamemwa company kwenda kumngojea.
And then he was singing, nilijaribu kulia Kitaita.
Alijaribu kulia Kijaluo.
Nilijaribu kulia Kijaluo.
Lakini sikijui, nikajaribu sijui kulia nini. Alijaribu kulia lugha ambazo hajui. Sasa akalia na Kitaita, lugha ya mama na baba. Ilikuwa tarehe 17 mwezi wa 5. Ndemba ndiye anajua hii.
Sing your song. Demba, sing that song.
Wacha nitafute lyrics hapa.
Inaitwa Stella. Imeimbwa na nani? Freshly
Mamburi. Wacha nitafute lyrics hapa sasa.
Black ananikagua sana bana. Black huyu Black yuko na nia gani bana? Anataka ku Black, next time you come to the show, uweke handle yako ya social media hapo kwa private chat. Ndio ujue huyu mtu ni kigogo. Tunaleta mchezo kwa kasi. Ukiona mimizi ametimuka, we tulia. Na mimi sitakubali mambo ya kuletewa futi 4. No, Makiadi. Hapo tu ndio itabidi apande Uber. Ni Uber ama ni gani? Ni Taxify.
Apande Taxify.
Atapanda Taxify ama Uber. Sio mchezo. Tena Uber tukutuku. Siku hizi hata kuna Uber ya tukutuku.
Mko na Uber tukutuku?
Kabisa.
Mlikuja na Uber tukutuku. When did that come?
Last year. Even Taxify, they have, you can choose whether you want a tuk-tuk, a small vehicle, a big vehicle, and a van.
Nimepata hiyo, wacha nimbe hii nini kidogo tu. Nilikuwa na mchumba wangu, tulipendana kama nyama choma. Alibahatika kwenda ng'ambo, chuo kikuu kwenda kusoma. Miaka 3 kule Japani, kusomea udaktari. Stella wangu, nilivyopenda Stella jamani, kajitolea kwa roho moja, nikauza shamba langu sababu yake yeye. Nikauza ng'ombe na mbuzi sababu yake Stella, ili apate nauli ya kwenda na pesa zingine za matumizi kule Japani. Ilikuwa tarehe 17.
Hapo ndio shida inaanzia sasa.
Huo ndio ulikuwa tarehe kamili ya Stella kurudi Kenya. Ilikuwa na anko kulaba uwanja wa ndege. Nilikuwa na Richi Makiadi na mkewe na watoto wake. Mara ndege ilipotua uwanjani tuliona vituko. Stella alishuka amebeba mtoto mkononi, nyuma yake mchumba wa kifupi futi 4 Mjapani. Nilisikitika ndani ya moyo, nikakosa la kufanya, ilinibidi nilie Kijaluo anatima ngojoa.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Ilinibidi nilie Kitaita.
Lugha ya baba na mama, ilinibidi nilie Kidaita. Niebanya nivone bada fresh lei.
Hiyo Kitaita yako ni chonjo. Hii yako ni chonjo hii.
Nimeona ni bonye baada preshless ndio. Come back Stella. I still need you baby. Alafu anazungumza kikamba hapo. Nikwende teta nyama ya kubibia, ya kugulania hana kachumba.
Unasikia hiyo
Nakipenda kama nyama ya kuchoma
na kachumbari.
kuchanganya na kachumbari.
Lakini hizo story themba ukweli ziko ati people come here ama they go abroad.
True story, Judy. Yeah, it is. Julia, true story.
Hizo story ziko
True story. Those things are there.
Wewe unajua acha nikwambie Julia, wewe kama uko na raha, wewe kuwa na raha. Kuna watu leo wako na story ya broken heart. Yaani alilipa fees, alilipa kila kitu, mtu akaja ng'ambo na stories zikaishia hapo.
Yeah, that is why I always don't think that I mean people should think twice. What do you value first? Family ama hiyo maneno ya ng'ambo ama what comes first?
Hizi long distance ni fake. Kama hii yako na papa ni fake kabisa.
Nakwambia ni fake.
It cannot last.
ama viewers mnaona hii kitu ni fake tu.
Lakini kuna zingine ambazo zinadumu kidogo. Ndio maana nakumbuka kuna jamaa mmoja aliimba anaitwa Pepe Kale. Alikuwa anasema naibe linga kangaite mwana mama. Yani aligundua kuna mtu hampendi, lakini kwa sababu akona cheda pesa, so money can make this thing work. Naibe linga kangaite mwana mama.
Unajua Makiadi, you see, it doesn't mean it is working. It just means that someone is getting their need. Unaona kama mfano sasa kama ni cheddars unamtumia, it is not that the relationship is working. You're only meeting their needs.
Money. It is not working there, but it's just the money thing. In fact, you are right. I think those things don't exist.
They exist and they work. I've seen them work.
No, okay, fine. It depends what you define by working.
Yes.
If working is waking up and you sending money, I mean that is working.
Then that would be working.
They do work. Julia, let me tell you something. You know, there are so many people who have actually gone abroad and they have actually gone back to get their spouses or their girlfriends and their boyfriends. You know, it's okay, not like
that's another thing. If you have a plan,
that one requires not everyone is many are called but few are chosen.
But hata we Ndemba unajua, let's just have a sober.
Makiadi.
Just
many are called but few are chosen. So
sijakata
ambao wako chosen watu hao basi hapo.
Lakini sijakata ile kitu mimi ninasema ni namna hii. Hata wewe unaona hii watu hapa, hii watu mtu unakamatana na yeye anaenda kupika baga, anakuja na baga jioni, baga moja anaweka katikati, na wewe mtu umezoea kusimamisha ugali kilo. Hii watu nakaa nao siku mbili, unaona hapa hakuna kitu yangu. Hebu sikia, ngoja usikie Ndemba. Mwingine analipia paka kwenda vacation, my friend. Wewe unapiga kabroti maguta huko, mwingine anasema muende vacation na paka na mbwa, mdungishe sindano.
Next story, I understand.
Dani Darius hapa amesema ya kwamba I have a friend of mine alileta mke kutoka Afrika baada ya medical school. She divorced the husband.
Yeah, that's just one.
That's that.
Huyo tu ndiye anajulikana.
And there are many stories like that,
okay, my friend. Makini, I know somebody. Wacha nikwambie. I know somebody alikuja kufanya masters. Na hiyo wakati wa masters unajua alikuja na scholarship nusu and he struggled so much. Then akaendea bibi na mtoto. The baby came akafanya nursing school akapata job poa. Okay, before when he was struggling and apply hizo scholarship, they were having one bank account. When the baby started working and akapata pesa mzuri, bibi akatoka akatoa pesa yake kwa hiyo bank account. Akasema tutakuwa tukicontribute to one account. Now, these people, I really don't understand. They really stayed and have like some kids there. I mean, a good number of kids. Niambie, Makiadi, what breaks such families? What do you think? No. I think these people mean to stay together. So what happens when they come here?
Julia, this is it. They say the relationship, time and location determines the choices you make in a relationship. So you ukiona wameenda wakakuwa exposed alafu wakaenda, that is who they were. It does not bring anything new from them. Inamaanisha kwamba at a certain point, ni vile at that point wewe ndio ulikuwa unawatimizia yale vitu alikuwa anataka, lakini potential yao wangewish ingekuwa better, and lakini sasa kwa wakati huo alikuwa anasema wacha tung'ang'ane. Do you know there are stories that we don't have nowadays? Unakumbuka zile story ulikuwa unasema kuja tu tuanze maisha? Hiyo story iliisha kabisa. Siku hizi nobody wants to start life with anybody. There's no time to start life because siku hizi hata unaanzia wapi? Saizi kuna akina papazi mio tayari washatengeza na wamerudi huko wanasikiza Lingala. Nakwambia wewe kuja
No, let me tell you. The secret is
there's another person who is starting from who can make me start at 10. You continue starting at 0. If we meet at 10, itakuwa
listen. Me, I want to advise the boy child. The boy child, the only way for a boy child to ensure that the better half sticks is that the first year of that relationship, unafuatanisha watoto watatu, 3, keep her busy. You know, one thing with a woman.
No, Bob, you are so lost. You are so lost, Bob.
Mbele ya watu siku ingine.
Papa wewe ni enzi gani?
Hiyo ndio enzi imebaki. Kwa sababu hii wakora una make sure, na unajua mwanamke hawezi wacha mtoto wake. Kwa hivyo hata busy na mtoto wake throughout.
Unasikia story ya Black? A friend almost killed his girlfriend with my kitchen knife because he was my housemate. Alimleta along with her other 2 sisters from Kenya hadi akajenga kwa kinadem, then played him. He is in the jail now.
Sasa Bob, papa, wacha nikueleze. Hii kitu unajidanganya ati unaongeza ya kwanza, ya pili, ya tatu. My friend, utaekwa kwa kitu inaitwa child support. Utakuwa unalala kazini, unakuja pesa yako inakatwa na serikali katikati.
You can't do it here, Bob.
Hiyo ndio kwenu.
My take is, and this one can help Bob. I think what Demba is saying is true. A number of relationships are not real, especially those ones in Kenya, especially because, I'm sorry to say this because I'm a woman, that men have still this place for a woman. So this woman comes to America and finds where women are respected. Sasa ukiendelea na hiyo madhara yako, Bob, utakupata.
Unaona vile nimechemsha hiyo section hiyo.
Hapana. It is just that you can't do the things the way you do it in Kenya and you do them in America, right, Themba? You got to reconsider and go back.
Sasa hizo ndio vita mtakwanga nazo na Papa Bob. You need to start appreciating. Thinking yenu, socialization itakuwa inaleta shida kidogo. Unaona yeye baada nafikiria kwamba mpatie mimba. Unaona, that's why sometimes wacha nikwambie Julia, you need to be wary of the people you bring to teach you on family life. Unaona, sio kileta mtu kama papa ati advice vijana on family life. Unaona zile upuzi atawaambia.
Wewe Bob ile utakuja seminar hapa ku advise people about family, utaangaliwa na millennial namna hii kutoka kichwa mpaka mguu namna hii.
Watashangaa which
mara tatu namna hii, alafu ile kitu watakwambia utawahi sahau. So wewe wacha nikwambie Bob, papa, hapa mama akienda kazini Sunday, my friend, unaenda na watoto kuchenjia diaper kwa kanisa, umebebana na bag na chupa za maziwa. Wache
unaona makiadi mahali bado Bob yuko atimzalishe watoto, atumkeep busy. Ukimzalisha mnakuwa nyinyi wote mko busy, wewe na yeye, si ati mtu mmoja.
My friend, mtapitanianga kwa mlango na diaper, unawacha ukiambiwa huyo amekunywa maziwa, huyo mwingine bado, huyo mwingine, na mpaka kesho sasa
unambadilisha. Sasa wewe
especially if she's a nurse, if she's a medical practitioner.
Mwaiona watu wanapitana kwa mlango wakigawana duties, Bob. Hii yako ya kusema
Hiyo
ati
ni
tatu alafu unafikiria utamwacha kwa nyumba na kupika. Utakuwa unapika hata wewe, unapikia watoto.
Alafu Makiadi akishamzalisha hivyo mara tatu, si afanyi job hiyo time yote. Wewe pia na wewe ndio unang'ang'ana na bills. Sasa ndio unaanza kusema acha nisikie.
Mi nakwambia unajua hapa utaita polisi ukiambiwa uingie jikoni. Kuja hapo upigie 911 wanakuja wanauliza ni nini, ati she's telling me to cook.
I am getting a lot of opposition and
no, Bob, we are just telling you the truth. We are just telling you the reality of life. And even in Kenya, hata Kenya saizi, watoto wako Bob, they won't tolerate what you are saying. I'm telling you that.
Let me ask you, Bob. Let's get this just clear. Right now, if you want to hire somebody ambaye atakusaidia na watoto, unamlipa about $1,200 a month. $1,200 a month. That's 120,000 Kenyan shillings. Na anakaa kwako, unamnunulia chakula, hakuna kitu analipa. Yeye amekaa tu, kazi yake tu ni kuangalia mtoto. Hizi vitu zingine, kufeed mtoto nini, hiyo ni addition, wanaweza kusaidia ama akose kukusaidia. So let me ask you, wewe utatoa hiyo pesa wapi ya kumlipaga hiyo miezi yote? So unafunga mshipi. Nimekuimbia wimbo hapa ya Ndaya, unafunga mshipi, na kukaza. Unakutananga na wazee huko, unakutananga na wazee. Mimi kwa kanisa unakutananga na wazee na diaper bags. Julia anajua atakwambia hiki kitu.
No, actually you know what I meant, you know, Makiadi, let me explain. You know, I've seen people in Kenya who have you find a young man who is working, he's found a job recently, probably. Maybe he's been working for about 2-3 years. He starts paying fees for the girlfriend who is still in college. The girlfriend finishes. After getting maybe a job, she disappears. No, by that time she's going to sit her last exam. She should be pregnant so that you start a family immediately. Otherwise, you run away.
Bob, what makes you that she'll still stay even if she has children? What makes you think that she'll stay?
In Kenya, she will stay. Life is extremely hard. You are joking.
No,
Sikia hata Linet wa Bomba anakuambia that's why I respect Kenyan men who are still married in the US. You have to be humble to be in the same level with your wife. Unasikia hiyo? You have to be humble to be in the same level. My friend, kupika utapika kama wamekaa. Unajua Bob, kama umezoea kuletewa dadi, maji ndio hii ya kunawa, my friend. Ati unaletewa mpaka na jug, Julia, unajua ikiwa Kenya nilikuwa naona mtu anakuja na jug moto. Jug iko na maji moto na
serviette.
Si serviette, hii kitu inaitangwa basin. Inashikwa chini unawekewa maji. My friend, jiko inakuanga hapo. Utaenda, hata wewe utapika. Otherwise utalala njaa.
You know what Black is saying? Oh, Black. Ati Bob stick to Kenya and Julia will stress you. Poteze weight bure.
Mimi nakwambia, mimi nacheza kienyeji kama wa Kenya. Ndio mambo hayo bwana.
Bob, then tosheka tu na Kenya, wachange akina Julia na wengine wakae tu hapa kwa sababu they won't do that. They won't even wash the clothes. Watakuja kwa nyumba yako waulize hauna laundry machine.
You know what? Let me tell you that I have a bro who was there. He went there in 88. Unfortunately, he passed on in 2012. And he had a very turbulent marriage. He married some Black American. And the minute that lady got pregnant, the guy was every time he was calling me, he was telling me, she can't even wash dishes kwa dishwasher ile machine. Yani the fact that alikuwa pregnant, kazi yake ni kukaa tu. Na huyu Mwafrika ndugu yangu alikuwa na stress bwana. They ended up divorcing.
Sasa wacha uambiwe, hao wenye umewataja hao, sitaki kuwataja jina, hao hawalekangi, uwezani nao. Hao hata unakujaga huku unaambiwa na maveteran kama akina Ndemba na Julia, wanakuambia hiyo watu ni wazuri wa kuangalia tu peke yake.
Sasa
usijaribu.
Sasa Papa Azimio, unaweza ukachukua yule mzungu mkakaa zaidi vizuri kuliko hao ambao umetaja.
Hao ni shida tupu
Ukweli ndio hiyo Ndemba amekuambia.
My friend,
alikuwa kutoka huko. Tena alikuwa kutoka Mississippi. Ilikuwa ni tabu tupu.
Mississippi Buddha. Endo usome the history of civil.
Yeah, that's what my bro used to tell
me. My experience, Makiadi, I don't want to mention the names, but my experience with the young kids was China. Wow, unakwambia, they make the teacher's life miserable. Wakifungua mdomo Dhemba, sijui utatamani ukue wapi.
It's like they are trained to do that. They are very aggressive.
Yes.
They are very aggressive.
They are very aggressive.
Do you know lakini unajua inabidi mnaelewa. Of course Julia na Makiadi mnaelewa mahali hiyo imetoka.
Yes.
Unajua kile kipindi walikuwa kipindi cha hapo mwanzo wa Afrika, wale ambao walikuwa wanaona ni kama wamelelewa katika ile hali ya kujitetea. Ni kama mtu kulelewa katika ghetto, unaelewa? Sasa wengi walilelewa na hiyo mentality ya kwamba lazima tupiganie vitu fulani. Sasa katika kila jambo hiyo socialization imekuja ikawa affect baadaye katika maisha yao, na wamesocialize pia watoto wao. Sasa unajua ameambiwa kwamba kama msipoongea hivi, msipofanya mambo fulani, kuna vitu ambavyo hamwezi pata. Sasa si unakumbuka kuna kipindi kwanza sehemu za Mississippi, Tennessee area, wengi wao walikuwa hata wamekataa kwenda shuleni. Unakutana na watu tu wanatumia zile ma EBT cards, ni watu ambao wanaweza kufanya kazi lakini hawaendi, maana wanasema kwamba serikali ina jukumu la kutulisha. Na hawasomi, hawataki kwenda kusoma. Maana unakuta hata kuna wengine unapata tu ni watu wa hapa, amezaliwa huku, lakini anafanya kazi ambazo watu ambao wametoka Afrika wanapaswa kuwa wanazifanya hizo kazi. Sasa unashangaa mbona huyu akawa anafanya hizo kazi. Anapaswa kuwa yeye mwenyewe amechukua ile nafasi kupush opportunities, lakini hawataki
hiyo opportunity. Ati wako na iko opportunities kwenda shule the same, lakini hawachukui hizo opportunities. Sasa bado wamebaki huko. Umesema ukweli Dhemba, kwa sababu hao watu wako so aggressive, ni kama ulitaka kumnyonga, yani vile atakujibu. Au wasichana unaweza kuimagine kama niko na shida na hao wasichana mpaka wanaletwa polisi. Wewe Bobu, ushasikia polisi akiletwa kwa darasa kutoa mtoto mwanafunzi? Polisi ndiye, kwa sababu hata mwalimu mwenyewe mkuu hawezi huyo mwanafunzi, anamuitia polisi. Yani ukisikia hiyo matusi unatamani ujifi. Sasa hao akiwa bibi ya Makiadi, sasa unaweza ka imagine Makiadi amepata bibi, mke ameleta nyumbani kule, amelepelekea nyanya yake kule nyumbani.
Hao watu ni hatari. Hivyo venye umesema Bob Azimio, hao watu wajui kuosha vyombo, hawaoshangi nguo. Kazi yao ni kupaka makucha rangi na kutengeneza nywele. Hiyo vitu mbili, makucha na nywele, urembo peke yake. Lakini hapa
Makiadi hata afadhali atengeneze nywele na makucha, lakini akifungua hiyo mdomo yake
alafu Makiadi, unaona vile ambavyo Kizita amesema hapo, ni kwamba hapa kina dada katika sheria za huko, kina dada ni kwanza, alafu pet, yani huko waziti mbwa anazita pet, yani mbwa anapewa heshima zaidi. Alafu kina dada, watoto, mbwa, alafu
watoto kwanza.
Watoto kwanza, kina dada, alafu mbwa wanawaita pet, alafu wanaume. Kwa hivyo kitu cha kwanza, Papa Bob, kwa mfano hapo kwako mke wako ukimpiga ama umteteshe, uinue sauti, si kumpiga, uinue sauti. Hata usimpige, uinue tu sauti. Atakuuliza sisikii nikiwa safe. alafu atapiga polisi
911.
Alafu 911 akija atamuuliza haya, tuko hapa, shida ipi? Atia mimi sisikii nikiwa safe. Sasa kabla hayo yote ishe, wewe tayari utaambua nenda katafute. Hizo ni sheria za Texas hapa. Sasa wewe nenda tafuta sehemu ya kulala leo. Yani wewe mwenyewe ndio nyumba iko kwenye jina lako, lakini unaambiwa
hata umeruka kijisehemu hapo. Kama atapiga simu aseme kwamba anasikia ni kama umemtisha, hawa jamaa wakifika, kitu ya kwanza watafanya wanakuweka pingu. Atakuwa anaongea nao ukiwa ndani ya gari huko tayari. So wewe mambo yako kwanza unaweka kando ukiwa na pingu, kwa sababu wewe ni mtu hatari. Kwanza kuharibu sana ukue wewe ni hii rangi yetu hii, unaona hii
my friend
Bob Papa, unaona hii rangi hii,
na ukilinganisha Bob Papa na rangi yako
ndio unasikia wengine tunasema kama baba Rarua watatengeneza huko, afadhali watu warudi, kwa sababu mtu wa hii rangi hii hai wewe chako wako.
Yani I can't live in that place. Sahi bado nimefika, siwezi. Nikifika huko nitakuja starehe tu.
Sasa umeona afadhali mise.
Siwezi. No. Afadhali tukae hapo.
Afadhali mise.
So mimi nakwambia, hata kama nakumbuka kama about 10 years ago, kuna time nilikuwa nimeenda kuburudika, alafu nikatoka kwa sherehe hivi. I was driving home, so I going through my place, there was somebody who had cut a tree, amekuwa ameangusha mti. Nikatoka nje nikaanza kupiga kelele aondoe hiyo, badala mimi nizunguke. Alafu polisi kumbe walikuwa wanapita hapo, wakakuja wakasikia harufu ya pombe, wakaingia kwa gari yangu, wananipeleka police station. Kufika kwa police station nikamwambia mimi siingii ndani. Nikawapigia kelele kabisa. Sasa hiyo niliwapigia kelele, hata ndio nikaongea na OCS, nikawa niko na simu yake, nikampigia. Walikuwa summoned kuja kwa ofisi waniombe msamaha. Sasa kama tunafanya vitu kama hizo hapa Kenya,
hiyo inaitwa law of the jungle. Unajua Kenya ni kama jungle. Huko ni kama jungle, ati unatisha polisi, nitakupigia OCS. My friend. Weka huko kama unataka kutisha polisi. Hapa utafanyishwa mazoezi ingine ya kutembea kwa mstari. Ukiwa umekula hiyo vitu yako, utatembezwa kwa mstari, aone kama unaanguka kando. Unaelewa?
Alafu
straight line test.
Papa Bob, hapa askari akikushika wakati anakusimamisha ama anakushika, the moment anaanza kuongea na wewe, kamera iko on. Yako na hiyo body cam tayari imeanza kurecord. Ile maswali yote atakuuliza, chochote utasema, wanakusomea ile Miranda law. Anything you say can be used against you. In the court of law. So it's up to you and your awareness of the law. Anything you say, hata ukitaka ati kumbribe ama umwambie nini, hizo sasa tayari makosa zimeanza kuingia. Ati ulishout, tayari kuna makosa ilianza. Yani vile unafanya, unavunja tu sheria zote, utaona zimekuwa cited zote zile vitu.
Mtu anaitwa polisi ni sheria kivyake. They are law unto themselves. Hawezi tisha mtu atipiga simu mahali.
Sasa kama hiyo unasema kama hiyo unasema ati wakaingia kwa gari yangu nikaanza kushout, my friend, you will be cited for so many things.
you know when you are doing, for instance, when you are doing business in Kenya, there are certain businesses that when you're doing them, you generally get in touch with the whole administration, so they know once you have friends, these are people you eat with. There are no boundaries. So that's how Kenyans operate. That's why you see the
and that is the thing that Bob, we are saying that needs to change in Kenya. Watu wafuate sheria, do the right thing.
hata hapa Julia nafaa kumwambia Bob, tunaishi na polisi, they are your friends, they have
because
relatives
they won't cross your path unless you've done the wrong thing. If you need if you need even help kidogo, hata kuna siku, I don't know, my phone ikapiga 2911 from nowhere, and they were calling me. I could hear them. You know, they call through your car number. They call you. Hata kama hujachukua simu, they call you. Uko na shida, you need our help. Then saa zingine naona mtu akibisha mlango one by door, akaniambia kuna mtu amepiga 911. So when I said I don't have a problem, do you know them, but he insisted kuingia.
Lazima ingie.
Because aliniambia baadaye, maybe I was saying I'm okay at gunpoint. He explained. Yes. Right. So I just marveled, Bob, nikasema, these people are doing the right thing, and hata kama we have issues of other things, mtu alikuwa short, but majority of them are doing they do their work, Bob. Wanafanya kazi yao yenye wanalipiwa mshahara.
Bob, hata kwa bahati mbaya mtoto akishika simu afinye 911, wewe unajua unaenda kunyang'anya mtoto simu, mwambie nani ukate namna hii, watakuja ama watapiga hiyo simu, na ukikataa kushika watakuja kuhakikisha ni kwa nini hiyo namba imepigwa. Kwa hivyo
wataingia kwa nyumba yako because they want to be sure you are safe. They want
Wycliffe Timbwa anasema alikuwa anatamani kuja ugaibuni kufanya. Ndugu yangu, kama huko na chako Kenya, usijaribu hata kuingia kwa hiyo ndege, kaa huko. Mimi Ndemba mimi nakwambia, naendaga Kenya namna hii, hata polisi anakusema. Unajua tunaendaga huko saa nyingine unatembea, hata ukiwa na hii kagari ya kukomboa, polisi anakusimamisha namna hii, unamwambia sema mkubwa iko tabu gani? Anakuambia njaa tu ndio mingi, kama uko na kasoda unaweza niachia. Unamwambia hata nimekauka lakini narudia hapa, nakwambia sawa, safari mzuri. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Hakuna kunegotiate na police.
At the same time,
Makiadi, unafaa kuambia Wycliffe kama anataka kuja tu. Unajua, if disorder is your norm, a little order will make good for you. Kwa sababu kuna order hapa. Unajua hata askari, hata kama ni your relative, hata kama mnajuana namna gani, hata kama, can you imagine papa, hata mtoto wako apatikane na shida. Wacha hiyo story ya Kenya, unajua ati askari utaenda kuongea na mtu fulani. As long as ni adult, ama hata kama ni mtoto na ampatikana na shida, anabeba msalaba wake. Hakuna story za kio, sijui najua nani.
Unajua kama 2015 hivi I'll give you a short story. 2015 nilifungua kilabu na rafiki yangu mmoja. Hiyo kilabu baada ya miezi mbili hivi iko very famous. Na unajua kuna process ile ya kuchukua maleseni, kuna county board lazima ikae. It used to take a long process. But meanwhile you have a receipt that you paid for application. Unajua jamaa walikuja pale siku ya Valentine na Mariamu. Sijui kama mnakumbuka kitu inaitwa Mariamu.
Unajua ile lori nyeusi ile kubwa.
Wakachota watu 12 wakaweka ndani. Kwanza drinking after hours, sijui nini.
Disorderly.
Nikienda kuuliza kwa station naambiwa wewe mnawezaje anza kitu bana bila kusalimia wazee. Sasa wakubwa walinituma. Do you know the next day we had to part with 150k. 150k. Yani nikashangaa karibu niwache hii biashara. Na sasa hiyo nilikuwa nimeinvest pesa mingi sana. Mimi ni shock, lakini tangu siku hiyo I am so hardened that I deal with these people the way they want, because that is the language they want, you know. So that kind of life of yours, but it's hard for me. For me, I think I can't.
Bob, before you come, you think like so, but when you come, you feel so safe. You feel so safe because everyone is doing the right thing.
Na kitu ingine naweza kuambia ni kwamba ile kitu inaogopeshanga watu wengine kurudi nyumbani ama kutembea ni vitu kama unaenda kufunguliwa gate unakuta wajamaa walikungojea hapo. Unaona vitu kama hizo? Ati kuna watu wanakungojea kwa gate uende kufunguliwa, uingie, wanakushambulia, wanakunyang'anya. Hapa ni ngumu bana, ni ngumu kama
like Makiadi, I can drive to Texas now. Saa hii usiku. I can start driving. Na siogopi, I am
Hakuna mtu
alone.
atakuuliza
Mimi
kitu.
peke yangu mwanamke, ninaendesha gari usiku, I go to Charles Sudania City here, I come back late in the night. Usiku, I'm not
Hakuna mtu
afraid of
atakuuliza
anything.
kitu. Hakuna mtu.
Nobody will carjack me. Nobody, I mean, I'm not even afraid. So I think, Bob, when you come here, you just learn to do the right things. Na ukirudi Kenya uko na stress.
Kama ulikuwa unaendesha matatu Kenya, ukikuja hapa utaanzia training ya kuendesha gari. Ile ukorofi naonanga watu ati wana overlap sijui nini. My friend, hapa utaona moto. Utaona moto.
What overlap? Si umwambie Bob unapata stop sign na you are alone, you stop.
Hata kama ni usiku ya saa 9 na unajua hakuna mtu mwingine, bora kuna saina sema simama hapa, unasimama. Unaendelea. Ukiona mtu wa baiskeli kwa lane hii, unamuondokea, unaenda pande nyingine. Mtu wa pikipiki hata usijaribu kumkaribia, kwa sababu ukimgusa wacha hii watu mnasemanga watu ya bodaboda Kenya mnapita nao.
Makiadi.
When I was on the road, story. When I was on the road one day, nimeweza kuendesha gari keep right. Mimi nimeshaenda Charleston. Nikaingia the wrong side. I literally nikaangalia magari, vehicles are coming towards me. No, they are coming towards me and nimetoka hii side ingine. Do you know what shocked me? Ilikuwa kwa intersection, all the vehicles stopped. Na ni a big city. Magari yote isimama. I recollect myself. I decide where I'm going. Nobody moved. Hakuna mtu alihoot ama nini. Nobody. Hata kuna mtu alinisumbua. I have to correct myself. Nikapinduka, nikaenda kwa my side. And they only moved about 8 lanes. They only moved when they saw I was okay.
You know, I saw that thing on TV and I thought it was comedy. Niliona kwa TV.
Mimi nishaingia right side.
Ati jamaa bibi anapigia bwana yake anamwambia, "Hey honey, people are driving on the wrong side of the road." Yani anakutana na magari zikikuja, anashangaa watu kwani wanaenda wapi? Kumbe ilikuwa Julia. I thought it was a joke.
Mimi nishaingia right side and you see nimeingia right side na nimeona magari nakuja my side. Na nimeshatoka kule na ni intersection. Sasa nifanye hivi, nikasimama kando.
So Julia, you caused a scene that Makiadi saw on TV.
It was on TVC ati I don't think ilikuwa Julia, lakini niliona hiyo kitu kwa TV.
A big one on the city. Alafu kuna intersection, lights zimeenda green, zimeenda red tena, zimeenda green. Everybody is stuck. The whole road imesimama just because of me. So when I correct myself, kuna hiyo no man's land, hiyo yellow thing. Sasa nikatoka, nikaingia my side. They only moved when I started moving. So what I marveled at is how patient they were with me. That is what I marveled. Na hata kama kulikuwa polisi, no policeman came to harass me. Angalia hiyo tofauti.
Na ujue ikiwa ngumu sana sasa inakuja mpaka helicopter, kutakuja helicopter juu ya kukuondoa hapo.
Alafu Makiadi inapoambia Papa Zimio.
Kwa nini why should you spoil resources? Yes.
Papa Zimio. Kuna kitu ukiendanga hivi ukutana na gari ulikuwa unatembea alafu gari inatoka huko mbili na kuja. What happens?
As in?
Ulikuwa labda unaenda kutoka kuna cross barabara kunatembea. Ama ulikuwa tu unatembea tu hapo kwako alafu gari inatoka huko mbio. Ni nini ufanyika?
Si nitahepa. Mimi mwenyewe nitahepa.
Wewe unahepa alafu driver atafanya nini?
Hii story inaisha. I just forget about it and then move on.
Atakutusi, akupigie kelele, wewe follow na nini? Sasa huku
I'm not even bothered.
Huku the moment huyo dereva amekuona atasimama akungoje upite umalize ndio aende.
Na si ati anasimama karibu na wewe.
Uko mbali.
Yeah.
There is no zebra
Anagojea.
crossing. Why should I?
Wacha mambo ya
No,
zebra
Hata
crossing.
kuongea zebra
makosa
crossing.
yako.
Wacha na mambo ya zebra crossing.
Aha.
Wewe ukiwa kwa steering ya gari namna hii, uone mtu ambaye anatembea kwa miguu anataka kucross mbele yako namna hii.
Anataka. Or you imagine he's about to cross.
Yeah, ama ufikirie ni kama amefikiria kitu kama anataka kuvuka barabara. Utasimama huko ungoje apite. Wacha nikwambie,
Wachana
yani
bwana.
hakuna kitu mbaya kwa hii kama kugusa mtu na gari. Either awe mtu wa pikipiki, awe mtoto anaendesha baiskeli, awe anaendesha ile skateboard. Inaitwa nini ile ndemba ile wanatembeaga? Inaitwa skateboard.
Skates.
Ile skates ile hiyo skates wanakanyaganga na miguu namna hiyo akienda. My friend, ukiona mtu kama hiyo kaa mbali, kwa sababu ukimgusa we utaozea jela. Ni kuoza utaozea jela.
Na
Now,
ukienda
you look at this. Look at this way. You know, like I think about 2-3 years ago, I was coming from Malindi, driving very fast, and I started overtaking 2 lorries, trailers actually, and then this border guy just comes in between the 2 trailers and comes towards this lane, and I was doing 140, I think 140, 150. Do you know? I had to veer off the road, and then I came back to the road. Luckily, it was Kwazile Sisal plantations za Kilifi. It is just the road is just straight. But that guy, you know, veering off, nilichapa na side mirror yangu. Nikaenda tena nikasimama mbele hizo lori. Hata hao jamaa wa lori wakakuja wakasimama wakaniambia, "Hajakufa wewe, nenda zako, ule ni mpumbavu." Na hiyo story tukamaliza, na mimi nikaenda kutengeza side mirror yangu. Hakuna mambo mengine ya kuita polisi for what?
Wow.
So when you're telling me about this kind of life,
it
is a waste of time.
Hiyo ndio tunakuambia inaitwa jungle, law of the jungle.
Jungle law.
Hiyo ni sheria ya msitu. Ukisikia kuna mtu alikuwa Rigathi aliwaambia ati utakuwa unapata ukiwa mlevi, polisi anakuescort mpaka kwako, my friend. Enda ungojea polisi. Enda ngojea polisi, ngojea polisi anusi harufu ya pombe kutoka kwa mdomo yako akiwa amekusimamisha kwa gari, my friend. Haya.
Alafu unajua papa, we ni club owner. Mtu akija akunywa kwa club yako, za atoke akiendesha gari alafu apate accident, wewe mwenye club pia utakuwa sued.
Sasa ndio nakwambia hiyo maisha yenu siwezi. Kwa sababu ndio nakwambia hata mapiani nakwambia wacha. Let me give you another example. Do you know that I've gotten an accident and I wanted insurance to replace my car because chassis kibend, normally that's a write-off. It's a candidate for write-off. Do you know I just called the breakdown, nikatoa gari paka kwa garage hapa kwangu hapa Mombasa, na nikapigia simu polisi wa inspection, akafanyia inspection kwangu nyumbani. Mimi sikupeleka gari ati huko kwa inspection unit for what? Na nikapeleka nini makaratasi kwa insurance. Hii jungle law is best for Kenya. I'm telling you.
You live in the jungle.
What I can tell you is this. Mimi ile kitu ninasema, Kenya jungle law ni mzuri kama uko na pesa kwa mfuko, kwa sababu unaweza speed. Kwanza kuna mahali inaitangwa aje pale Kimende, iko watu wanalalanga kwa kichaka pale unajua Kimende ukielekea Naivasha, iko watu wanalalanga kwa kichaka pale, wanakupima na speed gun, watu very rough, na watakukata 1000. Hiyo sasa, hiyo watu unaweza ongea nao kama unamwachia
kama kuna pesa,
kama uko na kitu unamwachia.
And you see the sad thing, Makiadi, hawakai hapa there to do the right thing. They are looking for money. It's not like here. Unaona Bob, the accents here are so few because everybody tries to observe the law. Hata kama hujaona policy, you just want to do the right.
Julia, ndio nakwambia hivi, Bob akikuja hapa awekwe kwa highway interstate, ile speed unaenda nayo, unasema sijui ulikuwa unaenda nayo 140, hiyo si kitu hapa, na magari zinapitananga kama makasi namna hii. Kama hapa ukiingia kwa highway hapa, sidhani kama itachukua muda mrefu sana kabla hata ushike confidence ya kushika gari namna hii, sababu magari zinakatananga namna hii kama makasi. Na watu
but still they don't cause accidents because I don't know why Makiadi, because but I also mimi napenda kuendesha gari interstate, sipendi hizi barabara ndogo because I have trouble overtaking kama ni just 2 lanes, but interstates are good because if you maintain hata hiyo 90 yao, wanaweza 70 lakini everyone is driving at 90.
You're
90
flowing
what?
in the
Miles
traffic.
or miles?
90 miles. Flowing in
90
the traffic.
miles. Yeah, 90 miles.
90 miles
Well,
na kama barabara ni imeandikwa 70 miles, wewe ukienda na uzembe yako uonyeshe unaenda na gari na 40 ama 50, my friend,
utashikwa.
You can be arrested
utakuwa
because the
arrested.
minimum is
Unaweza cited.
what is the minimum?
Fanyeni hivi,
40.
you know,
40
nyinyi kaeni huko na mimi nikae huko.
40 utaumwa. Unaona mpaka unapimiwa speed ya chini, na speed ya juu. Ukienda chini ya hapo unaumwa ticket. Na ticket inakuwa ticket unaweza gongwa kitu kama hata highway inafikanga 600, si ndio Ndemba?
Yeah, you can be given even $700
unaweza
na
patiwa $70,000.
$700 that's traffic. Alafu kitu ingine hapa, people like are so litigious, people like suing. Unaona sasa kama huyo
That's the second name.
huyo jamaa ulimgonga na nini yako huyo wa motorbike, ingekuwa hapa
yes.
Wow.
Angekusu na su au watu wa hizo matrela.
Na wewe sasa bahati yako mbaya ni hii. Unasikia sasa Bob Papa? Wewe nawe ukiguza mtu wa pikipiki hakuna insurance itakukaribia hata siku moja. Hakuna.
Bas.
Ukifanya tu ajali kwisha. Hakuna, utakuwa unaenda kutafuta insurance, wanaangalia rekodi yako wanakuambia my friend, you are a dangerous driver.
Unaenda kwa driving license yako. Sasa kuna kitu anaita
mkaya huko mimi nikaya.
No, Bob, yeah, okay. We changed our minds. So
it is a mental, I stop,
you know, I stop because for me to pass the driver's test, niko na gari Kenya. Unajua hiyo kitu ni stress, although nilipita. Yani is like umepata stop, I stop. Yani I stop, una stop, unaangalia, na kuna gari, you are alone, lakini you have stopped.
I think what this system does to you ina kuinstill discipline. Yani kuinstill. Yeah. Unajua hata ukitoka na ile ukaidi ya kuendesha gari huko nini kama madereva ya matatu. Hiyo itaisha, utakuwa instilled discipline.
Mpaka you even learn to give way.
But I think I would rather be operating cabs than to run in the, I mean, have run-ins with the law, because it will take me a very long time to adjust, because I don't think I can adjust that easy.
You just within 2 months uko sawa.
Bob,
the only thing itakuwa ngumu kwako ni kuniambia nikuletee maji.
Bob Papa.
Yes.
The thing is not ati ni ngumu. It is just different. It's not that ni hard, it's just different. So different in terms of what you're used to ukiwa nyumbani and what you're used to. Unaona kama kwa mfano when ukitaka kitu hapo home, the first question nauliza, kuna mtu najua huko? Hapa, as long as you're doing the thing right, you will get it. Lakini huko nyumbani is Bob, kuna mtu unajua hapo kwa Ministry of Lands, kuna mtu unajua kwa place fulani, kuna mtu unajua nini fulani, unaona yes. Kama unasema ati nilishikwa na askari alafu ninajua OCS. Unaona sasa nyumbani that is the language. So
yes.
Kama unajua mtu, you are likely to get your things moving fast, which is I mean, it works in that society. It's not that it's bad, it's just different. Unaelewa? Alafu huku the system, of course, it took time to be, it is not perfect, but it is a little ahead in terms, it's different from where we are. Huku if kama kuna kitu umeenda, hata ukienda online uambiwa kwamba okay, it will take 3 months. I mean, whether you know someone or you don't know. Anyway, that is what will happen. Hakuna stories that nimejua mtu nimejump foleni. So I mean, vitu ni it is just as clear as you can. Hata kutafuta job,
it's a system that works.
Si ati unajua mtu ndio upate job.
And most of the time, what you do is just use your phone. You don't have to go
Yeah.
to anybody's office.
Yeah, most of the things, hata kama ni kitu ulikuwa unataka kwa bank, kama anything you wanted to ask, you just call. You know, Makeni, I was stressed with this thing that you call, unapata voice, press 1, press 2. You kitu ilikuwa inanibo because like sometimes I had issues with my Wi-Fi. So, is that Julia calling? Nani automated thing. I say yes. So, can you tell us your problem? Na unaona hii kizungu yangu bado nina struggle na kusema. So the thing there is not getting my voice. So I keep saying, sorry, I can't hear what you say. Press this. I give you an agent. So sasa agent ya that is idea, but still they'll serve me. They'll come rectify my Wi-Fi. I mean, they'll do what I wanted them to do. So I napenda hiyo kitu. I wish and I hope one day Kenya tutafika hapo because tutamaliza hiyo maneno ya kitu kidogo.
Moses Nanji anasema I came without having a DHL DL the driving license. Nimeanzia hapa, acha vitisho. Hakuna mtu anakutisha. We are just telling it like it is, eh? Hata ukikuja na DL themba, whether you come with without a DL.
Whether you come with
it's
DL,
the same.
is the same.
Whether you came with a DL or without a DL, the difference is the same. So what you're saying is it's different from Kenya. I mean, mambo ya kujuana, unajua ile mentality Papa Zimio.
Yes,
There are things that work. So unatoa, yani hiyo unaivua chini. You stop now asking, do I know so and so? Unaanza ku just do the thing right. Make your if it's an application.
Now,
just
are you telling
right.
me? For instance, are you telling me that you cannot, me as your friend, you can't canvass for me job, yani na nipate job?
Hakuna.
What you can do,
recommendation.
He can recommend you. Aseme ninajua huyu ni mfanyikazi mzuri. That one ina work, inakusaidia. Lakini kusema ati nakutafutia itakuwa hiyo ni uongo, atakuwa nakudanganya.
Hakuna kutafuta. Hata hiyo story unasikianga watu wakakwambia ati sijui nitaenda nikutafutie sijui nikufanyie kitu fulani ipite. Hapa if you just do the thing right, what does if it is application, what does it say? Just do those things right. Uko tu sawa.
And it doesn't matter whether you're foreigner or what.
No, it doesn't matter.
No. Yeah. In fact, kwanza watu wa kutoka nje ndio wanapendwa. Acha niseme hiyo. Watu wa kutoka nje ni watu wameshikilia hapa. Hao watu wanajua kufanya kazi yao. Hawana hawa wajamaa wengine wa hapa wanangojeanga wakirudishiwa pesa na serikali baada kuna kitu inaitangwa kufile taxes kama tu ile ya nini ya Kenya ile tax return. Yeah. So wajamaa wakipata pesa huanga na watoto wengi, mtu ako na watoto kama 9 10. Anapata anarudishiwa na serikali $20,000.
The more kids you have, the more tax refund you have.
$20,000. Sasa hiyo ni mwezi wa 4 huyo jamaa anawacha kazi. Utamkuta anakuja kutafuta kazi mwezi wa 9.
So hivi asikia amechoka, anaweza akafile unemployment akulange hiyo kidogo.
So ule mtu sasa wewe ukiwa umetoka Kibira huko kama sisi huko Kibira, umezoea maisha ya Kibira, ukikuja hapa utaona sasa ni kama umeingia, utakuwa unakimbia all over the place because hawa watu hawataki hiyo, hawataki kuchoka. Ni wale watu wanataka waanike stool nje ya nyumba waote jua wakipiga story.
Sasa wacha niambie Bob hivi yote 9, 10 ni kwamba Kenya na hiyo nini yote iko na uzuri wake na ubaya wake. US na hiyo nini yake yote iko na uzuri wake na ubaya wake. Choose your hard. Do you want it hard? Do you want it hard?
No, it'll have to take me a lot of time. In fact, I was actually thinking, because my last ones are twins and they're in 3rd form. I was thinking once they get to university, I was thinking of coming. I relocate, lakini nimesikia hiyo maisha bana, nimeona itanichukua muda.
No, wacha nikwambie the best time for the best years kwa mtu kuja America kama you are coming for the first time is in your 20s. Mtu kama wewe unapokuja saizi, if you are relocating, unless you have watoto wako wameishi America.
Yeah, if your kids are here, that's okay,
yeah.
Bob. Because like if you're coming, they are already working, they are settled, you can
Yes.
come and live with them.
Yeah.
But if you are coming to start, it is so hard because
mtu kama utakuwa unajipatia stress ya bure. We kula nini yako, ukikaa hivi kidogo, kuja tembea, kuja kama mtalii, unaenda unapiga picha New York, hiyo nini, unatembea unarudi nyumbani. Ukikuja hapa ukishafika 50s, my friend, teaching an old dog, utakufa na stress, my friend.
By the way, the life is stressful here, Bob. Kama especially the other thing December ni maneno ya nini ya hakuna community. It is you yourself alone.
Sasa unaona sisi tunashindaga hapa. Sasa hii ndio community yetu. Saa hii hapa mahali niko saa hii ni saa 6:49 ya usiku.
Hapa ni 1:49. You may be the only people nimeongea nao leo. Can you imagine?
Yani hata unatoka kwa nyumba asubuhi, unaenda mahali, unarudi kwa nyumba jioni, hujaongea na mtu, hata mtu mmoja.
Nyinyi ndio nimeongea na nyinyi leo. Hebu imagine the whole day.
Hiyo ni maisha gani?
So the best years for you to come to the US, the best years, best when you are in your 20s. The second best is when you are in your 30s. And the last best in your 40s. After that, wacha.
Kwa sababu unajua ile sababu tunasema ni hii, na unaona hii akina Sakaja ndio wanaendelea kuharibia watu saa hizi. Wakati UK ilipatia watu kazi, UK ilifungulia foreigners kazi UK, na hakuna university hata ya Afrika moja ilikubaliwa kupeleka watu.
Niliangalia hiyo kitu nikaona there is no single university. Alafu kuna kitu unaona history Sakaja wanafanya. Do you know Nigerians are now having issues with crossing here because wao ndio wamezina hizo stories za makaratasi fake
gush.
Yeah. So I think by the way you are right. And then when you come here, life is fast, Bob. Life is so fast. Mafuta ya gari ujiweke, wende kwa gas station ujiweke, ukienda kwa shule. When I went to school, nobody tells me, they think I'm a professional math teacher. Nobody tells me anything. Sasa mimi nimepewa classroom, iko na projector, nimepewa laptop na watoto wamekuja that I teach them. No, wamekuja na laptops. What am I teaching? I'm used to look here na ile chalk.
Ulienda kuchoma.
Unasikia Father Danny Darius anasema at least some of you are married. I'm the loneliest guy here. Tunaelewa Father Danny Darius, tunaelewa. Ni namna hiyo Bob Papa, kama huna mshikaji hii utaona siku mrefu sana.
Papa wewe saizi wewe ukitaka wewe kuja tu Amerika, unatembea, unaona vitu, unapiga picha, unarudi nyumbani. Hii maisha ya hapa katika hiyo
next year nitakuja nisalimie. Unaona huyo mzee anakujanga hapo anaitwa Penny. Is my cousin. Nataka nikuje nimtembelee kidogo. Unajua ule mzee alikuja, alienda huko, actually passed through our home when he was going to US in 1970. I think he went to in 1976 ama 1977. Ameishi huko vibaya sana.
Hata huyo Penny utakuja kumtembelea, mtakosa kukaa na yeye. Atakuwa anakuacha kwa nyumba
because he's so busy.
Ukiona Tom and Jerry
Bob, if you want to call me here kama rafiki yangu, you don't just call me, you first text me, Julia, can I call? If I don't say yes, you don't call.
Ama hata akitaka kutembelea Julia, ukitaka kuja kutembea kwako, lazima akupigie simu akuulize kama uko kwa nyumba. Otherwise utagonga mlango ya mtu, achungulie kwa dirisha aone huyo ni Ndemba, aseme kwenda zako.
Nenda poki kuja kutembelea mtu Bob, unamuuliza kwa sababu auamki tu ati mimi nitakuja siku fulani. Unaweza kuja wakati yako busy ama ameenda vacation na familia.
Even calling, you say, Julia, is it a good time for us to talk? Unanitumia message kwanza before uanze kunipigia simu.
Unaona,
But I,
unaona huyu jamaa anauliza ati accounting degree, get a good job. I mean, what we are saying is, by all means, if you get an opportunity, kuja, but at least you are informed. Decisions about whether you want to come to the to the US or not, that is yours. Kama kuna huyu anauliza ati naweza kuja, but uko na information. Najua information is power, eh? So ukishajua kitu unajua, okay, these are the, like we had said here at some point, maybe after hii election imeisha, we'll be having diaspora chat where we just opening you up to some information so that you have information, but decision on whether, hakuna mtu anaweza kuzuia kosa kwenda kokote you want to go in this world. Ukienda America, the only thing wanaweza kuzuia ni kukosa kupewa visa, but ukienda upewe visa, we safiri. I mean, at least you tried, alafu tena you have your home. Ikishindikana si unarudi kweli? Kwani shida iko wapi?
Ile kitu naweza kuambia tu ya maana ni kwamba hata kama unaenda kuosha choo, ile wanasemaga kuosha choo, wakati unachukua hiyo ukiweka kwa inaitangwa nini, remitly, unatumianga gani Julia? Naitwa nini ile unatumianga kurusha huko sarafu, unabadilishanga sendwave. Kama unarusha na sendwave, ukiona imegonga 115, ukirusha huko usikie watu wamenunua ng'ombe, unasikia mzuri. That's the only thing that makes
and
this.
Another thing, Makiadi, someone is asking, still Bob, my experience is that when my boy came here, I went to a college and I was supposed to pay $8,000 per semester, na hapo ni tuition peke yake, na per semester na sijaweka accommodation, hata niko napanga nihamie near his college ndio at least tunakaa na yeye. So nikafanya hiyo hesabu, nikampeleka Strathmore I pay 200,000 per semester. Hiyo pesa 8,000 inamlipia 2 academic years Strathmore. So nikafanya hesabu, nikaona huyu mtoto acha amalize college kwanza, then I figure out how it cross over. So when you are here, you can support people at home so much without struggling, without yani haikuumi sana kama vile uko huko, but still you have to be ready to work. People here work 24/7. I mean, ukiona Themba amekataa kukuja ama Makiadi, ni vile is not having some fun somewhere in some beach, some sand. He's here anasherehekea jua, ni kazi nafanya.
Unajua ukikuja miezi ya kwanza hii utafanya ile kitu yenye watu wengine wanafanya. Unajua Julia, you came here as a professional. Wewe uliandikwa, watu wanaanziaga huko mimi hata miguu mpaka leo ijaipona. Niko na miaka mingi sana lakini hii miguu yangu mpaka sasa nikiamka asubuhi nikanyage kwa kitanda chini namna hii, nasikia ni kama inadungwa na piba. Ile kazi nilifanya kwa hii nchi.
But you still get paid.
Do they still have a problem? Do they still have a problem na kupeana visa hapa Kenya?
Yes, they don't just give. They don't just give everybody. They can decide huyu mzee anatudanganya. Girlfriend tu hivi.
Tena si rahisi na watakula pesa yako. Wanakula ngapi? 20,000 ama
50,000? Is about 18K plus.
18,000.
Yeah.
Wewe unalipa 18,000, unaenda huko jamaa na kuangalia hivi, anakuambia no, napiga stamp. Unaondoka umepoteza 18K namna hiyo.
Nakwambia hiyo kitu inaweza kustress Bob. Yani mtu tu amekuangalia tu.
By the time I'm coming to try and come and visit that few guys there, yani hiyo haiwezi kudistress, lakini vile mimi naonanga watu wanakufia visa hapa.
Wacha nikwambie, naona mtu anaitwa Gevasio Karaoke hapa anasema nurses here are crazy about going to the US. They want to quit permanent jobs here because they think the pay there is rosy. A word for them. The pay is rosy. Is good. My friend, ile kazi utafanya. Sawa tu, wacha tuseme nurse ni kazi mzuri sana hapa, inaheshimiwa, lakini wewe kitu inaitwa kiti utakuwa unaiona only 30 minutes. In a 12 hour span, ama ni namna gani Julia?
Inategemea Makiadi, inategemea umekuja kama uko wapi. Unajua kuna mwingine ametoka kama yeye ndiye anategemewa nyumbani, sasa unajua lazima apige ma shift mingi kibao.
Hapana, anasema akiwa nauliza akiwa kazini unajua nurses wa Kenya siwe unajua enda pale Kenyatta uone vile nurses wanafanya kazi vizuri.
Unajua Makiadi kuna bedside nurses lakini kuna wale hafanyi bedside. So ukifanya bedside nursing ndio hiyo. Lakini kuna different kind of nurses.
So kuna ile afadhali.
Yeah, kuna different. Alafu unajua saa zingine nurses kama kuna kiwango kingine umefika, you can only be working like 3 days in a week and you've already finished your whole week.
But 3 days in a week, that's supposed to be 12 hours, right?
Yeah, 3 days in a week, 12 hours. Yeah,
12 hours.
You've already gonga your
week.
Your
Majaza masaa ya wiki.
Majaza masaa ya wiki. So, I mean, by all means, if you get an opportunity, usually what I tell people is get information, make decisions. If you get an opportunity, you never know. They say this world ni kama meli ambayo imeingia kwa bahari. You go where the wind will lead you. Yeah. You can be suffering, but maybe an opportunity ya kukuja huku, and someone's story is not yours. You can live your own story. People can have stories. We can have a story. Bob ako na story, Makiadi ako na yake, Julia ako na yake, but you can have your own story, and it is not the same. So normally I encourage people, kama umepata opportunity, the only thing ambayo inakunyima hiyo ni visa. Ukipata visa and because that's the first place. Kama ukipata visa, my friend, panda ndege, go try your life.
Nakwambia panda ndege. Because you go back different. You'll go back different even if you are to go back.
Lakini hata kama mnasema hivyo, mimi naweza ambia watu wenye wanasikiza, kama unaweza pata ya kuenda mahali inaitwa Canada, huko hata
yes, I heard that
kimbia huko.
Question Makiadi, question. Nilisikia kwamba Canada, if you are there for 2 years like a student, you can apply for permanent residence.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Huko ni mzuri. Hapa ukikuja
Bob, unasikia kama uko na pesa, find colleges for your 2 kids, for your twins.
That's easy. Hiyo kwanza.
Lakini Bob, usiwasukume wakuje ng'ambo, usiwasukume. Wacha mtu aamue.
That is
siwasukumi lakini nilikuwa naangalia hiyo government website ya Canada, and they were talking there is a way you can settle there, and I think the major requirement I saw there was I think $220,000 for permanent residence. Then you can find a job there if you want. So nikaona Canada ni kuzuri kwa sababu niko na relatives wangu, kuna aunti zangu wawili na cousins wawili wako pale, na in fact one of my cousins alikuwa ananiambia hao watoto wakimaliza wakipita mtihani vizuri waache wakuje wasome huko. So nitaangalia vile nitawasaidia wakitaka.
Sasa Moses Nanje anasema ati Canada kuna shida ya pay. I have friends there. Unajua mimi nikisema hivyo nalinganisha ile maisha ya watu wanaishi Kenya na ni wamesoma. Unaona, mtu amesoma ana degree.
Alafu Canada, Makiadi nisikia their health thing is better than the US.
They have even better healthcare system kushinda ya US.
Those days, good people. Asanteni sana. Watu wameanza kuamka sasa kuanza kuuliza maswali huko chini. Asanteni sana. We can have this discourse another day so that we can inform people. Maybe after election tutakuanga na frequent. Unajua itakuwa easier now to have
gumzo mtaani.
Itakuwa rahisi kuwa na gumzo, manake hakutakuwa na politics sasa, lakini sasa hizi politics siasa zimenoga. But I hope you have gained all these people Makiadi, Julia and Papa are giving is information. How you use the information is up to you. So wewe pata hiyo information, make an informed decision. We don't make decisions for you and we don't pretend to. But Julia is saying her experience and maybe the people she has talked to. Makiadi is saying his experience and the people he has talked to. And even Papa Bob and I here. But ultimately, it's you and how you use the information. Wanasema, unajua kuishi kwingi kuona mengi. And you have no reason not to pursue your dreams. And not everybody wants to travel outside Kenya.
Jemba ameenda tena.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
No,
you.
me, I can hear you.
Why is it?
It's
Makiadi?
Makiadi. Unaambia Makiadi. Amefix.
Makiadi ndio amehang.
So what we are saying, what we are saying here is, it's up to you to make the decisions, and we only give you information. I mean, they say if you try, you miss 100% of the chances you don't try. So if you see something and an opportunity, try it. After all, the only thing you can get is a no. So jaribu bahati yako. And even if you, kuna wale ambao their thing is not to travel outside the country. That's okay. Kuna wale, you can travel outside the country. That's also okay. But try whatever it is that you need to do it. Afadhali ufanye useme nilijaribu nikashindwa, kuliko I wish ningejaribu. So try, useme enyewe nilijaribu ikakataa. That's how you live your life. But other than that, you're not saying kila mtu ende ngambo. Okay? You're not saying kila mtu aishi Kenya. I mean, that's how life is.
Exactly.
So si Papa Bob tuseme na Julia
adios.
Leo at least naona imekuwa poa sana. Miss hajakuja na wewe na Julia mmemaliza vizuri.
Tumekuwa na starehe, hata nina raha bana. Julia leo naenda tu, nataka nipumzike masaa 4 alafu niangalie biashara kidogo.
I always want to ask Bob maswali Themba. Analala saa ngapi? Analala, does he ever sleep?
He can't let you go with someone else. See you guys. God bless you.
God bless you.
Bye.